Chapter 101, Legendary Pilot. At the main position, the bustling construction scene was comparable to a large-scale construction site. Players wielded their entrenching tools, digging foxholes with all their might. "This damn sand," Pyro, one of the players, complained loudly while digging furiously. "I dig a shovelful, and half of it immediately fills back in from the sides." "Be grateful, at least this is the leeward side," said Jesus, wiping sand from his face. "If it were the windward side, after one shovel, nothing would probably be left." "Ugh, so why don't we just use tanks to charge the orcs directly?" Pyro leaned on his entrenching tool, catching his breath. "We have quite a few Lehman Russ main battle tanks now, don't we?" "That's only for cultists and Genestealers," Jesus said. "Are you planning to use a blitzkrieg against the orcs? Or perhaps play tank-on-tank combat with them? I must admit, you have a vivid imagination. All our current tanks were bought with merit, and each one is a treasure." "That's true," Pyro realized. "Given the orcs' numbers and organization, if we really brought out a tank cluster, it would probably turn into a meat grinder. We don't have that many tanks to waste right now. It's already a blessing from the Emperor that those temporarily trained workers in the rear can produce qualified artillery shells. Speaking of which, have those two Space Marines woken up?" Pyro looked around, trying to spot the two towering figures in the crowd. "Why aren't they here? Why would they come here now to dig foxholes with us?" Jesus looked at him as if he were an idiot. "What do you think Space Marines are? Some kind of large humanoid engineering machine?" Pyro seriously imagined a giant 2-meter-3 tall man in power armor, wielding a massive entrenching tool proportionate to his size, digging a standard foxhole with a single scoop. A bit grotesque. But speaking of large engineering machinery, we should have some of that, right? Why isn't it at the position? Before you ask a question, can you use your brain? I feel like I've become the straight man in some comedy manga. Jesus pointed weakly at the rugged sandy terrain in the distance. "How do you plan to transport those large engineering machines over? Those things aren't as durable as a Lehman Russ tank. If they get stuck in the sand, you'll be crying." "By the way, I think I'm suffering from heat stroke." Jesus suddenly stopped. "It's too damn hot here. My sweat dries up as soon as it comes out. I feel like my back is covered in salt. Give me a hand." "All right." Pyro nodded decisively, raised his laser rifle, and fired a shot directly at Jesus' face. Bang! With a soft sound, Jesus fell to the ground. The others around him, who were diligently working, merely glanced over and then, unfazed, continued digging their foxholes. A few seconds later, Jesus, having revived, jogged over and let out a long breath. "All right, full health." He didn't immediately start working, but skillfully dragged his still warm corpse and threw it into a deep pit, blasted out with explosives 100 meters away. The pit was already densely packed with thousands of corpses, all remnants of players who had chosen to commit suicide to revive and reset their data due to extreme physical exhaustion or abnormal conditions like heat stroke and dehydration. Since dying at this point didn't result in any equipment loss, players naturally chose the most convenient method. Fortunately, everyone here was a player. If any native Imperial human were to witness this scene, it would be truly horrifying. No matter how bravely one died, this was not the way to sacrifice oneself. However, thanks to the player's advantage of being able to be at full stamina at all times, the progress of the trench excavation consistently maintained an extremely fast pace, and even accelerated as the players became more skilled. Once the foxholes were completed, the players finally felt some psychological security. But this was far from the completion stage. Next was to dig communication trenches to the left, right, and rear, connecting the individual foxholes into a complete defensive system. This process was extremely painful, but jagged, shallow ditches finally began to connect the isolated bunkers. At the same time, players dispatched to observation posts hid in the shadows of rocks or dunes, scanning the distant horizon inch by inch with high-powered binoculars. Their walkie-talkies remained silent, breaking only in emergencies. Players at the position quickly filled sandbags with excavated soil. These sandbags were immediately used to reinforce trench walls and construct machine gun nests. Excess soil was dragged away with tarpaulins and spread out thinly to avoid forming conspicuous mounds. Finally, a large desert camouflage net was erected over the trenches and command posts, with dried grass and shrubs found nearby stuck into it. Ultimately, after 4 Terra hour, this sturdy and concealed defensive line was completed. From the air, it almost merged with the surrounding desert environment. From the front, the enemy could only see rolling sand dunes. Although covered in sand, the players were all in high spirits, waiting in their respective combat positions. Heavy machine guns were cleverly positioned at flanking fire support points, their fields of fire perfectly covering the ridgelines of the dunes. The artillery battery in the rear had also calculated its preset firing data, ready to provide fire support to designated areas at any time. If a normal Astra Militarum unit were to undertake engineering construction of this scale, it would be impossible to complete it in just 4 Terra hour. Even with another 4 Terra hour, they might not finish. Just then, the radio in the regimental command post crackled with a call sign mixed with some static. "Hello, ground forces. Can you hear me? This is Zobayan." Joker immediately grabbed the communicator. "This is ground. We hear you. Is there a situation?" Previously, they hadn't deployed Valkyrie for reconnaissance, fearing it would disturb the orcs too early. But now that the battle barge had descended from the sky, the small disturbance of a Valkyrie was inconsequential. "Yes," Zobayan's voice came through the communicator, with the roar of the Valkyrie's engines in the background. "I see 2 orc war bands fighting each other, a very large scale, very large. So large that the green extends beyond the horizon. I think I've stumbled into the orcs' main battlefield." "Then where are the orcs you saw 3 days ago, the ones heading towards the battle barge?" Joker immediately grasped the key point, asking urgently. "I'm going to check now." "What is that?" Suddenly, Zobayan's bewildered voice came through the communicator. "Holy crap, I've been hit." This was followed by a series of piercing metallic tearing sounds, explosions, and Zobayan's final scream. Then the communication completely cut off, leaving only the static of current. Joker expressionlessly put down the communicator, sighed, and hung up. Chapter 102. Wah! Until the giant star that illuminated Perdicia hid its last ray of light below the horizon, the forward reconnaissance post did not see any enemy approaching. The entire world plunged into pure darkness, with only unfamiliar stars twinkling across the sky. How much longer do we have to wait? Gary, lying in the shadow of a dune, couldn't help but let out a big yawn. Perdicia doesn't have a moon at night. In a little while, we won't be able to see anything. "It doesn't matter if we can't see," his partner Alpha Bravo, holding a telescope, whispered. "Anyway, we have an IFF system, so even if we can't see, we can still hit our targets every time." "That's true," Gary mumbled. "It's mainly that waiting like this is too boring. If it weren't for the thought acceleration being 1 to 10 now, we've only actually waited for 50 minutes. I would have definitely gone offline already. Do you think the command post made a mistake? Those orcs aren't coming from this direction at all." "They're here," Alpha Bravo suddenly said. "What? They're here?" Gary tensed up, quickly rolled over, and raised his high magnification observation telescope. Through the lens, the once silent yellow sand horizon in his field of vision began to roll as if some colossal creature was churning beneath the ground. Soon he could clearly see the enemies. Leading the charge were orcs, driving steam-powered vehicles, emitting thick black smoke. The vehicles were crude and wild in design, like monsters cobbled together from scrap heaps, bumping along the sand, emitting deafening roars. "Damn, they really are coming from this way." Gary's eyes widened, his tone filled with disbelief. "It's incredible. How did Joker and the others guess that?" "Just a few terms they spat out, and I knew they were far more professional than us," Alpha Bravo said calmly. "We ordinary gamers just need to obediently follow their commands, and it'll be A-OK." Alpha Bravo picked up the walkie-talkie and, using a preset code, began to report the situation to the main position behind them. Gary, meanwhile, somewhat eagerly took out a hand grenade and an automatic rifle. "What do we do? Fight? What's the rush?" Alpha Bravo held him back. "Looking at this situation, these orcs have no intention of scouting. They definitely won't discover us. Let's first see how many of them there are and what their troop structure is before deciding." He glanced at the excited Gary and added, "And haven't you read military books? You must have watched anti-Japanese dramas, right? At the very least, you should wait for the front troops to pass before attacking." Both of them refocused their attention on the observation mirror. The Orc vanguard rumbled past the dune where they were hidden. Immediately after, the subsequent troops entered their field of vision. The moment he saw the middle and rear sections of the troops, Gary's eyes quickly widened and his mouth slightly opened. Damn, the art style difference is a bit big. If the Orcs in the vanguard, driving steampunk-style motorcycles and wearing crude, clearly welded, but at least polished and cut steel armor, were in the Steam Age, then the Orcs in the middle and rear sections, their technological level plummeted as if they had ridden a time machine. They rode giant squigs, like prehistoric dinosaurs, with almost no decent protection on their bodies, just haphazardly wearing some tattered cloth strips. Their green skin was haphazardly smeared with various pigments, forming patterns of unknown meaning. Perhaps, in their own eyes, these patterns were fierce, powerful, and very wah. Their necks and arms were adorned with a large number of teeth and bones, and their weapons were clearly large stones picked up from the ground, roughly sharpened a few times to serve as warhammers and axes. This art style directly regressed from steampunk to the primitive era of eating raw meat and blood. "What is this?" Gary was stunned. "Why is there such a big difference between the front and back? Do Orcs also have class divisions?" "Not enough resources, I guess." Alpha Bravo, who had finished reporting, put down the walkie-talkie and explained, "No matter how amazing the I reckon power is, you can't expect Orcs to rub sand into steel. In fact, it's already quite incredible that they can churn out such a large quantity of steam-powered vehicles in this desert." Moreover, Alpha Bravo's tone became serious. "I advise you not to underestimate those primitive-looking Orcs. With the terrifying strength of Orcs, it makes no difference to us whether the big chopper they hold is made of steel or stone. Either way, it's instant death. I definitely don't want to get hit by one of them. So when do we open fire?" "These Orcs are already in the middle to rear sections," Gary said. "I can feel it. The machine spirit of my automatic rifle is already parched for blood. She craves slaughter." Alpha Bravo didn't look at him, merely answering calmly, "Wait until the vanguard of these Orcs steps onto our landmines." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of fire erupted in the distant darkness, followed by a dull explosion that echoed far into the silent night sky. Bang! Alpha Bravo, without hesitation, grabbed his rifle. Fire! Just as the vanguard of the Orc convoy entered the preset minefield, a dull explosion ripped through the night. A leading steam-powered vehicle was blown onto its side, its wheels still spinning uselessly in the air. The Orc driving it didn't even have time to let out a scream before being torn to shreds by the shockwave and shrapnel. This sudden explosion caught the high-speed Orcs behind them off guard. Driving their crude vehicles, they instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the screeching sound of metal friction echoed across the sand sea. However, in such a chaotic charging formation, the consequence of a sudden brake was disastrous. The immense inertia caused vehicle after vehicle to crash into each other like dominoes. The vehicles behind had no time to react, ploughing into the rear of their companions' vehicles, sending both vehicle and driver flying. Those further back simply ran over the wreckage of their comrades. For a moment, the sound of steel colliding with steel, the Orcs' screams, and the crunch of breaking bones became a cacophony. And this was just the beginning. The ensuing artillery fire plunged the huddled Orcs into despair. A sharp whistle came from the sky, and then orange-red fireballs exploded among the crowded convoy. Each falling shell unleashed a storm of flesh and blood. Broken metal parts and dismembered Orc limbs were hurled high into the sky, then rained down. The Orcs were in complete chaos. An Orc boy scrambled out of the wreckage of a burning vehicle. He frantically ran to an unusually tall Orc and screamed, "Boss Redeye, we've fallen into a ummy ambush. The front is full of mines, and shells are raining down from the sky. We're finished." Before he finished speaking, the boy was kicked flying by Redeye with a powerful blow, tracing a parabola in the air before crashing heavily onto the sand, motionless. "Damn it, what are you scared of?" Redeye spat a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva onto the sand, then violently stood up from the wreckage of the vehicle. He raised his steel gauntlet, larger than a sandbag, and his towering height of 3.5 meters made him stand out like a crane among chickens, casting a huge shadow in the firelight. He used all his strength to unleash a deafening roar from his chest. Wah! This explosive roar seemed to contain a strange magic. All the confused and bewildered orcs, upon hearing this roar, instantly had their eyes turn crimson. The chaos and fear in their minds were replaced by a more primitive, more fanatical battle lust. They all, without prior agreement, raised their weapons towards the sky, towards the artillery fire, towards the unknown enemy, and responded in unison, their voices even drowning out the roar of the artillery. Wah! My boys will attack as if landmines and shells don't exist, Redeye roared, every word filled with unparalleled violence and fanaticism. Charge! Kill these ummies who only know how to backstab. Chapter 103, Stick Bombs. Redeye's roar was like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire orc tribe's frenzy. Chaos no longer existed. It was replaced by a more terrifying, purer collective will. Fear was completely purged from their genes, and every green-skinned kid's brain was occupied by the same thought: charge, tear apart, wah! They reorganized their charging formation, roaring the battle cry that represented everything about their race, and then strode forward, directly charging into the deadly minefield. Bang! A green-skinned kid at the very front was blown to pieces by a landmine. However, his companions behind him didn't pause for a second, nor did they spare a glance at the mangled remains. He stepped directly on his comrade's warm corpse and continued to charge forward. Bang! 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 Landmines exploded one after another, each blast meaning several orcs were blown into the sky. Artillery shells still whistled down above their heads, flipping over swathes of orcs along with the sand beneath their feet. But this could not stop the green torrent. They ignored the scenes of their comrades dying tragically around them, stepping on the mangled, still-twitching corpses, carving out a safe passage paved with flesh and blood through the minefield. In the relatively safe regimental command post further back, Joker saw all of this clearly through high-magnification binoculars. He slowly lowered the binoculars, the lenses seemingly still holding the reflection of the bloody battlefield. Joker couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I understand why orcs often sweep across a planet instead of being stifled in their savage era. It's a truly astonishing sight. Are they really living creatures?" "Can we hold them?" Archer, standing beside him, asked. "There's a reason why cavalry charges were rendered obsolete by Maxim machine guns in World War I," Joker replied, his tone returning to his usual calm and confident demeanor. "If they only charge mindlessly like this, they will absolutely not break through my defenses." He paused, his brows furrowing tightly. "But I just saw something that makes me very uneasy." The artillery fire never ceased, tons of steel and flames pouring down on the orcs' charging route every second. But this fanatical green wave still brute-forced its way through the deadly minefield. In the deeper darkness, two inconspicuous flashes of fire flickered and died. These were the forward reconnaissance outposts that had been set up earlier. Unable to resist the surging tide of orcs that surrounded them, they resolutely detonated their explosives. However, this small sound and flash of light went completely unnoticed in the deafening main battlefield, quickly fading into the cold night. The orcs quickly reached the dune ridge. Just as Joker expected, their appearing position was perfectly covered by the preset heavy stubbers firing arc. The crossfire from both flanks instantly wove a steel scythe of death, the heavy projectiles tearing through the air with a grating roar. No matter how many orcs charged up the dune with roars, they would be torn to shreds by this barrage the moment they showed their heads. Green flesh and shattered armor plates splattered everywhere, and corpses piled up on the top of the dune, only to be trampled underfoot by their subsequent companions. However, facing this seemingly insurmountable steel barrier, Redeye was unconcerned, even a savage grin appearing on his huge face. If the enemy truly believed orcs only knew how to charge mindlessly, then they were sorely mistaken. He suddenly raised his steel gauntlet and issued a loud command. "Pain boys, deploy the squigs." At his command, some boys carrying various oddly shaped metal components, under the direction of several specialist technicians called pain boys, frantically assembled the parts in their hands. They slammed them with mallets, twisted them with wrenches, and amidst the grating sound of metal friction, quickly erected several crude machines resembling medieval catapults behind the front line. The pain boys grunted and heaved, carrying one constantly shaking wooden crate after another up and placing them on the launch arms. At a command, the operating green-skin kid cut the ropes, made from the squig tendons of some huge creature, with a chopper. The launch arm sprang up violently, sending the wooden crates whistling through the air. The accuracy of these launchers was extremely poor, or rather, the orcs hadn't aimed at all. Most of the wooden crates flew in ridiculous parabolas, landing far away on empty sand and shattering into pieces. But unfortunately, one wooden crate, by sheer coincidence, landed right in the center of a heavy stubber position. With a bang, the wooden crate, damaged by the violent impact, shattered into pieces. From it, hundreds, even thousands of bee-sized winged squigs suddenly swarmed out. They emitted an ear-splitting buzz, revealing their needle-like sharp teeth, and like a black cloud, charged directly into the machine gun position. What the hell is that? Although many players realized something was wrong the moment the wooden crate landed and immediately aimed their guns, laser guns and automatic rifles clearly couldn't stop such targets. The dense firepower successfully shot down dozens in the air, but more squigs had already swarmed in. The players only had time to let out one or two screams before being completely overwhelmed by the swarming squigs, gnawed down to bloody bones within seconds. This heavy stubber, which had roared for so long, thus came to an abrupt halt, and these squigs were not satisfied. After clearing this position, they immediately buzzed and spread to other trenches. Flamethrowers! Flamethrowers! The platoon leader guarding this position, seeing a breach about to appear in the defense line, roared hoarsely. A waiting Prometheum flamethrower trooper didn't hesitate, striding quickly to the breach and pulling the trigger. Viscous flames, like a fire dragon, instantly covered the entire trench section. Although the surging flames also incinerated a dozen players who hadn't had time to dodge, at least they quickly cleared out those deadly flying squigs. From the squigs landing to being dealt with by the flames, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. However, this 2-minute loss of heavy stubber firepower was enough to affect many things. For example, groups of orc beastmen successfully rushed forward dozens of meters, and the stick bomb throwers among the orcs, finally using the cover of their comrades' corpses, entered throwing range. They shrieked, vigorously throwing the crude but powerful stick bombs in their hands. A dozen stick bombs arced through the air, accurately or inaccurately, smashing into the position that had just been cleansed by fire. The violent explosions sent the silent, heavy stubber and the players who had just jumped back into the trench flying into the sky. Although in the chaos, a dozen stick bomb throwers on the orc side also exploded with their dying words, "Oops, I threw it wrong," sending themselves and their nearby comrades to meet Gork and Mork prematurely. Overall, in this brief engagement, the players were still slightly at a disadvantage. Chapter 104 Defense. Seeing that a heavy fire point of the Ummi had been successfully destroyed, Redeye's face twisted into a savage grin. He was pleased with the result, but still turned and roared at the pain boy beside him. "Good, have the boys quickly dismantle that junk and move it to a farther spot on the left to reassemble it." A boy, responsible for relaying orders, widened his eyes, looking perplexed. War boss? What does that mean?" Smack. Redeye backhanded him, sending the boy spinning twice in place, a few of his teeth flying out. "Just do what I tell you to do," Redeye roared impatiently. "Where's all the chatter coming from?" Under the absolute deterrence of their war boss, the pain boys dared not delay in the slightest. They immediately directed a group of boys to frantically begin dismantling the squig launchers. They carried the heavy parts, grunting and groaning, to the back of a sand dune several hundred meters to the left flank. Just as they began clanging to reassemble them, a sharp whistling sound descended from the sky. A dozen shells landed precisely where they had been moments before, the violent explosions raising towering plumes of sand and fire. But because they had already retreated, this round of shelling had no effect other than pulverizing a few unlucky boy into green pulp. The surrounding boys were all stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at their war boss. "War boss, how did you know the Ummi's shells were coming?" Humph, humph, humph. Redeye puffed out his chest proudly, patting his thick breastplate with his massive metal gauntlet. Otherwise, how could I be your war boss? At this, the surrounding boys completely erupted. They raised their weapons, using their meager vocabulary to praise their leader. Our war boss is brilliant and mighty. Our war boss is unrivaled. Our war boss is a brilliant strategist. Redeye smugly enjoyed the boy's flattery for a while, but soon noticed the silence around him. He glared. Keep going. Is that all the words you have to describe your war boss? Although Redeye's intimidation made the boys terrified, making them tremble due to their limited cultural level, they racked their brains, but simply couldn't think of any new words to praise their great war boss. Then, in this awkward silence, the chilling whistle of shells came again. After an even more earth-shattering explosion than before, the area where they had just begun reassembling the launchers was completely engulfed in dense fire. The newly assembled launchers, the commanding painboy, and the hard-working boys were instantly reduced to dust, with not even a recognizable piece of wreckage to be found. Awoo! This time, Redeye was truly enraged. He trembled all over, the veins on his neck bulging, and he let out an angry roar at the sky. Why are the Ummy's shells coming so fast? The surrounding boys huddled together, none daring to speak. At such a time, it was best not to make any sound, otherwise the war boss's wrath might very well be poured upon them. Redeye, of course, didn't know that humans had long since calibrated fire on an entire area ahead and drawn up firing tables. With coordinates, the artillery positions could conduct precise saturation shelling in a very short time. As for where the coordinates came from, forward reconnaissance outposts, of course, were not just the one or two that had been wiped out. More hidden reconnaissance outposts had calmly reported every move of the Orc to the rear without firing a single shot. After his outburst, Redeye gradually calmed down. Regardless of how the humans had destroyed his launchers, the facts had proven that he couldn't beat them in the artillery game. This round of tactical engagement was another point for the humans. Have the Boar Boys prepare, Redeye ordered. Have the Pain Boys inject them with the super steroids. I will personally lead the charge and flatten these Ummy who only know how to play with cannons. Behind the Orc lines, the ground began to vibrate rhythmically. Dinosaur squigs, moving like small hills, were herded forward. They carried crude combat platforms on their backs, crowded with boys wielding choppers. The Pain Boys cackled, pulling out huge syringes filled with super steroids from metal boxes. Ignoring the boys' struggles and screams, they brutally injected the eerily bubbling concoction into their muscles. The effects were immediate. The injected boys' eyes turned bloodshot, their veins bulged, and they let out roars mixed with pain and fury, their bodies seemingly growing a size larger. The forward observation post immediately relayed this critical intelligence back to command. On the holographic sand table, several large red threat icons slowly began to move towards the player's defensive line. The atmosphere in the command post suddenly grew tense, but Joker's expression remained unchanged, as if all of this was already within his expectations. He merely spoke into the communicator, giving an order in his usual calm tone. Have the heavy bolters and autocannons ready. Behind the simple order were anti-heavy armor fire units already deployed. Those weapon platforms hidden on the reverse slopes of the sand dunes finally awaited their targets. After giving the order, he turned to Archer beside him and said, "Go get that tactical nuclear warhead. If that Orc war boss tries to charge directly at our command post, detonate it." I feel like tactical nukes have become some kind of conventional weapon under our use. Archer couldn't help but quip. He shook his head, yet without any hesitation, he turned and quickly left the command post. Joker's plan was simple. He had reason to believe that after a conventional charge was repelled, the Orc war boss, overly confident in his strength, would likely resort to a decapitation strike, relying on his powerful individual strength to directly assault the player's command center. Attempting to paralyze the entire defensive line, if things truly developed to that point, it would actually be simpler. Joker would not hesitate to detonate this 10-kiloton tactical nuclear warhead, wiping the entire command post, along with that Orc war boss, off the planet. In such a scenario, players with subordinate command nodes would mostly still be able to respawn near their squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company commanders. The command system might fall into temporary chaos, but relying on the player's autonomy and the pre-established command chains at various levels, the defensive line would not instantly collapse. But orcs were different. Joker believed that losing their war boss would deal a far greater blow to the morale of the entire orc race than players losing their commanders. The core of a war was the war boss himself. Once the war boss was instantly vaporized by some force, the entire orc tribe would likely immediately descend into collapse and infighting. Chapter 105 Melee. Accompanied by a hungry roar, a mountain-like squig, urged by its rider, restlessly pawed its giant feet, eager to charge into the slaughter ahead. However, when the boy riding on its back looked through the gaps in his crude armor towards the main direction of attack, his impulsive hot blood cooled slightly. Under the player's insane crossfire, the main charge route along the dune ridge was already piled high with green bodies. Broken limbs, twisted truck wrecks, and viscous blood plasma mixed together, forming a daunting barrier of death. Subsequent units even had to step on their comrades' corpses to advance. The rider boy scratched his greasy scalp, feeling that charging straight through there wasn't a good idea. So he slowly shifted his gaze from the crowded dune ridge to the higher dune top. It was empty, with only clean sand, an open view, and it looked closer to the ummy's position. As long as he climbed up, he could charge down from above and smash through those little ummy's positions. The boy thought more and more that he was right. A spark of wisdom burst forth in his simple brain, and a perfect plan had already taken shape. He triumphantly patted the squig's thick neck and loudly declared, "I'm a genius, boy." No sooner said than done. He sharply kicked the squig's flank with the spikes on his heel while pulling on the reins, trying to control the giant beast to change direction. The squig let out an impatient snort, but still obeyed the command, detaching from the main force advancing along the ridge, and began to climb laboriously towards the top of the dune with heavy steps. Its huge paws sank deep into the sand, kicking up sand with every step, but it still climbed steadily upwards. Finally, his squig successfully passed the highest point of the dune and stepped onto what he considered his excellent position. The ummy's position below was clearly displayed before his eyes. Those tiny humans were busy in the trenches, oblivious to the impending destruction. This genius boy let out a triumphant laugh, just about to urge the squig to launch a devastating downhill charge to level the ummy's position, when he and his mount had already become a huge, slow, exposed, perfect target. The next second, a storm of steel swept in. Dozens of heavy bolter shells and autocannon rounds, accurately and unhindered, tore through the squig's relatively soft abdomen. Without even time to let out a wail, this biological weapon, which had just entered the stage, was torn in half amidst a spray of blood and gore. Its upper body and the green skins on it fell due to inertia, sliding helplessly down the dune, below at a heavy bolter position. What's wrong with this green skin? The player operating the weapon looked strangely at the observation scope, his face full of confusion. Going to the top of the dune, specifically for me to focus fire. "Who knows what green skins are thinking?" the ammo loader next to him said nonchalantly as he changed the ammo box. "Don't worry about it. Quickly turn around. Enemies from the ridge are coming." As the corpses of the vanguards were trampled into mud by the subsequent units, the real tough nuts finally charged up. Wah! A deafening roar came from the dune ridge. This time it was no longer disorganized infantry, but a green tide composed of steel and brute force. Boar boys, riding their beloved mounts, launched a decisive charge. These mounts varied in form. Some were giant war boars with bulging muscles and exposed tusks, while others were madly mechanically modified, with smoking exhaust pipes and flickering mechanical eyes attached to their bodies, known as the Dhaka cyber boars. They wailed like an unstoppable heavy cavalry, crushing towards the players' positions. "Cavalry! It's cavalry! Focus fire!" The players at the position immediately reacted, instantly unleashing all their firepower on this charging unit. Red laser beams swept across like a downpour, grenades exploded in bursts of fire among the boars, and heavy bolters and autocannons immediately turned their muzzles, blasting destructive ammunition at these new targets. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The resilience of these boar boys was incredibly strong. Laser beams hitting them only scorched small black marks. The blast wave of grenade explosions couldn't even slow them down a jot. And facing those Dakar cyber boars, even a heavy bolter needed at least one direct hit to kill them. If it missed and hit nearby, the shockwave, which would be enough to shatter an ordinary person, would only make them sway for a moment, and then they would charge even faster. One boar boy only staggered and fell after being continuously hit by at least 20 laser beams, and his comrades had already covered half the distance. The players at the position began to panic. Oh my gosh, they can't be killed. What kind of health bar is this? I protest, this cavalry is too overpowered. Heavy weapons reloading. Quick, they're about to charge us. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, a player suddenly let out a roar and leapt out of the trench. He wasn't holding a gun, only a standard-issue cleaver. To everyone's stunned gaze, he charged like a madman towards a giant warboar at the very front. The other players were dumbfounded. This was suicide. Bang! A dull thud. The player's body, upon contact with the warboar, was instantly crushed into a blur of flesh and blood by the immense impact. But at the same time, the cleaver he held tightly, under the immense recoil, pierced deeply and entirely into the warboar's head like a nail, from the eye socket all the way to the hilt. The high-speed charging warboar let out a short whimper. Its brain destroyed, it instantly lost control of its body, its limbs went limp, and it tumbled to the ground. The boy riding on its back was flung far away, tracing a parabola in the air, and finally, with a crunch, his neck hit the ground at an odd angle, temporarily losing his combat capability. The whole process was incredibly fast, but the result shocked everyone. The company commander stationed at this position was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. What the heck? A monster that dozens of laser guns couldn't kill was traded one for one by a broken cleaver. But he was an experienced veteran after all, and his mind worked extremely fast. After the shock, he slapped his thigh, and a thought struck him like lightning. This is Warhammer. In this damned world, courage and iron will are more important than anything. Isn't it only natural that melee is superior to ranged in Warhammer? Damn it, I'm going all in. The company commander instantly realized. He drew his chainsword, raised it high, and the blade let out a piercing roar. All of you, listen to my command. His voice cut through the explosions on the battlefield. Guys, get your gear out. Fix bayonets, get your melee weapons out, countercharge. The command, like a prairie fire, instantly ignited the fighting spirit of all the players. The frustration of being unable to kill the enemy, no matter how hard they fought, and the heroic act of their fearless comrade caused their adrenaline to surge. Screw them! For the Emperor! Wah! The scene at the position suddenly changed. Players discarded their laser guns and drew various melee weapons from their backs and waists. Power swords shimmering with energy fields, buzzing chainswords, heavy entrenching tools, and the most common bayonets. Kill! With the company commander's order, hundreds of players, like a breaching flood, roared as they leapt out of the trenches, launching a desperate countercharge against the charging boar boys. Chapter 106. War always changes. The charging formation of over 100 players, like a drawn blade, fiercely met the steel torrent of the boar boys. There was no dodging, no flanking, and not an inch of retreat. On the dune, two surging waves collided with a roar. The moment of contact was an extreme explosion of flesh and blood. Players' bodies were easily shattered by the immense impact, the crisp sound of breaking bones drowned out by the roar of chainswords. Yet the players, fearless of death before being sent flying, used all their strength to thrust their weapons into the enemies in front of them. Chainswords tore open the metal shells of cyberboars, cleavers hacked into the flesh of warboars, and power weapons directly impaled riders and mounts alike. This was the most primitive, most brutal exchange, where life became the cheapest consumable. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. When the last boar boy rolled over the corpse of the last player, this brief and tragic skirmish drew to a close. All 100-plus players who initially countercharged were annihilated. In return, over 70 boar boys and their mounts also fell forever on this dune, their remains mixed with the players' corpses forming a horrifying barricade of flesh and blood. After all, not everyone could precisely seize the timing, like the first player to charge, thrusting their weapon perfectly into the warboar's brain under immense impact. Moreover, for the explosive cyberboars, with thick cables and exhaust pipes attached to their bodies, whether their vital point was truly the brain, or even if they still possessed a biological brain, was an unknown. And when the captain announced the exchange ratio of 100-70 from his system log, everyone's eyes lit up. Holy crap, the casualty ratio is almost 1-to-1. What 1-to-1? Our squad barely got any kills, we lost out. Lost out my ass. We can revive, can they? This is a huge profit. Guys, what are you waiting for? It's just a head-on charge, isn't it? Let's do it. The word cowardice had never existed in their dictionary. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield became incredibly bizarre. Without even waiting for the greenskins to charge into the trenches, players in the trenches actively jumped out, shouting various slogans, launching wave after wave of suicidal countercharges against the surging greenskin army. Such fanatical and fearless actions genuinely surprised Warboss Redeye, who was observing from afar. He watched those ummies actively charging out of the trenches, dying with his boar boys, and his thick eyebrows furrowed. He stroked his chin and mumbled in a booming voice, "I didn't expect these hummies to have some courage. I misunderstood them before." If Redeye was greatly surprised, then Joker, in the rear command post, was utterly startled. "What the fu—" He swore on the spot, feeling his blood pressure rapidly rising. He snatched up the communicator and roared at the top of his lungs. No matter what, the people at the artillery and heavy firepower positions must never charge forward. Control your weapons and continue providing fire support. Do you hear me? What he feared most now was that players operating crucial heavy weapons would also get hot-headed, fix bayonets, and engage in melee combat with the greenskins. Fortunately, reassuring reports soon came in. Most of the artillery and heavy weapon operators in the rear remained in their positions, firing dutifully. The reason was very simple and realistic. For ordinary infantry players, it took dozens of people to concentrate fire at the position to eliminate one boar boy, and the exp gained felt like trying to grab money with a claw machine. It was better to charge out of the trench and attempt a one-for-one trade. But for heavy weapon operators, every time they fired, whether it was heavy bolter rounds or autocannons, they could create large areas of kills and assists in the greenskin formation. Their firepower was like scooping up money with sacks, incredibly efficient. Therefore, they had no need whatsoever to abandon their comfortable and high-income money-making positions and run to the front to play one-for-one. Originally, according to Joker's plan, a close-quarters battle was certainly going to erupt. This would be a brutal tug-of-war inside and outside the trenches, with greenskins surging into the players' positions like a tide. Then he would command the company and platoon units to conduct an organized counterattack and segmentation, turning every inch of the trench into a meat grinder, maximizing the use of terrain advantage to deplete the enemy's effective strength. Every position would be repeatedly contested until one side bled dry. Now, a close-quarters battle had indeed erupted, and the dune had indeed turned into a meat grinder. However, it wasn't the greenskins charging into the positions, but the players actively charging out of the positions, yelling and looking for a fight with the greenskins. The entire battlefield was completely out of control, turning into a boiling pot of porridge, with green waves and human torrents mixed together, indistinguishable from each other. Joker's meticulously detailed battle plan, precise down to every platoon, instantly became a dead letter in the face of the players' surging enthusiasm for suicidal charges. These disobedient bastards! But in war, constant change is a very normal thing. After a brief loss of composure, Joker quickly accepted the current reality and began to force himself to think about how to improve upon this chaos. The first thing he thought of was his side's heavy firepower support. Originally, according to his plan, even if the greenskins charged into the positions and became entangled with the players, because the battle was mainly confined to the vicinity of the trench line, the heavy firepower in the rear could still strike subsequent enemies charging up the ridgeline without reservation, forming an effective fire blockade. But now, the players had actively charged out and were completely mixed up with the enemies on the ridgeline. This led to an extremely fatal problem: friendly fire. In just these few minutes, Joker personally saw several infantrymen killed by shrapnel from heavy bolter explosions, and the communication channel naturally relayed the angry roars of players after they revived. "Fuck you, that bastard on the heavy machine gun, you hit me. Artillery, where the hell are you fucking shelling?" This couldn't go on. If the heavy firepower continued to indiscriminately bombard, the Greenskins wouldn't be wiped out, but their own people would start infighting first. "All heavy firepower units, attention!" Joker immediately grabbed the communicator and issued new orders. "Raise your muzzles and use a parabolic trajectory to strike enemies in the rear. Raise your muzzles, use a parabolic trajectory to strike the enemy. Repeat, use a parabolic trajectory to strike the enemy. Do not directly bombard areas in contact with our personnel." This order was very timely. The artillery and heavy machine gunners in the rear immediately raised their muzzles, and the destructive rain of bullets bypassed the fiercely engaged close-quarters combat zone, cutting into the subsequent greenskin infantry and vehicle formations like the scythe of death. For a time, the Orcs' rear line erupted, and the pressure in the forward melee zone drastically decreased. The players in the front continued to expend lives at an astonishing rate, but they also firmly held the greenskin vanguard in front of the positions, making it impossible for them to advance. The entire dune ridge became a massive bloody meat grinder, with players and Orcs constantly falling, and new players constantly charging out of the trenches to fill the gaps. Joker looked at the tactical map and let out a long sigh. He gave up on the idea of further refined command. Chapter 107. Battle. On the dunes, the human and Orc battle lines completely vanished, replaced by an enormous, constantly writhing meat grinder. The boys, with their superior height and strength, held an absolute advantage in one-on-one combat. Each swing of their seemingly crude choppers could easily cleave a player, along with his carapace armor, in half. Without the leverage of a charge, a strong Orc could often drag 3 or 4 players to hell with him, even after being impaled by several bayonets. The exchange ratio was extremely unfavorable to the players from the very beginning, but the players also possessed the greatest advantage that the Orcs lacked. Joker, the supreme command node, was safely ensconced in the rear command post. As long as he did not die, the players could infinitely resurrect here and immediately re-enter the battlefield. Death for them was merely a brief moment of darkness, followed by opening their eyes a few seconds later, grabbing their weapons, and rushing back into the fray. One player fell, and 2 immediately stepped over his corpse to fill his void. In the first hour after the melee began, the last heavy firepower support on the position completely fell silent. The ammunition boxes for the heavy bolters and autocannons were empty. The gunners, after firing their last shell, exchanged glances and then, in unison, pulled out their entrenching tools and self-defense pistols from under their seats. "Damn it, it's our turn. For the glorious melee, charge!" Now everyone except for Joker, who served as the resurrection node, was forced to join this glorious melee. All tactics, strategies, and fire coordination were thrown to the winds by the Orcs and players on the field. Only one most basic truth remained on the entire battlefield. Draw your knife, hack each other, and that's it. This insane bloodbath began in the evening, completely devolved into a pure cold weapon brawl by midnight, and then continued and continued, hacking away. Time lost its meaning, only slaughter was eternal. When Perditia's star struggled to rise again above the horizon, casting its pale light upon these blood-soaked dunes, the battle cries still did not cease for a moment. Bodies piled up like mountains, green blood and red blood mixed together, staining the yellow sand a dark, dull brown. In this utterly insane atmosphere, where everyone had killed until their eyes were red, only a handful of individuals still maintained their last vestiges of clarity. Redeye, the war boss who led these Orcs, was one of them. He stood atop a squig, surveying the entire battlefield. He saw his boys constantly cutting down enemies, but those seemed endless, pouring out of the trenches wave after wave. This battle was fought without any skill, purely a war of attrition. Redeye didn't care about the lives of his boys, but he felt such attrition was not exciting. Wah! A sky-shattering roar erupted from Redeye's throat. This was not a bugle call for a charge, but an order to retreat. Receiving the order, the orcs, under the curses and kicks of the knobs, began grumbling and reluctantly disengaging from the enemies in front of them, retreating backward. Except for those mad boys who had already gone insane earlier from pondering profound questions such as, "Why is my chopper red?" and continued to wildly swing their weapons regardless, most orcs quickly disengaged from the players. And the players, after frantically dealing with the last few mad boys, instinctively wanted to continue the pursuit. After hacking all night, their combat will had climbed to its peak. But soon, Joker's command, tinged with a hint of weariness, yet still steady, was relayed through the command channel to everyone's ears. All units cease pursuit. Immediately return to your respective positions, clear the trenches, and reorganize the defense line. Most players, upon hearing the order, stopped, panting heavily, but some players, who had completely gone berserk from hacking, ignored the command, roaring as they charged alone into the retreating orc army. However, what greeted them was no longer orc choppers, but a dense hail of bullets. The orcs, having disengaged from melee, immediately grabbed their beloved shooting weapons and frantically sprayed bullets at these reckless pursuers. Those few players were instantly riddled with holes. A few seconds later, resurrected at the respawn point, the shock of death had calmed them down considerably, and they sullenly gave up their impulsiveness, obediently returning to their positions. Behind the orc lines, the boys who had just retreated from the battlefield were still in a state of excited. They waved their blood-stained choppers, showing off their recent kills to each other, occasionally letting out a few unintelligible roars. Amidst the chaos, a boy, a few sizes beefier than his peers, squeezed next to Redeye and asked in a booming voice, "Sir, why did you make us retreat? I was having a blast hacking. My chopper isn't even dull yet." His question immediately drew agreement from the surrounding boys. "Yeah, sir, those break with one touch. It's really exciting to hack them. Give me another hour and I can pull out all their guts." "Wah! I haven't hacked enough yet." Listening to his subordinates' clamoring complaints, Redeye snorted, and the enormous sound wave instantly silenced all the noise. He looked down upon these simple-minded fighting units with disdain and said, "You lot, your brains can't fit anything else besides wah. And hacking people. You can only see small things like hacking each other with knives." The boy who first asked scratched his head, revealing a simple tusk-filled grin. "That's right. You're the sir, so you must be the one to consider the big matters. We just need to follow you and hack, and that's it." Heh heh. Redeye was quite pleased with the subtle flattery, two streams of hot air spewing from his large nostrils. He raised his thick arm and pointed towards the rear of the player's position in the distance, where, in the faint morning light, an unimaginably huge silhouette appeared. "Didn't you see that super big ship?" The boys looked in the direction Redeye pointed, squinting their small red eyes. At first, they thought it was a strange mountain, but when the light of the star outlined its metallic hull, they suddenly understood. "Oh, sir, why is there such a big ship there? My goodness, how much scrap metal must that thing have?" "It's true, Sir Redeye. How did you find it?" "I looked for a long time and didn't see it." This flattery was quite clumsy compared to before, so Redeye wasn't too happy. He just said in a teaching tone, "I'm telling you, the purpose of my wah this time is to seize that big ship. Then, using its scrap metal and parts, build a super big, super loud, super smoky, super shooty, giant effigy." Redeye's description excited all the orcs present. Their breathing became heavy, and their eyes gleamed with desire and worship for the colossal war machine. They began to howl uncontrollably, banging their weapons on the ground and their chest plates, venting their fervor. "Effigy, effigy! It has 8 supers." "Wah!" Redeye nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to silence the boys' clamor. "So I told you to retreat. Otherwise, if we kept hacking like just now, we wouldn't break through these defenses even in another month. All our boys would die, and what would we use to build the effigy?" At this moment, another orc raised a crucial question. "Then why didn't you go to the front, sir? Those don't seem like they could block your axe, do they?" Redeye was silent for a moment. He slowly said, "Because I reckoned maybe it was a revelation from Gork and Mork. If I recklessly charged in, something very terrible would happen." Upon hearing the words Gork and Mork, all the orcs, including the strongest knobs, collectively gasped, their fervor instantly replaced by awe. Hiss, it's a revelation from Gork and Mork. The Sir received a divine oracle. The boys' gazes towards Redeye completely changed. It was a reverence akin to looking at a prophet. They all urged, then, sir, you absolutely must not go. If Gork and Mork say no, then it's definitely no. Right. Just let us go and hack the ummy. You just watch, sir. For the effigy! For wah! Chapter 108, Privilege. After Warboss Redeye's impassioned speech and a 2-hour collective nap, the orcs' stamina and wah energy once again returned to their peak. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the green tide once again surged majestically towards the players' positions. However, when they were halfway there, they were astonished to find that the heavy weapon emplacements, which should have been silent for a long time, once again spewed deadly fire. Heavy bolter rounds rained down like hail into the orcs' charging ranks, each explosion tearing up a shower of flesh and metal fragments. Autocannons roared rhythmically, precisely ripping apart the largest orcs. Why? Of course, it was because during the orcs' rest period, the players' logistics units had already driven transport vehicles to deliver mountains of ammunition crates to the front line. Weapons that had stopped working due to overheating or malfunctions had all been inspected by technical personnel and brought back to life. In fact, it was quite inefficient that it took so long for supplies to arrive. This time, the players on the front line had also learned their lesson. Seeing the orcs charging through the artillery fire, they didn't even bother to shoot. After all, rifle bullets had limited effect on the thick-skinned boar boy, so it was better to save their strength. So when the orc army charged onto the dune ridge, they were met by a group of players who were also roaring and actively rushing out of the trenches. Both sides directly abandoned all formalities, and a new round of passionate hacking and slashing began with a clatter. Inside the regimental command post, Joker remained calm about this. He calmly tore open a wrapper for an energy bar and began to chew it expressionlessly. After all, other players could instantly reset their fatigue and hunger status through death, but as the only person who couldn't die, he had to rely on eating to maintain his physical strength and focus. This stuff tastes like a shoe sole, Joker complained while chewing. Is there any way I can modify myself to be like you and not need to eat? Archer, who was operating the communication equipment and monitoring various channels, said without turning his head, "You'd better keep chewing your shoe sole." To ensure Joker's vital signs remained normal, this time the logistical supplies specifically delivered a month's worth of fresh water and energy bars for him. Of course, even more exaggerated was that Archer had specially built a private toilet with a simple circulation system next to the command post, just for him. Speaking of which, this seemed to be some kind of supreme privilege. On this cruel battlefield, covered in yellow sand, only he, Joker, had a private space where he could relieve himself in peace. This kind of privilege is better to do without, Joker muttered softly. What did you say? Archer turned his head in confusion. No, nothing, Joker immediately denied, abruptly changing the subject. Any news from Hive City? I was just about to tell you, Archer said. The two Astartes have finished their easy kill in Hive City. They are currently en route in a Valkyrie transport plane. The message from Hive City is that we only need to hold on for another hour. An hour, huh? Joker looked at the battlefield outside the command post, which had once again descended into chaos, and shook his head helplessly. Looking at this scene, I think these two piles of orcs could keep hacking at each other for another month and still be full of vitality. No sooner had Joker finished speaking than the situation on the battlefield underwent a drastic change. A piercing engine roar suddenly came from behind the orcs, drowning out all the shouts of battle. Dozens of wild-looking, smoke-belching orc bikes, like arrows shot from a bow, charged up the dunes and slammed into the players' ranks. In an instant, chaos ensued, and countless players were sent flying into the air by the high-speed bikes. These bikes were completely different from the boar boy who rode war boars earlier. They were essentially a pile of junk forcibly held together by a wah-arg field, with a structure so brutally simple it was outrageous. Even if a player deeply stabbed their weapon into one, it was impossible to stop it. And for a player who was knocked flying to stabilize themselves in mid-air and accurately stab the wildly swaying orc in the driver's seat was even more difficult than ascending to heaven. In just an instant, the player's melee front line was completely shattered by this sudden wave of bike charges. Wah! Joker, who had just crammed the rest of his energy bar into his mouth, widened his eyes and quickly swallowed it. Quick, get the heavy bolters and autocannons to fire. Actually, without Joker's order, the operators of the heavy weapons on the emplacements had already noticed these rampaging steel beasts. The autocannon operators began to laboriously raise their gun barrels, trying to aim at the fast-moving targets. But these cumbersome anti-tank guns were originally designed to bombard heavy armor or clustered infantry, and facing the orcs' wild bikes, their traverse speed seemed so slow and powerless. The heavy bolters were slightly better. They frantically spewed fire, trying to create a barrage along the bike's charging path. However, the orcs' driving skills were utterly chaotic. They swayed left and right, sometimes accelerating, sometimes turning, always managing to dodge most of the shells at an incredible angle. The few bikes that were hit only burst into a shower of sparks, then, spewing thicker black smoke, continued their insane charge forward. As for the heavy lumber gun emplacements, they were deserted. The operators had long since grabbed their entrenching tools and self-defense weapons, and roaring, rushed down from the emplacements to join the frenzied melee during the second round of close combat. For a moment, this bike assault team, composed of scrap metal, was like entering an uninhabited land, about to break through the player's chaotic defense line and directly crash into the almost unguarded first trench. Such a critical situation, however, made Joker calm down. He no longer roared into the communicator, but said to Archer beside him, "Once these orcs charge into the first position, detonate the explosives." That's right, a large amount of remote-controlled explosives was also buried under the positions held by the players. This was a usage Joker had thought of during the halftime break, watching the logistics units transport truckloads of standard military explosives. Since he didn't know what else these conventional explosives could be used for when tactical nuclear bombs were available, he simply buried them under each position as a last resort. Other than that, Joker couldn't think of any other use for these explosives. The regimental command post already had that immensely powerful tactical nuclear bomb as a final trump card. Burying more explosives would only be icing on the cake. He couldn't possibly bury a circle of them under his exclusive toilet, could he? Chapter 109. Deceive. Just as dozens of boy motorcycles crashed into the first trench and their riders were still excitedly howling about their successful breakthrough, the earth let out an angry roar. Boom! Rumble! A series of violent explosions sent the entire trench, along with the boy motorcycles inside, flying into the sky. Flames and thick smoke rose from the ground, and scorching metal fragments and boy limbs scattered like a downpour. Initially, with their position overrun, many anxious players even considered suicide and respawning back to the front. But after witnessing such a spectacular and sudden scene, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a clamor erupted. Holy crap! Were there explosives in the trench we were just in? I suddenly feel a chill under my butt. Awesome, they can even play like this. In the rear, Redeye, who had personally witnessed his meticulously organized motorcycle assault team instantly turn to ashes, was so enraged that his huge metal jaw was somewhat deformed. He bared his teeth fiercely and roared, "These damned ummies, as cunning as expected. They actually buried explosives under their own butts, trying to blow him up." "Then, boss, this plan failed. What should we do next?" A boy beside him scratched his scalp and asked cautiously, "Have the boys continue the charge." 2 streams of hot air spewed from Redeye's nostrils. "Charge for him. Kill them all." By this point, Redeye had come to terms with it. Since he couldn't outsmart these ever-changing ummi, he would solve the problem in the boys' oldest and most effective way: brute force. He would hack at them for 10 days to half a month. If his boy died out, he would just go to another place and capture a new batch. After all, boy are the most abundant things in the entire universe. Unfortunately, the bloody melee scenario that Redeye had imagined, lasting 10 days to half a month, did not happen. An hour later, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp engine roar came from the sky, and a Valkyrie transport aircraft, painted with the Imperial Aquila emblem, swooped down at an extremely high speed. The pulse laser cannon mounted under its wings locked onto the largest and most conspicuous target on the battlefield, the war boss Redeye. A scorching beam of energy arrived in an instant. Redeye's combat instincts were quite keen. He suddenly dodged to the side the moment he was locked on. The laser beam grazed his body, accurately hitting several boy behind him. Those unfortunate souls didn't even have time to scream before being incinerated by the high temperature. The Valkyrie, failing to hit its target, immediately adjusted its posture, turning its nose to relentlessly pursue Redeye. Thus, a comical scene appeared on the battlefield. The huge war boss Redeye frantically fled in front, while the Valkyrie transport aircraft chased closely behind, occasionally firing a pulse laser. Along the way, Redeye remained unharmed, but the boy around him suffered greatly, either being charred by the laser or being knocked flying by their frantic sir and unable to get up again. The boy were not fools either. They loved fighting, but that didn't mean they wanted to die so ignominiously. So all the boy very tacitly avoided the sir's escape route, creating a huge isolation zone in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Finally, after this chase game that lasted for more than 10 minutes, the pulse laser cannon under the Valkyrie's wings seemed to have run out of energy and stopped firing. The transport aircraft began to adjust its vector thrusters, transitioning from high-speed flight to a hovering state, and slowly opened its side hatch. Redeye, noticing this scene, naturally stopped fleeing and turned to face this threat from the sky. Several Imperial drop troopers, clad in heavy armor and wielding hellguns, leapt out of the hatch, precisely landing not far in front of Redeye using grav chutes. Redeye looked at these newly arrived, well-equipped Ummi, letting out a deafening roar. "Are you Ummi the ones who want to challenge him?" Don't misunderstand. Most of the drop troopers ignored him and charged directly at the other boy around. Only one player, seemingly the captain, turned back and replied, "It's not us who are dealing with him." "Then who is it?" Redeye asked in confusion. "Ha ha 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 ha." No sooner had Redeye finished speaking than an extremely arrogant laugh came from the Valkyrie, amplified by a loudspeaker to be incredibly loud, echoing across the entire battlefield. "Since you asked so sincerely." Two figures, even taller and more robust than the drop troopers, leapt down from the Valkyrie, landing on the sandy ground with two loud thuds like meteorites. "Then I'll mercifully tell you." After landing, the two very skillfully struck an extremely embarrassing pose. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to uphold world peace, to carry out the evil of love and truth. Oh no, it's the trio full of love and justice. Although there are only two of us now, the chapter master isn't awake yet. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Andrew suddenly waved his arm, pointing distantly at the bewildered Redeye. "I am Andrew." Caleb immediately followed with another pose. "I am Caleb." It had been a full minute and a half since the two Space Marines, descending from the sky, completed a full set of Team Rocket lines and poses. The entire battlefield, whether players or boy, stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. For a moment, the scene was so silent that it only lacked a few crows flying by and cawing, "Ah, ah." Not far away, the drop trooper captain took a deep breath and covered his face with his hand. At first, I was quite excited to hear that I could go on an external mission with Space Marines. Now I just feel embarrassed. No wonder the drop trooper squads that fought with them kept changing. "Hey, you boy over there, we don't know them. We just happened to be on an external mission together." "Brother," on the ground, Caleb whispered to his older brother beside him, "they seem to be trying to disassociate themselves from us." "Ignore them," Andrew also whispered back. "They're just jealous of our Space Marine's sublime status, which transcends mortals." Redeye paused in place for a full half-minute before roughly understanding the scene. He asked in a booming voice, "So the ones challenging him, are you two strange-looking Ummi?" "Chal-Eng." Andrew split the word challenge into two syllables, adding a questioning tone after each. Then he raised his right hand and, pretending, pressed the combat power detector on his right eye. "Ho ho ho. Just you, a mere minion with only 80 power level. Brother, our normal combat power seems to be only in the 20s, right?" Caleb ruthlessly exposed him. "Silence," Andrew reprimanded. "You, little brother, Why do you always boost others' morale and diminish your own prestige? Watch how your brother vanquishes this small Xeno. With that, Andrew took a deep breath, struck a proper-looking fighting stance, and charged fiercely at Redeye, shouting, "Wolf Fang, Fist of the Wind!" Redeye, hearing the name of the move and seeing the opponent's charging stance, instinctively shielded his upper body and head with his huge arms. And then, Andrew's powerful kick landed squarely on his unguarded abdomen. At this, the drop troopers in the distance felt even more exasperated. He even shouts out the name of his moves when fighting. It's even more embarrassing. Why does he shout fist but use a kick? The honest and simple boss was deceived by the cunning and shameless ummicans. You mortals, why do you always side with the Xenos? On the ground, Andrew, having landed a successful blow, turned back and roared in exasperation. Also, have you even watched Dragon Ball? Yamcha's first move with the Wolfang Fist started with a kick, all right. Chapter 110. Worthy Opponent. Redeye, having been kicked directly in the abdomen, staggered back a few steps with his massive body, but quickly regained his balance. He looked down at the clear footprint on his abdomen, then raised his head, his crimson eyes flashing with furious rage. Wah! A deafening roar erupted from behind his metal mask, and a surge of wild energy instantly swept across the entire field. Redeye no longer held back. His entire body, like an out-of-control savage behemoth, charged fiercely towards Andrew with an aura of crushing everything in his path. Nani? Andrew's face instantly changed as he watched the numbers on his power level detector skyrocket. After taking that kick from me, not only is he unharmed, but his power level has actually surged from 80 directly to triple digits. Are you going to say something self-deceiving next, like, is the power level detector malfunctioning, or did I just miss that hit? Caleb, standing beside him, drawled with a flat tone and half-closed eyes. Enough! Andrew glared back at his brother fiercely. I just found more Dragon Ball series skills and is simply imitating the Dragon Ball style. I'm not actually as brain-dead as those Ginyu Force guys. In the short few seconds, while the two guys were bickering, Redeye had already closed in, bringing with him a fishy wind. However, just an instant before he was about to make contact with Andrew, his massive body suddenly twisted, abandoning Andrew, who had kicked him, and instead smashing his fist, as large as a cooking pot, fiercely towards Caleb, who was still watching the show. The reason was simple. It's easier to pick on the weak. In the simple and direct logic of the orcs, the higher the status and the more dominant an individual, the stronger their power. According to Redeye's observation just now, among these two big ummi that fell from the sky, it was clearly the boisterous Andrew, who dared to actively attack him, who had higher status. Therefore, he decided to first take out the quieter, seemingly weaker subordinate beside him. Redeye's attack, carrying an unstoppable wild momentum, howled as it lunged towards Caleb. But this time his calculations were wrong. Facing this thunderous strike, Caleb's expression remained unchanged. In a flash, he slightly bent his knees and drew a smooth arc with his hands in front of his chest, striking a standard Tai Chi opening stance. Just as Redeye's power claw was about to touch his body, a reddish-orange flame ignited from Caleb's arms like a living thing. The flame's entanglement around Redeye's arm like flowing water, and that incredibly violent force was smoothly guided by this soft flame, suddenly diverting it into empty space. Redeye's certain strike missed, and his massive body stiffened for a moment due to overexertion. Now, Caleb's eyes narrowed, his right hand, which had diverted the attack, naturally transformed from a palm into a fist, and with a seemingly slow but in fact incredibly swift motion, he precisely struck Redeye's abdomen, where Andrew had previously kicked him. Bang! A muffled thud was heard as a huge impact exploded in Redeye's abdomen. His massive, steel-forged body was sent flying backward, feet leaving the ground, as if struck head-on by a battering ram. In mid-air, not only was there a grating sound of bones cracking, but also a peculiar aroma, similar to roasted mushrooms. The dragon parry from the original Mortal Kombat, which was pretty useless, is actually so strong here. Caleb retracted his fist, looking at Redeye, who had been blasted several meters away by his punch, and muttered thoughtfully, "Is this what over 100 power level feels like?" Doesn't seem like much. Power level is just for reference anyway. It's not very accurate in the original Dragon Ball, let alone in Warhammer. Andrew said indifferently. Why didn't you purify and launch him into the air for a combo, finishing with a dragon kick to leave him with just a sliver of health? I just used dragon parry. Do you really think I'm fire god Liu Kang? While the two guys were bickering, their hands didn't stop. Just as Redeye was sent flying by Caleb's punch, struggling to get up from the ground and still unsteady on his feet, the two of them, like predatory wolves, simultaneously pounced on him, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of continuous attacks. Andrew's attack speed was incredibly fast, his figure like a ghost, his fists and feet transforming into countless afterimages, engulfing Redeye from all directions. His attack style was extremely sharp, each strike aiming directly at the gaps in Redeye's armor and his vulnerable joints. This relentless assault was like the tearing bites of a wolf pack. With the slightest mistake, Redeye's tough orc would be ripped apart, losing large chunks of flesh from these whirlwind-like attacks. Caleb's attacks, on the other hand, were completely opposite, wide-ranging, powerful, and heavy. His attack frequency wasn't as suffocating as his brother's, but he ensured that every single one of his attacks was imbued with maximum power. Every punch and kick carried the sound of wind and thunder, smashing into Redeye's body like a giant siege hammer. Even with thick armor protection, the terrifying force penetrated his body, making Redeye's internal organs churn. Redeye, besieged by the two guys, was instantly dazed and disoriented. He possessed immense brute strength, but was utterly unable to catch Andrew's shadow or block Caleb's heavy blows. He could only passively curl his body, protecting his vital points like a living punching bag, being wantonly pummeled by the two guys. Just as the two were enjoying beating the living punching bag, a frantic shout came from the paratroopers not far away, who were struggling to hold back the orc tide. How much longer until you two big guys can finish him? I can barely hold them back here. We can fly away and retreat, but if you don't know how to use the sky dance technique, you're Helldivers. Chish, no choice then. Andrew forced Redeye back with a punch, creating some distance, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Bro, use your ultimate move. So why didn't you bring a power sword? With a disintegration field open, this orc would have been skewered to death ages ago, right? The two guys ignored the latter part of that statement in unison. Andrew took a deep breath, his right fist suddenly pulled back to his waist, his body sinking, power instantly converging to a single point. Then his entire being shot upwards in a spin like a cannonball, his fist, gathering all his strength, erupting from bottom to top like a volcanic eruption. Annihilation Shoryuken. This punch landed squarely on Redeye's chin. The terrifying upward force directly lifted Redeye's massive body off the ground, sending him tracing a parabola through the air. Looking at Redeye, who was temporarily incapacitated by the impact in midair and completely exposed his entire abdomen without any protection, Caleb's eyes lit up. In this situation, it would be a crime not to use the dragon kick. With that, he powerfully pushed off with his legs, launching himself into the air, catching up to Redeye, who was still airborne. His right leg drew a crimson fiery trail in the air, carrying unparalleled might, and precisely kicked Redeye's unprotected abdomen. Terrifying force instantly pierced through Redeye's body. Accompanied by a sickening tearing sound and the crunching of bones, Redeye's massive body was actually split in half by this kick, separating into upper and lower sections. Boom! Fragments mixed with green blood, internal organs, and mechanical parts splattered everywhere. Warboss Redeye met his end in such an incredibly gruesome manner, marking his last second on the battlefield. Chapter 111. Don't be afraid. As Warboss Redeye's body was kicked in half, the Wag energy that had enveloped all the boys' hearts, making them fanatical and fearless, instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. On the battlefield, the orcs, who had been fighting back and forth with the players as if they would fight until the seas dried and rocks crumbled, suddenly lost the violent red glow in their eyes. They looked blankly at the weapons in their hands, then at the mountains of their comrades' corpses around them. The courage and fighting spirit that had sustained them seemed to vanish with the death of their sir. Unsure which orc turned and fled, the entire orc battle line instantly collapsed. They dropped their weapons, turned and ran, pushing and trampling each other, creating a chaotic scene, completely devoid of their previous ferocity. As the saying goes, even if there are 10,000 pigs running around, it would take 3 months to catch them all, let alone these orcs who run much faster than pigs. Seeing this situation, Joker decisively abandoned the idea of annihilating the enemy. All units cease pursuit, stabilize the defensive line and reset the wounded. Let them run. If they run, they run. What else can be done? After the battle, inside the temporary command post, Joker met the 2 space marines who seemed like gods descended from the heavens. He straightened his smoke-stained military uniform and was the first to give them a standard military salute. The resolution of this battle is largely thanks to you two. Oh no, not at all. Andrew waved his hand, saying very humbly, if you hadn't held these orcs here so tightly, even if we had rushed over, this battle barge would probably have been torn to pieces by them long ago. Joker nodded and asked curiously, speaking of which, where are your bolt guns and other equipment? Those 2 weapons should be inseparable from you, right? I still wanted to witness the classic scene of Astartes wielding chainswords. His gaze turned to Caleb, who was silent beside him, and he noticed that the other's right leg was standing in an unnatural posture. And this one's foot. It seems like there's a problem. Is he injured? We don't need those things, Andrew said proudly, spreading his palms. This is the best weapon and tool. I just injured myself by forcefully using a skill I haven't fully mastered yet, Caleb said calmly. In martial arts terms, it's a training error. Minor cases lead to internal and external damage. Severe cases lead to exploding and dying. But it's nothing major. With an Astartes recovery ability, I'll be ready to fight again in half an hour. Unable to think of how to respond to such a player-like statement, Joker decided to decisively change the topic. The soldiers captured a few live orcs. Do you two want to see them? See them? Why not? Andrew immediately became interested. I really want to see what a captured orc looks like. Soon an orc, bound tightly with power shackles, was carried in by several player soldiers. Although he was still strong and muscular, under the gaze of the crowd, he was cowering and terrified, even cowardly. I've told you everything you want. You can't kill me. The orc pleaded in slurred words. It's truly hard to imagine. Joker completely ignored the orc's wailing and sighed. Orcs, who were fearless and excellent in both courage and tactics on the battlefield just now, became so timid just because of the death of their leader. Andrew carefully scrutinized him up and down, and after satisfying his curiosity, he said with a smile, there are many enemies like this. Orcs, Tyranids, and even some Necrons are like this. Their soldiers have no initiative. Once their leaders or nodal creatures are eliminated, the entire species will immediately fall into a state of morale collapse, staring blankly or even fighting among themselves. Andrew shrugged and continued, the reasons for this are, on the one hand, because in the Warhammer worldview, high-end combat power is indeed powerful enough to influence the entire battle. On the other hand, of course, it's to make it easier for authors to write exciting hero figures. You think when a nodal creature dies, the enemy completely collapses, which is better to watch than describing a hero killing an entire enemy army from beginning to end. However, this setting also makes things convenient for us, doesn't it? Indeed, Joker nodded in agreement. Being able to revive after death is so convenient for us to carry out assassinations. The methods we can use can almost be described as reckless. At this point, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Oh, by the way, Archer, has the tactical nuclear bomb buried under the command post been dug out yet? Archer turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Not yet. Should we dig it now? As soon as his voice fell, the command post fell into a dead silence. The smiles on the faces of Andrew and Caleb instantly froze. Slowly, inch by inch, they turned their heads, looking at Joker with a ghost-seeing expression. What did you say? A tactical nuclear bomb? Facing 2 gazes that almost pierced through him, Joker cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. Ahem, he tried to explain. This is a necessary measure to prevent the enemy from also trying to use high-end combat power to raid our headquarters, just like we did to the orcs today. We always need a mutual destruction insurance, right? Anyway, we can revive. Joker's last sentence was spoken with self-righteousness, as if discussing what to eat for lunch today. However, this explanation did not reassure the two guys. Instead, it made their expressions even more dramatic. Revival is one thing, but no one wants to experience the feeling of being instantly vaporized by a tactical nuclear bomb detonating under their feet. Moreover, it was not convenient for them to die now. Ordinary players dying and reviving could be explained as recruiting new soldiers, but Astartes dying and reviving would be troublesome. "We're leaving." Andrew's expression instantly switched from shock back to a businesslike smile. He grabbed his brother, who was about to say something else. "There are still remaining enemies in the Hive City waiting for us to eliminate." Before he finished speaking, the two powerful Space Marines almost immediately turned around and strode out of the command post, their speed so fast that it almost looked like they were fleeing. "Contact us if anything happens." A polite remark floated in from outside the door, and then the figures of the two Iron Giants disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 112, Inquisitor. On the cold, dimly lit metal corridor, a figure walked slowly. He was dressed in a simple yet sinister outfit, a black robe reaching the floor draped over plain carapace armor. As busy ship crew members on both sides of the corridor caught sight of him, their expressions instantly shifted from weariness or focus to a mix of awe and fear. They would immediately cease all their tasks, no matter how urgent, then stiffly stand at attention and offer him the standard Aquila salute. The rosarius hanging from his waist, glinting faintly in the dim light, silently explained the reason for all of this. This was an Inquisitor. Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode paid no mind to these trivial matters. His gaze never lingered on those mortals for a moment. He walked directly to the navigatorium deep within the bridge, and the guards automatically opened the heavy bulkhead door for him. He stepped inside and asked bluntly, "What is the situation?" "Very good, my lord," the navigator, with her eyes closed, replied softly, her voice ethereal and distant. "The warp turbulence is subsiding, and in about a month it should return to an acceptable state for travel. You have arrived at precisely the right time. The Emperor protects you." Herbert nodded, his emotionless face betraying no joy or anger. "It seems my luck is good this time. I only hope Padicia's planetary governor has prepared the tithes that have been unpaid for the past 30 years. Herbert made a cold joke, but it was clearly not funny. A chilling silence fell over the navigatorium. No one laughed, or rather, no one dared to laugh in front of an Inquisitor. Herbert could clearly sense the tension of everyone present, including the navigator. Their fingers trembled imperceptibly on the control panels, their throats frequently swallowed, and everyone seemed extraordinarily focused on their work, as if looking at him for too long would suck out their souls. Herbert was self-aware. He knew very well that all of this was because of him. "You need not be so nervous, Miss Navigator." Herbert tried to make his voice sound gentler. He reached out and patted the navigator's shoulder. Her body visibly jolted, as if burned by a branding iron. "I am not a madman who draws his gun and kills without cause," he continued. "Your nervousness will not be beneficial to your work later." Yes, my lord." The navigator was clearly even more nervous, her voice trembling. Herbert sighed inwardly and gave up on the idea of alleviating the new navigator's tension. Anyway, letting them remain in fear was also a good option. At least now they would absolutely not dare to do anything contrary to discipline and loyalty, and their work efficiency had noticeably improved. When he was an inquisitorial acolyte, Herbert had been puzzled. The Inquisition, as the maintainer of imperial order, the disseminator of the Emperor's glory, and the guardian of human will, should rightfully be revered and loved by the people. So why did everyone who saw a Rosarius look as if they were about to wet themselves from fright? Later he understood. Precisely because the Inquisition was the maintainer, disseminator, and guardian, they needed to maintain others' fear of them. For the vast ignorant masses in the galaxy, fear was the best guarantee that they would strictly adhere to rules and not cross red lines. Fear was the reins, the branding iron, the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. And what made Herbert sad was that across the vast reaches of the Imperium of Man, the ignorant always constituted the vast majority. Perhaps some individuals would feel disgust and rejection towards them, because of this, but Herbert was completely indifferent. When the Imperium of Man's conventional armed forces, whether the Astra Militarum or the Space Marines, proved incapable of effectively controlling internal corruption and degradation, the idea that only the Inquisition could protect the pure will of the people no longer seemed so absurd. After all, did the Imperium of Man have any other choice? The noble sacrificed daily, yet the great and bright future of the human race grew dimmer. Until the dawn reappears, we can only rule with an iron fist and bullets, making sure that the Xenos, heretics, and traitors who oppose our noble cause understand. The Imperium of Man shows no mercy when settling scores with its mortal enemies. Just as Herbert was immersed in his thoughts on fear and order, the entire ship suddenly experienced a violent, teeth-grating jolt. The deck beneath his feet felt as if it had been abruptly pulled to a stop by an invisible giant hand, and the immense inertia sent all unsecured objects on the bridge flying. Though caught off guard, Herbert's augmented body and iron will allowed him to instantly steady himself. He ignored the gasps and panicked shouts of the surrounding crew members, quickly leaving the navigatorium. Herbert rushed to the main control console on the bridge and angrily rebuked the pale-faced captain. What happened? Why the sudden stop? As an inquisitor who frequently journeyed across the cosmos, Herbert knew very well that his flagship had been in a stable, constant glide. The sudden, violent jolt had only one explanation. The ship had performed an emergency stop. My lord. A crew member responsible for target acquisition swallowed, his voice trembling as he replied, A ship has blocked our path. If we hadn't stopped, the two ships would have collided. Who? Herbert loudly interrupted the crew member, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Who would dare block an Inquisitor's ship? Pirates, Xenos. No, if it were either of those, they would surely be engaged in combat by now. And it wasn't just his ship. The Imperial Navy was also present. What scale of pirates or Xenos would have the audacity to attack an Inquisitor and the Imperial Navy? That, it would be better if you saw it for yourself. The crew member pointed to the main observation screen. Herbert frowned and stepped forward. As his gaze fell upon the starscape, composed of data and images, he knew his ominous premonition had come true. On the main observation screen, a massive battleship lay across their path. The ship's style was filled with a savage and ancient aura. Its grey armor was covered in complex runes, like a star-sea behemoth preying on humans, its cold eyes fixed intently on them. Space Wolves. Herbert squeezed the name through his teeth. At that moment, he wished his flagship had just suffered a pirate or Xenos ambush. As an Inquisitor, encountering the Space Wolves with absolutely no one else around was probably as bad as encountering a warp storm while traveling through the warp. Chapter 113. Courtesy. Sir, the other party has sent a visual communication request. Should we accept it? The captain asked cautiously, his voice breaking the frozen air on the bridge. Herbert's mind underwent an extremely intense internal struggle. Connect? If these Space Wolves confirmed he was indeed an Inquisitor, would they just directly use melter bombs for a boarding assault? Don't connect. But would these persistent Space Wolves give up just like that? That was clearly impossible. Their warships had far superior firepower, and refusing communication would only be seen as a provocation. Finally, Herbert's taut jaw relaxed slightly, and he ordered in an almost inaudible voice, "Connect it." The signal was established, and the moment both parties' faces appeared on the screen, Herbert heard a crude cheer from the other ship's bridge. "Brother Connor, you guessed right. It really is an Inquisitor." "Ha! I can smell the stench on these guys even across the vacuum." "It's settled then. I get an extra share of tonight's roasted meat." Herbert's anger surged like a volcano. These rude, barbaric space marines clearly had no respect. From their words, it seemed they had even placed a bet on his identity. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his churning rage, and spoke in a cold, formal tone. "I am Inquisitor Herbert Hernam Pode of the Order of the Holy Hammer. I hope you can explain why you suddenly stopped my vessel." "Hernam Pode," the other party rudely interrupted him, calling him by his first name. The scarred and bearded face on the screen leaned closer, a pair of sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the screen. "What are you doing here, skulking around?" First, I am not skulking around, Herbert corrected, suppressing his anger and enunciating each word. All my actions are under the glorious light of the God Emperor, open and above board. Second, before asking questions, at least introduce yourself first. That is basic politeness. Ha. The other party scoffed twice, even spitting to the side without hesitation. I am Krona Longfang. Krona paused, a malicious glint in his beast-like eyes. He grinned, revealing a provocative smile. I've introduced myself now. How about it? Polite enough? In return, shouldn't you invite us to your ship for a visit? Impossible. Herbert's emotions instantly spiraled out of control, his voice even cracked from agitation. Invite these wolves of Fenris onto his ship. He would be found dead in his bedroom bed tonight, the cause of death possibly being accidentally cut in half by a chainsword. On the communication screen, Krona Longfang's scarred face showed a playful smile. Impossible, he repeated slowly, as if savoring the word. That's not polite, Hernampode. Could it be that your ship is hiding something unspeakable? That is a baseless accusation, Herbert retorted loudly, clearly very angry at the statement. Accusing a loyal inquisitor of potential corruption is a very serious act. I have destroyed countless cultist strongholds in the past, saving dozens of worlds in the Emperor's name. All right, Krona rudely interrupted Herbert again. He listlessly extended a thick finger and began picking his nose, as if Herbert's impassioned self-defense was just annoying noise. So, Hernampode, what exactly are you doing here, skulking around? These words, however, were like a bucket of ice water, instantly calming Herbert down. His inquisitor duties demanded that he regain his composure. He resumed his inquisitor demeanor, answering coldly, I am going to Padicia. That planet was once a major taxpayer in this sector, but it has been cut off from the Imperium for 30 years. I am going there to re-establish its connection with the Imperium and to check for any potential rebellion. Unlike you, I have duties to perform. This was Herbert subtly mocking the Space Wolves' laxity and lack of discipline. Krona clearly understood, but he didn't care. In fact, judging by his expression, he didn't feel ashamed, but rather proud, and he laughed gleefully. Ha. Well, Mr. Hernampode, you are a very busy man. Yes, I am very busy, Herbert said coldly. If you have nothing further, please clear the way. No, we suddenly have something to do. The smile on Krona's face vanished, replaced by an undeniable determination. He flicked away what he had picked from his nose and stared at Herbert with his wolf-like eyes. We intend to go to Padicia to quell any potential rebellion or Xenos invasion there. At these words, Herbert's heart sank completely. He understood. These space wolves were targeting him. Perhaps there were still Imperial Navy patrol vessels in the surrounding airspace, so they couldn't use force. They intended to use the pretext of escort to go with him to Padicia. Once they reached that isolated place, cut off for 30 years, where the Emperor was far away, there would be many more opportunities to maneuver. Herbert wondered if he were not an inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer, but rather of the Ordo Hereticus, which specializes in heretics, or the Ordo Xenos, which deals with Xenos. Would these space wolves not be so persistent? The Order of the Holy Hammer, the Ordo Malleus. Their duty is to hunt humanity's deepest fear, demons from the warp. This work makes them paranoid, suspicious, and also grants them knowledge of many forbidden things, which makes them a dangerous and unpredictable group in the eyes of all Imperial factions. As for the Space Wolves, they harbored a deep hatred for the entire Order of the Holy Hammer due to the past event of the Month of Shame. However, Herbert did not regret his choice to become an inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer. Regardless, someone had to do the work of cleansing chaos corruption. It wasn't something that couldn't be done just because people disliked and hated it. All right, Herbert said, I have no reason to object to more forces joining me on Padicia. But I still believe this is a serious waste of resources. You should go to places where there are clear, large-scale rebellions. Chapter 114, Large Scale, Padicia, Upper Hive District. On the magnificent and empty streets, there was only the faint sound of wind sweeping up dust. Grand Gothic buildings, like silent mountains of steel, cast enormous shadows, compressing what should have been wide roads into deep canyons. This place was once a paradise for the planet's ruling class and wealthy merchants, but now it was as silent as a ghost realm. 3 soldiers, clad in matte black, full coverage carapaces, patrolled this dead silence in a standard combat formation. Each step they took on the ornate paving stones produced a crisp, solitary echo. "It feels so quiet," said Gary, who was at the end of the squad. "There's no one on the streets except us, such a big difference from the mid and lower hives." "Yeah, they probably moved all the combat power outside to deal with the orcs," Name, who was in the middle, chimed in. "But none of that matters anymore. Can you two stop for a moment?" Alpha Bravo's voice came through the comms. "I know you're eager to make jokes, but the upper hive is really likely to be hiding uncleared chaos contamination. Even if you want to make jokes, make some auspicious ones." Auspicious jokes. Gary thought for a moment, then said in a tone as if taking an oath, "After this patrol, I'll wash my hands of this business and go back home to get married." That's even more inauspicious, isn't it? "Seriously, after this, I'm done with patrols." Gary dropped his joking tone and complained, "Let's leave this job to the casual players. I prefer going to the battlefield and chopping people, doing things for real." I think the most important point is that during long patrols, he can't reset his status by committing suicide when he gets hungry, which forces him to gnaw on that thing. Name mercilessly exposed his true thoughts. "It's perfectly reasonable to think that," Gary said, narrowing his eyes. "Who would love to eat something that tastes like cowhide dried in the sun for 49 days? If I had to eat that every day, I'd rather swallow excrement and kill myself." "But I see the local workers in the hive city eating it happily," Name shrugged, "and from the looks of it, they can keep eating it." "That's because they're eating human flesh in the lower hive," Gary said, "and it's human flesh full of nuclear radiation, parasites, and unknown sewage. In comparison, at least the nutrient paste is clean." "Humph," Name sneered, lowering his voice and speaking in a mysterious tone. "What if I told you that the raw material for this nutrient paste is also human flesh?" "What?" Gary was shocked on the spot. He instinctively touched the nutrient paste at his waist. "I knew it tasted like rust when I gnawed on it. Is it really human flesh?" "Of course not. I just made that up." Name was also shocked. "The rusty taste is due to metal residue from the production line. Why did you believe it immediately?" "Because this is Warhammer," Gary replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Isn't it natural for such grimdark things to happen?" Name was silent for a moment, finally managing to squeeze out, "I'm speechless." "So I still miss the intense fighting outside the hive city," Gary muttered. "Staying in a quiet place for too long, my bones are almost rusting." "Aren't we playing this game to fight?" "Oh right, do you still remember when I cut off an orc's neck with one strike, sending its head flying 3 feet high?" "You just told that story 3 minutes ago," Name replied expressionlessly. "Then you've probably almost forgotten it. So I'll reluctantly tell it again." Gary cleared his throat, completely ignoring the speechless looks of the other two, and began to speak voluminously. "Back then, on the wilderness outside the city, the yellow sand stretched endlessly, and bones lay everywhere. I saw that orc beast, over a zhang tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a green face and fangs, its eyes gleaming fiercely. In its hand, it held a rusty large cleaver that had drunk the blood of who knows how many heroes. It let out a strange roar, like muffled thunder, and charged straight at your grandpa, me. That momentum, it was truly—" Name said weakly, "I finally understand why Horus kept muttering about 30 years of golden rings, and how it made people so disheartened." Alpha Bravo nodded in deep agreement. Just then, the distant skyline suddenly brightened like daylight. The world was instantly bleached, stripped of all color, leaving only black and white. All buildings and debris cast sharp, infinitely long blade-like shadows behind them, which were then completely erased by the sweeping light in the next moment. Immediately after, a deafening roar came without warning, as if the sky was torn apart and the earth was wailing. The entire Upper Hive district trembled violently with this colossal sound, and countless building windows shattered into dust from the shockwave. The 3 reacted with inhuman speed. Almost at the very moment the sound began, they didn't even have time to think. Their bodies, obeying well-honed muscle memory, lunged at the nearest cover at top speed. Gary rolled behind a magnificent sculpture base. Name slid under the wreckage of an abandoned luxury hovercar, and Alpha Bravo crashed directly into the doorway of an adjacent building. After ensuring their safety, they immediately began to cautiously peek out to observe the source of the sound. This was also a common characteristic of veteran players of this game. When walking, they would always subconsciously observe where there were places that could serve as cover, and after hearing sounds similar to gunshots or artillery fire, their bodies would already have taken cover before their brains even reacted. It could be considered mastering a valuable skill that could be used in reality. Although most players probably wouldn't want the opportunity to use this skill in reality, and this instinct would also cause some unnecessary trouble during firework displays for the new year, having a new skill is always a good thing, right? Among the three, Alpha Bravo, the most experienced, reacted first and said in a low voice over the comms, "It's an explosion from outside the Hive City." What could make such a big noise? Gary also stood up from behind cover, brushed the dust off his carapace, and looked into the distance in shock. Did they detonate a nuclear bomb? Gary's casual guess was actually correct. It was indeed a nuclear bomb, and not the small-yield tactical nuclear bombs used before, but a large-yield nuclear bomb actively used by their side. Chapter 115. Drug Usage. 3 hours ago, mid-hive. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify into lead, so heavy it was suffocating. The only sound was the faint, low hum from the ventilation ducts on the ceiling. In the center of the room, a tactical holographic projector cast a cold light, displaying a desperate reconnaissance image onto the cold metal conference table. It was a boundless, churning sea of sick green, composed of millions of orcs and their crudely made war machines. Every pixel was filled with savage violence and chaotic vitality, a vast force slowly but unstoppably spreading towards the Hive City like a plague. Robert stood by the projector, hands resting on the table. He scanned the people around the conference table, each face illuminated by the green light of the holographic projection, their expressions as grave as iron. He took a deep breath of the recirculated air, which carried a metallic scent, finally breaking the deathly silence. Everyone, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. You have all seen the photos taken by Zobayan. Now let's discuss, how do we stop this endless green tide? The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Even though Robert's words included a name that would normally be amusingly absurd, no one could crack a smile. They couldn't even twitch their lips, as if the muscles in their faces had frozen. Convert all our current XP into armored power. A logistics player spoke first, leaning forward, trying to analyze in the most rational tone, concentrate tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery to increase frontal firepower density, to more efficiently kill orcs. Can this create a positive cycle of EXP? Before he finished speaking, another person immediately shook his head in denial, a deep sense of powerlessness in his voice. No. In that case, ammunition consumption would be a bottomless pit, terrifying beyond imagination. Until our own industrial production capacity can guarantee self-sufficiency in ammunition, just breaking even with ammunition consumption would be a miracle. Then why not just fight in close combat? A player couldn't help but say, in the last battle, we relied on close combat to hold back those orcs for a long time. We had a terrain advantage there. Another person shook his head in denial. At least at this stage, we don't have enough strength to fight a large-scale cold weapon war against the orcs in the vast areas outside the Hive City. Moreover, he paused, emphasizing his words. We cannot naively assume that if we use cold weapons, the other side won't use large-scale ranged firepower. With millions, tens of millions of orcs, who can guarantee they don't have a few Steam Colossus or similar devices. Then, let the Space Marines and airborne troops cooperate. Someone else proposed a new plan. Take Valkyries for high-mobility assaults, go straight for the jugular, and execute a decapitation strike? Wishful thinking. This plan was immediately rejected. First, we only have 2 Space Marines, and they are new recruits. Can a war boss, commanding millions of orcs, be dealt with by just 2 new Space Marines? I am extremely skeptical. But these orcs shouldn't be completely unified yet, right? The previous logistics officer pointed to several areas in the holographic image that were clearly attacking each other. According to the photos, they are still fighting amongst themselves. This indicates they are divided into at least several war tribes, so it's not like hundreds of thousands or millions of orcs are all under one war boss. That would only make it harder. A refutation immediately rang out. If we assassinate one, the other orc war sires will certainly make targeted arrangements, and it will probably be very difficult to create a second one-on-one situation, unless a player has a mandatory dual skill like the Iron Man Arena, or simply takes a nuclear bomb to die with the target. But a nuclear bomb impact also has flaws, another person added. When assassinating a orc war boss, we don't have to worry about not finding him, because he would never hide for fear of being ambushed by Ummi. If he did, his boys would overthrow this cowardly war boss who lacks courage before we even had to act. But if we use a method like a nuclear bomb self-detonation, whether the opponent will still appear openly is hard to say. Orcs are barbaric and cruel, but never stupid. One plan after another was proposed, and one after another was rejected. Each suggestion was like a stone thrown into the Dead Sea, merely stirring a tiny ripple before quickly sinking and disappearing without a trace. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Finally, someone couldn't stand it, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Are we just supposed to cower in this damned hive city and pray to the Emperor that those orcs won't attack us? His question echoed in the conference room, but no one could answer. In this suffocating silence, a hand was raised somewhat abruptly. It was Muad'Dib. He had been leaning back in his chair, almost unnoticed, but now he sat up straight and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Speaking of nuclear bombs, I suddenly thought of a method. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. How about we have Valkyries carry large-yield nuclear bombs to bomb the orcs, blowing them all away until nothing is left? This suggestion was so blunt and crude, it sounded like something an orc would come up with. An officer subconsciously rubbed his temples, pondered for a moment, then tiredly shook his head. It's probably not feasible. Orcs, as war creatures, have a tenacious vitality, just like their desires. To carpet bomb them with nuclear bombs to the point where they cannot survive at all, Perditio would pretty much become Krieg 2.0. He twitched his mouth. Our Helldivers Legion would then have to change its name to the Death Legion. These words quickly extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited. No, this method can work. A voice suddenly cut through the pervasive despair. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was Joker. From the beginning of the meeting until now, he had been sitting quietly in the corner, silent like a great Buddha. However, our goal doesn't need to be to cover and eliminate all orcs, he said slowly. We only need to blast out a quarantine zone, an area enveloped in high-intensity radiation stretching between them and the hive city. And this quarantine zone doesn't need to make the orcs completely unable to adapt. As long as it can continuously weaken them, it will provide us with a huge tactical advantage. The officer from before frowned deeply. What about our warriors? How do we deal with nuclear radiation strong enough to weaken even orcs? Joker's answer came without a trace of hesitation. Increase the drug dosage. Perhaps everyone's remaining lifespan will decrease by a few more hours because of this. But what's the problem with that? He tilted his head slightly. I think 24 hours of remaining life is already a lot. With this give and take, the orcs are continuously weakened in the radiation zone, while our individual combat power reaches its peak under the effect of the drugs. It's possible our soldiers will be stronger than them. As his words fell, Muad'Dib and the representatives of the military committee from various units all brightened up and became excited. Most of the officers, however, were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Please remember, this is a game world after all. People can be resurrected after death, so nuclear bombs and drugs can naturally be used as conventional tactical means. He paused, then turned his gaze to Muad'Dib. I also want to thank you, Muad'Dib. You opened up my thinking. Muad'Dib was a little embarrassed by the sudden praise and instinctively scratched his head. I also thought of it after hearing the previous discussion. Meanwhile, Robert, as the Supreme Commander, picked up his personal communicator on the table and began dialing. I will immediately notify Redeye to get him ready, expand the drug production line, and also churn out more nuclear bombs. Chapter 116, Coordination. A month later, on the outskirts of Padisha Hive City, in the designated Scorched Earth Quarantine Zone. The Valkyrie's cockpit was filled with the dull roar of the engine and the slight tremor of the fuselage. Through the reinforced glass canopy, the pilot's gaze swept over the boundless, nauseating green ocean below. Hundreds of thousands of orcs converged into a slow-moving torrent, their roars faintly audible even at high altitude. Countless crude war machines spewed black smoke, leaving dirty trails in the massive army. This destructive wave was steadily creeping towards Padisha. "This is it," the pilot murmured, his voice slightly distorted in his comms helmet. He adjusted his flight posture, tilting the fuselage slightly to more clearly lock onto the densest core area of the green tide below. Anyway, with the power of a strategic nuclear bomb, a few tens of meters of error won't make much difference. With that, he lightly moved his finger, disarming the weapon on the control panel. Then he steadily pulled up on the control stick. The Valkyrie's nose lifted slightly, and the bomb bay in its belly opened. A huge cylindrical object, painted with black and yellow warning stripes, detached from the fuselage with the silence of death. Without a moment's hesitation, the pilot slammed the engine thrust to maximum. The Valkyrie let out a roar, its tail spewing scorching plasma, and fled towards the distant horizon at top speed. Behind it, the bomb, pulled by gravity, became a rapidly falling black dot, accurately plunging into the unaware green ocean below. An indescribable, pure, and ultimate white light erupted violently on the horizon, as if a sun were rising from the ground. The light swept across the land at an unimaginable speed, instantly bleaching the earth, devouring all colors and shadows. Immediately following was a destructive roar loud enough to tear eardrums and an earth-shattering shockwave. The earth was gripped by an invisible giant hand, then violently shaken and torn. The orcs, war vehicles, and even earth and stone on the ground were instantly vaporized, evaporated, reduced to their most primal particles. A gigantic fireball furiously expanded, engulfing everything around it, turning it into fuel. On the ground, in the preset positions several kilometers from ground zero, tens of thousands of players had already assembled. They lay hidden behind hastily dug trenches and bunkers, feeling the violent earthquake-like tremors coming from beneath their feet. Muad'Dib knelt on one knee, shielding his eyes from the blinding light that threatened to pierce them. When the light slightly diminished, he looked up and saw the slowly rising, sky-obscuring mushroom cloud in the distance and grinned. "Ha ha 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 ha, the time has come. All troops, charge." As the horn sounded, Reincarnation and Pyro unhesitatingly leaped out from their cover. Beside them, thousands of figures also charged simultaneously. The Helldivers, fearless and resolute, charged into the death zone that had just been ravaged by the nuclear blast and was overflowing with radiation. "I can't believe I get to experience the Soviet Army's combat plan from the Cold War era," Pyro shouted excitedly as he ran, dropping nuclear bombs from the sky and ground troops following the nuclear bomb's strong pressure. "How cool is that?" "Don't talk while running," Jesus glanced at him. "Be careful not to get a stitch." "It's fine, I feel stronger the more I run." Pyro's voice was full of exhilaration. "The medicine must be kicking in. I feel more and more excited." "Do you think that new anti-radiation medicine will really work?" "It will definitely be effective for at least a dozen hours," Reincarnation said, taking a quick glance at the wildly jumping numbers on the portable Geiger counter on his wrist. "The tech priest's technical level is still trustworthy." "What's the reading?" Pyro, noticing his movement, asked curiously. "Not much," Reincarnation replied casually, "just about the same as the radiation core zone during the Chernobyl leak." "Holy moly!" Pyro shivered, startled out of his excitement by the comparison. He instinctively shuddered. "Do we really only have a dozen hours left to live?" "You have to believe in the resilience of 40,000 humans," Reincarnation replied calmly, his gaze already sweeping past the rolling smoke ahead, locking onto the surviving orcs struggling and wailing at the edge of the nuclear blast. "There have been mortal armies that fought Nurgle's demons for a month, so what is this radiation?" RNGesus paused, then continued. But in the future, we should be the Astra Militarum who are least afraid of coordinating operations with the Ecclesiarchy. And in the center of that scorched earth, burned by nuclear fire, the surviving orcs were enduring unprecedented torment. Radiation, this invisible killer, was silently eroding their rough and tough cellular structures. Wah! The warboss recovered from the violent shockwave. Its head, harder than steel, shook violently, trying to shake off the buzzing in its brain, as if 10,000 boy were screaming. It propped itself up with its massive power axe, everything in its vision still twisting and swaying. The air was filled with a pungent, strange smell of ozone mixed with roasted meat. Boss! Beside it, a boy, charred all over but barely surviving, stumbled over. He gasped for air, his voice weak. Me feel so bad. Let alone this kid, even the warboss himself felt a deep weakness in his bones, as if a large part of his inexhaustible strength had been drained by something. It furrowed its thick brow and, based on past experience, roared in its thunderous voice, "Get the pain boy to give you a great medicine shot." But this time, the great medicine, which had always worked, failed. Several pain boys, holding their huge and dirty syringes, injected bubbling, strangely colored liquid into the boys' bodies. The familiar stimulating sensation indeed invigorated them, making them more excited and frenzied, but the deep-seated weakness remained like a persistent ulcer, showing no signs of diminishing. The pain boys were also bewildered, scratching their heads, trying to figure out what was going on. If given enough time, with the orcs' unique tech tree and biological instincts, they might have even figured out a solution to combat radiation. But humans didn't give them that time. "Sir, ummies! The ummies are charging!" A boy on lookout duty screamed, scrambling over from a distance. "Hummies?" The warboss suddenly looked up, staring at the dust-rolling horizon. Against that hazy background, countless black, tiny figures were converging into a torrent, surging towards them. It instantly understood. So all of this was done by the ummies. It's the ummies' conspiracy. Raging fury burned in its crimson eyes. These cunning, despicable ummies. It raised its power axe, pointing at the charging black wave, and let out an earth-shattering roar. "Kill them all for me." The next second, two waves representing different species and different wills crashed together. The Black Helldivers Legion met the Green Orc tribe. However, the anticipated, equally matched, brutal slaughter did not occur. The result was a one-sided massacre. The black wave was like a hot iron, easily burning through the seemingly surging green tide. Pyro led the charge, his cleaver buzzing. He collided head-on with an orc 2 heads taller than him. He roared, pouring all his strength into his arms, and brought his blade down fiercely. Clang! The two weapons clashed violently in the air, sparks flying. Pyro had prepared to be knocked back by immense force, but to his surprise, the force from the opponent's weapon was so weak. In the first struggle, the tall and burly orc was actually staggered by his blow, clearly at a disadvantage. Pyro was stunned at first, then realized that the radiation had taken effect, and a look of extreme arrogance appeared on his face, followed by a wild laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." He took the opportunity to stab his blade into the orc's abdomen while mocking loudly, "Orcs, put some effort into it. Didn't you eat?" Chapter 117. Barbarians. The veil of the warp was mercilessly torn open, and the laws of reality rushed back like a tide. An elegant yet deadly Inquisition cruiser and a massive, rugged Space Wolves battle barge, filled with primal fury, emerged almost abreast from the distorted Mandeville Point. Behind them, the Imperial Navy fleet followed unhurriedly, like a group of indifferent bystanders, adjusting their speed to maintain a subtle and safe distance from the two heavily armed ships ahead. Clearly, the Navy had no desire to get involved in the mess between the Inquisitor and the Space Wolves chapter. In any case, they were only here to follow orders. As long as they didn't proactively cause trouble, no matter what Alpha Bravo the two in front stirred up, the responsibility wouldn't fall on them. On the bridge of the Inquisition cruiser, Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the planet suspended in the endless void outside the viewport. "This is Perdicia," he said, stroking his neatly trimmed chin, his eyes glinting with scrutiny. The main terrain is ochre yellow desert, with only one main hive city. It looks very peaceful. He turned and took the datapad handed to him by an attendant. The screen displayed a standard archival photo of the Padiccia system, a quiet yellow planet. Herbert carefully compared it with the scene before him. It matches the photo perfectly. One could even say it's identical. He nodded with satisfaction, a hint of imperceptible relief in his tone. It seems nothing major has likely happened on Padiccia. Herbert secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given this, the process this time would likely be another tedious bureaucratic tour. Establishing contact with the planetary governor in orbit, landing at the spaceport, settling the tithe issue under the enthusiastic welcome of the governor and various nobles, then symbolically touring the hive city twice to confirm no signs of chaos or Xenos corruption, and then returning home. After such a rigorous and detailed process, the Space Wolves warship nearby would probably find no excuse for combat. Herbert could even imagine the frustrated looks of their reckless warriors pounding their chests in their ship. It seemed they would have to return empty-handed. Just as Herbert was making these calculations, enjoying the rare pleasure of having everything under control, his pupils suddenly constricted. On the terminator line of that tranquil yellow planet, an extremely tiny yet blindingly bright white light point erupted fiercely. The light was so pure, so extreme, as if someone had conjured a miniature star on the planet's surface. Even after passing through multiple layers of filtration in the bridge viewport, the light still stung the eyes. Immediately after, a visible circular shockwave rapidly spread through the atmosphere, tearing and pushing aside clouds, leaving an ever-expanding ugly scorch mark on the planet's surface. "By the Emperor," Herbert swore. "What the hell was that?" I think that was a nuclear bomb, sir," the captain replied from his command chair. "Of course I know that was a damn nuclear bomb." Herbert snapped his head around. "I'm asking why a nuclear bomb exploded on Padiccia." The captain, startled by the sudden outburst, cowered in his chair, not daring to breathe. Herbert took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He realized his earlier assessment of Padiccia being still intact was wildly off the mark. On the contrary, Padiccia's current situation was very, very bad. But this was also good. A thought, almost bordering on excitement, flashed through his mind. In his long career as an inquisitor, things were never at their worst, only getting worse. Suddenly encountering a calm and peaceful situation, he was actually a bit unaccustomed to it. "Full speed ahead." Herbert's voice became cold and decisive. "All units to battle stations. Target high orbit. I just hope Padiccia hasn't become a second Krieg before we arrive." "Call Padiccia," he then ordered. "Use all frequencies. I need to know what's happening on the ground immediately." The communications officer's fingers blurred over the control panel, and harsh static filled the bridge. Several minutes passed, with only dead silence in response. Herbert's brows furrowed deeper. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Had the planet's command system completely collapsed? Just as he was about to order a more forceful information intrusion, an electronic synthetic voice finally cut through the static. "This is Padiccia. Identity verification. Please state your identities." Half of the stone weighing on Herbert's heart dropped. He snatched the communicator and said in a deep voice, "This is Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode. I order you to immediately report the ground situation and grant my fleet docking access to the spaceport." After a brief silence, the voice spoke again. "Access granted, Inquisitor. We await you at the spaceport. Over." The communication was cut off. "At least it's not completely out of control yet," Herbert muttered to himself, tossing the communicator back to the communications officer. Someone responding meant that order still existed. This was already much better than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. When the landing craft settled steadily on the spaceport's massive landing pad, the hatch opened, and a pungent odor of gunpowder mixed with disinfectant wafted in. Herbert, clad in his black greatcoat, descended the gangway, flanked by a squad of elite guards in carapace armor, armed with hellguns. His gaze swept around, finding that although the massive spaceport was still operational, it had clearly not been maintained for a long time. Almost simultaneously, a much larger, more savage-looking landing craft nearby also slammed onto the landing pad. The hatch was brutally kicked open, and the massive forms of the space wolves streamed out, the servo systems of their power armor emitting a low hum, each step making the deck tremble. Wolflord Krona, leading them, had an undisguised beast-like smile on his weathered face. He glared menacingly in Herbert's direction, his eyes full of challenge. Herbert instinctively glanced at his mortal guards behind him. This elite force, which had protected him in countless past missions and struck fear into his enemies, seemed so tiny before these demigod-like giants. Fortunately, the Paditia representatives soon appeared, interrupting the silent standoff. The Space Wolves wouldn't resort to direct action in such a setting. However, what puzzled Herbert was why only 2 people had come to greet them. Judging by their attire, one was an Astra Militarum officer, the other a tech priest. This completely defied the protocol for welcoming an Inquisitor and an Astartes chapter. For the Emperor, the officer spoke first, simply giving Herbert and Krona an Aquila salute. "My name is Robert, commander of the Paditia Helldivers Legion. I apologize for not preparing any welcoming ceremony. You arrived too quickly." Redito, the tech priest beside him, was even more direct, his electronic synthetic voice devoid of emotion. "I am Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode." Herbert introduced himself briefly, then cut straight to the point. "Where is the original Paditia Astra Militarum? And the planetary governor?" The original Paditia Astra Militarum was scattered in the war against the Xenos. "We are the result of its reorganization," Robert said, his expression unchanged, reciting a pre-prepared line. "As for the planetary governor, he has been summarily executed by us for heretical acts. We too are the highest-ranking individuals on Paditia." "Heretical acts?" Herbert's eyebrow twitched, his interest piqued. "Yes," Robert continued, "after the warp storm erupted, the planetary governor, perhaps out of boredom or some other reason, proactively contacted and invited a squad of fallen space marines. By the time we broke through the mid-hive and reached the upper hive, everyone there was dead, leaving only various modified heretical constructs. The planetary governor's family was found by us after the battle and immediately executed by firing squad. Their bodies have been incinerated to prevent contamination." "Humph. Well done. And you seem to know quite a lot." Herbert was about to delve deeper into the details when a massive figure rudely pushed its way through. Krona shoved Herbert aside, and the wolf guard behind him moved forward, their steel-like bodies forcefully pushing the Inquisitor and his retinue back more than 10 meters. Krona looked down at Robert and asked boisterously, "Hey, mortal, where are my fallen cousins now?" "They have already been dealt with by us." Robert calmly uttered these words, which made everyone present, both the Inquisitor and the Space Wolves, stare wide-eyed. The air seemed to solidify. The smile on Krona's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, soul-freezing scrutiny. He narrowed his eyes, his voice deep like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "You'd best think carefully about what you just said. Mortal, this is no laughing matter." "I am not joking." Robert met his terrifying gaze, his tone still calm. "I can take you to see their bodies. There were 16 space marines in total." Krona stared intently at Robert for a full 10 seconds, seemingly trying to find even a trace of a lie on his face. "Robert, is it?" he said slowly. "Very well, I'll remember you." With that, he suddenly extended his massive hand and clapped Robert hard on the shoulder. The immense force made the latter's legs buckle, his body shaking violently, almost causing him to squat down directly. Krona then casually slung his arm around Robert's shoulder, half dragging, half pulling him away with large strides, his voice filled with impatient enthusiasm. Come on, I can't wait to see how those traitors were killed by a bunch of mortals." And Herbert, who had nearly been pushed to the ground and only regained his composure with the support of his guards, saw the Space Wolves forcibly taking the Paditia people away as soon as he stood up. He suppressed the urge to curse them as barbarians, mainly because he would definitely be heard at that distance, and hurried after them. Chapter 1. 118. Does nobody expect the Inquisition? The group traversed the ravaged streets and finally arrived at the once opulent, now eerily silent Upper Hive district. No sooner had he disembarked than Wolf Lord Krona's nostrils, more sensitive than a canine's, twitched violently. He took a deep breath of the air, thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and death, and a look of understanding dawned on his rugged face. The entire upper hive, I only smell 60 people, he rumbled, his voice echoing in the empty square. And they all reek of gunpowder. It seems those former nobles died quite cleanly. Robert, who was walking beside him, was startled. The number Kroner stated was precisely accurate. To be able to accurately perceive the number of people within dozens, even hundreds of kilometers just by twitching his nose. Is this real or fake, Big Brother? This has already gone beyond the realm of biology. Despite the turmoil within, Robert maintained a calm expression. He explained, "Yes, Your Excellency. Originally, there were some survivors who had only undergone minor modifications and still retained consciousness. They might have had a chance at recovery. However, considering the potential for chaos corruption and to end their prolonged suffering, we executed them all and then cremated them." "Ha ha 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 ha, mortal, you don't need to explain so carefully," Kroner roared with thunderous laughter upon hearing this. "I am not here to demand an explanation, nor am I one of those petty men who enjoy harming their allies. You did very well, exceedingly well. I forgive you for not preparing roasted meat for me." Kroner emphasized the word petty men with both his tone and volume. The wolf guards behind him also burst into boisterous laughter, openly directing their mocking gazes at Inquisitor Herbert and his retinue, who they had deliberately or inadvertently pushed to the back. Clearly, they weren't going to miss any opportunity to disparage the Inquisition. And the main target of the mockery, Herbert, he was already used to it. The Inquisitor simply stood there expressionless, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. In fact, even if you had given us preparation time, we could only provide nutrition bars. Robert thought for a moment and decided to be frank. He sensed that being straightforward might appeal more to these space wolves. At most, a few bottles of fine wine temporarily scavenged from the upper hive. We prioritized all resources for the front lines and transferred the entire lower hive population to the mid-hive factories, where they are producing military equipment day and night. At this point, Robert paused, then added, "However, if you request it, we can try to make roasted meat. After all, with your help, we will surely end the war here quickly." All right, Kroner impatiently waved his massive hand. "We don't need your supplies. I am not here to bully you mortals." The group passed through the ruins of the collapsed governor's mansion and arrived at a makeshift morgue. 16 massive bodies, covered in white sheets, lay silently there, their inhuman oppressive presence palpable even through the cloth. A wolf guard stepped forward, nimbly pulling back the white sheets and carefully examining each body. After a moment, he returned to Kroner and reported, "Sir, 5 of these bodies are severely fragmented, as if they were killed by high-caliber artillery at close range. 9 have penetrating wounds from sharp weapons in their vital areas, but the primary cause of death appears to be heavy blunt force trauma. 1 was killed by a power sword, a single clean strike, and another was stabbed like a porcupine." Kroner nodded, acknowledging his subordinate's inspection results. He turned, his eyes as sharp as the winter winds of Fenris, and looked at Robert. "Tell me, how did you take them down?" "Our operation was divided into 3 phases," Robert said in a deep voice, beginning to recount the brutal battle. "Phase 1, we used infantry as the vanguard, sacrificing their lives to draw enemy fire, creating an opportunity for our Lehman Russ Vanquisher tanks to engage at close range. Phase 2, after confirming the elimination of 5 Space Marines, we detonated melter bombs placed on the structural support points throughout the governor's mansion, causing a massive structural collapse. Phase 3, we dug out and eliminated any fallen Space Marines who might have survived the collapse." Kroner listened silently, a flicker of imperceptible admiration in his eyes. "Very courageous, and you are honest." He pondered for a moment before giving his assessment. "All right, we've seen them. Burn them." The Helldivers, armed with Prometheum flamers who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward, ready to carry out the order. However, Inquisitor Herbert, who had been deliberately or inadvertently kept on the periphery by the wolf guards the entire time, finally grew anxious. "Wait, don't burn them. I haven't seen them yet," he barked, trying to push through the human wall. I warn you, you are obstructing an inquisitor in the performance of his duties. You warn us? Krona whirled around, the approval on his face instantly replaced by savagery. His voice was like the cold wind of the Fenrisian ice plains. We've tolerated you for this long. Do you really think you're important? Shh. Almost simultaneously, the wolf guards placed their hands on their chainswords and bolt guns at their waists, and Herbert's retinue, not to be outdone, raised their muzzles. Swords were drawn and bows were strung, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, reaching a freezing point. Of course, from a purely martial standpoint, the outcome of this standoff was without suspense. The Inquisitor and his retinue would be cut to pieces on the spot. Wait, Your Excellency Krona. Just at this critical moment, Robert quickly stepped forward, placing himself between the two groups. The front lines are currently engaged in fierce combat with the orcs. Every bit of Imperial strength is crucial. It's best we don't fight amongst ourselves. A shocking scene unfolded. Upon hearing Robert's words, the enraged Wolf Lord actually released his hand from his weapon. You have a point. Krona glanced at Herbert, his tone full of disdain. Let's go, lads. I want to see what interesting tactics these mortals who took down a Chaos warband will use against the orcs. With that, the Space Wolves truly ignored the Inquisitor's retinue, who were still in a standoff. Led by Krona, they swaggered away. This sudden change left Herbert and his retinue standing there, with their guns raised, neither advancing nor retreating, utterly embarrassed. Herbert quickly recovered from his shock, his face so grim it could drip water. He instantly understood the true intention behind Krona's series of seemingly reckless actions. This is him showing support for these mortals, he muttered under his breath, suppressing his anger. He's warning me not to lay a hand on them. Herbert's guess was entirely correct. For the Space Wolves, regardless of the methods used, anyone who could kill a Space Marine with a mortal body was a worthy warrior to be respected. Warriors could die gloriously on the battlefield, but they absolutely could not be executed by their own people for some inexplicable reason. What do they take the Inquisition for? Herbert roared indignantly in his heart. Some kind of shadowy organization specifically designed to slaughter Imperial heroes, although, just moments ago, he had indeed entertained the thought of whether these fellows had suffered hidden chaos corruption and had begun to seriously consider what means to use to confirm their loyalty. Chapter 119. Inquisitor Asking Questions. When the group arrived in the mid-hive, the scene here was starkly different from the dead silence of the upper hive. Although equally dilapidated, the air was filled with the vibrant scent of battle. The sounds of laser guns and heavy stubbers exchanging fire in the distance, and occasional violent explosions. They're still fighting here, and it seems to be on a considerable scale. Krona inhaled deeply the air mixed with gunpowder, ozone, and the smell of blood, his eyes gleaming with interest, as if this was the fragrance he craved. Yes, sir. The structure of the hive city is too vast and complex for us to completely clean it out. Deep within the mid-hive and lower hive, remnants of the Genestealer cult and chaos cultists still widely exist, Robert explained. However, this also happens to suit our wishes. A new recruit must pass a trial to officially become a Helldiver, to achieve a victory against Genestealers or cultists. Only then is he qualified to go to the main battlefield to fight the orcs. New recruits fight Genestealers, and after fighting Genestealers, they go directly to fight the orcs. Krona repeated Robert's words, a peculiar expression appearing on his rugged face. He chuckled twice. Ha ha. I think I'm starting to understand why my fallen cousins fell into the hands of you mortals. Helldivers, that name will surely resonate throughout the galaxy in the future. Thank you for the compliment. Robert nodded slightly. Next, let's go straight to the battlefield. Krona interrupted him unceremoniously. I'm not interested in how your recruitment mechanism and military production specifically operate. It's time for battle. It's time for slaughter. For Russ, for the All-Father. The Wolf Guard behind him raised their weapons one after another, erupting in deafening cheers. Their innate combat instincts had long been ignited by the atmosphere here, and they were eager to throw themselves into the fray. Seeing this, Robert hesitated for a moment, but still plucked up the courage to speak. I don't mean to hinder you from engaging the orcs. I just feel that there are some things that need to be explained to you before going to the front lines. Then hurry up. Kroner waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a buzzing fly. First, you should already know about us detonating nuclear bombs in orbit. Robert quickly got to the point. This is actually our current core tactic, which can be summarized as nuclear infantry coordination, launching strategic nuclear strikes from high altitude to inflict mass casualties on the Orcs' forces and disrupt their formations. The intense nuclear radiation generated by the explosions greatly weakens their physiological functions. Then, our warriors seize the opportunity to charge, find and encircle the weakened Orc leaders within the radiation zone. Then what do your warriors use to protect against radiation? Kroner's previously impatient expression froze, and he frowned. Now he finally understood why Robert insisted on explaining. A mixture of high-concentration anti-radiation agents and combat stimulants. Robert's tone was terrifyingly calm. After injection, warriors generally only have 12 to 16 hours of life remaining. But during this time, their individual combat power will be greatly enhanced, enough to overpower the Orcs weakened by radiation. He paused, then added in a matter-of-fact tone, "However, many warriors who survived the battlefield have reported to us that 12 to 16 hours of life is too long. In actual combat, they generally don't live that long. We are considering improving the drug formula to further shorten the remaining lifespan while gaining stronger individual combat power. Isn't it that many warriors survived after the battle? I don't think that time is too long," Kroner subconsciously retorted, feeling that his logic was a bit behind. Robert didn't know how to answer this question, which seemed self-evident to him. He couldn't possibly say they could resurrect, could he? The Helldivers believe that life itself is an endless suffering in this universe. At this moment, the tech priest Redeye, who had been like a silent statue from beginning to end, suddenly spoke with his unmodulated electronic synthetic voice. The longer one lives, the more deeply this suffering penetrates the bones and torments the soul. Compared to lingering in misery, death is a better liberation. Perhaps their souls can even return to the Golden Throne and find eternal peace. I see. Kroner stroked his stubbled chin, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Is that what you think? If so, then a warrior, fighting while observing the average survival time of his comrades, and then actively reporting to his superiors after the battle that he lived too long. That can be understood. Yes, Redeye echoed. For us, giving a severely wounded soldier a finishing shot is the greatest mercy. If you try to treat him, he will curse you instead. What was that word again? Oh, right, life-saving enemy. What incredibly bizarre thinking. A voice suddenly cut in. Inquisitor Herbert had, at some point, managed to bypass the Wolfguard's blockade and stood close by. His face bore an undisguised inquisitorial instinct for inquiry. How exactly did this ideology come into being? Kroner first glared fiercely at the Wolfguard, who had failed in their isolation duty, then turned to Herbert and said in a threatening tone, "What, Inquisitor? Are you going to brand this ideology as heresy too?" That was just a simple question, Herbert retorted without flinching. Ultimately, it was Robert who answered the question. Inquisitor, if you had also endured 30 years of torment in purgatory, then you would certainly understand us. Chaos, Genestealers, Orcs, and even the Dark Eldar. They took turns turning Perditia into a veritable living hell. There are Dark Eldar here too. Herbert's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. By the Emperor, is that damn planetary governor holding a heresy convention on this planet? What a grand gathering, Kroner grinned, revealing his stark white teeth, his tone carrying a hint of excited cruelty. This planet is truly lively. If I hadn't never heard of this godforsaken place before, I would have thought it was some extremely important transportation hub, a strategic point that all military strategists would contend for. Chapter 120, Dead Men. Robert took a deep breath. And there's one more thing you all must know. Currently, there are 3 Space Marines alive on Perditia. The air solidified once more. The surprises you bring me are truly endless. Kroner's weathered face showed little surprise. It wasn't that he wasn't shocked. It was just that in such a short time, he had already experienced too many impacts. Although his brain was still processing this unbelievable information at high speed, under the same level of stimulation, he was too lazy to move his facial muscles to make any exaggerated expressions. It seems my earlier statement about directly entering the battlefield was indeed a bit rash. First, take me to see those 3 Space Marines, and along the way, tell me about their origins. Oh, and what are they doing now? 2 of them are in the Mid-Hive's training ground, Robert replied. According to them, they are currently… Robert deliberated over his words twice, but in the end he decided to relay the original text. As for how the system would translate it, that wasn't his problem. They are currently precipitating. Precipitating? Kroner repeated the word. Although in his vocabulary this word was usually only used to describe brewing or chemical reactions, this did not prevent him from understanding its general meaning through a warrior's intuition, some kind of deep training or post-battle reflection. The group passed through the labyrinthine industrial district of the Mid-Hive, finally arriving at an abandoned factory that had been converted into a giant training ground. Before they even got close, the boisterous human voices and the colossal clang of metal had already penetrated the thick walls, assaulting them. On the vast ground, 2 Space Marines in black power armor were fiercely sparring. And around this area, hundreds of thousands of mortal soldiers were surprisingly gathered 3 deep, not showing the slightest fear. Instead, they were like spectators at an exciting gladiatorial match, erupting in cheers and shouts of approval from time to time. Ada! In the arena, the slightly more agile Space Marine, Andrew, let out a powerful shout. He seized an opening, starting with a right hook, his movements as swift as lightning. This punch was not straightforward. Instead, it carried a cunning arc, cleverly bypassing his opponent's block. Immediately following, a fluid combo unfolded. His fists and feet were constantly wreathed in fiery red energy, like the legendary dragon flame. Uppercut, elbow strike, spinning kick, each attack seamlessly connected, leaving trails of scorching afterimages in the air. Finally, he delivered a powerful front kick, heavily striking the crossed, blocking arms of his opponent, Caleb. Bang! Amidst the heavy metallic clang, Andrew's defense was forcibly kicked open, and his massive body involuntarily staggered back several steps, leaving his guard wide open. Good! Well fought. Andrew was careless. He didn't dodge. The surrounding player soldiers erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere as lively as a festival celebration. However, Caleb, who had gained a huge advantage, did not press his attack. Instead, he stopped his movements and extinguished the flames on his fists and feet. After Andrew stabilized his body, he also stretched his arms, which were a bit numb from the shock, and said in a muffled voice, "Your dragon flame skill proficiency is getting smoother and smoother." "You're not far behind, big brother," Caleb said. "If I had gotten too aggressive just now, I probably would have taken your immovable mountain counterattack skill." Both sides knew perfectly well that this was just a friendly spar. As biological guys who had been training together for so long, they knew each other's habits and trump cards inside and out. There was no way they would actually try to kill each other. "I think our precipitation phase is sufficient," Caleb spoke first. "The accumulated experience points are almost spent. It's time to go to the battlefield." Andrew pondered for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. Now both of our base power levels are at 50. It's not difficult to instantly reach 100 by using a few skills. Continuing to train in isolation like this won't achieve anything. We really should go back to actual combat." Just as the guys, Andrew and Caleb, reached a consensus and were preparing to head to the real battlefield, a sudden commotion and gasp erupted from the surrounding crowd. The 2 turned their heads in confusion, only to see the human wall, which had been packed tight, now split open as if by an invisible giant sword, actively creating a wide passage. At the end of that passage, a group of giants, clad in grey-blue power armor and draped with beast pelts over their shoulders, swaggered in. Each of their steps seemed to pound on a war drum, full of a primal and wild sense of power. The Wolf Lord leading them, Kroner, even enthusiastically waved at the surrounding player soldiers, a completely unhidden smile on his face. Responding to him were cheers, whistles, and even a few vivid wolf howls, more intense and fervent than when they had watched the guys duel. This unexpected enthusiasm, clearly infected the space wolves. They bared their teeth, revealing their stark white fangs, and a low resonance rumbled in their chests, finally converging into a series of loud war cries from the icy world of Fenris. Awoo! For a moment, the entire training ground was swept up in this wild atmosphere. While it was unclear how other Space Marine chapters would react to such a scene, at least, Wolf-Lord Krona Dragongaze of the Space Wolves, Slayer of Dragons, Great Company and his Wolf Guard thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention and admiration. I thought I would see soldiers as lifeless as the Krieg Death Corps. Krona's booming voice drowned out the cheers. His smile could be described as unrestrained. But it seems you are much livelier than those Kriegers. In the crowd, someone shouted back at the top of their lungs, "The dying living are, of course, much livelier than the moving dead." Ha 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 ha. This dark humor instantly ignited the entire venue, and the soaring laughter almost blew the roof off the abandoned factory. You two Astra Militarum are 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Krona was also amused. He waved his hand grandly, then turned his gaze to the 2 black-armored space marines in the arena, who now had serious expressions. Given the current situation, it seems an arena match is in order. Krona Dragon Gaze, this name was quite famous within the Space Wolves chapter for his fanaticism for battle and contests. Whether in friendly matches within the chapter or during joint operations with other Space Marine chapters, he would always seize the opportunity for a spar. Just as he was in high spirits, he suddenly remembered something and looked down at Robert beside him. "By the way, your front line shouldn't collapse anytime soon, right?" "No," Robert shrugged, answering calmly. "But if you count the time, some radioactive dust might drift over from the front line soon." "Such a small matter is irrelevant." Krona waved his hand dismissively. He looked around his wolf guard. Of course, he wouldn't personally go into the arena to bully 2 greenhorns. "You, Okaharis Rivers, go up there and let them experience the cold winds of Fenris." Chapter 121. Rookie Crush. From the perspective of players Andrew and Caleb, the entire world's aesthetic abruptly changed with the arrival of these uninvited guests. As the giants, clad in grey-blue armor and adorned with animal pelts, stepped into the training ground, a series of numbers furiously flickered on Andrew's right-eye combat power detector, almost overwhelming him. "Holy moly!" Andrew let out a strange cry. So many Space Marines, not a single one with a combat power below 3 digits. The leader's combat power shot straight to 4 digits. The version hasn't even updated yet, so how are the stats already inflating? Where did Commander Robert find these tough guys? Caleb, meanwhile, muttered in a low voice, and from the looks of it, they seem to be here with ill intentions. Like they're here to challenge us. Do we even have anything for them to challenge here? Andrew subconsciously retorted. Aren't we it? Caleb sighed. I think we're about to be ganged up on. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario the 2 guys envisioned, being ganged up on by a group of tough guys with combat power above 3 digits, did not happen. The Space Wolves did not swarm them. Instead, their Wolf Lord singled out one warrior. After all, they had no grudge against Padisha's Helldivers Legion and Martyr's battle group, and even the warlike sons of Fenris valued a warrior's honor and rules. The Wolf Guard who was called out, Orkiris Rivers, stepped forward, his power boots thudding heavily on the ground with a thump, and a fierce beast-like aura emanated from him. Listening to the rising cheers and howls around the training ground, this competition was clearly inevitable. It had to happen. Caleb was the first to elbow Andrew beside him, saying, "Brother, the real combat opportunity you've long awaited to spar with true powerhouses has arrived." Ahem. Such a precious, real combat opportunity. I'll let my younger brother have it. Andrew immediately kicked the ball back, saying earnestly, "Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of our people. As an older brother, I must set a good example for you with my actions." No, no, no. Haven't you heard the story of Kong Rong yielding the pears, older brother? Caleb also began to quote classics. As the younger one, I should offer this pear for you to taste first. No, no, no. Andrew suddenly clutched his abdomen, his expression becoming very painful. I suddenly feel unwell and urgently need to rest for a while. I really can't go on. Younger brother, the battle group's honor rests on you today. What kind of illness can an Astartes possibly have? Caleb retorted, narrowing his eyes. Chancroid, Andrew uttered a word without changing his expression that made Caleb's brain freeze. After a while, Caleb squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. All right, you're amazing. He resignedly turned around, flexing his wrists and neck, his joints making crisp, crackling sounds. Amidst the thunderous cheers and roars from the entire venue, he walked alone to face the Space Wolf from Fenris. If I have to go, I'll go. Caleb took a deep breath, the power armor's circulation system humming softly. He took a few steps forward, standing in the center of the training ground, facing the Space Wolf named Audacious Rivers. A chilling atmosphere spread between the two. The clamor outside seemed to recede at this moment, leaving only the heavy breathing and the faint creak of their armor joints. He assumed his combat stance, slowly gathering the dragon flame's energy in his fists, preparing for a tough fight. He originally thought that the next second would be a fierce collision of metal and strength. However, a harsh static noise suddenly erupted, as if someone had just turned on an old loudspeaker. Immediately after, a powerful voice with a slightly exaggerated echo filled the entire training ground. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your old pal, Cohen. Oh my God, who the hell is this genius? Caleb was instantly shocked, almost losing his stance. How did even a commentator show up? And what's with this dubbed voice, seriously? We can see. On the field right now, two majestic space marines are engaged in an intense standoff. Cohen's voice was full of passion, as if he were witnessing an epic duel. First, let's look at the one on the left, dressed in black power armor. It's none other than the 999th generation master of the Dragon Flame Fist, who has honed the mysteries of hard and soft to an art form. From the Helldivers Legion, Caleb. As his prolonged final syllable echoed, the training ground immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. The players clearly enjoyed this kind of style. However, Caleb, as the person involved, was already starting to feel a headache. Don't just randomly give people nicknames. He ranted wildly in his mind. How did you casually make up a bunch of titles that even I almost couldn't remember? Wouldn't it be better to use such eloquence for something serious? And on the other side, Cohen paused deliberately here, building suspense. Rivers on the field clearly understood what this meant. He raised his head and announced his name in a booming voice. Audacious Rivers. And on the other side, Cohen's voice rose again, is an elite warrior forged by the biting cold winds of the icy world of Fenris, tempered through 1,000 trials, Audacious Rivers. How come he doesn't get a nickname? Caleb grumbled inwardly. Are you afraid he'll chop you down on the spot? The differential treatment is too obvious. So, among these two powerful warriors who will emerge victorious and claim today's glory? Cohen's high-pitched tone completely stirred up the emotions of the live audience. Then he suddenly changed his tone, rattling off at a speed comparable to a heavy logging gun. Before that, attention audience members, just look down and you'll see the battlefield flatbread sold at our mobile stall. Made with the freshest rat meat and dried cockroaches, with 4 times the protein content of beef. Crunchy, chicken-flavored, guaranteed to be 100 times tastier than nutrient paste. Warriors with a craving must not miss out. Buy now and get a free cup of filtered water. Thank you for your support. I'm completely dumbfounded. So you're a commentator just to run commercials? Caleb was utterly furious. You really do have a damn business mind. Thinking of this, Caleb suddenly realized, his expression changing. Wait, what did he say his name was? Cohen. All right, stop with all this nonsense. Rivers on the opposite side was clearly getting impatient. He tapped his chainsword on the ground, making a dull thud. Let's get started. All right, since our contestants are already so eager, Cohen said compliantly, then let's fast forward to the exciting pre-match trash talk segment. Mr. Caleb, do you have anything you'd like to say to Mr. Rivers before we begin? With Cohen's prompt, Caleb successfully pulled himself back from his frantic emotions and realized that he indeed had something to say. He looked directly into Rivers' eyes and said in a deep voice, I can feel it. You are very strong. If this were a simple spar, I would not be your opponent. Oh? Rivers grinned, showing a hint of disdain. You're giving up before even fighting, recruit. But I don't want to lose. Caleb finished his sentence, his tone suddenly becoming sharp. So I'll have to use my full strength. If I accidentally injure or cripple you, then I can only say I'm very sorry. At these words, the noisy scene instantly fell silent, as if the air had been sucked out. The next second, an even fiercer storm swept through the entire venue. My goodness, can I interpret this as the ultimate provocation from Mr. Caleb? This was the commentator Cohen's exclamatory addition of fuel to the fire. Well said, damn impressive, kill him. This was the bloodthirsty audience, eager for chaos. Rivers, let him experience how biting the cold winds of Fenris are. These were the enraged space wolves. As for Rivers, the center of attention, he first stared in disbelief for a moment. Then, reacting, he slowly spread his mouth into a grin, revealing his snow-white and sharp fangs. Just like a true wolf. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in his throat, every word edged with ice. Very good. It seems you, recruit, need a bit of discipline. I'll personally teach you how to respect a veteran. Chapter 122, Fist. The atmosphere in the arena grew heavy once more. The absurdity brought by the advertisements and trash talk quickly faded, replaced by an almost palpable sense of oppression. The mountain and sea-like roar of the crowd seemed to be slowly pressed down by an invisible hand, gradually quieting until the last echo vanished beneath the towering dome of the abandoned factory. All was silent. In this oppressive silence, all eyes focused on the two steel giants in the center of the arena. Recruit, where is your weapon? Rivers spoke first, his deep voice remarkably clear in the stillness. Don't tell me you forgot it. My fists are my weapons, Caleb replied, his voice steady and firm. Oh, Rivers raised an eyebrow slightly. He quickly came up with a reasonable answer based on his worldview. You're good with power fists, are you? Something like that. Caleb didn't bother to explain. Besides, from the outcome, this answer was about 70 to 80% accurate. That's quite rare then, Rivers said, his tone carrying a hint of an old veteran scrutinizing a new recruit. After all, to master a weapon like the power fist was far more difficult than a chainsword or power sword, let alone for a new recruit. The conversation stopped again, and silence once more enveloped the training ground. Ready? He called out, his tone dripping with menace. I'm coming to attack. Caleb remained motionless, his expression carved from stone. His eyes didn't even flicker. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, dangerously quiet. Attack if you want to attack, Caleb said flatly. What's the point of specifically warning me? A low, rumbling chuckle emanated from Rivers' chest. It grew louder, more intense, becoming a full, bellowing laugh that echoed across the wasteland. His shoulders shook with the weight of his own confidence. Ha ha ha. The laughter finally subsided, replaced by something far more sinister. Rivers' eyes blazed with an otherworldly intensity. That's because I'm absolutely certain of my victory. Before he finished speaking, he moved. Thump. His power boots stomped heavily, and the solid ground instantly cracked. Rivers' figure transformed into a grey-blue afterimage, and he lunged forward like an enraged Fenrisian wolf, carrying a ferocious momentum that seemed to rip everything apart. Although the chainsword in his hand was not activated, it still emitted a harsh roar as it cut through the air, carving a trajectory of death. Facing this thunderous strike, Caleb made an unexpected move. Hey! With a strange cry from him, his previously steady stance instantly changed. At the same time, crimson flames appeared out of nowhere like living fire snakes, instantly coiling around his wrists and ankles. Psychic power? Rivers' expression changed slightly. Psychic power. Kroner's expression drastically changed. Psychic power. Herbert's expression greatly changed. However, Caleb's movements did not falter in the slightest. He fearlessly met the roaring chainsword, throwing a punch. The fist, wrapped in crimson dragon flame, collided head-on with its blade. Clang! A deafening clang of metal rang out, sparks flying everywhere, and he actually held his own. No, it's not psychic power. Rivers, who had personally experienced the power of this punch, made his judgment almost at the moment of impact. He thought to himself, Neither the ground nor the chainsword that directly contacted his fist showed any trace of frost. If it were psychic power, then he would clearly be a psychic master with exquisite control, with no energy leaking out. But considering his identity as an Astartes recruit, this speculation is too absurd. No, it's not psychic power. Krona, who was off the field, also made a judgment based on his keen intuition for warp energy. I didn't smell that nauseating stench, only a pure passion, hot like a forge fire. This kid is interesting. No, it's not psychic power. Even Inquisitor Herbert made the same judgment. There's no fluctuation in the warp. I couldn't possibly not feel it at this distance. Even if I couldn't feel it, Ugo couldn't possibly not know. It's a native warp demon scum. But this anomaly must be investigated. I need to find a way to bypass these damn space wolves and contact them individually or simply infiltrate their rooms. So that's it, Rivers, who felt he had figured out the key, said in a deep voice. Is this what you rely on? I didn't expect your chapter to possess a special non-psychic power similar to our Fenrisian runes. Your Fenrisian runes aren't psychic power, Caleb asked, squinting his eyes while maintaining his punching stance. Do not make conclusions because you do not understand Fenris. Rivers immediately glared. Our runes are certainly not psychic power. The frost effect is only due to Fenris's climate and our long-standing traditional culture. All right, my bad, Caleb decisively chose to admit his mistake, avoiding a meaningless argument. Why did you summon the flames in advance? Rivers shifted the topic with a hint of curiosity in his tone. A seemingly ordinary punch, suddenly summoning them just before contacting the enemy, would be more surprising and threatening, wouldn't it? Firstly, this is called dragon flame, and it's not the same as ordinary flames, Caleb corrected him earnestly, then sighed. Secondly, alas, I wish I could do as you say. But I can only learn this much for now. If I want to improve, I have to figure it out myself. You just told me that directly. Rivers was somewhat surprised. What else could I do? Caleb said. This kind of information, if you're not stupid, you'd pretty much figure it out after a couple of probes. Since that's the case, it's better to just say it directly and make me seem more straightforward. Rivers let out a hearty laugh, his laughter echoing in the silent training ground, full of the unrestrained boldness characteristic of the sons of Fenris. Good, I like you, kid. Straightforward. He drew a shallow line on the ground with the tip of his chainsword, as if marking the boundaries for the upcoming battle. Since that's the case, I'll tell you directly too. The probing is over, I'm getting serious. The moment his words fell, his entire demeanor changed completely. If Rivers just now was an adult wolf scrutinizing its prey, then at this moment he was a Fenrisian thunderwolf in hunting mode, baring its fangs. He slightly bent his body, the joints of his power armor making subtle adjustment sounds, and his entire being was like a giant bow drawn to its full extent. Every armor plate concealing terrifying power about to erupt. Caleb's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He dared not be negligent in the slightest. The dragon flame on his fists burned even more fiercely, scorching the air around him into a slight distortion. The battle was about to begin. Roar. With a wolf-like battle cry, Rivers moved. He did not choose a linear charge, but approached at high speed in a strange zigzag trajectory, his power boots treading dazzling steps on the ground, like a pack of wolves chasing prey in the snow. Chapter 123. Cheating. The chainsword in his hand was not activated, but its heavy weight and distinctively serrated blade made it a formidable bludgeon on its own. He wielded it into deadly silver whirlwinds, at times transforming it into a heavy warhammer, smashing towards Caleb's arm, and at other times sweeping horizontally like a long staff, aiming directly for his exposed shins. Good, come on. Caleb roared, calling upon all the combat experience accumulated throughout his player career. With his feet firmly planted, he advanced instead of retreating, charging into the deadly storm of steel. Facing Rivers' powerful overhead cleave, Caleb neither dodged nor evaded. He stomped his left foot forward, and his right fist, like a burning meteor, shot downwards to meet the massive blade. The crimson dragon flame collided with the heavy metal blade, erupting in a loud clang and dazzling sparks. Rivers felt a scorching and violent force transmit through the blade, numbing his arm. He immediately changed his move, flicking his wrist, dropping the sword's momentum, turning the chop into a sweep, and smashing it horizontally towards Caleb's right arm. Caleb's reaction was equally swift. After landing a hit, his body didn't pause. Using the recoil, he ducked, dodging the horizontal sweep, while his right leg, like a whip, brought with it a whistling wind and scorching dragon flame, kicking towards the back of Rivers's supporting leg's knee. This rapid series of offense and defense changes was as quick as lightning, dazzling the onlookers. The Helldivers Legion players erupted in cheers, while the Space Wolves growled tensely, cheering on their brother. As a seasoned veteran, Rivers' combat instincts were deeply ingrained. The moment Caleb's sweeping kick came, he advanced instead of retreating, powerfully pushing off with his left leg, leaping into the air. He not only dodged the sweep, but also adjusted his posture mid-air, gripping the hilt with both hands, and slammed the chainsword's blade down like a shield onto Caleb below. A massive shadow enveloped Caleb, the heavy blade whistling as it tore through the air. However, there was no trace of fear on Caleb's face. He crossed his arms above his head, enduring the crushing blow. Dong! The terrifying impact caused the ground beneath Caleb's feet to crack inch by inch, and he sank by half a foot. But he ultimately blocked it. It's not over yet, Caleb gritted his teeth. While taking the hit, he pushed off with his feet, springing forward like a coiled spring, and delivered a powerful headbutt to Rivers's head. This was unexpected. Even Rivers, a veteran of countless battles, was rattled by this savage attack, his blood churning, and he stumbled. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Caleb's offensive unleashed like a storm. He closed in, abandoning long-range harassment, and brought the fight into his preferred close-quarters combat domain. A series of lightning-fast, blurring punch and kick combinations were executed flawlessly. His fists, enveloped in dragon flame, struck Rivers' joints with precision, producing a rapid succession of muffled bang, bang, bang sounds. For a moment, the situation on the field reversed. The experienced Space Wolves veteran was being pushed back by a rookie using an unheard-of, ferocious boxing style, only able to parry with great difficulty. My goodness, Caleb is suppressing his opponent. I've never seen such exquisite martial arts. Cohen's commentary chimed in at the right moment, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, Caleb, in the center of the battle, felt no ease. He knew very well that his advantage was only temporary. This high-intensity burst output consumed a tremendous amount of stamina and dragon flame, and his opponent, Rivers, was calmly waiting for an opportunity. After being forced back again by Caleb's combination punches, Rivers' back was against a thick metal pillar with nowhere left to retreat. Now! Caleb's heart swelled with joy. He saw a prime opportunity for a corner juggle. He took a deep breath, preparing to end the fight with his most powerful move. He pulled his right fist back, crimson dragon flame wildly converging, his entire arm seemingly turning into a burning brand. However, just as he was about to punch, a cunning glint flashed in Rivers' eyes. The Space Wolves did not choose to block or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, allowing Caleb's incredibly powerful punch to strike his left shoulder. Bang! As both sides had removed some armor, exposing their arms and thighs, this blow even produced the sound of bones cracking, and the powerful impact made Rivers let out a muffled grunt. But he used this pushing force, his body twisting sideways at an incredible angle, and the chainsword in his hand traced a perfect arc, bypassing Caleb's defense and slammed its broad blade heavily onto his left thigh. Whack! A heavy, teeth-grinding thud echoed. Caleb felt an irresistible, immense force come from his leg, as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Intense pain instantly swept through his body, his left leg went numb, and he lost his balance. Oh no, Caleb was horrified. In his pursuit of maximum power, he had gone all out, leaving himself wide open, and the opponent had exploited this vulnerability with a trade blows tactic. Having landed a hit, how could Rivers let this opportunity slip away? Enduring the sharp pain in his left shoulder, his offensive instantly reversed. He wielded the chainsword with fierce vigor, like an iron whip in a storm, frantically striking at Caleb. Caleb's rhythm was completely disrupted. The intense pain in his left leg slowed his movements, forcing him to retreat and block clumsily, his previous advantage completely gone. Bang! Rivers kicked Caleb in the chest, sending him flying backward to crash heavily on the ground. Rookie, your fists are good, but your combat awareness still has a lot lacking. Rivers walked closer, his heavy footsteps like a death knell. He raised his chainsword high, preparing to deliver the final blow with the hilt to Caleb, ending this sparring match. The players outside the arena gasped, and Andrew even instinctively took a step forward. However, just as the hilt was about to smash into his face, Caleb's entire body suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant crimson flame. It's too early to boast. Name, Dragon Flame Teleport. Attribute, Active Skill, Permanent Mastery. Skill category, Movement/Combat. Activation, Instantaneous. Effect, mobilizes Dragon Flame to instantly cloak the body, causing the user to vanish and reappear directly behind a targeted enemy within a short range. This skill grants an immediate tactical advantage by bypassing an opponent's guard. Boom! A scorching wave of air spread outwards, and Caleb's figure vanished into thin air. River's certain strike hit nothing, leaving a shallow pit in the hard ground. He was startled, but centuries of combat instinct allowed him no hesitation, not even wasting a tenth of a second to turn and search for the enemy. His combat intuition screamed like a beast's alarm. Behind him, ha! Rivers roared, powerfully engaging his waist, his body remaining tilted forward, his right hand gripping the hilt, swung backward at an ergonomically impossible angle, the heavy blade like a battering ram, striking with incredible precision behind him. This lightning-fast counterattack was both incredibly quick and incredibly vicious. And almost simultaneously, Caleb's figure appeared behind Rivers. He concentrated all his strength into his right leg, aiming for the exposed supporting knee joint behind Rivers' entire steel body, and kicked with all his might. The next instant, time seemed to freeze. The heavy blade slammed hard into the side of Caleb's head, and Caleb's kick squarely struck Rivers' knee joint. Clang! Crack! Two distinctly different sounds rang out simultaneously. Ugh! Mmm! Both let out an uncontrollable muffled groan of pain at the same time, their bodies trembling violently. Rivers felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right knee, as if the entire joint had been roasted by flames and then shattered by a hammer, no longer able to support his body's weight. Caleb's vision spun wildly, the intense impact making his head buzz, almost causing him to faint on the spot. Then, in the deathly silence of the entire audience, the two steel giants, one stumbling forward, the other swaying backward, finally could not support themselves and fell to one knee. Chapter 124. Don't worry, Pyro looked up at the sky. It was a morbid sky, beyond description. A bizarre dome of lead grey, sulphur yellow, and bruised purple. The sun was long gone, replaced by a pallid spot of light, like the pupil of a dying man, weakly gazing down at the scarred earth through thick, radioactive dust clouds. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the smell of scorched earth. Every breath felt like swallowing fine grit. He surveyed the battlefield around him. This place had truly become a deathly wasteland. The earth had been repeatedly churned by war and nuclear blasts, everywhere scorched black soil and massive craters. Twisted wreckage of war machines and the bodies of soldiers from both sides were intertwined, piled into small hills. The severed limbs of orcs and the shattered uniforms of the human Astra Militarum were mixed together, forming an apocalyptic tableau amidst the incessant click-clack of Geiger counters. It certainly has the feel of an apocalyptic battlefield, Pyro muttered under his breath. Just then, a clear and urgent voice came through his sealed helmet's communication system. Orc Warboss's location confirmed. Coordinates shared. Everyone hurry over. This communication was clearly broadcast to all Helldivers Legion players on the battlefield. Instantly, as if a dormant ant colony had been disturbed, players scattered across the battlefield rose from behind cover and out of piles of corpses, rushing towards the same coordinates like streams merging into a river. Pyro was naturally one of them. When he arrived at the destination, he found it already surrounded by players, 3 deep. On a high ground formed by piled tank wreckage stood a player. Although his carapace armor looked no different from others, his communication could cover thousands of people, clearly indicating he was one of the commanders of this operation. Everyone line up in an orderly fashion. He stood on the high ground, his voice steady and powerful. One by one, each person gets one shot or one slash. Don't worry about not getting exp. Even if you die because the anti-radiation medicine wears off, I'm the highest-ranking person here, and I guarantee your exp won't be less. The order on site was surprisingly well maintained. This kind of lining up to shoot the Sir had happened many times in the Legion, and everyone was very experienced with it. A long line quickly formed, and Pyro silently joined it. Gunshots rang out rhythmically, unhurried, like the drum beats of some cold symphony. By the time it was finally Pyro's turn, the once unrivaled Orc warboss lay in a huge crater. Its massive body was a mess of flesh, riddled with countless bullet holes and blade marks, green blood pooling on the ground. But Pyro didn't care, since the leading commander hadn't called a stop, and those who had left earlier hadn't expressed joy at receiving XP notifications. It was clear the monster wasn't completely dead. Without hesitation, he decisively raised his laser rifle and pulled the trigger, aiming at what was barely discernible as the warboss's head. A red beam flashed, adding another charred hole to the pulpy mass. Having earned his experience, Pyro immediately turned and left, yielding his spot to the person behind him. After all, there were many more people in line. It was best to be as quick and decisive as possible. After leaving the crowd, Pyro began to peer through the throng. During the previous charge, he and his friend R.N. Gasus, as well as their squad, had gotten separated. He wanted to see if he could find them again, though he knew the chances were slim in this chaotic scene of thousands. Just then, a hand clapped him on the shoulder. "Hey buddy, what are you looking for?" Pyro turned and saw someone else wearing full carapace armor. Unable to see the other person's face, he subconsciously looked at the game ID floating above their head. Ghostface. Pyro didn't recognize this ID, which was normal. More and more people were playing this game now, and it was unrealistic to know the name of every active player. "I'm looking for my friends and our squad," Pyro replied truthfully. "I got separated from them during the last charge, and I wanted to see if we could regroup. But it looks like the hope is slim now." "Heh heh," Ghostface chuckled ambiguously and said, "In that case, why don't you join my squad?" Pyro hesitated for a moment. Being alone on such a large battlefield was indeed dangerous. A temporary squad was better than none. All right, he chose to agree. Soon Ghostface led Pyro to a more secluded edge of the battlefield. When Pyro saw the IDs above the heads of the other members of Ghostface's squad, he instantly felt a chill. Freddy, Jason, Michael, Leatherface. He felt as if he had joined a rather ominous squad. "Freddy, I found a new guy," Ghostface called out to the person with the ID Freddy. "We have enough people now, let's go." "All right," the player named Freddy responded lazily. Subsequently, this squad, totaling 8 people including Pyro, began to advance silently in one direction. "Where are we going?" Seeing that the team was clearly moving away from the main force, Pyro couldn't help but ask cautiously. He began to seriously suspect that these guys were going to lead him to some remote area, then swarm him, chop him into mincemeat, and stage a horror movie within the game. "You'll know when we get there," Ghostface said mysteriously. He seemed to sense Pyro's tension and proactively started a conversation. "Speaking of which, newbie, do you have any favorite horror movies?" Pyro thought for a moment, and to match the group's vibe, he tentatively said, "Does Resident Evil count?" "No, of course not." Ghostface immediately yelled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a psychic superhuman protagonist slaughtering a bunch of mindless corpses. "Where's the horror and fear in that? I absolutely won't acknowledge that as a horror movie. At most, it's a gore fest." Pyro was about to say, "Aren't you being a bit extreme?" But then he reconsidered. Arguing about movie genres with these people would be pointless, so he obediently said, "Then I don't have any." "Well, that's a shame." Ghostface seemed to have a lot to say. As soon as that topic ended, he immediately found another. "Did you know the Hive City is holding a Blade Feast recently?" "Blade Feast?" Pyro repeated. "You mean Astartes fighting in an arena? But doesn't our Legion only have 2 Astartes? How can they hold a Blade Feast?" "You don't know?" "It's all over the forums," Ghostface said excitedly. "The Space Wolves are here. A bunch of tough guys from Fenris. They're having a heated brawl with our Caleb and Andrew." Then why aren't they on the front lines, fighting in the Hive City instead? Pyro was a bit puzzled. They have their own reasons, I guess. Ghostface shrugged, his tone suddenly becoming somewhat excited. And I actually think it's a good thing they're not here this way. I can kill more people. Pyro subconsciously said, You mean earn more exp? No, I don't care about exp. Ghostface's helmet turned towards Pyro. Although his expression couldn't be seen, Pyro could feel the fanaticism beneath the faceplate. I mean literally killing people. Do you understand? That feeling of plunging a cold knife into the body of an intelligent, thinking being, feeling his warm blood spray onto you through the wound, listening to his tearful wails of extreme pain and fear of death. Pyro felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He subtly distanced himself from Ghostface. Have you had a mental health checkup recently? If not, I highly recommend you get one immediately. Hehehe. Ghostface let out that ambiguous laugh again. Don't worry, I'm taking my medicine. Chapter 125, Serial Killer. So it really exists, huh? Pyro couldn't help but complain. Does this game even have a threshold? How are people with mental illnesses allowed in here? Though he tried to keep the latter part of his voice low, it was still caught by Ghostface in the quiet wilderness. Hey, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Ghostface immediately protested, his voice sounding deeply insulted. I take my medication on time and in the right dosage every day. Report to the relevant departments regularly, and I even help old ladies cross the road. Why can't I even play a game? Ghostface paused here, then smugly added, Besides, I've read the user agreement for this game carefully. It only warns players who are afraid of blood or uncomfortable with gore should play with caution. Neither of those applies to me. I think not only do they not apply, but you're actually quite keen on them. Pyro's tone was full of suspicion. Have you really never stabbed anyone in real life? You're being completely unreasonable, Ghostface said unhappily, as if Pyro's question was a challenge to his professional integrity. It's 2076 now. Even the primeval forests of Shangri-La are full of cameras. Where am I supposed to go kill people? I'm a crazy psycho, not an idiot. Pyro was momentarily speechless. Just then, Ghostface, who was walking at the very front, suddenly stopped. Everyone else followed suit. Pyro immediately became alert, grabbing the bolt pistol at his waist. What's up? We're here. Ghostface pointed to a pile of rubble in the distance. Can you see that? That's our destination this time. Pyro strained to look in the direction Ghostface was pointing. In the dim light, through the pervasive radioactive dust, he vaguely saw a pink, rectangular object with a yellow doorknob standing amidst the rubble. He incredulously raised his hand to wipe his helmet visor, then looked again intently. Is that Doraemon's Anywhere door? Oh, Ghostface realized, shrugging. When we first found it, it was just a pile of broken rocks. I thought it looked too ugly, so I spent XP to buy a wooden door and a few buckets of paint from the system and decorated it to look like the Anywhere door. Actually, if you get close, you'll receive a system prompt. It's a webway entrance. Pyro was clearly speechless by this surreal sight and the other party's nonchalant attitude. Then why didn't you notify the main force immediately? This is clearly an entrance and exit for the Dark Eldar. You don't seriously think the 8 of us can defeat the Dark Eldar, do you? Don't worry, my mind is very clear. Ghostface turned to the silent player with the ID Michael and said, Hey Michael, it's time to take out the goods. As soon as he spoke, Michael, who had been silent, took off his backpack, fumbled around inside, and finally, under Pyro's gaze, pulled out a human head. Pyro looked at the human head, its mouth sealed with tape, but its eyes still blinking in terror, still alive. You've been carrying a human head around. Not just one, oh. These are trophies from our previous operation in the lower hive, a total of 6 heads of Slaanesh cultists. Ghostface introduced enthusiastically, as if showing off his most prized collection. My plan is this. As soon as the Anywhere door, the webway gate opens, we jump in with these 6 heads, unseal their mouths, and have them shout something like, For Slaanesh. Then we just wait for the Slaanesh demons to take care of the Dark Eldar. I won't even comment on whether your plan is reliable. Pyro felt his brain was about to burn out. In this entire plan, the number of people is the least important, right? Why did you specifically come for me before setting off? To get a lucky number, of course, Ghostface said as if it were the most natural thing. Look, with you, we have exactly 8 people now, and 8 is my lucky number. Just a friendly reminder, Pyro said. The number 8 has another meaning in Warhammer. I know, Ghostface replied. And the lucky I mentioned is exactly the meaning you're referring to. Think about it. If this plan to summon Slaanesh fails, our number might catch the eye of the Great Khorne, and he might bless us. Then we'd be able to defeat the Dark Eldar. Buddy, why are you putting your hand on your bolt pistol again? I'm contemplating whether to draw my gun and blast you heretics right now, Pyro said expressionlessly. He felt his loyalty was being tested like never before. And why hasn't the Emperor sent a psychic slapdown to flatten you heretics into meat patties? It would be convenient if the Emperor sent a psychic slap right now, Ghostface said indifferently, even clapping his hands. It would most likely smash this anywhere door too, and wouldn't our mission be completed then? Too bad he's already an old piece of jerky on the golden throne, unable to move. He even spread his hands leisurely, as if it were just a harmless joke. Ghostface said in a persuasive tone, "It's the 40k era now. Humanity's situation is so difficult, so naturally, we use whatever we can. Exploiting the ancient conflict between Slaanesh and the Dark Eldar, letting them fight each other like dogs, isn't that a very good option for us? Otherwise, think about it. To deal with this teleportation gate that could open at any time, we'd need to deploy at least an artillery regiment to monitor it 24 hours a day. As soon as this door lights up, we'd immediately launch a saturation bombardment. What a waste of resources." Ghostface turned around, his tone even carrying a hint of earnest instruction. "We're not like those rigid NPCs who have to follow those inflexible dogmas and principles," he said. "We're players, playing dirty, utilizing the faction characteristics and background settings in the game. Isn't that perfectly natural?" Pyro was stunned by this set of twisted logic. What if your heretical actions are discovered and reported to the Inquisition? Ha! Ghostface let out a contemptuous sneer from his throat. He held up one finger. First, with the Imperial administration's efficiency, even if a report truly manages to pass through layers of bureaucracy and reach the Inquisition, it would most likely be 100 years later. He held up a second finger. Secondly, even if, by bad luck, an Inquisitor happens to be bored out of his mind and arrives quickly, so what? I can just commit suicide, can't I? After resurrection, I'll be a completely new person. The Inquisitor can investigate my corpse all he wants. I'm a person who grew up under modern education, not feudal, and I don't mind donating my body. Chapter 126. Doorstep. Pyro was utterly speechless. In fact, after calming down and thinking, what Ghostface said was indeed correct. The plan he proposed would be considered an unforgivable heresy by Imperial citizens, but from a player's perspective, it was just a somewhat creative way to achieve a goal by utilizing game mechanics. Taking his hand completely off the bolter, Pyro sighed, accepting reality. "All right then, what are you guys planning to do next? Don't tell me you're just going to wait here for the Dark Eldar to appear and open the webway gate from the inside." "What else can we do?" Ghostface shrugged, pulling out a beautifully packaged card box from who knows where. "Of course we're going to play a round of Gwent." Pyro's eyes instantly lit up. "Oh great, I'm really good at this. You definitely won't be able to beat me." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, you mean, we're really just going to wait here?" Ghostface had already skillfully drawn the cards from the box. "Unless you can catch a Necron right now, this is our only option." "You're so unreliable." Pyro felt his blood pressure rising again. What if the Dark Eldar don't come out for another year? Are we just going to wait here for a year? "Heh heh, don't worry," Ghostface said in a profound tone as he shuffled the cards. "Statistically speaking, the Dark Eldar could also arrive in 1 second. And if you're not going to tell me where your confidence comes from, or answer me with a phrase like, 'because I'm Batman,' then I'm not playing with you," Pyro said, crossing his arms and adopting a non-violent, non-cooperative stance. "You can find someone else to make up your lucky number." Sigh, you're impossible. Ghostface shook his head, his tone like he was dealing with a temperamental child. All right, no harm in telling you. Because I can feel that terror and dread are gradually approaching. Is that your skill? Pyro asked subconsciously, then felt it might involve the other party's privacy. So he waved his hand. In that case, I won't ask too much. It doesn't matter. No harm in telling you everything. Ghostface had already begun separating the cards of various factions, his movements practiced. This is indeed my skill, but it's not from the game. Not from the game? You mean it's from reality? Pyro quipped casually. Correct. Ghostface snapped his fingers, the sound crisp. I've been able to perceive other people's fear since birth. And the more afraid they are, the more dopamine, endorphins, and serotonin I secrete. In simple terms, the more others fear, the more excited and happy I become. I call it the dark passenger. At this point, Ghostface shrugged. At first, I thought everyone was like this, until I was sent to a private sanatorium by my parents, and then I realized that I seemed to be an anomaly. After hearing such a shocking answer, Pyro decided to immediately stop delving deeper into this topic. He didn't want to know any more about a psychopath's childhood. Anyway, he forcibly pulled the conversation back. You can confirm that the Dark Eldar will be here in a short time, right? Yes, Ghostface said confidently, placing the sorted card piles on the ground. They'll be here very soon. In this world with the warp, my abilities have been unprecedentedly enhanced. I can feel the shadow of fear getting closer and closer, like an alien about to burst out. Freddy knows, right, Freddy? Freddy, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground organizing cards, said coldly without looking up, You schizophrenic madman, don't drag me into your ramblings. So are you two coming or not? If you don't want to play cards, go somewhere else and babble. Pyro then noticed that besides him and Ghostface, everyone else, Jason, Michael, Leatherface, had already chosen their factions, laid out their cards, and were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground. No expression could be seen beneath their pitch-black full-face helmet visors, but their poised stance clearly indicated that the game could begin immediately. Damn it, you pedophile with a sense of style like a pile of shit, how dare you verbally attack me? Ghostface grumbled in a low voice, gritting his teeth, then quickly sat down on the ground. Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Then everyone's gaze converged on Pyro, who was still standing. Those silent stares startled Pyro, who was deep in thought about whether Freddy's pronoun for Ghostface and Ghostface's pronoun for Freddy were simply playing on a movie original meme, or if there was truly something to it in reality, or both. Well, first, I have a question. Pyro felt like a husky who had wandered into a pack of wolves. Do you guys know each other in real life? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how would we all have names related to horror movies? We must have agreed on it offline, Freddy said impatiently, tapping the cards in front of him. So, Rookie, are you in? Anyway, he was probably going to face a near-certain death jumping into the webway later, so he might as well stay in this mental asylum for a while. Pyro sighed resignedly, finding an empty spot among them and sitting down. I'll choose the Northern Realms. An hour later, on the desolate wasteland. Ha! Scorch warning. Burn the strongest unit on your field. Useless. My commander's horn is already thirsty for battle. Damn it, he even has a spy card. Just as Pyro was meticulously calculating and setting up an inescapable trap, seemingly about to defeat Ghostface's monster army with a perfect Northern Realms deck and secure his first victory in front of these madmen, Ghostface suddenly looked up and slammed his cards onto the ground. All right, game paused. As soon as he spoke, as if receiving some preset command, Freddy, Jason, Michael, and the others immediately began tidying up their cards without a word, their movements uniform and decisive, which left Pyro stunned. Hey, why did you suddenly stop playing? He called out hastily, pointing to a row of gleaming hero cards on his field. Don't. I was finally about to win a round. Look, you'll definitely lose if you play one more card. No, you're really getting addicted, aren't you? Ghostface looked at him speechlessly, his gaze like he was watching an internet-addicted teenager obsessed with gambling. Have you forgotten what we're here for? As Ghostface said this, Pyro came to a sudden realization, the excitement of playing cards instantly replaced by cold reality. He suddenly reacted. "Are the Dark Eldar arriving?" "They are already at our doorstep." Ghostface stood up and turned to face the pink Anywhere door standing amidst the pile of rocks. Chapter 127. Fear. Bring them all out. At Ghostface's command, Jason, Michael, Freddy, and the others each pulled out a total of 6 still twitching heads with their mouths taped shut from their tactical backpacks. They held their weapons in one hand while cradling these heads in the other like precious treasures, their thumbs already hooked under the edge of the tape, ready to tear it off at any moment. "Once you hear my command, tear off the tape," Ghostface ordered again. Pyro stood to the side, watching the scene, his hands empty, looking somewhat at a loss. He felt like a passerby who had stumbled into a cult's sacrificial ritual. Seemingly sensing his awkwardness, Ghostface turned his head, and a voice came from beneath his helmet. "Just be ready later and jump down with us." He paused. "Of course, if you're scared, it's not too late to back out now." Provoked by him, Pyro instead calmed down. "I just didn't know what to do. Now that you've said that, there's no way I won't jump with you all. Besides, I'm quite curious what the legendary webway is really like inside." Just then, a violent fluctuation, like a giant rock thrown into water, came from the space behind the door. The light intensified sharply, and the door panel groaned under the strain. "Now!" Ghostface made a decisive move, without the slightest hesitation, raising his combat boot and kicking the Anywhere door hard. Bang! The door panel shattered, revealing a constantly twisting, rotating tunnel entrance, seemingly made of liquid crystal and shadow. "Jump!" At the command, 7 people, including Ghostface, clutching their respective heads, leapt without hesitation into the kaleidoscopic entrance, like well-trained paratroopers. Pyro gritted his teeth and followed suit. The sensation of falling lasted less than a second. Pyro felt as if he had been thrown into a kaleidoscope, with countless shattered light and shadows, silent screams, and incomprehensible geometric patterns flashing past him. Weightlessness, compression, and tearing sensations acted upon him simultaneously, and the internal stabilization system of his carapace armor emitted a piercing alarm. But all of this ended quickly. When he came to his senses, his feet were already on solid ground. He found himself in a tunnel of unimaginable grandeur. The tunnel walls were not rock or metal, but a white fossilized bone-like substance, covered with crystalline veins through which flowed what seemed like captured nebulae and auroras. There was no light source here, yet the entire space was illuminated by a soft glow emanating from the walls themselves. This was the legendary webway, created by the Old Ones, a place even chaos found difficult to corrupt. However, he had no more time to admire this miraculous creation, because less than 20 meters in front of them stood over a dozen Dark Eldar, clad in tight spiked armor and wielding various bizarre-looking weapons. "Look, what is this? Lost barbarians." A male Dark Eldar sneered in their sharp yet elegant language. He licked his lips. "It seems our entertainment for today is settled." "What an unexpected harvest." Another Dark Eldar toyed with the long blade in his hand. "We don't even have to go hunting. Fresh souls are delivering themselves. Their wails will surely be very pleasant to hear." They were like a group of cats who had discovered mice in their granary, their faces filled with cruel mockery and greedy delight. However, the leading female Dark Eldar's smile abruptly froze as her gaze swept over the uninvited guests. Her eyes were fixed on what Ghostface and the others were holding, the heads of devotees who believed in him, who believed in the Dark Prince, and these heads were still alive. A primal fear, originating from the depths of her bloodline, instantly seized her heart. She immediately understood what these humans intended to do. "Run!" She let out a sharp, distorted shriek, turning to flee without a second thought. The surrounding Dark Eldar warriors looked at their leader in surprise, completely unable to understand what had happened. They were just a few Monkey. Was there any need to be so terrified? Ghostface, meanwhile, let out a sinister chuckle of a successful conspirator. "Run? Will running help?" "Tear off the tape." The six acted simultaneously, violently tearing off the tape from the mouths of the six heads. In an instant, Pyro heard no specific words or sounds. Or rather, an incredibly vast, incredibly defiled, indescribable sound directly exploded in his mind, in his very consciousness. The entire webway shook. Pyro felt an unimaginably vast entity from the endless abyss of the warp, casting its gaze upon this place. Just a glance caused countless twisted, lewd cracks to appear on the bone-white webway bulwarks around them. The space above their heads, like a mirror shattered by immense force, suddenly tore open a huge gap. Surging, pinkish-purple warp energy poured in like a waterfall, instantly corroding the sturdy webway structure with a sizzling sound. A huge and elegant head, combining terror and allure, slowly emerged from that gap. It was a Slaanesh greater demon, a keeper of secrets. Its eyes swept over the scene, and when it saw the dozen or so dark Eldar, terrified out of their wits, a look of immense joy and insatiable hunger appeared on its handsome yet sinister face. The hunter in an instant became the hunted. A plague of fear erupted among the dark Eldar. The nearest warrior's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, pungent liquid instantly soaking the crotch of his tight armor. His eyes wide, his mouth opened and closed silently. He was already scared, senseless. More dark Eldar let out inhuman screams, frantically rushing deeper into the tunnel like headless chickens, only wishing to get as far away from the warp rift as possible. But there were also beasts driven into a corner. After a moment of stunned paralysis, one dark Eldar warrior's face contorted into an expression mixed with extreme fear and towering rage. His originally handsome face twisted, his eyes bloodshot, and he let out the most vicious curses in the Eldar tongue, abruptly turning his poison crystal rifle towards the instigator of it all, Ghostface. Then this dark Eldar saw Ghostface in this symphony of fear, despair, and chaotic energy, spread his arms and let out a madman's laughter. Ha 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 ha! I feel it! I feel it! Your fear, your pain, your despair. His voice echoed through the chaos, filled with unparalleled ecstasy and satisfaction. I feel so good. I'm in heaven. Cry, scream, shout. Pain and fear are truly wonderful siblings, so delicious, so delicious. Ghostface's posture and words even made the greater demon briefly shift its gaze, and Pyro could still sense the confusion and irritation in its eyes, as if the original protagonist of a play had been upstaged by a passerby. Chapter 128. Mental patients could be geniuses. However, this minor unpleasantness was quickly dispelled by the feast before him. He redirected his attention to the scattering dark Eldar. These meals couldn't just grow legs and run away. For your prince, a feast. The greater demon let out a high-pitched, seductive shriek. Its massive yet elegant body squeezed entirely out of the warp rift, landing steadily on the webway's ground. With its arrival, an endless tide of Slaanesh demons, contorting demonettes and seekers riding cavalry, surged out of the rift like a breached dam. They shrieked with laughter, catching up to the desperate dark Eldar. Instead of killing them immediately, they impaled them one by one on their claws or halberds with an almost artistic cruelty. The scene was like a skilled barbecue chef precisely skewering fresh cuts of meat, preparing them for a long, painful roasting. Pyro had initially thought that after this revelry, they, the instigators, would quickly be dealt with by these Slaanesh demons. However, even after the last dark Eldar was hoisted high, wailing piteously in mid-air, not a single Slaanesh demon spared them a glance. Seeing the massive Slaanesh greater demon turn, seemingly preparing to leave with its spoils and army, Pyro grew a little impatient. He glanced at Ghostface, who was still in a fervent state, hands raised high, continuously shouting, "Hooray!" and felt that disturbing him now would definitely not be a good choice. So he leaned over to Freddy and whispered, "Hey, why aren't they coming to kill us?" Freddy was thoroughly enjoying the masterpiece unfolding before him. Pyro's question left him baffled. "I'm not a Slaanesh demon. How would I know why they're not coming to kill us? You should ask them." "That makes sense," Pyro said, enlightened. He patted Freddy's shoulder and apologized sincerely. "Sorry for bothering you, buddy." Then, before Freddy could react, Pyro turned around, took a deep breath, and pointed his right index finger directly at the Slanesh greater demon that was about to leave. "Hey, you over there? The gender-bent Shiva with albinism." In an instant, the entire webway seemed to hit a pause button. All the demon's laughter and the dark Eldar's wails ceased abruptly. Zarakinal, pale-skinned, wielding 4 longswords and possessing 3 pairs of breasts, stopped in its tracks. It slowly turned its elegant yet deadly head, its 4 eyes coldly fixed on the group of humans. The other Slanesh demons, following their leader, also uniformly turned their gaze towards them. "Yes, yes, I'm talking about you," Pyro said, delighted, seeing the other party stop, and even waved his hand. At this, everyone looked at Pyro with considerable astonishment. Even Ghostface, who had been immersed in his own world and still shouting, "Hooray!" stopped and turned to look at him in disbelief. Freddy lowered his voice, leaning next to Ghostface, and said in a tone of discovery, "Is this newcomer really someone you just pulled in? He seems quite talented." The implication was that Pyro, like them, was a little crazy. After all, actively trying to talk to warp demons and immediately giving a Slanesh greater demon such an apt and suicidal nickname clearly indicated he was no ordinary person. As for Pyro himself, he hadn't thought much of it. Slanesh greater demon, warp, chaos gods, he didn't care about any of it. In his view, this was ultimately a game, and these were merely background settings to elevate a character's prestige. There were countless game characters with even higher prestige, and he had killed them before, so what was there to treat specially? So Pyro met the gaze that was enough to freeze a mortal soul and asked directly, "I say, why aren't you killing us? You're just ignoring us." A hint of confusion flickered in Zarakinal's eyes. Then it spoke in the tone of a hunter discussing the day's catch. "While I appreciate your help in capturing a fine batch of dark Eldar, I must quickly deliver them to the Lady's Palace. I have no time to play with you Necrons." "What Necrons?" Pyro was a bit bewildered. "We're humans, genuine, no fakes." "There's a limit to role-playing games." Zarakinal's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "Before trying to impersonate other races, please check if you have souls. Has your Flayer curse deepened? Well, it seems I shouldn't be talking to a bunch of madmen." It seemed to have lost all patience. "In short, you want me to kill you, don't you?" Pyro didn't even realize when the other party drew its sword. The next second, his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar light of the wasteland greeted him. Gesus and several other comrades were standing together. "Oh, Pyro, you're back from the dead," Gesus asked when he appeared. "Nothing happened, right?" How should I put this?" Pyro scratched his head, pondering for a moment, trying to summarize his recent experience in the most concise language. "Simply put, I met a bunch of crazy lunatics, jumped into the webway with them, summoned a Slanesh greater demon that looked like a transsexual Shiva with albinism, and then watched that greater daemon take care of the Dark Eldar." Jesus was silent for a full 3 seconds, then looked at him with a very concerned expression. "Is your sanity value okay? Do you want to go offline and rest for a bit?" "My sanity value is perfectly fine." Pyro thumped his chest, assuring him, "I'm serious. The Dark Eldar have been dealt with. We don't have to worry about that anymore." Seeing Pyro's candid expression, completely unlike someone spouting nonsense or suffering mental shock, Jesus and the other players' curiosity was instantly piqued. "What exactly happened? Tell us in detail," a player urged. Pyro cleared his throat and began to recount his legendary experience. How he accidentally met Ghostface, how he was brought along as a mascot, then kicked open the random door, used the head of a Slanesh cultist as a pledge of allegiance, and finally summoned the greater daemon to wipe out the Dark Eldar. The surrounding players listened, dumbfounded, and finally could only utter a single exclamation. "Holy cow, the mentally ill have broad ideas." Meanwhile, Jesus slapped his thigh, his face filled with an expression of deep regret, and pointed at Pyro, saying bitterly, "How could you not take me to such an interesting event?" Pyro chuckled. "No choice, we got separated at the time, didn't we?" Chapter 129, Dealt With. Robert leaned back in his command center chair, his fingers gently tapping the desk, his gaze fixed on the holographic screen before him. The screen displayed a post from the official forum, its popularity rating climbing at an astonishing speed. The post's title was simple and direct: The Ultimate Solution for the Dark Eldar. Poster ID Pyro. Robert clicked on the post and quickly skimmed the bizarre and convoluted description. From an accidental encounter with the Ghost Mask Squad, to using a believer's head as a knocking stone, and then summoning a Slanesh Greater Demon to pack away the Dark Eldar on the spot. The Dark Eldar were actually dealt with in such a way. Robert couldn't help but exclaim, his tone a mix of surprise and a hint of a wry smile. I originally thought we'd have to rely on the Space Wolves, or at least be entangled with them on the planet for several months, or even a whole year, to completely resolve this threat. He wasn't too worried that this matter was fabricated. If it were, then when the Dark Eldar arrived as expected, this post would become a huge joke and quickly be exposed. With the post's current high popularity, virtually all players of this game knew about it. In this game, forum IDs and game IDs were forcibly synchronized. If the lie were exposed, the poster would be reminded of it wherever he went, and he could forget about playing the game anymore. However, to protect the Inquisitor's life, it's best not to commit this to paper in the game, Robert muttered, stroking his chin. After all, the methods used are a bit too heretical. If he accidentally saw the record, I might have no choice but to silence him. Krona had some regrets. He felt he really shouldn't have been so impulsive and agreed to assault the Orc lines aboard a Helldivers Legion Valkyrie gunship. Because these mortals were absolutely insane. Too low, too low. Inquisitor Herbert was gripping the handrail inside the cabin, his expression like someone constipated for half a month. He pounded on the cockpit door and shouted, "I swear I can hear the sound of those green skins drooling. Can't you just lift it a bit? At least 100 meters off the ground." The pilot's voice, transmitted through the comms, was as calm as if discussing the weather. "It's only 30 meters, don't worry. I've got this. This kind of ultra-low altitude skimming flight is a piece of cake for me. The lower you fly, the more skilled you are, understand? If I raise the altitude, I'll be mocked by my peers when I get back." "By the Emperor! This is practically premeditated murder," Herbert roared as the Valkyrie executed a violent, evasive maneuver, dodging a rocket fired from the ground. Everyone in the cabin was thrown around. "All right, settle down," Krona said coldly, forcing himself to maintain his balance. He had to uphold his dignity as a wolf lord. If the warriors of the Helldivers Legion dare to fly like this, then they must have their reasons. They are true warriors, and I trust them. Despite his words, Krona had already made up his mind. If there was a next time, he would absolutely under no circumstances ride any flying vehicle piloted by the Helldivers. As for Herbert, his face was so dark it looked like water could be wrung from it. As an Inquisitor, he had imagined his death countless times. Among them were scenarios where his research and summoning of demons were accidentally exposed, leading his colleagues to condemn him as an extreme heretic, sending him to the pyre after a solemn trial. Or where he, in the long journey of hunting the Emperor's enemies, fought until his strength failed, dying gloriously. There was even the possibility of him being corrupted by warp whispers unknowingly, betraying the Emperor, and ultimately being executed by other Inquisitors himself. Each ending was filled with tragedy, destiny, and the gravitas befitting an Inquisitor, and all were ways other Inquisitors had met their end. But among these, there was absolutely no accidental plane crash. The Helldivers Legion's flying style was simply too wild. Just as the Valkyrie once again narrowly scraped past the side of a mountain peak, causing even Krona, a battle-hardened space marine, to feel his stomach churning as if he was about to vomit his precious Fenrisian mead, the pilot's relaxed whistle finally came through the comms. "Guys in the cabin, get ready, we're almost at the destination." Instantly, everyone in the cabin let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they could escape this cabin that felt like a cement mixer. Boom! The heavy tail ramp slowly opened and blinding sunlight, along with the deafening roar of "Wah!" surged in. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless green ocean. Countless green skins, brandishing crude weapons, roared and jostled, forming a true tide of flesh and blood. And their Valkyrie was hovering less than 30 meters above this ocean. Everyone in the cabin couldn't help but ponder the same question. How did he perfectly avoid the attacks of thousands of greenskins below during such ultra-low altitude flight? Now, if the pilot knew what they were thinking at that moment, he would probably just shrug. If you guys had also been shot down a dozen times, you would absolutely fly as smoothly as if man and machine were one, just like me. Despite their doubts, everyone in the cabin jumped out without a moment's hesitation. For Russ, for the Allfather. The Space Wolves let out earth-shattering war cries, leaping from the ramp. Wielding their chainswords and power axes, they cut through the crude flesh of the greenskins as easily as red-hot blades slicing through butter. Krona, leading the charge, wielded a great axe. Every sweep brought a spray of blood, severing the lives and bodies of dozens of greenskins. Surprisingly, Herbert, a mere mortal, performed no less spectacularly in the fray. "For the Emperor!" he roared, thrusting his left hand forward. Dazzling psychic lightning erupted from his palm, instantly incinerating a crowded group of greenskins into sizzling char. At the same time, a light brighter than the sun suddenly flared on the horizon in the distance. Immediately after, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Obscuring dust and a violent shockwave followed. The Space Wolves in their power armor merely swayed before steadying themselves. Their heavy ceramite armor was sufficient to block most nuclear radiation. Herbert, protected by his psychic powers, firmly blocked the shockwave. But the greenskins were not so lucky. Their ranks instantly fell into chaos. The nuclear explosion sent them flying, and they trampled each other in the confusion. Ha 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 ha. Krona watched the spectacular scene, letting out a thunderous laugh. "I like the Helldivers style. Nuclear cover is much more exciting than artillery cover. It makes me feel like there's a Titan god machine supporting us. Wolf cubs, charge." The Wolf Guard also let out earth-shattering roars. "For Russ, for the Allfather." Chapter 130. Rush. Krona's great axe churned up a bloody whirlwind, each swing like splattering crimson paint on a green canvas. The alien's wails and the crunch of breaking bones were his most familiar battlefield symphony. But he didn't focus all his attention on this exhilarating slaughter of aliens. He was, after all, a commander, a wolf lord of the Space Wolves, and could never truly be as crude and savage as the rumors suggested. What he truly worried about were the Helldivers paratroopers who were assaulting alongside them in the same Valkyrie. Theoretically, paratroopers were the elite of the elite. But with the Helldivers Legion's horrifying methods of deploying troops, it was hard not to wonder how many veterans could possibly survive. So while Krona never worried about the morale of these Helldivers, he was very concerned about their tactical and technical proficiency. The Helldivers' spirit and vigor were undoubtedly strong, but what if they only had spirit and vigor? Upon witnessing the pilot's incredibly skilled, almost insane flying, half of Krona's worries dissipated. And when those fully masked paratroopers jumped out of the aircraft with them, his other half of worry completely vanished. The tactical and technical proficiency of these Helldivers soldiers was astonishing. Their flight paths in the air were elusive and unpredictable, often requiring massive suppressive fire to hit them. Their laser guns always found the most difficult angles to shoot the orcs in the eyes or neck. They were intimately familiar with the orcs' chaotic tactical characteristics, always anticipating when the orcs would attempt a mass charge and scattering them with precise grenades mid-route. Their movements were concise, efficient, and deadly, perfectly complementing the Space Wolves' wild charges, firmly protecting the Astartes' flanks. This was clearly a group of true veterans, seasoned by many battles. However, Krona's curiosity was also piqued. How did the Helldivers Legion manage to forge such elite soldiers despite such extremely high casualty rates? They were practically treating soldiers as consumables, using troops like dirt, yet every soldier before him looked like a veteran who had fought at least a dozen tough battles. Just then, another artificial sun rose before them, and an even larger mushroom cloud rolled skyward. The violent shockwave hit again. Krona continued to charge forward as if unimpeded, his power armor emitting a few insignificant clanks. The nuclear explosion also presented him with another problem. For the Space Wolves, with their technologically advanced power armor and superhuman physiques, this level of nuclear radiation was merely a breeze for a space marine. But for these Helldivers paratroopers fighting alongside them, it was an irreversible lethal dose. Their carapace armor and respirators could filter out poison gas and smoke, but they could hardly block the omnipresent strong radiation from eroding their flesh and blood. In other words, this group of highly skilled Helldivers paratroopers, truly the elite among mortals, faced an equally inevitable doom. Krona mused silently. Perhaps only those infamous penal legions could be so disregarded in terms of life. No, that's not right. Those burdened with sin wouldn't face death so readily. They would all be desperately trying to save their lives, struggling between atonement and survival. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for rearguard commissars to commonly use heavy machine guns to encourage them forward. Under the successive nuclear bombardments and the precise, efficient cover fire from the Helldivers paratroopers, the Space Wolves' advance was astonishingly fast. The savage, ferocious feral orcs, usually so formidable, were as fragile as paper before this assault team composed of superhuman warriors and Helldivers, utterly powerless to stop them. Soon they broke through to the leader of this orc horde. It was an exceptionally large green skin adorned with various metal scraps and enemy skulls. He roared and raised his massive power claw, attempting to struggle, but Krona swiftly brought down 2 axe blows, severing his weapon-wielding arm and 1 leg. The green-skin warboss crashed to the ground, roaring unwillingly, "You don't get too arrogant, even if you defeat me." Before he could finish, Krona's 3rd axe fell, neatly severing his massive head. "Sir, aren't you going to listen to what he had to say?" a wolf guard nearby asked, cutting several green skins attempting to protect their warboss into pieces with his chainsword. What if it was useful intelligence? Krona shook the green blood from his axe blade, saying indifferently, "Just nonsense, meaningless." Herbert chimed in. He was probably going to say something like, "I am just the weakest one in so-and-so's team, and you still have to face so-and-so and so-and-so, and even if you really fight through all of them, you will never defeat our war boss. I've been an inquisitor for so long, I've heard that kind of talk at least 80, if not 100 times. Herbert paused, shot an orc in the head with his bolt pistol, and continued, "Anyway, greenskins don't understand concealment or strategic deception at all. At least these feral orcs don't understand it yet. Our Valkyrie can simply scout from the sky, observe their gathering points and troop distribution, and we can roughly guess how many war bosses are left and where they are probably distributed. Listening to his nonsense is completely meaningless." "Heh, you actually have been on a battlefield." Krona glanced at him, a hint of playful amusement in his tone. "Even if you have prejudices against inquisitors, this prejudice is a bit too severe." Herbert responded expressionlessly as another psychic lightning bolt incinerated a small group of greenskins. Despite this, Herbert could clearly feel that ever since he had fought alongside these space wolves on the front lines, their attitude towards him had indeed improved significantly. At least he wouldn't have to worry in the short term about being suddenly cleaved in half by a chainsword from behind during an unguarded moment. This was also part of the reason why Herbert chose not to remain in the Hive City to investigate alone when the Space Wolves left for the front lines. Despite it being a theoretically excellent opportunity, his decision was based on 3 carefully considered points. Firstly, and most importantly, victory in the war against aliens was where the Emperor's glory lay, and it was his sacred and undeniable duty as an Inquisitor. Whatever secrets the Helldivers Legion might hide, purifying the Emperor's territories of aliens was always the top priority. He could not be absent from this holy war. Secondly, this was a matter of pure survival. He had to find a way to get along with these space wolves, or at least make them acknowledge that he was not just a bureaucrat who hid in the rear giving orders. Otherwise, these wild sons of Fenris would sooner or later find an excuse to have him torn apart by aliens in some accident, or simply purify him, an eyesore mortal with a chainsword. Fighting alongside them was the fastest and only way to build trust. Finally, after a brief period of observation, Herbert believed that there were no major overt abnormalities in the Hive City. No signs of chaos corruption, no shadow of a Genestealer cult, and certainly no whispers of warp rifts. Perhaps the Helldivers' ideology was strange, but it was beneficial to the Imperium and didn't contain any obvious heresy like the Emperor has 4 hands. So strange was strange. It was merely a death cult. Chapter 131. Sickness. Herbert even thought how wonderful it would be if all Imperial citizens had the same resolve as the Helldivers. Just think, in this dark and vast galaxy, how many humans struggle in sickness, old age, and endless pain, ultimately dying a worthless death in some dark corner, instead of gloriously falling on the battlefield like true Imperial subjects. Whenever Herbert thought of the workers who lost their lives in factory accidents, the bottom-dwelling residents of hive cities rotting in sickness, and the nameless who silently perished in famine, he felt a tremendous pity and regret. What a waste that was! A tremendous waste of the Empire's most precious resource, human life and soul. Every soul that could have died for the Emperor ultimately vanished in meaningless suffering, which was a blasphemy against the Emperor's glory. And the Helldivers, they view death as their ultimate destination. This is the proper attitude for humanity when facing this cruel universe. Just then, a figure descended with the hiss of a grav chute, landing in front of Krona and Herbert. It was a Helldivers paratrooper. He didn't even salute, merely scanning them through the lenses of his gas mask before stating bluntly, "Prepare to board the Valkyrie. We're assaulting the next war boss. You two can still fight, right?" "This intensity of combat is just a warm-up for me," Krona grinned, the blood on his great axe not yet dry. "Me too," Herbert nodded, his psychic energy still flickering at his fingertips. The wolf guards behind them responded with a chorus of howls, the Fenrisian wolves' eagerness for battle. The paratrooper gave them a thumbs up, then turned to activate his grav chute and fly off. However, just as he was half a meter off the ground, his body suddenly went limp, as if all his bones had been removed. His thrusters immediately lost power, and he crashed heavily to the ground, no longer moving. Perhaps the stimulants injected during the battle had worn off, or perhaps the accumulated nuclear radiation had finally reached a critical point in damaging his cells. The Space Wolves and Herbert froze for a moment. Herbert instinctively wanted to step forward to check the situation, but just as he took one step, a slender red laser beam descended from the sky, precisely hitting the fallen Helldiver's head. The shot came from another Helldiver's paratrooper, still circling in the air. He seemed to have merely spotted the situation on the ground while patrolling the battlefield and immediately provided a follow-up shot without hesitation. Well, no need to check the situation now. Herbert stopped, knowing that the person under the helmet was absolutely thoroughly dead. Just then, a Valkyrie assault transport roared down, its heavy fuselage hitting the ground and the rear ramp slammed open. To ensure the battle wasn't delayed, everyone quickly suppressed their astonishment and boarded. The gunship vibrated violently, then ascended again. Inside the cabin, a wolf guard looked at the rapidly receding ground through the still not fully closed hatch and finally couldn't help but mumble, "I still can't get used to their view of life and death." Just a moment ago, they were comrades in arms, fighting side by side, but then they turn around and act more decisively than against Xenos. No one answered him. A silence fell over the cabin, with only the roar of the engine echoing. The wolf guard seemed to realize he had said something foolish, and he too closed his mouth, saying no more. The Space Wolves' lightning-fast raid only took 2 Terran days. Within these 2 short days, all reasonably sized war bosses of the feral orcs were decapitated, and their massive hordes completely disintegrated. Of course, behind this glorious victory was the carpet bombing of countless nuclear bombs, the perfect cover provided by the fearless Helldivers paratroopers on the flanks, and the overwhelming torrent of the main Helldivers forces on the front lines. This operation did not attempt to exterminate the orcs. Firstly, it was simply unrealistic. Thanks to the previous 30 years of inaction, the total number of orcs on Perdicia had reached an alarming level, and cleaning them up quickly would probably only be possible with cyclonic torpedoes. Secondly, Robert had no intention of cleaning them up completely. It's important to know that no matter how complex the Hive City terrain, once the Helldivers had concentrated all the population, the cultists and Genestealers would lose their ability to replenish their forces, and eventually their numbers would be reduced to a point where they couldn't satisfy the needs of new players. That's right, Robert planned to use the Orcs as a training ground for new players. As for the risk of losing control, he was a bit worried before re-establishing contact with the Imperium, but now it was irrelevant. After all, Paditia would still be a major taxpayer. Only the original tax items would become the Helldivers Legion. If contact was lost, the Imperium would certainly be the first to panic. With the player's infinite resurrection ability, even if they were all new players, holding out for a year or two wouldn't be a big problem. What's more, new players would become veteran players after dying 3 or 4 times on the battlefield. Getting back to the topic, without the help of the Helldivers, 200-odd Space Marines alone, even with a supremely powerful Wolf Lord among them, would likely only be able to request orbital bombardment from the Imperial Navy to quickly resolve such a large-scale Orc disaster in 2 days. And Robert, now both Herbert and Krona recognized him as the undisputed supreme commander of Paditia, both administratively and militarily, had expressed his strong desire to them before the operation began. The situation would absolutely not escalate to the point of requiring naval orbital bombardment. After all, if the Imperial Navy were to engage in large-scale ground fire, there would most likely be only one scenario, an exterminatus order for that planet. The Helldivers merely used tactical nuclear bombs frequently. Their goal was to purge Xenus, not to turn Paditia into an uninhabitable death world. Although in the cold and cruel 41st millennium, many believed that harsh death worlds were conducive to tempering human will, and many Space Marine chapters even specifically recruited new recruits from the worst backgrounds and most heinous criminals, believing that only in the darkest mire could the most resilient souls be forged. However, Robert, from 21st century another universe, clearly did not agree with this social Darwinism. The environment of Paditia and the living standards of its people should be as good as possible. Moreover, this social Darwinist viewpoint also has clear counterexamples in imperial history. Just like Macraga, where the living standards are exemplary in the Imperium, and civilization and order shine brightly, yet the Ultramarines' fighting spirit has not been weakened in the slightest. They remain among the Imperium's most steadfast and powerful defenders. Perhaps this is precisely because the builder of Macraga, the great Primarch Robout Guilliman, was one of the rare few among the 21 superhuman guys who had mortal foster parents and received a quality and normal education from them. Chapter 1. 132 Laws. After the war against the Orcs ended, Herbert was on patrol in the mid-hive. It was called a patrol, but in reality he was just strolling around. The Helldivers' cleansing work was incredibly thorough, so thorough that it even left Herbert feeling a trace of shock. He walked through this area, which had just undergone a baptism of blood and fire, and could barely perceive any lingering psychic traces of heretics. It was hard to imagine that this place had once been occupied by a Genestealer cult. After all, those cunning heretics were most adept at concealment and infiltration. How could the Helldivers have so accurately distinguished them from innocent Imperial citizens in such a short time? Of course, this question, for the Helldivers, might have been a rhetorical one. They didn't need to distinguish. If they saw a white outline, they simply shot them. It was precisely because of this thorough, no corner left unturned cleansing that Herbert found almost no place where he needed to personally extend the Emperor's glory. However, this also counted as a rare moment of ease. He planned to routinely walk a couple of rounds, confirm everything was fine, then finish up, and then concentrate on figuring out what was going on with the unusual energy emanating from those two Astartes. Just as he was absently walking past a large factory district, a commotion caught his attention. Herbert saw several players wearing the Helldivers' standard gear, cursing as they dragged a rather well-dressed man out of a factory gate. Although the man's clothes were a bit wrinkled and stained, their material and tailoring far surpassed those of ordinary Hive City residents. In an era where the entire Paditia Hive City had become one giant workshop, a person who could maintain such cleanliness and presentability clearly held a not insignificant status. The players dragged him to an open space and without a word began to punch and kick him. The man curled up on the ground, letting out painful groans. Then one of the players raised his lasgun, aiming it at his head, and it looked as if his life was about to end. Wait! Herbert's investigative instinct instantly kicked in, and he almost subconsciously cried out. The players paused their actions and instinctively turned their heads. When they saw the iconic Inquisition rose knot on Herbert's chest, their faces showed obvious surprise. Why had an Inquisitor suddenly appeared to meddle in such a matter? And the man, who was being held down by their feet, initially showed a glimmer of joy on his face when he heard the voice of deterrence. But the moment he laboriously lifted his head and recognized Herbert's identity, that glimmer of joy immediately turned into extreme fear and despair. He began to struggle wildly, screaming with all his might, "Quick, kill me! Shoot me now! Shoot me!" His outburst made the players less inclined to kill him immediately. One of them impatiently delivered another kick, temporarily quieting him. Herbert had also quickly approached the group. He frowned, his gaze sweeping between the respectable man desperately pleading for death and the players, and asked in a deep voice, "What did he do?" "This idiot." One player pointed at the man on the ground with his chin, his tone full of disgust. "He withheld a batch of guns and grenades and then sold them to genestealers. Those grenades blew up our squad's chimera, and my dog was on that chimera. We tracked him here by the serial numbers of the captured laser guns." "I see." Herbert nodded, saying expressionlessly, "If that's the case, then you cannot execute him with a lasgun. This does not comply with imperial law, and vigilantism will lead to trouble." "What do you mean?" The leading player frowned, tightening his grip on his gun. Herbert could clearly feel the dissatisfaction emanating from these players, as well as their faint hostility. He had no doubt that if he insisted on saving this fellow, these fearless Helldivers would absolutely not hesitate to lay hands on him. But he was not surprised by this. What would a group of people who viewed death itself as their ultimate destination fear? And he also wasn't worried. He, Herbert, was not here to save this guy. His mercy had not overflowed to the point of showering it upon a traitor who had aided the enemy. "What I mean is, you shouldn't shoot him," Herbert said leisurely, pulling a tough synthetic fiber rope from his utility pouch at his waist. Under the players' confused gazes, he knelt down and wrapped the rope around the respectable man's body. He tied it skillfully, the knot simple and secure, ensuring he could absolutely not break free, while cleverly avoiding areas like the neck that could cause too quick a death. According to imperial law, Herbert stood up, walked to a Chimera armored vehicle parked nearby, and tightly wrapped the other end of the rope around the tow hook at the rear of the vehicle. "You should punish him this way." After doing all this, Herbert easily climbed into the Chimera's driver's seat, then leaned out of the driver's window and said to the stunned players, "It just so happens I'm too lazy to walk the rest of the way. Do you want to get in?" The players first exchanged glances, then expressions of sudden realization appeared on their faces. They understood what Herbert truly intended to do. "Awesome, man. You really know how to play." One player gave him a thumbs up and was the first to jump onto the roof of the Chimera. The others followed suit, finding their spots and settling in. Herbert smiled slightly and replied, "I merely have some understanding of imperial legal provisions. If praise is due, it should be given to the Departamento Munitorum and the Administratum. This is one of the few things those two departments have done well." No sooner had he finished speaking than he stomped on the accelerator. The Chimera's engine let out a deafening roar, and its heavy tires began to turn. At the rear of the vehicle, the traitor's pleas and excuses were instantly replaced by a heart-wrenching scream. His body was violently dragged, rolling and scraping on the rough gravel ground, leaving behind a rapidly expanding trail of blood. Accompanied by these incessant screams, Herbert drove the Chimera, amidst the players' excited cheers, speeding away in a cloud of dust towards Robert's command post. By the time Herbert's Chimera came to a stop outside Robert's temporary command post, the horrific screams from the journey had long since ceased. The thing being dragged behind the vehicle was completely silent. Rather than a corpse, it was a bloody, mangled mess of remains, thoroughly ground down by high speed and rough terrain. Seeing its pathetic state, reduced to less than half its original mass, such complete physical annihilation meant that even the most resilient Nurgle zombies would absolutely not be able to crawl back up from this pile of rotten flesh. Chapter 133, Imperial Operation. The Chimera APC's engine rumbled lowly, finally coming to a stop on the rough open ground in front of the command post. Its tracks crunched over gravel, kicking up a choking cloud of dust. Herbert and the players nimbly jumped from the bumpy vehicle, their heavy military boots thudding softly as they hit the ground. The player whose vehicle had been destroyed didn't speak immediately. He first walked around to the rear of the vehicle, glancing down at the completely disfigured blood and flesh pulp mixed with the ground's sand and gravel. A smirk played on his lips, and then he let out a loud, joyful whistle. He walked back to Herbert, unceremoniously extended his fist, and bumped it hard against the Inquisitors, producing a dull clang of armor. "I declare, I'm changing my stereotype of Inquisitors now," he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Oh?" Herbert raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curious interest on his face. "What was your stereotype of me before?" "You'd better not ask." The player shrugged, offering no further explanation. He simply turned around with a flourish and deftly climbed back into the driver's seat. He gripped the control stick and the engine's roar sounded again. "See you next time." With that, he drove the Chimera away, kicking up dust. Judging by his unreduced speed, he intended to thoroughly grind away the remaining half of the mass at the vehicle's rear. It seemed that the death of his pet dog had indeed made him incredibly furious. "Heh, this is the first time in 30 years I've heard someone say, 'See you next time' to me." Herbert watched the receding dust, instinctively reaching up to touch his chin, letting out a low chuckle. "It's quite fresh. Do other Inquisitors get to hear such words?" He shook his head self-deprecatingly and turned to walk into the command post. The heavy metal door happened to open at that moment. Robert was walking out with another figure. Herbert looked closely and saw it was Magos Redito of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The two parties met at the doorway, both stopping and exchanging an Aquila salute. "This is?" Herbert asked. "I'm busy, ask him." Magos Redito's uninflected mechanical voice sounded. He didn't even linger for a second, but walked past Herbert with precise rhythmic steps, quickly leaving the area. Simply put, now that the war is nearing its end, I just wanted to ask him if there was any possibility of changing the existing production order. Robert turned aside, gesturing for Herbert to walk into the command post with him, explaining as they went. Herbert followed his pace, entering the brightly lit command center, filled with data streams and communication sounds. He asked with interest, "So what did he say?" Magos Redito replied, "Why change? If you don't produce military equipment, what do you intend to produce?" Robert's face showed a helpless yet relieved smile. "I thought about it for a bit, and he's right. I was being fanciful. It seems you don't intend to rebuild Paditia's past civil and noble system." Herbert pointed out the subtext of his words incisively. "The Helldivers are eager for battle. We are not people who like to rest on our laurels." Robert spoke the truth. The players came to this game to fight, not to be civil servants serving the people. The two walked one after another into the depths of the command post. It was much quieter here than outside, with only the low hum of data slates and servo skulls, and a giant holographic star map slowly rotating in the center of the room, casting a ghostly blue light that reflected on their dust-covered armor. Robert casually pulled over two cold metal chairs, gesturing for Herbert to sit down. "Also, as you know, Paditia has been brought into this state." Robert sat down, his fingers intertwined on the table, his body leaning slightly forward, his expression unusually serious. "I actually don't have much talent for internal governance. If we want to restore it to its former state, relying on conventional taxes to meet the tithe is definitely out of the question." "Then it's a blood tithe." Herbert leaned back in his chair, his posture very casual. "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you." Robert's tone grew heavier. He stared intently into the Inquisitor's eyes. "I want to know, how many Astra Militarum soldiers should Paditia submit each year? If we can't gather that number, how should we discuss it with the Astra Militarum? And what is the specific submission process?" "All your questions?" Herbert tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, pondering for a moment, seemingly organizing his words so that mortals could understand the great logic of the Imperium. "Don't need to be considered." "What do you mean by that?" Robert's brows furrowed. "Firstly, you don't need to think about how many soldiers to submit, nor do you need to think about discussing it with the Astra Militarum. The Astra Militarum doesn't have the time or manpower to calculate the specific output of your single planet. Herbert spread his hands. As for how to submit them, just wait for the troop transport ships to arrive in orbit, then have your soldiers board them. Fill as many as you can. That's two. Robert's mouth twitched. Isn't there any official to handle the handover with me or anything? Even if you searched from Macragge to Holy Terror, you wouldn't find an official responsible for such matters. Herbert's answer was unequivocal. The Astra Militarum is very busy and doesn't have enough manpower to liaise with every planetary governor individually. Then I dare to ask. Robert felt an inexplicable sense of exasperation. If the Astra Militarum is so busy, what exactly are they busy with? Herbert pondered for a moment, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through the command post's ceiling, looking out into the endless star sea. Finally he replied, I don't know. This sentence seemed to say nothing, yet it seemed to say everything. All right then. Robert let out a long sigh. He stood up and extended his hand to Herbert. Then I have no more questions. Do you have anything else? If not, then see you next time. No, Herbert also stood up and shook his hand. This is the second time. What? Robert was a bit confused, not understanding his meaning. No, nothing. Herbert released his hand and turned to walk out. However, after his tall figure had completely exited the command post and was once again bathed in Padicia's dim yellow sunlight, an uncontrollable, low and hearty laugh finally erupted from his chest, echoing over the ruins where the fires of war had just ceased. Chapter 1, 134. Sneaking. On the surface, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. After leaving the command post, Herbert swiftly returned to his temporary residence on Paditia, an administrative building that had survived the war with its structure relatively intact. The moment he stepped through the door, his retinue of silent servants began a tense yet orderly flurry of activity. Heavy metal crates were unloaded from anti-gravity platforms with a clang. Servo skulls glided silently through the air, scanning every item to be packed with their mechanical eyes. Black uniformed attendants hurried about, carefully placing various instruments and equipment into crates bearing the Inquisition's emblem. Even a passing guard soldier, with just a casual glance inside, would immediately draw one clear and unambiguous conclusion. They are leaving. And in fact, they were. Herbert had no intention of lingering. The imperium of man's domain was vast and boundless, and the troubles requiring attention were equally endless. Now that the conflict on Padicia had concluded, he naturally had to rush to the next burning world, the next troubled place requiring an inquisitor's iron hand. But this was merely a facade. During the brief time his loyal retinue was packing, Herbert was absolutely confident that he could silently infiltrate the two Martyrs Battle Group Space Marines' quarters and thoroughly investigate them. As for the source of this confidence, firstly, while he was on a lightning assault against the Orcs with the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, his guard contingent remaining in the Hive City had not been idle. They had already taken advantage of this valuable window to thoroughly scout the two Astartes' defensive positions and their surrounding environment. Secondly, and most perfectly, the Space Wolves, to celebrate their hard-won victory, were quite naturally deciding to hold a grand feast. The sons of Fenris were always boisterous, and they had invited all warriors they deemed worthy to partake in roasted meat and fine wine. The two Astartes from the Martyrs Battle Group were, naturally, among the invited. This meant their quarters were currently empty. On a side note, it was a good thing the Space Wolves' battle barge had ample supplies. Otherwise, for a Space Marines' victory banquet, to end with them all sitting around gnawing on nutrient paste would be far too abstract a scene. The final point was the fundamental basis of Herbert's secret operation. In his long career as an inquisitor, he had encountered not only endless troubles. On the contrary, thanks to his duty and spirit of thorough investigation, he had mastered forbidden mysteries and Xenos technologies far beyond ordinary imagination. For example, on his flagship, in a secret room that no one but he was authorized to enter, he held captive many demons he had personally summoned and bound with runes. Though for his Order of the Holy Hammer, this was nothing new. Another example was the item he was currently wearing. Herbert entered his private chamber, and with a thought, the black cowl covering his power armor began to change. It was not fabric, but a flexible material that seemed alive. Fine psychic patterns flashed across its surface, emitting an almost inaudible hum. The lines of the entire garment were fluid and elegant, completely unlike the rough and heavy style of the Empire, instead possessing a distinct, delicate, and eerie beauty characteristic of the Eldar. This was a psychic-powered stealth suit. As Herbert infused his psychic energy into it, the surrounding light seemed to be warped and swallowed by an invisible veil. His form began to blur, become transparent, and finally completely merged into the background shadows, as if he had never existed. In the eyes of others, Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode soon emerged from his room again. His figure was shrouded in shadow, appearing somewhat stiff. With a cold and impatient tone, he sharply reprimanded a servant who was moving a crate, complaining that the servant was too slow. The servant immediately fell silent, his movements quickening. The real Herbert, meanwhile, had already slipped out of the temporary residence like a ghost. Under the concealment of the Eldar stealth suit, his form became a distorted light and shadow anomaly. Almost imperceptible to the naked eye, blending seamlessly with the environment. He moved swiftly and precisely towards his destination, the temporary quarters of the Martyrs battle group. The operation went even more smoothly than expected. The two Space Marines' quarters were a cleared-out, relatively intact tower, almost completely empty except for a few servitors performing routine cleaning procedures in the corridors. Herbert easily infiltrated it, and he found nothing unusual about this. Space Marines, the Emperor's angels, were the most powerful weapons themselves and did not require the protection of mortal guards. Most of the time, guards were merely a symbol of status and position. Herbert quickly scanned the room. Based on his years of extensive experience hunting heretics and the multispectrum detector integrated into his power armor's helmet, he found no hidden mechanisms or secret compartments. The air was filled with the scent of sacred oil and metal, and he himself perceived no psychic echoes. They openly display their power, clearly unafraid of exposure. So it's expected that there's nothing hidden in the room. Herbert mused silently in the quiet room, his gaze sweeping over the simple furnishings. Since it's not hidden, then it must be openly displayed. His eyes re-examined the plain room, and soon, in an inconspicuous metal drawer, he found two notebooks. The covers were plain black synthetic leather without any markings. He decisively opened one of them. The pages were filled with orderly symbols. If this wasn't some complex code he couldn't decipher, then it was a language he had never seen before. Herbert knew he had found it. He could almost certainly conclude that this was most likely a language. Using a code for daily notes was purely superfluous, something only ignorant teenagers would do. He knew very well that truly important core secrets would never be committed to paper. The two Space Marines would certainly have them firmly memorized in their minds. However, even if these were just their logs or essays, for Herbert it was absolutely worth it. There must be highly valuable information within them. He activated the high-definition image capture function of his power armor. Amidst silent flashes, pages of symbols were completely recorded. Out of an Inquisitor's characteristic caution, and to prevent this unknown language or the notebooks themselves from possessing some heretical function that could interfere with electronic machinery, he spent an additional 2 minutes replicating all these block-like symbols into his mind with astonishing memory. Time to withdraw. Herbert quickly restored everything, placing the two notebooks back in their exact original positions and closing the drawer. Perhaps there were other valuable clues in this empty room, but continuing the search would exponentially increase the risk of exposure over time. That was a cost he could not bear. Chapter 135. For the Emperor. In the command post on the other side, after Herbert left, Robert sat back down in the command chair, his fingertips lightly tapping on the cold metal desktop, still replaying the Inquisitor's remarks about the Astra Militarum in his mind. Just as he was starting to sort things out, an adjutant walked in and saluted. "Your Excellency, Commander, Commissar Walter requests an audience with you." "Commissar Walter?" Robert's thoughts were interrupted, and he repeated the name with some confusion. He certainly remembered him. The Astra Militarum Commissar who had fought alongside him in the early stages of the war and always diligently performed his duties, his stern face had left a deep impression on Robert. But why would he want to see him at this time? Ever since the Helldivers Legion rose like a torrent and took over most of Padicia's military operations, the original Astra Militarum and Planetary Defense Force found themselves in a very awkward position. They belonged to two completely different command systems from the Helldivers Legion, and more importantly, the players of the Helldivers Legion were not too keen on letting these NPCs go to the main battlefield. In their view, they were just there to steal their kills. Therefore, after Robert took full control, he thought about it, and then assigned these still structured units to perform daily patrols in the Hive City and security work in some important areas. In the past, such boring and tedious tasks were usually taken on by casual players looking to earn experience. Those players played this game mainly to enjoy the 1 to 10 thought acceleration, so they weren't attentive during patrols. The only way they usually discovered enemies was by reporting to their superiors at the resurrection point after being ambushed and killed. Now, with these well-trained NPC soldiers taking on this part of the work, at least the probability of discovering those enemies who didn't shoot and were lurking would be greater. So, with Commissar Walter's sudden visit, could it be that some remnants within the Hive City were planning something big again? Robert's mind raced, but he quickly dismissed this guess. Now that the overall situation in Paditia was stable, what big waves could those insignificant fellows stir up? "Let him in," he finally told the adjutant. A moment later, the door to the command post was pushed open. Commissar Walter walked in with steady, forceful steps, his posture ramrod straight, his black commissar uniform impeccably ironed without a single wrinkle, and a bright red sash prominently displayed across his chest. Robert rose to greet him, and the two exchanged a standard Aquila salute. "Please sit, Commissar," Robert gestured. Walter did not stand on ceremony. He pulled out a chair and sat down, but his back remained perfectly straight, as if he were ready to spring into action at any moment. His gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Robert, and he spoke directly. "Governor, I won't beat around the bush. I wish to return to the battlefield." Facing Commissar Walter's undeniable gaze, Robert quickly waved his hand, his tone softening as he tried to diffuse the overly serious atmosphere in the air. "Commissar, there's no need for honorifics. It feels strange. Just call me by my name, like before." Robert's gaze swept across the spacious command post. The pale blue light cast by the holographic star map played across Walter's resolute face. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "As for your return to the battlefield, I don't object. After all, now that we've re-established contact with the Imperium, we'll certainly have to resume campaigns against Xenos and heretics in other worlds." The implication of these words was very clear. The previous situation where the Helldivers Legion worried about you NPCs stealing kills and thus deliberately excluded you from the main battlefield would no longer happen. The enemies outside the Imperium were endless, the market was a complete blue ocean, and supply far exceeded demand. But, Robert's tone shifted, raising a practical question, there aren't many of Padicia's original Astra Militarum left, are there? With all due respect, the Helldivers Legion would not welcome you directly as a senior officer, but if your subordinate units are insufficient in numbers. "I understand." Walter's reply was without a trace of hesitation, his back still ramrod straight, as if he were a sculpture merged with the chair beneath him. He stated firmly, "Therefore, I hope you can grant me the authority to recruit, allowing me to train a new unit with the surviving Paditia Astra Militarum as the backbone and return to the battlefield." "Why, must you return to the battlefield?" This time, Robert was truly puzzled. Paditia is stable now, and the blood tithe isn't unpayable. Patrolling within the Hive City and maintaining order isn't exactly idleness, is it? "I know you arranged these important tasks for us specifically to preserve our dignity, to make us feel we aren't useless dependents." Walter's voice was deep and strong, filled with sincerity, but even more so with an unshakable persistence. "For that, I am grateful. But please also understand that to sacrifice ourselves for the God Emperor on the battlefield is our destiny." Robert fell silent. Only the faint hum of the instruments filled the command post. He looked at the commissar before him, at his weathered yet still resolute face, and suddenly understood. For men like Walter, the ease of peacetime might be more agonizing than the cruelest battlefield. Combat, sacrifice, shedding their last drop of blood for the Emperor. That was not a job, but the entire meaning of their existence. After a long moment, Robert let out a deep sigh, as if that breath carried away his last shred of incomprehension. He finally nodded, solemnly promising, "Very well, you may proceed with confidence. I will not hinder you logistically. Thank you for your understanding." Walter abruptly stood up, his movements crisp and clean, and once again gave him an impeccable Aquila salute, his metal boot heels clicking crisply on the floor. "My deepest apologies," he said finally, his voice imbued with an almost fanatical piety, as if repenting, yet also swearing an oath. "I truly cannot imagine a world without war. I must die for the God Emperor." He paused and said, "For the Emperor." Robert slowly rose as well. He gazed at the pure fanaticism and loyalty in Walter's eyes, and an unprecedented emotion surged within his chest. He solemnly raised his hand, returning an equally standard Aquila salute, his voice deep and solemn. "For the Emperor." This was the most serious and heartfelt Robert had ever been since he started playing this game. Chapter 136, Padicia, 3rd Legion. The heavy metal gangplank clanged loudly under Ghostface's tactical boots like a declaration, completely separating him from the crowded, noisy assembly point behind him. A unique scent, a mixture of machine oil, ozone, and the sweat of countless people wafted towards him. Far from making him uncomfortable, it invigorated him. "Lord Commander, please follow me." A crewman in a grey uniform with a solemn expression was already waiting at the gangway. He bowed slightly and gestured for Ghostface to follow. Ghostface nodded, the corners of his mouth under his full-face helmet irrepressibly turning upwards. He followed the crewman's steps, entering the interior of the behemoth. His eyes gleamed with childlike curiosity and fervor as he eagerly surveyed his surroundings. The cold steel dome hung high overhead, covered with thick pipes and cables, like the ribs and sinews of a giant beast. At regular intervals along the walls, illuminating runes emitted a dim yellow light, casting dappled shadows down the long, deep corridor. The echo of boots on the deck, the low hum of distant engines, and the faint, tide-like buzz of human voices from various cabins collectively composed a symphony of steel and war. At this moment, this troop transport was carrying a full 100,000 players, just like him. Don't think this number is large. After Terrabyte completely lifted restrictions and launched a global open beta, the game's active player count once exceeded the terrifying unit of hundreds of millions. However, the overly realistic cruelty of this world soon delivered a resounding slap to everyone's face. The terrible air quality and the terrifying battlefields, where flesh and blood flew and death was a constant companion, quickly deterred tens of millions of normal people after the initial novelty wore off. But similarly, various people stayed for various reasons. Some were for the high 1 to 10 thought acceleration, some were to personally touch those cold, deadly firearms, to feel the recoil and the primal thrill of killing, and some were to escape their frail, incomplete bodies in reality and gain a strong, powerful physique here. Of course, there were also players with other deeper motives, but since they don't represent the majority of players, they won't be elaborated on here. In the eyes of a normal commander, 100,000 mortal-level troops might be too few. In an apocalyptic-level war, where casualties are often calculated in tens of millions, this small force would likely be completely wiped out in less than half an hour. However, in the view of Ghostface, this uniquely minded psychopath, the math was entirely different. He believed that if these 100,000 people only fought small battles, it wouldn't be much. But the bigger the battle, the more formidable he became. Because players could revive after dying, fighting a low-intensity small battle, on average, each person would die only 2 or 3 times a day. Calculated this way, the troop consumption for a day would only be 200,000 or 300,000 person times. But if he fought an apocalyptic-level major battle, so fierce that he would die once every 30 minutes, then over 24 hours, he would have a 4.8 million strong army, wouldn't he? That would be incredibly impressive to say. As for how Ghostface, who was just a small squad leader before, managed to assemble this force of 100,000 people in a short time. It's quite a legendary tale. At the beginning of the open beta, the chaotic scene of people packed like sardines in a can made Ghostface's already not quite normal brain heat up. He casually found a high ground and, facing the dense crowd below, began an exciting impromptu speech with the earth-shattering opening, "Do you want total war?" Then the 100,000 equally thrill-seeking players below also got caught up in the excitement and in a daze just went along with him. So the situation now was this. Ghostface, as the commander of the nascent Padicea 3rd Helldiver Legion, was being led by a crewman through layers of steel passages, heading to his command center, the bridge. The guiding crewman stopped before a heavy armored bulkhead, emblazoned with the emblem of a two-headed aquila. As he input his authorization, the bulkhead slid open with a low hydraulic hiss, and a cool breeze, entirely different from the corridor's air, mixed with static electricity and filtered air, wafted out. Ghostface stepped in, and the scene before him immediately opened up. This was a magnificent cave-like command center. Beneath the towering Gothic dome, countless data screens and indicator lights, shimmering with an eerie green glow, formed a star sea of information. Tech priests in deep crimson robes softly chanted prayers, placating the servo skulls, which were integrated with control consoles, their flesh intertwined with brass. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the hum of machinery, creating a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. However, in this solemn atmosphere, an abrupt movement broke the silence. Swish. Accompanied by a uniform rustle of armor, all personnel on the bridge who were still able to move freely, whether the helmsman at the helm, the navigators deciphering star charts, or even the captain, whose face was weathered like granite, standing in the center of the bridge, all turned sharply at the same moment, facing Ghostface. With right fists clenched, arms crossed over their chests, and thumbs interlocked, they performed a perfectly standard Aquila salute. Ghostface raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected these NPCs, who seemed even more professional than him, to show him such respect. But he reacted quickly, immediately imitating them, raising his arms to return a somewhat casual Aquila salute. "Sir," the captain, who was at the forefront, lowered his arms. His voice, modified by vocal implants, was deep and hoarse, like metal grinding. "I am the captain of this vessel." "Hello, just call me Ghostface." Ghostface automatically ignored the name that sounded long and troublesome. He scanned the bridge, his gaze finally returning to the captain, and asked directly, "So am I the highest-ranking person here?" His logic for this deduction was simple. In the Empire's rigid hierarchical system, someone higher ranking would most likely not give him such a formal Aquila salute first. Yes, sir." The captain's reply carried a trace of imperceptible hesitation, clearly caught off guard by Ghostface's unconventional style, but this also proved Ghostface's deduction was correct. "That's odd, then," Ghostface stroked his chin, saying with interest, "What about the Astra Militarum? Aren't they managing us? Didn't they give a mission briefing or designate a destination or something?" "Theoretically speaking, that is indeed the Astra Militarum business," the captain responded in a businesslike tone. "But if we truly followed theory, we would likely wait on this orbit until the hull rusted and we died of old age at our posts, and no Astra Militarum official would ever arrive with a stamped parchment to convey orders." Okay, I get it. Bureaucracy kills people." Ghostface let out a knowing chuckle. He strode towards the massive cogitator array in the center of the bridge, where a vast, slowly rotating three-dimensional holographic star map was projected. Countless stars twinkled in the darkness, weaving a boundless cosmic web. "So I get to pick where we go, huh? Let me see." His gaze swiftly swept across the star map, automatically filtering out the peaceful-looking green areas and the stable blue light bands of established routes. Unsurprisingly, his eyes were immediately fixed on a constantly flashing, dazzling red area in one corner of the star map. That area was marked with several crossed skull warning signs, and the surrounding data streams were a chaotic, deep crimson, indicating extreme danger. It appeared to be the largest, reddest, and most dangerous point on the entire star map. Bang! Ghostface unhesitatingly reached out and slapped the blood-red holographic projection directly, causing the light and shadow to tremble violently. "This is it," he grinned. "Jersey Sector." Chapter 137 Supply List. After Ghostface gave the order, the entire troop transport ship, like a giant beast awakening from slumber, began to emit a low roar. The lights in the bridge turned an ominous dark red, and piercing alarms echoed through every corner. The heavy void shield generators began to charge, creating a nearly imperceptible ripple of energy around the hull. In the most critical navigator's sanctum, the thick lead door, which no mortal could ever glimpse, was already tightly sealed. In a dimension imperceptible to mortals, a navigator, with a third eye open on his forehead, gazed with his mutated mind at the mad, chaotic ocean of the warp, composed of pure emotion and nightmares. He was like an experienced captain, steering a small boat, searching for the only route back to reality amidst an eternal screaming storm. The ship's hull began to shake violently and erratically, as if it could be torn to shreds by an invisible hand at any moment. Looking out through the armored portholes, the stars of the real universe had vanished, replaced by a swirling, boiling vortex of light, interwoven with crimson, purple, and indigo. Silent roars seemed to penetrate the hull, reaching deep into everyone's soul. Who knows how long passed, perhaps days, perhaps only an instant. With a piercing shriek that seemed to tear reality, the entire troop transport ship jolted violently, and the nauseating, non-Euclidean lurching sensation abruptly ceased. The lights in the bridge returned to normal daylight mode, and the alarms also stopped. They had emerged. Through the massive viewport, a silent and profound universe could be seen. This was a Mandeville point in the real universe, a theoretically safe exit from warp travel. Distant stars, like diamonds scattered on black velvet, were cold and beautiful. Of course, this was not the Jersey sector. After all, those areas were no longer in Imperial hands. Ultimately, it was just a transport ship with almost no firepower. If it rushed in without escort, it would purely be a live target for Xenos fleets to play with. To be blown up right after jumping out of the warp, and then have the entire crew sent back to Paditia to resurrect, would make anyone's mentality instantly explode. So, following the safest plan, they dutifully arrived at the Imperial Navy's designated rendezvous point. "Immediately attempt to request communication," Ghostface ordered without hesitation, looking at the green marker on the star map representing the friendly fleet. "Yes, Commander." The communications officer immediately began operations, sending waves of static-laden binary prayers into the void. The communication request was almost immediately granted. A processed, emotionless electronic voice came from the loudspeaker. "This is the Damrath's Radiance, part of the Imperial Navy's 72nd Task Force. Please state your identity and the purpose of your arrival at these coordinates." Ghostface cleared his throat and replied into the communicator in a clear voice. "We are reinforcements from Paditia, the Paditia 3rd Helldiver Legion. You are preparing for war, aren't you? We are here to join." A slight commotion was heard on the other channel. After a moment, the voice spoke again, this time with a hint of a more human tone. "Received, Paditia 3rd Helldiver Legion. Please remain silent at your current coordinates. I will report to my superior immediately." The communication ended there. Then there was a long wait. Minutes ticked by. For a full 30 minutes, there was no response on the communication channel except for the rustling of cosmic background radiation. Ghostface began to pace impatiently on the bridge, his tactical boots tapping against the deck, making a thump-thump-thump sound. He even started to wonder if he had been tricked by the other party, or if the communications officer had simply forgotten about it. Just as he was about to lose his patience, an urgent alert broke the silence on the bridge. "Sir, they are actively sending a communication request." The communications officer reported, It's a visual communication." "Connect," Ghostface immediately ordered. The holographic projector in the center of the bridge flickered a few times, then projected a clear bust image. It was a resolute middle-aged man, wearing a crisp Astra Militarum senior officer's uniform with general stars on his shoulders representing his Legion commander rank, and medals on his chest gleaming in the light. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through people's hearts. I am Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage of the Damocles Crusades frontline forces. The man's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. I confirm with you again, do you, the Legion from Perdicia, wish to join this war against the Xenos? Ghostface grinned, though his face was invisible under his full-face helmet. Hello, Commander Gage. My name is Ghostface. I waited so long I almost thought your communications officer was from the Administratum. And yes, our Perdicia 3rd Helldiver Legion does indeed want to join this war against the Xenos. Wendell's holographic image flickered slightly. No obvious emotional fluctuations could be seen on his rock-carved face. Regarding Ghostface's almost provocative attitude, he merely frowned slightly, but made no comment. As a battle-hardened general, he had seen more strange people than Ghostface had seen Xenos. He was more concerned with practical matters. In that case, General Gage's voice was completely unperturbed. Send over your supply list, and I need your assurance that your legion will fully obey my command. The supply list is definitely ready. I'll send it over now, Ghostface readily replied, while tapping a few times on his operating interface. A data stream instantly crossed the void, sent to the other party's flagship. As for obeying commands, don't worry, Commander Gage, wherever you point, we'll strike. A soft ding sounded on a datapad in front of General Gage, and he looked down. Just glancing at the title and the first few items on the list, his perpetually serious expression cracked. His brow first furrowed, then quickly changed to obvious confusion and doubt. He looked up directly into Ghostface's eyes. Legion Commander Ghostface, are you sure you didn't send the wrong one? I have never seen an Astra Militarum Legion that requires such a massive quantity of combat stimulants and tactical nuclear bombs. Gage's voice deepened, carrying a hint of instruction and warning. I won't even mention the stimulants, but tactical nuclear bombs. Listen, Legion Commander Ghostface, even if you use it to wipe a position off the map, you still need to send soldiers to occupy it for it to be considered captured. Hearing this reasonable tactical analysis, Ghostface's smile under his full-face helmet grew even brighter. Now that you say that, I'm relieved. It's definitely not wrong, he replied easily. Commander Gage, just prepare everything as listed. Chapter 138. Daring to Defy Taxes. General Wendell's holographic image floated steadily in the air, his rock-hewn face showing no obvious emotion, only his sharp eyes narrowing slightly, as if assessing an ancient weapon of unknown nature, just unearthed. Good, he finally said, his voice as steady as a mountain, creating a slight echo in the bridge. Since you are so confident, the logistics department will prepare everything for you according to the form. Wendell did not lose his temper on the spot. As the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, getting angry over such a trivial matter was unnecessary. If this eccentric Helldiver Legion could truly win impressive victories with such unconventional equipment, he would not hesitate to praise them. But if they suffered a crushing defeat, or even caused greater trouble, it would not be too late to hold a military tribunal and punishment then. Not to mention, for an Astra Militarum Legion, if they truly lost, he probably wouldn't need to bother with punishment himself. Then I shall, in advance, thank you for your diligent efforts in the logistics of our Helldivers soldiers. Ghostface bowed slightly. He had a peculiar talent. What should have been a compliment always came out with a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of sarcasm from his mouth, making it extremely uncomfortable to hear. Just doing my job, Wendell replied expressionlessly, clearly not falling for it. If you truly wish to thank me, then deal with those Xenos seriously on the battlefield. Now follow the navigation beacon's instructions and enter the designated spaceport berth to dock. With that, General Wendell's holographic image flickered decisively, dissolving into countless light points in the air without a single superfluous word. I suppose we've successfully joined. Ghostface turned around and spread his hands to the captain, who had maintained an attentive posture beside him. I suppose, probably, sir, the captain replied cautiously, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Ugh, this is too hasty, Ghostface couldn't help but complain. The simplicity of this process is even more irresponsible than when my parents sent me to that private sanatorium. To this remark, the captain wisely chose silence. his eyes focused inward, as if all his attention was concentrated on the deep expanse of stars ahead. With no one responding, Ghostface immediately felt a wave of boredom. He idly paced back and forth on the bridge, his tactical boots tapping against the deck with soft tap-tap sounds. After all, he wasn't yet crazy enough to talk to himself and get excited about it. Unfortunately, he was currently the highest commander, and according to the game rules, he couldn't just log off. He had to ensure his character was always online and maintain the body's health. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. Ghostface and his group seemed to have arrived at a good time. After only 3 days of real-world time docked in the orbital spaceport, they received their next orders: weigh anchor and set course for the Jersey sector. Ghostface immediately announced this news to all players on board. Instantly, many players who expected to see epic scenes of grand battleships, Star Sea bombardments, became excited, pouring from various parts of the ship to the bridge, eager to claim the best viewing spots. The solemn and dignified bridge became as crowded and noisy as a marketplace, causing the dutiful NPC crew members to frown deeply and suffer in silence. But Ghostface didn't care, so they naturally dared not say much. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, players more knowledgeable about the background story pointed out that this was the Damocles crusade against the Toe, and the Jersey sector was merely an outpost, not the core territory of the Toe Empire. There was a high probability there wouldn't be any decent space battles here. This news was like a bucket of cold water, quickly dampening the players' enthusiasm, and they soon dispersed, the bridge finally returning to its usual tranquility. As it turned out, the players' predictions were correct. When the massive Imperial fleet tore through reality, emerging menacingly from the bloody warp rift and descending upon the outer reaches of the Jersey sector, the anticipated fierce resistance did not occur. The entire sector almost immediately returned to the Emperor's rule under the overwhelming shadow of the Imperial fleet. There were 2 reasons for such smooth success. Firstly, the Imperium was truly enraged this time. A border sector openly defying taxes under the influence of Xenos had touched a true red line for the high echelons of terror. For this, spurred by the ecclesiarchy, the Imperium assembled a truly terrifying expeditionary fleet. The ground assault forces alone included the Ultramarines, Scythes of the Emperor, Iron Hands, Black Templars, White Scars and Raven Guard, a total of 6 renowned Astartes chapters. And behind them were 20 Astra Militarum legions from Cardia, Krieg, and even including an elite stormtroopers. In the face of such destructive power, let alone a fringe sector, even a slightly weaker Xenos civilization would be crushed instantly. Secondly, the Jersey sector was not considered the Toe Empire's homeworld. Only some Toe Empire diplomatic missions and commercial entities were entrenched here, with no organized military presence. The Imperial fleet's thunderous strike did not actually engage directly with the Toe Empire's armed forces. However, despite taking the sector without bloodshed, the Imperial fleet temporarily halted its advance. The reason was simple: logistics. To advance further into the Toe Empire's territory, the Jersey sector had to be thoroughly transformed into a stable, reliable logistics base and forward staging point. Therefore, from a military perspective, a thorough cleansing of the unstable elements here was necessary. And from a political perspective, daring to collude with Xenos and openly defying taxes was no longer merely ordinary rebellion. The Imperium had to strike hard. With blood and fire, it needed to deliver an unforgettable lesson to the people here and to all those who dared to covet Imperial territory. Thus, the War Council convened on the flagship quickly made a resolution. The massive Astra Militarum legions would be deployed to various planets in the Jersey sector to carry out the cleansing of all resistance forces, Xenos sympathizers, and potential threats. This, of course, included Ghostface and the Helldiver Legion under his command. The landing craft made a heavy metallic thud, docking steadily with the spaceport's berthing area. The thick hatch slowly opened with a hiss of steam, revealing the brightly lit, bustling hangar outside. The soldiers of the Helldiver Legion, or rather the players, began to file out, curiously observing their new surroundings. Chapter 139. Shoot everyone. Ghostface ignored his excited subordinates behind him, He walked straight through the crowd, his tactical boots echoing crisply on the cold deck. Following the directives from the War Council, he headed directly to the designated temporary meeting room. For this cleansing operation, targeting the main planet of Perdicia, the Council had assigned 4 Astra Militarum legions. 3 of them were responsible for direct execution: the Perdicia 3rd Legion, the Cadian 92nd Infantry Legion, and the Krieg 72nd Infantry Legion. As for the 4th Stormtroopers, they would serve as an elite reserve and would not directly participate in the initial cleansing. The meeting room door was a standard alloy door. Ghostface didn't knock, he simply pushed it open. The room was sparsely furnished with only a metal table and a few chairs, and the air was thick with a mixed scent of oil and ozone. The other 2 Astra Militarum Legion commanders had clearly already arrived. One of them wasn't wearing a helmet, revealing a weathered face. Several savage scars crisscrossed his face, his gaze as firm as iron, and his jawline looked as if it had been chiseled with an axe. He simply sat there, exuding an aura of an unapproachable tough guy, the kind who could pick out a bullet with a heated dagger and then staple the wound shut without batting an eye. As for the other, he was the complete opposite. He was wrapped from head to toe in a heavy military greatcoat and uniform, wearing his iconic gas mask, revealing only a pair of goggles whose expression was obscured by shadow. He sat silently, like a statue. Ghostface understood. The tough guy was undoubtedly Cadian, and the one wearing the gas mask was naturally the commander from the death world of Krieg. "I am Emil White," the tough guy spoke first, his voice hoarse and powerful. He stood up and extended a calloused hand to Ghostface, commander of the Cadian 92nd Infantry Legion. "Cadian, a pleasure to meet you. Your legends resound throughout the entire galaxy. I've long wanted to witness them firsthand." Ghostface greeted him warmly, gripping his hand tightly. "My name is Ghostface, from the Perdicia 3rd Legion." After speaking, Ghostface turned to the silent masked man. "This must be the commander of the Krieg 72nd Infantry Legion, I presume." 724357. The other's voice came through the mask, muffled and brief, a man of few words. "All right, another masked weirdo," White muttered under his breath, then cleared his throat and said seriously, "Okay, now that everyone's here, do either of you have any opinions on the cleansing operation that our 3 parties will be jointly executing?" "Wait," Ghostface suddenly interrupted, pointing to a corner of the room. "Aren't you going to explain who these 2 on the floor are?" Following the direction of his finger, it was then noticed that 2 people were tied up on the ground. One was human. Although he tried his best to maintain composure, the panic deep in his eyes could not be hidden. The luxurious silk he wore was now dirty and disheveled. The other was a blue-skinned alien, a Toe, who simply knelt there silently, his expression unusually calm. "Oh, him." White glanced disdainfully at the richly dressed man. "He's this planet's governor. After seeing the Imperial fleet arrive, he was scared out of his wits, arrested this Tau diplomat overnight, and came to beg for forgiveness from us." "Heh heh," Ghostface let out 2 enigmatic chuckles. "This fool, he's truly a special kind of idiot." "Indeed," White echoed with deep agreement. Hearing their conversation, the governor's face instantly flushed with a hint of anger. "Even if I am guilty, you cannot insult a highborn—" Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp gunshot exploded in the enclosed room. Ghostface had, at some point, drawn his large-caliber solid-shot pistol, a wisp of smoke still rising from its muzzle. As for the governor he had aimed at, the part of him above the neck had vanished, splattering onto the wall behind as a mix of red and white matter. The headless corpse swayed, then fell heavily forward to the ground, its legs still twitching in neural reflex. Ghostface unhurriedly put away his pistol, as if he had just done something trivial. He looked around and asked, "Where were we just now?" "How to cleanse this place," White said calmly, his expression unchanged, as if the gunshot just now had truly just been Ghostface farting. "Oh, right," Ghostface slapped his forehead, remembering, this is indeed a tough problem. The War Council didn't give any details, just dumped a cleansing mission on us, and that was it. "It's not really a problem. We just need to define the standards and scope ourselves, and then act autonomously," White said, his tone reflecting a veteran's pragmatism. "In a way, this is a good thing. At least we don't have those high and mighty lords haphazardly commanding us. In that case, let's designate the Upper Hive District as the primary cleansing area, Ghostface proposed. After all, mid-hive workers toil 16 hours a day, lower hive residents scavenge for food in garbage heaps daily, and the bottom hive, well, it's preposterous to suggest they have the leisure and resources to engage in diplomacy and commercial activities with aliens. White pondered for a moment, then nodded. You have a point. But to maintain necessary stability, a partial cleansing of the mid and lower hives is still necessary. At least 10,000 people must be executed from each hive city district as a deterrent. That works too, Ghostface agreed with this cold calculation. As for the standard, let me think. Ghostface paced a few steps in the room, his hands behind his back. I really can't think of anything for a while. Or we could just follow the old custom. White was about to speak when a low rumble of an engine suddenly sounded from outside, growing closer. Ghostface instinctively looked up and out the window, interrupting White. What's that? White also glanced. A Tauros all-terrain assault vehicle, a stormtrooper's toy. We foot soldiers don't get such nice things. Then we have our standard. Ghostface suddenly clapped his hands happily. White clearly didn't follow his train of thought. Could you elaborate? Ghostface's face beneath his mask broke into a brilliant smile. He pointed at the speeding assault vehicle outside the window and said, "Shoot everyone taller than the Tauros's wheels." At these words, the room instantly fell silent. Not only did White's expression subtly change, but even the water-caste diplomat, who had been silently bowing his head, looked up in surprise. As for 724357, he remained hidden behind his mask, showing no reaction. This standard, isn't it a bit too low? White cautiously advised, and there doesn't seem to be any necessary connection between height and colluding with aliens, does there? Why not? Ghostface immediately retorted, his voice suddenly rising. A human taller than the wheels of a Tauros assault vehicle clearly possesses normal thought and logical ability, capable of discerning right from wrong. Since they live here, yet didn't rise up to resist alien influence, that is a form of betrayal. He abruptly waved his hand, his voice stern and severe, and declared, "These fence-sitters, these opportunists who waver between the Emperor and the Xenos, must all be shot." After shouting this famous quote, Ghostface felt much more at ease. As for the other two, such a massacre, is it not somewhat inglorious? White frowned slightly. Beside him, 724,357 remained silent. "Then you two just watch. Leave this small matter entirely to us Helldivers," Ghostface said triumphantly. He turned and strode out of the meeting room door, stood in the corridor, took a deep breath, and shouted to the assembled troops outside, "Guys!" His built-in megaphone faithfully transmitted his voice to everyone in the plaza. The players, who had been busy with their own tasks, instinctively turned to look at him, and even many soldiers from other legions cast curious glances. The entire Upper Hive district is full of traitors and disloyal individuals who have sided with the Xenos. Ghostface declared succinctly, "The standard is simple. Anyone taller than the wheels of the stormtrooper's Tauros vehicle over there can be shot. Now, go rummage through everything and find good stuff. What you find is entirely up to your luck and diligence." After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the player faction. "Woohoo! This crappy game finally has a looting phase. Sir is awesome. I give this reason full marks. For Super Perdicia." Meanwhile, the soldiers of the other Astra Militarum legions, the Cadian veterans and the Stormtroopers elites, continued with their own affairs. The Krieg soldiers still wore their masks, showing no expression. But clearly in the minds of these allied forces, the Helldiver Legion, having pulled off such a stunt, was rapidly sliding towards an image of shooting whoever they want. Like Catachan tough guys. Chapter 140. The Purge. On the labyrinthine, intricate streets of the Upper Hive district, a squad of Helldivers Legion players marched with brisk, determined strides. The dull, rhythmic thud of their footsteps contrasted sharply with the surrounding dead luxury. Their target was a magnificent estate not far ahead. The building's gate was less a gate and more a small city wall. forged from adamantium alloyed with plasteel. It was intricately carved with complex family crests and reliefs symbolizing wealth. In the midday sun, the gilded ornamentation gleamed with a dazzling light, silently proclaiming the owner's power and status. The gate was tightly shut, sturdy and secure, clearly showing no intention of opening for these uninvited guests. Naturally, the players had no intention of knocking either. The heavy weapons specialist firmly braced the autocannon's bipod on the ground. Accompanied by a grating mechanical whine, the next second a deafening roar tore through the tranquility of the upper hive district. High explosive warheads slammed violently into the ornate gate. With the first impact, the gate vibrated violently, its gilded ornamentation instantly flaking off. This was followed by the second, then the third. The shells battered the sturdy alloy until it looked as if it had been gnawed by a giant beast, twisted, deformed, and splintered. Finally, with a colossal, overburdened crash, the entire gate was blown to pieces, countless metal fragments mixed with stone shrapnel whistling into the estate. Before the smoke could even clear, the players launched their assault without hesitation. Laser and autoguns in hand, they surged through the breach like a tide, locking onto every life form marked with a white outline in their sight. Contact. 12 o'clock, balcony. Right flank corridor, 3 white outlines. Free fire! A dense net of firepower instantly enveloped the courtyard and foyer. Those with white outlines were mostly private guards kept by the upper hive nobles. After all, anyone who dared to maintain sufficient clarity of thought after the earth-shattering roar of the gate being blown open by artillery, and even dared to harbor murderous intent towards the Imperial soldiers who had broken in, thus being marked as an enemy by the system's friend or foe identification, was clearly no ordinary person. They might have been well trained, but against this group of Helldivers who feared no death, their resistance appeared pale and futile. Most people in the estate, when faced with such a situation, found their minds blank. Fear gripped their hearts, leaving them paralyzed on the ground, unable to do anything but scream. Those upper hive nobles, who usually prided themselves on their superior bloodlines, often performed worse than the lower hive scavengers in such moments of life and death. The players' indiscriminate outpouring of firepower naturally affected those without white outlines. Grenades exploded among the crowds, and laser beams precisely pierced the panicked bodies that blocked the line of fire. But clearly, no player felt any guilt about this. Firstly, from their perspective, this was merely an extremely realistic game. Accidentally injuring or even killing a few NPCs was simply not a big deal. Furthermore, if they truly approached this with the mindset of, "This is a real world, and killing requires caution," and first undertook time-consuming and laborious investigations and vetting, then these accidentally killed individuals would surely not have died so easily. As the saying goes, a Prime Minister's gate has 7 rank officials. Anyone living and working in this estate, even the lowest servant, had noble ties, and their hands were certainly not clean. In this purge triggered by betrayal, there were no innocents. 10 minutes later, the sporadic gunfire within the estate completely ceased. The Helldivers had successfully taken control of the situation, or rather, most of those in the estate who dared and were able to resist had been obliterated by bullets and explosive rounds. The air was thick with the heavy smell of gunpowder, ozone, and blood. Bodies lay strewn across the ornate carpets, and shattered artworks and spent casings were everywhere. The surviving servants and noble family members were herded into the center of the courtyard, hands clasped over their heads, trembling as they knelt in a line. "You," the squad leader of this group of players, casually pointed his gun barrel at an old man in a butler's uniform among the crowd, "who is the highest authority in this estate?" At these words, everyone kneeling, including the old butler, instinctively shifted their gaze towards a severely mutilated, almost unrecognizable corpse not far away. That had once been their master, the lord of the estate. All right," the squad leader scratched his helmet, realizing his question was flawed. So he added a condition, among those who are still alive. This time, everyone's gaze simultaneously converged on a single person. It was a tall man, clad in close-fitting armor, whose back remained ramrod straight even while kneeling. His face was sharply chiseled, giving him the appearance of an unyielding tough guy. He was the estate's guard captain. However, this guard captain's character was clearly not as unyielding as his appearance suggested. After becoming the center of attention, he first stiffened, then immediately put on a fawning smile, almost scrambling on all fours to the player squad leader's feet, looking up and saying, "I don't know. I don't know, my lord. What do you wish for me to do?" "Take us to this noble's collection. Preferably things that are historically significant or have some story behind them." The squad leader lightly tapped his forehead with the muzzle of his gun, saying in a flat tone, "If you satisfy me, I can give all of you a quick death." "Yes, yes. My lord, please follow me, I know everything." The guard captain, as if granted a great pardon, responded repeatedly. He had thought it through clearly. Being executed on the spot by these Astra Militarum soldiers was already a merciful good ending. Otherwise, if they were taken alive to another place and handed over to institutions like the Ecclesiarchy, the Inquisition, or the Adeptus Arbites, that would truly be a fate worse than death. Therefore, although his heart was filled with bitterness and despair, he showed no sign of resistance. Meanwhile, similar intelligence gathering was underway in various corners of the Upper Hive district. Soon, dossiers on the purged noble families were compiled and sent to the governor's mansion, which Ghostface had temporarily requisitioned. Freddy, carrying a thick stack of printed papers, placed them on the mahogany desk in front of Ghostface with a dull thud. Ghostface reached out and felt the thickness of the stack of papers, which was about 3 centimeters thick. He raised an eyebrow. "Is that all? It seems there are rather few nobles in this upper hive." "This is the catalogue," Freddy corrected him expressionlessly, "and it only lists the surname of one family. If converted into actual population, this catalogue represents approximately 700,000 people." Ghostface withdrew his hand. "All right, you can take it away quickly. I'm too lazy to look at these things." Freddy retrieved the documents and continued to report. Additionally, the executive members of the military committee generally reported that most of the nobles' collections are quite worthless. They are either ceremonial equipment that is flashy but impractical, or merely food and alcohol for consumption, as well as paintings and statues that are difficult to move and serve no practical purpose. "So no decent spoils of war were found?" Ghostface leaned back in his chair, his voice full of disappointment. "I thought these guys would at least have some taste in their collections." "Then let's purge the mid-hive gangs as well. These gangs are constantly fighting, so they should have some good stuff," Ghostface said, tapping the desk with his finger. "The charge will be colluding with these upper hive nobles who betrayed the Emperor. After all, they are basically all front organizations for the nobles. The evidence is ironclad, leaving no room for them to argue." Chapter 141. Heretics. Heretics everywhere. The purges, of course, could not last forever. After a period, the War Council, deciding the fate of billions of souls, convened once more on the flagship of the expeditionary fleet. However, before that, it needs to be clarified that in this war, the Imperium of Man was not united. On the contrary, its various factions had considerable disagreements among themselves. This was the nerve center of the fleet. A massive round table, polished from obsidian, occupied the room's center. Above the table, a giant 3-dimensional holographic star map slowly rotated, clearly displaying every planet and every warp lane of the target star system. Yet in this war aimed at purging Xenos, the Imperium of Man was far from united. On the contrary, when the Emperor's servants gathered, they brought not only fleets and legions, but also deeply entrenched disagreements and contradictions. These disagreements broadly divided the magnates around the Round Table into 3 factions: the exterminators, the moderates, and the centrists. Among them, the exterminators' stance was the purest and most extreme. In their view, anything non-human was a blemish on the universe, and any idea of coexisting with Xenos was the deepest heresy. Their only demand was that this newly discovered Xenos civilization, named the Toe Empire, must be utterly erased from the material universe, along with all traces of their history, culture, and existence burned to ashes. As for the other Xenos races that came to support the Toe Empire, dealing with them was naturally a matter of course. The main representatives were Isoguni, the ecclesiarch who incited this war and gathered so much power, and Inquisitor Grande. Opposite them were the moderates. Their stance was to deliver a devastating blow to these blue-skinned Xenos, destroying their fleets, burning their colonies, and making them tremble at the mere mention of the word empire for the next 1,000 years, never daring to offend human territory again. That would be enough. After all, a Xenos civilization with its spine broken but still possessing a shred of vitality might in the future become a good trading partner or a useful buffer zone. The main representative was rogue trader Lucian, who first discovered and reported the Toe Empire. And caught between these two distinct factions were the centrists. They had little interest in ideological disputes and were disinclined to ponder the political landscape 100 or even 1,000 years after the war. In their view, formulating correct strategies and tactics was more crucial for securing an undeniable victory for the Empire than these somewhat vague ideological principles. The representative was Wendell Gage, the commander-in-chief of this expedition. As for the other 6 Astartes chapters, although their highest commanders participated in the War Council and, due to their deep-seated hatred for Xenos, leaned towards the exterminators in practice, the Space Marines had no intention of joining the mortal debates, and thus largely fell into the centrist category. Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage surveyed the magnates around the table. His gaze lingered briefly on the Inquisitor's cold face, swept past the rogue trader's calculating smile, and finally settled on the empty, ornate seat belonging to the ecclesiarch. "Has Ecclesiarch Isoguni not joined us yet?" Wendell's voice was steady and firm. Inquisitor Grande's head, obscured by metal and hood, turned slightly towards him, his voice cold. "Ecclesiarch Iso believes it is his responsibility to personally inspect the purges on various planets, to ensure that the God Emperor's wrath burns away all minor scoundrels and traitors." Wendell's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "I hope he can be quicker. The longer this internal purge lasts, the more reaction time it gives the Xenos. A stable and pure rear is a prerequisite for any successful holy war, General," Grande replied coldly, his words allowing no room for argument. Neither Wendell nor the rogue trader Lucian responded. The general's jawline tightened slightly, while the rogue trader toyed with an alien gemstone ring on his thumb. Their silence expressed their views more clearly than any words. Just then, the massive automatic doors of the strategic command hall slid open silently. Ecclesiarch Isoguni strode in briskly, his ornate vestments swaying slightly with his steps. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to him. They could all see that this old man, usually radiating fanaticism and solemnity, was now genuinely happy. And they soon learned the reason for Iso's joy. "Colleagues," the ecclesiarch's voice echoed through the hall, filled with excitement and admiration. "Allow me to introduce to you a passionate, devout, and truly dedicated commander who embodies the will of the God Emperor, the Commander Ghostface from the Paditia 3rd Helldiver Legion." Everyone's gaze moved past the ecclesiarch to the silent figure behind him. The person wore a pure black, full-coverage carapaced armor, enveloped from head to toe in cold plate and wearing a cape around his shoulders. Most were merely curious, but in General Wendell's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed. He hadn't forgotten this peculiar Astra Militarum commander so quickly. Iso turned sideways, enthusiastically urging, "Commander Ghostface, come, quickly tell them how you carried out the will of the God Emperor on this land contaminated by betrayal." Ghostface was a bit bewildered. He had been commanding his troops to scavenge for spoils in the Hive City just fine when he was forcibly pulled here by a special plane sent by the ecclesiarch. Listening to a bunch of religious fanaticism he didn't quite understand along the way. However, he did understand the last sentence. The player's true objective, looking for good equipment, naturally couldn't be spoken of. Ghostface organized his thoughts behind his faceplate and said concisely, "After receiving the War Council's order to purge the Hive City, I consulted with 2 other Astra Militarum commanders. I believe that anyone taller than the wheel of a Taurus all-terrain assault vehicle already possesses clear logical thinking. And in the Hive City, those who have the leisure to apply such logical thinking to business and diplomatic intrigues are primarily concentrated in the upper Hive. Therefore, we executed everyone in the upper hive who was taller than a Taurus vehicle's wheel. He paused, seemingly recalling something, then added, "Afterward, during the purge, we discovered that most of the gangs in the mid-hive were connected to the upper hive nobles. So we spent some extra time and dealt with all the mid-hive gangs as well. The total number adds up to about 2.5 to 3 million people." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone present looked at Ghostface differently. Ghostface naturally noticed the strange shift in atmosphere and asked somewhat uncertainly, is this number a lot?" After all, even if he hadn't deeply understood the Warhammer 40k lore before, after playing this game, he would definitely have looked at fan-made content and background stories out of interest. In his understanding, the death of 1 or 200 million people in this universe was not a big deal. What were a mere 2 or 3 million? Ecclesiarch Iso's face broke into a brilliant smile. He stepped forward and asked warmly, "Commander Ghostface, do you know how many traitors have been found across the entire Jersey sector, excluding the planet you are responsible for, combined from all other planets?" Ghostface already felt something was off. He tentatively guessed a number, 20 million. Iso shook his head, his smile growing even more fanatical. "No, all other planets combined only amount to a few million." Huh? Ghostface was genuinely surprised this time. "So that means—" "That means," Iso Gunny extended his hand fanatically and patted Ghostface's shoulder heavily, "all other Astra Militarum, all the traitors found on all other planets combined, don't even amount to as many as you, Ghostface, found alone." Chapter 142. Loyalty. Iso turned around, walking quickly towards the council round table, his face, slightly flushed with excitement, radiating a fervent glow. "Gentlemen," he spread his arms as if to embrace the entire star map. "It's clear now. We need to be as enthusiastic and uncompromising as Commander Ghostface and his Helldivers Legion in cleansing the entire Jersey sector, root out all hidden heretics, traitors, and the weak-willed." Just as he was about to elaborate on his grand purification plan, which would set the entire sector ablaze, Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage's voice rang out, interrupting his fervent speech at just the right moment. "Bishop Iso," Wendell's voice was as steady as ever, "I understand your fervent loyalty to the Emperor and your deep-seated hatred and anger towards traitors. However, from a military perspective, the expeditionary fleet can no longer afford the risk of remaining here." Wendell clearly expressed his opposition. Rogue trader Lucian didn't even need to speak. He simply leisurely picked up a glass of wine from the table, gently swirling it. His relaxed posture itself was a silent vote against. Therefore, Iso hesitantly cast a pleading gaze towards his staunchest ally, Inquisitor Grande. However, Grande merely shook his head slightly. "All right. All right." The fervent fire in the Pope's eyes instantly dimmed considerably. He grumbled, reluctantly walking to his seat and sitting down. Then he beckoned to Ghostface, signaling him to come over and stand behind his chair. Ghostface complied, muttering in his heart beneath his cold faceplate, "So I've inexplicably been labeled as part of the Ecclesiarchy faction." He stood behind the Pope, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Since he was wearing a full-face helmet, as long as he didn't stare at anyone for too long, he wouldn't be noticed. Even though he hadn't read the original works about the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the clear factional struggle in the room was already very evident. He didn't yet know whether it was right or wrong to stand with the Ecclesiarchy at this moment. However, Ghostface didn't feel any particular regret. This was much better than being excluded from the core of power. Moreover, joining the Ecclesiarchy faction might not necessarily be a bad thing. As the internal cleansing agenda was temporarily shelved, Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage's authority once again filled the entire hall. He stood up, hands braced on the table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze as sharp as a hawk, fixed on a specific area of the holographic star map. "Gentlemen, let's now discuss the next military action." His voice drew everyone's attention back. "I propose that the fleet immediately end its rest in the Jersey sector and proceed at full speed into the neighboring Highlander region. I have two reasons." He extended a finger, pointing to a deep red-marked route on the star map. First, the Highlander region is the best springboard for attacking the Toe Empire's frontier colonies. If our fleet can successfully pass through this region, we can immediately launch a surprise attack deep into the Toe Empire, striking at the heart of the enemy and disrupting their overall deployment. Then he moved his finger, tracing a return route. Second, and equally important, the Highlander region provides us with a safe retreat route. Should we encounter unexpected setbacks during the attack, or if the enemy's reinforcements exceed our estimates, the fleet can rely on the terrain of the Highlander star system to calmly withdraw to the Jersey sector, which we have just finished cleansing, for rest and resupply. The logistics base we established here will become our strongest backing. Wendell Gage straightened up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally concluding, "This plan allows us to advance or retreat. We have already spent time purifying the rear. Now we must thrust out the sword before the enemy can fully react." Wendell Gage's plan was clear, pragmatic, and logically rigorous. The magnates present thought for a moment and quickly reached a consensus. Rogue trader Lucian was the first to express support. For him, a clear, swift military operation was far more in his interest than a protracted internal cleansing with uncertain returns. Inquisitor Grande merely nodded slightly, uttering a single word: feasible. His duty was to judge the Emperor's enemies, and the primary enemy at hand was undoubtedly the Toe Empire entrenched here. Even the most reluctant Bishop Iso, after a brief silence, could only admit that the Commander-in-Chief's plan was militarily impeccable. Strategically, his proposal for continued cleansing of traitors had been rejected. To try and refute the fleet's most professional military commander on a tactical level would only bring humiliation. With consensus reached, the next items on the agenda were minor details. For example, the allocation of logistics supplies for various Space Marines chapters and Astra Militarum legions, the order of fleet formations, and initial communication protocols. These details were quickly finalized under the Commander-in-Chief's efficient chairmanship. Finally, Wendell Gage stood up and declared in his unequivocal voice, "The Council is adjourned. All personnel return to their posts. In 12 Terra Hour, the expeditionary fleet will set sail to attack the Xenos." Amidst the clamor of people leaving, Pope Iso called out to Ghostface, who was preparing to follow the crowd out. He patted Ghostface's cold black shoulder plate affectionately and said earnestly, "You should hurry back. Remember, as an Astra Militarum commander, you must be upright, kind, intelligent, enthusiastic, pious, and always ready to secure victory for the Emperor and to exterminate all Xenos and heretics." "Heh, of course, of course." Ghostface chuckled under his faceplate, echoing, "Do you have any other instructions?" Pope Iso hesitated, seemingly weighing an important proposal. "Would you be willing to stay and continue the cleansing work in the Jersey sector? I still have the authority to mobilize an Astra Militarum legion in my name." Ghostface felt that this old man was truly a bit crazy. "I think my warriors would still prefer to fight for the Emperor's glory on a real battlefield." "All right." A flicker of regret crossed Iso's face, but it quickly transformed into fervent encouragement. He waved his hand grandly, saying passionately, "Then go with confidence. I'll get you double, oh no, triple the supplies you need. As many Lehman Russ tanks as you want. You must utterly annihilate those filthy Xenos for me." "What the heck?" Ghostface's eyes, hidden beneath his full-face helmet, instantly widened. Just a moment ago, he thought this old man was a bit crazy. Now he seemed like the most adorable and generous fanatic in the entire universe. The next second, he snapped his feet together, straightened his body, and performed an impeccable Aquila salute towards Pope Iso with unprecedented precision. Loyalty for the Emperor. Chapter 1. 143 Rumors. As one of the few Adeptus Mechanicus players who followed this Helldiver legion from Perditia, Maul Levin had just received orders to go to the quartermaster to receive new equipment for their legion. As he walked, he was complaining to a friend on his player panel about the monotony of logistics work. However, when he rounded the last massive dock support and saw the scene before him, all his complaints froze in his throat. He subconsciously blurted out a swear word from his homeland. "What the hell?" Before him, on the huge tarmac, carapace armor and various models of lasguns, packed in standard military containers, were piled into veritable small mountains. And between these mountain ranges was a forest of steel, rows of brand-new Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera armored personnel carriers, Basilisk self-propelled artillery, and various other models of mechanized equipment and heavy weapon platforms, neatly arranged, their lines stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with a mixture of new paint, sacred oil, and unburnt fuel, an aroma that would intoxicate any Adeptus Mechanicus worshipper. A tired, dark-eyed Astra Militarum official hurried over, thrusting a data slate into Maul's hand with an impatient tone. "Representative of the Peditia 3rd Helldiver Legion? Quick, sign here to confirm." Maul took the heavy data slate, his eyes quickly scanning the manifest. His hands even began to tremble slightly. He could hardly believe his eyes. All the equipment on this list, is all to be loaded onto our transport and supply ships. Yes, the Astra Militarum official's tone was almost a reprimand. You all hurry up and sign for it, count it, and get it loaded. Your stuff is already seriously affecting subsequent transport scheduling. Even after Maul mechanically signed the document and watched the massive transport aircraft and crane claws begin to systematically move this steel flood away, he hadn't fully recovered. "How the hell is there so much equipment?" he muttered to himself, his mind in a daze. "Just these Lehman Russ tanks, a rough estimate is definitely over 1,000. We've been upgraded on the spot to a mechanized armored regiment." Just then, a blurry image flashed through Maul's mind. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression changed slightly. "Wait, didn't the commander just get off the plane with an old man in a fancy robe? I saw that old man looking all cheerful and solicitous, overly enthusiastic towards the commander. Could it be? Holy crap." Just as Maul's thoughts were about to connect into a complete line of inquiry, an equally shocked voice interrupted him. Maul turned to see another player, an executive committee member, staring dumbfounded at the spectacular transport scene before them. "Why is there so much equipment? What's going on? Did we rob a forge world?" "Ahem." Maul immediately coughed twice, furtively glancing around to confirm no NPCs were paying attention to them, then leaned in and whispered, "I have a theory, just a theory. Don't go spreading it around." The executive committee member immediately became interested, mimicking him and leaning in, lowering his voice. Tell me, I'm the most tight-lipped. I definitely won't spread it." Ghostface hummed a tune, walking with light steps into the Legion's temporary meeting room. The joy brought by immense wealth and power made him feel as if he was floating on clouds. However, the moment he pushed open the door, his light humming stopped abruptly. The meeting room was eerily silent. This was too abnormal. Usually, even before a meeting started, it would be as noisy as a marketplace. But today, these guys were all sitting upright, eyes fixed on their noses, as if performing a solemn silent prayer. The usual atmosphere of hustle and bustle was replaced by an eerie and heavy silence. Ghostface's helmet-filtered voice carried a hint of confusion, but he was in a good mood and didn't think much of it. He strode to the head of the table, sat down heavily, and the metal chair groaned. "Gentlemen, have you all seen the new equipment?" He surveyed everyone smugly, his voice full of a show-offish tone, expecting a wave of deserved praise and exclamations. "We have." The executive committee member closest to him looked up, exchanged a quick glance with the others, then praised him with an incredibly sincere, even slightly awestruck tone. "That's all thanks to you, Commander. Without you, where would our Helldivers Legion be today?" Yes, it's all your credit." The others immediately came to their senses, echoing him in unison, their synchronized posture as if specially rehearsed. No, you all deserve some credit too." Ghostface magnanimously waved his hand. In his opinion, he was speaking the truth. After all, if he had to deal with the nobles of the Peditia upper hive and the mid-hive gangs alone, it would take forever. Who would have thought his humble words would stir up a hornet's nest? No. Everyone present, including the usual troublemakers who loved to argue, scrambled to shake their heads in denial, their faces showing an almost panicked expression. "We have no credit at all. It's all thanks to you, Commander. You turned the tide. You, sacrificed and dedicated yourself, and that's how we got all this." Hmm? Ghostface finally sensed something was wrong. He slowly scanned everyone present. What do you mean by this? Nothing. Nothing at all, Commander, a player quickly said, his eyes darting around. What were you about to say? Please continue. We're all listening. No, there definitely is. Ghostface slammed the table, declaring, Jason, Michael, close the door for me. If you don't tell me what's going on today, not a single one of you is leaving this room. As the heavy metal door clanged shut, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly dropped to freezing point. The players hung their heads, looking like frostbitten eggplants. Finally, under Ghostface's oppressive gaze, one player couldn't take it anymore. He tremblingly raised his hand and cautiously said, Commander, just heard, I definitely didn't spread it, that you have some special relationship with a certain Cardinal Archbishop of the Ecclesiarchy. That's why he was so pleased and with a wave of his hand allocated so much equipment to us. Before the red-faced Ghostface could react, another player interjected, attempting to correct the statement. That's not right, is it? The version I heard wasn't like that. I heard it was with a high-ranking battle sister of the Adepta Sororitas. No, a third person immediately retorted. Surely the version I heard about the female rogue trader is the most reasonable. They say she's richer than a nation. Didn't they say it was an inquisitor's daughter? The version I heard was with a repentia, the kind that only wears rags and carries a giant sword. You're all wrong, a voice boomed over everyone else. The version I heard is that the commander hooked up with a machine spirit of a titan. She demanded that the Adeptus Mechanicus must give the commander special treatment, and the oil boys had no choice but to agree. Enough! All of you shut up! Ghostface roared, and the entire meeting room instantly fell silent, leaving only the hum of the ventilation system. With these guys clamoring, his burning anger actually deflated, leaving only endless frustration. Damn it, who the hell is spreading rumors about me? Could it be that guy Maul? Ghostface inexplicably suspected the correct target. After all, Englishmen are all gay. It's normal for them to project. Damn it, I said I should have brought Chinese Adeptus Mechanicus players back then. But Archer and the others all said they wanted to continue staying in Perdicia to do research. Ghostface pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. All right, he waved his hand. After this, inform everyone to prepare telescopes and such. The fleet is about to enter the Highlander sector, and there's a high probability of a space naval battle. Those who aren't prepared aren't allowed on the bridge. Dismissed. At these words, the players' expressions instantly changed. Their eyes lit up in unison, gleaming with excitement. At this moment, all rumors were thrown to the back of their minds. Holy crap, is it finally time for a fleet battle? After playing for so long, I can finally witness massive battleships and giant cannons bombarding each other firsthand. Good. To see such a sight, even if I die, it's worth it. The players cheered, excitedly rushing out of the meeting room, all beginning to prepare for this long-awaited feast of the stars. Chapter 144. Combat Evolution. The planet slowly shrunk in their vision, eventually becoming a dull pearl, insignificant on a black velvet curtain. In its former orbit, a massive and majestic fleet tore open the veil of reality and sailed into the cold, starry sea. Dozens of colossal starships, forged from steel, each powerful enough to be worshipped as gods by an uncontacted world. At the core of the fleet were several transport and supply ships, like moving mountains. Their hulls were covered with cargo ports and crane arms. Though lightly armed, their massive bodies carried all the elements needed to launch a ground war: tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of armored vehicles, and the immense supplies to keep it all running smoothly. Guarding these fat ones was the backbone of the Imperial Navy, 3 lunar-class cruisers. They boasted classic asteroid-shattering armored prows, and their elongated hulls were lined with dense arrays of macro cannons and lance batteries, making them the absolute primary source of long-range firepower for this fleet. Around them, several Sword-class and Firestorm-class frigates patrolled like keen hounds, guarding the flanks of the main fleet, and within this conventional fleet, 2 distinctly different warships stood out. One was a Space Marines battle barge, its design more akin to an armed fortress capable of interstellar travel than a mere ship. It eschewed the long-range firepower of conventional Imperial Navy warships, dedicating its maximum mass to armor, engines, and terrifying broadside firepower. Countless turrets, missile silos, and landing pods covered its surface, proclaiming its sole mission: to breach enemy lines, deploy the Angels of Death, and at the closest range, blast enemies into stardust with the fiercest firepower. In fact, the design of the Space Marines battle barge, which placed it at an extreme disadvantage in terms of long-range firepower, also had some political reasons, but everyone was smart enough to keep silent about it. The other, slightly smaller strike cruiser was more agile, a perfect complement to the battle barge, a surgical scalpel capable of rapid raids and precise strikes. At this moment, the bridge where the Helldivers were located presented a bizarre sight. In stark contrast to the solemn, silent fleet movement outside the windows, the bridge interior was as bustling as a marketplace. The spacious bridge, large enough to accommodate hundreds of crew members, was now packed to the brim with nearly 500 players. They were the lucky ones who had successfully secured the best viewing seats. As for why there were only 500 people, there were two reasons. First, the bridge's space was ultimately limited. It was impossible for everyone to squeeze in. Second, and more importantly, to clearly observe the grand war unfolding in the vast expanse of space, mere naked eyes were absolutely insufficient. That required special tickets. To extend their vision across vast distances and precisely capture every detail of the future battlefield, the players employed various ingenious methods. One player's right eye was replaced by a humming, blue-glowing precision mechanical eye. Another had a fist-sized silver orb floating before him, projecting a holographic image that displayed the fleet array in real time after multispectral analysis. Still others were even more extreme, pulling out portable observation stations with several mechanical arms unfolding and firmly securing them to the floor, a massive telescope lens pointed directly out the window. Helmets, goggles, and data terminals of various unidentifiable names, flashing with different colored lights, were ubiquitous. Anyone entering without prior knowledge, upon seeing this scene, might well assume that high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus officials from some Forge world were holding a technical exchange conference here. This was also why many Adeptus Mechanicus players chose to stay on Padicia. As the largest player gathering spot currently, Padicia circulated all sorts of peculiar items obtained from the gacha system. For example, a nuclear-powered toaster might just be a useless joke to ordinary players, but for Adeptus Mechanicus players, it was entirely different. They could even be said to have come specifically for such items. And at present, this was only on the bridge. Since there was glass here for direct observation, players primarily used purely technological observation methods. In other areas of the ship, players directly employing magical methods were also not few in number. It was a scene of chaos and individual prowess. The Imperial fleet's battle plan was, from the outset, filled with desperate aggression and fanaticism. They did not choose conventional travel, a slow method that would take months or even years to reach the target area, which had long been discarded by the commanders. Instead, it was a short-range warp jump, like a poisoned dagger, striking directly at the heart of the Toe Empire's territory. The leading lunar-class cruiser was the first to plunge into the rift of swirling chaotic energy. Its massive hull seemed to stretch and twist upon entry, then vanished. Immediately following, the battle barge, strike cruiser, frigates. One by one, the steel behemoths fearlessly threw themselves into that mad ocean. When the transport and supply ships were also swallowed by that power, the players on the bridge felt as if everything before their eyes dissolved into flowing light and piercing screams. The Geller field hummed steadily, isolating the warp's corrosion and madness, but this brief journey still felt like a trip to the edge of hell. The jump process seemed to last only an instant, yet also felt like an eternity. When the physical laws of the real world once again dominated everything, blinding starlight streamed through the armored glass of the bridge. The fleet had appeared in an entirely new star system, surrounded by unfamiliar nebulae and constellations. Almost the instant they emerged from the warp, a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire bridge. Unidentified signals detected, 7 in number, identifying. On the tactical projection, 7 red dots representing unknown ships clearly appeared. Their forms were sleek and smooth, strikingly different from the rugged Gothic design of Imperial warships, filled with a certain minimalist and efficient technological aesthetic. Undoubtedly, this was a Tau Empire fleet that happened to be patrolling here. They were like a flock of sheep leisurely strolling near their home, encountering hungry tigers that had just broken out of their cage. All fleet, battle readiness 1, target, enemy fleet, for the Emperor. The Imperial fleet commander, eager for military achievements, didn't even bother with any tactical maneuvering. The order was simple and direct. The roar of the engines suddenly intensified, and the massive Imperial warships unhesitatingly adjusted their course, pouncing like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks towards those 7 small dots of light. On the bridge, the players' enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Here they come. The fight's on. Look at the Tau's reaction. They're stunned. As the players observed, the small Tau Empire fleet clearly showed some confusion. Their formation briefly loosened, and several warships even made meaningless, evasive maneuvers. Clearly, the Imperial fleet's method of tearing through space and appearing out of thin air completely exceeded their understanding. Such a nearly magical teleportation method had no corresponding explanation in their scientific system, which was built on rigorous physics and rationality. However, this confusion lasted only a moment. The Tau Empire fleet commander quickly recovered his composure from the shock and swiftly accepted this extraordinary reality. Clear commands were transmitted through the communication chain, and the chaotic fleet quickly stabilized, beginning to reform its ranks and point its sleek prows towards the aggressively approaching Imperial fleet. For this Tau commander, while the situation was unexpected, upon careful consideration, it seemed logical. How could a vast interstellar empire, capable of ruling millions, even tens of millions, of planets across the galaxy, not possess a commensurate method of transportation capable of rapid force deployment? Imagining the other side as a primitive civilization only capable of conventional travel was itself an act of arrogance and ignorance. Now reality had delivered a resounding slap, and what he had to do was command his fleet to deliver a head-on blow to these barbaric humans in this starfield, for the greater good. Chapter 1, 145 Ramming Maneuver. The prelude to the battle was initiated by the Tau Empire fleet. There were no pre-battle declarations, no unnecessary communications. In the cold cosmic battlefield, the only language was destruction. The bow launch tubes of 7 starships simultaneously glowed with dangerous light. Dozens of Pathfinder missiles, shimmering with blue energy trails, silently detached from their motherships like a pack of bloodthirsty deep-sea beasts, rushing towards the massive Imperial fleet formation. Torpedo attack detected, 40 in number. Estimated contact in 30 seconds. On the bridge, the red glow of the tactical alarm illuminated the faces of every player with a grim intensity. Although the players present knew that the transport ship was located in the very center of the fleet formation, a key protected target, the swarming, death-tracing missiles cutting through the void still delivered a powerful visual impact. The Tau's long-range firepower truly lives up to its reputation, a player whispered in awe. And indeed it did. Although the Tau Empire fleet was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of ship quality and quantity, they were by no means inferior in this round of beyond visual range firepower projection. These torpedoes were not only numerous, but also flew in extremely tricky trajectories. Guided by advanced AI, they formed a well-structured attack network, covering almost all routes of the Imperial fleet's advance. The commander of the Imperial fleet clearly recognized the tricky nature of the problem. All warships, emergency evasive maneuvers. Break formation. Repeat, emergency evasive maneuvers. The order was quickly relayed. The heavy and massive Imperial warships emitted a deafening roar. Attitude adjustment engines on the ship's flanks ejected scorching plasma, propelling these billion-ton steel behemoths to perform difficult maneuvers in space with a clumsiness befitting their size. Void shields could deflect high-speed kinetic strikes and energy beams, but their effect was minimal against torpedoes, which were relatively slow and equipped with their own propulsion and navigation systems. Once they got close, the terrifying explosion, capable of tearing through warship armor, would be a nightmare no captain wished to face. Ultimately, after immense effort, the Imperial fleet narrowly avoided this deadly first strike. The torpedoes passed through the gaps in the scattered warships, fruitlessly rushing into the distant deep space, eventually becoming cold scrap metal after their energy was depleted. However, the cost was also evident. To evade the torpedoes, the Imperial fleet's previously orderly attack formation was forced to scatter, becoming loose and chaotic. To be preempted by a mere Xenos patrol fleet. This was an utter disgrace for the Imperial Navy, which had always been arrogant and viewed all Xenos as insignificant. A humiliated rage instantly ignited on the bridges of all Imperial warships. All gun crews, free fire. Let these ignorant Xenos taste the Emperor's wrath. The trumpet of vengeance sounded. While readjusting their posture, the Imperial fleet immediately launched a storm-like counterattack. Torpedo tubes at the bow spewed equally deadly torpedoes, while the Lunar-class cruisers, having seized advantageous firing positions during the maneuver, slowly rotated their macro-cannon turrets, arranged like church organs on their flanks, locking onto the distant enemies. Next was the charging of the lance arrays. Several crimson beams, more dazzling than stars, instantly tore through the dark cosmic space, carrying terrifying energy capable of melting continental plates, and precisely struck the Tow Empire warships. Facing the Imperial fleet's thunderous counterattack, the Tow Empire fleet showed no weakness. Their warships flexibly scattered, using advanced engine technology for small-scale high-speed maneuvers. At the same time, the dense laser turrets on their hulls also began to roar. Countless slender but deadly blue laser beams poured down like a torrential rain, fiercely colliding with the Imperial fleet's thick, wild macro cannon shells and scorching lance energy beams in the vast space between the two fleets. A dazzling and brutal dance of destruction unfolded in the Star Sea. Macro cannon shells exploded into orange-red fireballs on the Tow warship's shields, the violent energy impact causing their shields to ripple like water, while the Tow Empire's laser beams precisely hit the Imperial warship's void shields, creating ripples, but due to insufficient single-shot power to cause enough damage, they were generally unable to overload the human fleet's void shields. Crimson lances and blue lasers wove a net of death. Each flash represented the release of massive amounts of energy. The explosion's firelight, like festive fireworks, continuously bloomed against the dark backdrop, illuminating the area with alternating brightness and dimness. However, in this fierce exchange of fire, a fact that made all Imperial warriors feel incredibly embarrassed was clearly emerging. They had gained no advantage whatsoever. The Tow Empire's warships, relying on their excellent maneuverability and shield technology, could always evade or withstand the Imperial heavy firepower with minimal cost. Meanwhile, their extremely high rate of fire and precision laser weapons and torpedo deliveries caused continuous harassment and damage to the Imperial fleet. For the Imperium of Man, this was simply unacceptable. In a war against Xenos, not achieving an overwhelming advantage was itself a failure, a humiliation. It meant that the enemy's technology and tactics, in some aspects, even surpassed those of the sacred humanity. This realization stung the Imperial Navy's proud self-esteem more than damaged warships. On the bridge of the Helldivers, the players were also dumbfounded. Holy moly, is the Tow fleet that fierce? 7 ships fighting our dozen or so to a standstill. This fire control system is pretty awesome. Should we say they live up to being a race that uses AI? Optimistic humans speak Tow. Long live the greater good. I remember you were yelling "Wah" all the time when we fought the orcs before, weren't you? What about pessimistic humans? Eldar, Necron, Orc, and even Warp psychic powers. There's so much to learn. Actually, fighting to the death is more convenient. The stalemated battle, like poison, corroded the Imperial fleet's glory. Every second of not gaining an advantage in the exchange of fire deepened the commander's sense of humiliation. Under the stimulation of this fury and anxiety, an unexpected, almost suicidal act occurred. In the fleet formation, the strike cruiser belonging to the Iron Hands chapter suddenly erupted with an ominous roar. Its main engine nozzles instantly changed from their usual blue to a dazzling incandescent white, the overloaded energy even causing ripples in the surrounding space. The next second, this warship, full of cold mechanical aesthetics, shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, with a terrifying speed that caught everyone off guard. It broke away from the Imperial fleet's formation, charging straight and fearlessly towards the center of the Tow Empire fleet formation. What are they doing? Are they crazy? This is suicide. On the flagship of the Imperium of Man, exclamations rose and fell. Officers watched, dumbfounded, as the icon representing the Iron Hands on the tactical projection, like a lonely meteor, unhesitatingly crashed into the cluster of blue dots representing the enemy. For the vast cosmic battlefield, conventional engagement distances often measured in hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The Iron Hand's goal was to compress this distance to the extreme. It ignored the dense laser beams firing at it, letting the energy create ripples on its void shield. But its speed did not diminish at all. Finally, under everyone's gaze, it succeeded. The strike cruiser, like a red-hot iron, forcibly wedged itself into the Tow Empire fleet's formation. At this moment, the closest Tow Empire starship was less than 30,000 kilometers away. On the scale of space naval warfare, this distance could no longer be considered close-range engagement. This was practically face-to-face. The fate of a strike cruiser making such a risky move was clearly written in any naval textbook. It would be instantly focused by the broadside fire of all surrounding enemy ships. Its void shield would overload and collapse in an instant, followed by its hull being torn into a dazzling cosmic fireworks display by countless beams and shells. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. On the flagship's bridge, Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Time at this moment seemed to stretch. 1 minute passed. The strike cruiser was still intact, adjusting its posture to present its most robust broadside armor to the enemy. 2 minutes passed. The Tow Empire fleet seemed bewildered. They were only making some futile, evasive maneuvers without any effective counterattack. 3 minutes, 10 minutes, a long 10 minutes, enough time for a small-scale ground battle to be decided. Yet in this part of space, apart from the long-range exchanges still ongoing, the area where the Iron Hands were located fell into a strange silence. Until... fire. Chapter Master Ryman of the Iron Hands. Chapter gave the order in his emotionless voice. The next moment, the strike cruiser's broadside, with its dense array of turrets that could drive any trypophobe mad, simultaneously spewed destructive flames. Macro cannons, lances, melter beams, countless types of weapons unleashed 10 minutes of accumulated fury at point-blank range, pouring it madly onto the nearby Tow warship. Under such terrifying close-range firepower, the starship's shields didn't even last a second. Its hull armor was easily torn apart like paper, and its internal structures continuously underwent violent chain reactions. In just 30 seconds, this elegantly shaped warship lost all power, its bridge area completely destroyed, leaving only a smoking, sparking wreck drifting helplessly in space. And the other Tow warships still did not retaliate. They were like a flock of sheep, scared silly by hungry wolves, rushing into their pen, at a loss. Such a bizarre scene even left Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage momentarily bewildered. His brain raced, ruling out one impossible conjecture after another. A trap, a communication malfunction, or some unknown superweapon charging. No, none of them. Suddenly, an utterly absurd, yet the only logical possibility, struck his brain like lightning. What followed was a burst of euphoria that almost made him laugh out loud. "All fleet, listen up." Gage's voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement. "Abandon long-range exchanges. All forces, charge. Get close to them. Get close to those Xenos. Use our broadsides to tear them all to pieces." The enemy's warships had no broadside fire. Those self-proclaimed clever Tow Empire designers, when designing these starships, seemed to have completely failed to consider that in the vastness of cosmic naval warfare, they might encounter battles requiring close-quarters combat with broadside cannons. Chapter 146 Landfall. Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage's order was like pouring a basin of water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the fleet's long-suppressed fury and killing intent. The euphoria brought by discovering the enemy's fatal weakness quickly transformed into a bloodthirsty craving. If the previous long-range exchanges still carried a hint of civilized chessboard strategizing, then at this moment the Imperium of Man completely tore off its disguise, revealing the primal predator fangs hidden beneath its steel and decorum. The fleet's engines roared, pushing power to their limits. Massive warships, no longer concerned with formation, lunged at the few panicked Tow Empire warships like a pack of deep-sea sharks scenting blood. Leading the charge were three of the most agile and swift sword-class frigates. They were like three sharp scalpels, cutting into the Tow Empire fleet's already scattered formation from tricky angles, bringing the close-quarters death vortex directly into the enemy's heartland. For the Emperor, purge these Xenos! Upon entering the absolute range of their broadside cannons, the Imperial warship's flanks, covered by countless armor plates, opened their gun ports. These weapon arrays, designed for close-range destruction, simultaneously spewed flames. The thunderous roar of macro cannons and the shriek of lances intertwined into a symphony of steel and destruction, transforming all anger and disdain for the Xenos into a storm of steel, mercilessly unleashed upon the smooth and fragile flanks of the Tow Empire warships. One starship didn't even have time to react. Its broadside armor was instantly vaporized in the rain of fire, and a torrent of energy pierced through its hull, detonating its internal reactor. A silent, brilliant plasma fireball erupted in the cosmos. Even more, the captain of a sword-class frigate, after exhausting all his ammunition, chose the most primitive and barbaric method of combat. He piloted his warship, aiming its massive ramming spear, used for breaching and boarding, at another fleeing tow warship, overloading its engines and smashing into it. The sturdy adamantium ram easily tore through the opponent's fragile hull like a hot knife through butter. The two warships, in a violent impact, embraced each other, and amidst the screeching of twisted metal and continuous explosions, ultimately became a burning wreck. This utterly unreasonable, primitive, and violent fighting style completely shattered the Tow Empire fleet's psychological defenses. Their tactical manuals had never accounted for such madmen. Retreat! All units, retreat immediately! The Tow Empire commander finally issued the order to flee. However, during the brief skirmish, this commander, who still retained a last shred of sanity, had despairingly realized a fact. At standard cruising speed, the Imperium of Man's ships were actually faster than theirs. To create an opportunity for the main ships to escape, he made a cold and cruel decision. All frigates, turn immediately, block the enemy at all costs. The order was given, and the two remaining small frigates, without hesitation, resolutely turned their bows, facing the unstoppable torrent of steel. They were like two brave mantises attempting to block a speeding chariot with their fragile arms. The outcome was without suspense. Their sacrifice only bought precious dozens of seconds for the flagship and another cruiser. The Imperium of Man, of course, was not satisfied with this negligible result. And on the Helldivers bridge, the players had fallen into a frenzy. Quack, well fought, that's how you fight. Combat, awesome! They relentlessly pursued the two fleeing wake trails, the entire fleet immediately entering a state of pursuit without any rest. As the fleet entered an unfamiliar star system, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A colossal, vibrant planet hung silently within this star system. It boasted azure oceans, verdant continents, and white clouds. From any angle, it was a perfect habitable world. Large-scale life signals detected. Preliminary estimate, tens of millions of Xenos exist on this planet. Tens of millions of Xenos. This was a chilling number, but the subsequent report on defensive capabilities made everyone's breathing quicken. This large Tow Empire residential planet's only orbital defense forces consisted of a lone orbital defense station, several small frigates conducting routine patrols in planetary orbit, and the two ships they had just routed, now returning to their home port with full bodies of wounds. Opportunity hung before them like ripe fruit, requiring no hesitation. The strike cruiser that had just shined in close-quarters combat once again detached from the main fleet formation. Its battle-scarred bow pointed at the lone defense station in planetary orbit, and the glow of its engines reignited, charging like an iron behemoth locking onto its prey. The TOW's resistance, as fragile as window paper, didn't even cause a ripple. The laser turrets on the orbital defense station fired futilely, their slender blue beams striking the enemy's void shields, creating ripples even weaker than those in the previous fleet battle. And the fate of the few small frigates attempting to intercept was even more tragic. The strike cruiser didn't even use its main guns. A mere roar from its broadside point defense batteries shattered them into several burning fragments of metal like glass ornaments smashed by a hammer. After completely silencing the orbital defense station's external firepower, the strike cruiser's launch bay doors opened in succession on both sides of its hull. Dozens of boarding torpedoes, trailing long plumes of flame, accurately struck the defense station's weak points, creating forcefully breached openings to pave the way for subsequent forces. Immediately after, several Thunderhawk gunships roared out, ignoring the sporadic resistance fire within the defense station, forcibly landing in various critical compartments and passages. The hatch doors opened and Space Marines in heavy power armor stepped with heavy strides onto Xeno territory. Flesh is weak. In the narrow, futuristic white corridors, a medieval-style bloody slaughter was unfolding. Power axes cleaved through alloy bulkheads, and chainswords shredded Xenos attempting to resist, along with their battlesuits. Blue blood stained this space that should have been pristine. The Space Marines of the Iron Hands, like the most efficient harvesting machines, systematically cleared every compartment, every corner, in tactical squads. Just 1 hour later, the fleet received a report from the landing forces. Orbital station purged. Xeno resistance purified. We shall control this location, establishing the first bridgehead for the Emperor's servants to descend upon this world. The cold iron fortress, now stained with Xenoblood, was rapidly being transformed into the Empire's first staging point for divine retribution. Tech priests and servitors began to take over and modify the station's systems as massive transport ships slowly approached. More soldiers and war machines were making their final preparations to set foot on the planet's surface. Next, it was the ground forces' turn. Chapter 147. Charge. The orbital defense station's database, like a captive forced to speak, revealed all its secrets. This vibrant planet, in the TOW Empire's language, was named Ser Klel. Perhaps this name held some special meaning, but in the Imperium of Man's War Council's eyes, it was merely an alien nest that needed to be purged. Cold and efficient orders were quickly relayed via encrypted communication to the Helldivers bridge. The Space Marines of the Emperor's Scythes chapter would be the spearhead of the Emperor's wrath, the first to set foot on Ser Klel. And following closely behind, as the first wave of Astra Militarum to land, would be the Helldivers Legion. Guys! Ghostface, having received this information, almost immediately turned around and shouted to all the players on the bridge who were eagerly preparing for the upcoming landing battle. His voice, amplified by wide-area communication, echoed through every corner of the warship, reaching the ears of every Helldivers soldier. We will be the vanguard, the first Astra Militarum Legion to set foot on this alien land, the first to directly confront the TOW Empire's ground forces. He spread his arms. Regardless of the outcome, our legion, our name, will forever be etched into the annals of human history because of this. This speech, simple and direct, precisely hit all the players' sweet spots. For managed democracy, for the Emperor, long live humanity. Kill all the Xenos! Cheers like a mountain tsunami instantly filled the entire warship. A fervent war atmosphere was completely ignited at this moment. The Helldivers' enthusiasm was even hotter than the engine's plasma reactor. They rushed to the armory, grabbing weapons. They ran to the vehicle bay, boarding Chimera troop carriers and Lehman Russ tanks. Everyone was in position, just waiting for the order to be given, the hatch to open, and then they would charge out, turning every living thing in their sight into dust under their treads and char under their muzzles. However, before the ground forces descended, there was the purification from the sky. The Imperium of Man fleet slowly adjusted its formation, aiming its bellies, covered in macro cannons and lance batteries, at the serene blue planet below. No warning, no surrender. In previous engagements, the Imperial fleet had already confirmed that the TOW Empire's shipbuilding technology seemed to lack the crucial void shield technology. This fatal flaw was also evident in their planetary defense systems. When hundreds and thousands of destructive beams and giant, mountain-like shells rained down from the sky, Cerakul's planetary defense system did indeed activate. On the ground, countless gun emplacements rose and energy shields unfolded over the cities. But without the cover of void shields, these conventional defensive measures were as fragile as children's toys in the face of fleet-level orbital bombardment. The energy shields shattered like foam in the first wave of strikes, and then destruction descended. Lance batteries easily pierced the crust, triggering violent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Each time a macro cannon shell landed, it was equivalent to a small-scale nuclear explosion, completely wiping cities and everything within them off the map. Elegant white spires melted in the flames, busy aerial traffic hubs were vaporized, vast fields turned to scorched earth, and the blue oceans boiled from the excessively high temperatures. In just half an hour, Cerakul was bombed into a burning hell by the Imperium of Man's fleet. Witnessing such reckless and utterly destructive acts, the Toe Empire command on Cerakul finally understood completely. This was not a war for territory and resources. This was a thorough massacre with the goal of racial extermination. The previous idea of sending water-caste diplomats to attempt communication and understanding now seemed so ridiculous and naive. The enemy had not come to negotiate at all. In despair, the Toe Empire's high command made a final decision. They abandoned the plan to save the planet and instead began to accelerate the evacuation of the most important officials and valuable Earth-caste engineers at all costs. At the same time, all fire warriors stationed on Cerkel were organized. They were told that their mission was no longer victory, but delay, to use their lives to buy even one more second for the evacuation of their compatriots. They would resist until the last moment on their home, which had already become their burial ground. The rain of death from the Emperor's scythes descended first. Hundreds of drop pods, like steel dice cast by the Emperor, tore through Cerkul's ash and smoke-shrouded sky, trailing long plasma wakes. With unstoppable momentum, they accurately slammed into predetermined strategic strongpoints, clearing out one bloody landing zone after another for the follow-up forces. Closely following, when the orbital detection arrays repeatedly confirmed that all large anti-aircraft firepower on the planet's surface had been silenced into scrap metal by the previous bombardment. Massive transport and supply ships began to slowly descend. Their enormous bodies obscured the burning sky, casting vast shadows on the ground. Heavy landing ramps crashed onto the scorched earth, emitting deafening roars. One new Lehman Russ tank after another, one squad of Chimera troop carriers filled with Helldivers soldiers after another, surged out from the belly of the ships like a torrent of steel. Self-propelled artillery positions rapidly deployed, their thick barrels angled towards the sky, ready to unleash death and destruction to the other side of the horizon. With such formidable armored strength as a backing, the player's initial tactical concept was a textbook classic of armored torrent. Armored clusters in the front, forming a wedge assault formation to tear open the alien defenses. Infantry followed the armored units, using chimeras as mobile cover, protecting the flanks of our tanks and clearing out segmented enemies. Self-propelled artillery and other heavy parabolic firepower would provide continuous fire suppression on enemy strongholds. Accompanied by the roar of engines and the crunching of tracks grinding gravel, the Helldivers Legion's war machines began to advance slowly and steadily across this alien land. However, reality soon delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Enemy unit spotted at 11 o'clock. It's a hammerhead. 1. The commander of a Lehman Russ tank, through his high magnification scope, caught sight of the flat, sleek, sci-fi-looking silhouette hovering in mid-air. Main gun, target hammerhead, fire. The commander did not hesitate, giving the order decisively. The gunner immediately responded, the heavy battle cannon roared, and a massive shell, carrying destructive kinetic energy, whistled towards the target. However, the scene that followed made all the players in the crew widen their eyes. Just as the shell was about to hit, the anti-gravity engine beneath the hammerhead's hull suddenly flashed. Its entire hull, like a weightless ghost, shifted several meters sideways, elegantly dodging the fatal blow by mere inches. Even more astonishing, during this high-speed lateral maneuver, its top-mounted railgun main cannon did not wobble in the slightest, its muzzle steadily locked onto the firing Lehman Russ. Blue-white arcs of electricity frantically flickered on both sides of the barrel, emitting a teeth-gritting hum. The next second, a blinding white beam, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed and was gone. Boom! That Lehman Russ tank, from its front turret to its bottom engine room, was neatly pierced through by the shell, which had been accelerated to the extreme by the railgun. The ammunition inside the turret instantly detonated, and the entire tank became a massive fireball that shot into the sky. A few seconds later, at the respawn point behind, the 5 crew members, who had just turned into white light in the explosion, looked at each other. The tank commander scratched his head, complaining with a pained expression. Damn it, that's what you call tank maneuverability and fire control in the interstellar age. Dodging shells while locking on and firing. What kind of junk has the Adeptus Mechanicus given us? Iron coffins with tractor engines. His complaints resonated with countless players, because they were also facing similar problems. The TOW Fire Warrior's technologically advanced combat suits not only activated optical camouflage for stealth, but also had defensive capabilities far exceeding the carapace armor issued to the Astra Militarum. More troublesome, they could also use the thrusters on their backs for short-distance flight and jumps, moving flexibly between ruins and buildings. The blue plasma bolts fired from their pulse rifles were almost as powerful as the hellguns in the hands of stormtroopers, capable of incinerating an ordinary soldier in bulletproof armor into a charred stump with a single shot. Everywhere in the sky and surroundings, swarms of drones, like annoying flies, constantly harassed and scouted. Any tactical movement by the Helldivers seemed to be immediately known by the enemy, and then precise and deadly artillery support always arrived a step faster than their own bombardment, landing in the most critical spots. The front was advancing, but extremely slowly. This is too ugly. Ghostface looked at the constantly reddening friendly units on the tactical map, his face so grim it looked like it would drip water. Of course, he wasn't complaining about the high casualties, he just thought the push was too slow. Admittedly, with the sheer size of the Helldivers Legion and the players' fearless nature, grinding it out like this, filling it with lives and steel, would eventually crush the TOW Encercle. But Ghostface couldn't accept it. They were the vanguard, the first Astra Militarum to land. This battle should have been a crushing victory, a classic campaign worthy of being recorded in server history. Instead, it had turned into this ugly, passive, and messy fight. It was a complete disgrace. Damn it! Ghostface slammed his fist hard on the armored plate of the command platform. He took a deep breath and let out a near roar into the communicator. All units, listen up, tactical change. Lehman Russ and Chimeras, don't drive like old ladies strolling through the park. Overload your engines. Full speed ahead. Charge. Charge. All infantry, stop dragging your 2 legs. Find the nearest vehicle and find a way to cling onto it. If you can't cling on, at least get your squad leader on. Use the system mechanics to keep up with the assault by committing suicide. Whether you're driving a Lehman Russ, driving a Chimera, or an infantry clinging to a vehicle, put one hand on your system store interface. Once you charge in front of those avatars, immediately buy explosives. Then self-destruct. Use your tanks, use your troop carriers, use your lives to blow a path for me. All of you charge like hell. If anyone dares to chicken out now and cause our entire legion to become a disgrace among the Astra Militarum, don't blame me for hanging you on the forums and cursing you for a year. Chapter 1. 148 Suicide Assault. Kai's Valra could barely recognize the land beneath his feet. In its memory, Serikal was a shining pearl under the radiance of the greater good. The sky here was always pure and blue, with 3 small satellites taking turns rising at night, casting soft silver light across the land. In the city, elegant white curved buildings blended perfectly with the natural landscape, and anti-gravity vehicles glided silently along designated routes, leaving fleeting trails of light. Earth-caste engineers had planned vast ecological parks here, where exotic flowers and plants from different planets coexisted harmoniously, and the air was always filled with a faint fragrance. It remembered that on non-duty days, its favorite activity was to take its family for a picnic, By the crystal lake outside the city, children chased glowing insects on the soft grassy meadows, vendors sold refreshing drinks made from local specialty fruits, and the air echoed with laughter. There was no poverty, no strife. Every Toe Empire citizen contributed to the common, greater good in their respective roles, living in peace and prosperity. Serkul, this tranquil jewel, was once a perfect microcosm of peace and prosperity against the backdrop of a dark universe. But now this was hell. The high temperatures from the orbital bombardment still hadn't dissipated, and the ground beneath its feet was as scorching as a red-hot iron plate. With every breath, the air was filled with choking dust and the smell of sulfur. The once beautiful landscapes had been melted and vaporized in the flames and explosions, leaving only twisted metal wreckage and charred ruins. The azure sky had been stained a desperate blood red by endless dust and the fires of war. The laughter of the past was replaced by the incessant roar of gunfire and the wails of the dying. Kai's Valra gripped the pulse rifle in his hand tightly. The metallic touch gave him a slight sense of security. He looked around. His comrades, the surviving fire warrior from various squads, also held their weapons tightly, silently defending this temporary position made of architectural debris. Even Shaz, the most cheerful and joke-loving member of the team, was silent now. Sadness, anger, and a deep-seated hatred for the invading enemy filled the heart of every warrior. Suddenly, the distant artillery and gunshots eerily thinned out. The entire battlefield seemed to fall into a brief, unsettling calm. Kais did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he maximized the power of his battlesuit's sensory system and scanned the front more vigilantly. The calm before the storm, this principle applied equally in every corner of the universe. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a wild and chaotic engine roar, completely different from before, came from the dust on the horizon and was rapidly approaching. "What is that?" a young warrior couldn't help but ask. Kais looked in the direction of the sound, and when he magnified the distant scene through his battlesuit's optical lens, his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. Those were human tanks and armored vehicles. In previous skirmishes, the fire warrior had roughly figured out the performance of these clumsy iron boxes. They were heavily armored and fiercely armed, but their mobility was poor, and their fire control systems were quite backward. In Kais's opinion, these were like museum antiques from hundreds or thousands of years ago, still stuck in the age of tracks. But at this moment, these old antiques were charging at full speed, in a frantic manner that completely disregarded engine load and mechanical lifespan. They bounced and jumped on the uneven, scorched earth, black smoke spewing from their exhaust pipes as if they would fall apart at any second. What made all Toe warriors even more astonished and perplexed was that human soldiers were clinging to those speeding tanks and armored vehicles like ornaments. They faced the strong winds, letting gravel and shrapnel lash their bodies, like mad parasites clinging to steel beasts. What kind of trick is this? Kais was filled with confusion. What was the point of such a tactically ungraceful, almost suicidal charge? But the opportunity was fleeting, and he had no time to think. As an experienced warrior, his body reacted faster than his brain. "Fire! Stop them from getting close!" Kais quickly raised his rifle, and the battlesuit's built-in AI assistance system instantly locked onto a Chimera troop transport at the forefront. He pulled the trigger, and a series of deadly blue plasma bursts accurately shot at the human soldiers on the roof of the vehicle. His comrades also reacted immediately, and the firing sounds of pulse rifles and pulse carbines merged into a continuous stream, forming an impenetrable energy fire net that covered the frantic steel torrent. The humans also returned fire. The vehicle-mounted heavy stubbers spewed flames, and the soldiers on board futilely sprayed with their crude laser guns. But whether it was weapon performance or armor protection, they were generations behind the fire warrior. Their counterattack, apart from sparking weakly on the defensive cover, could not effectively suppress the fire warrior. Swaths of human soldiers, under the precise pulse fire, fell from the high-speed vehicles like wheat reaped by a scythe, instantly crushed into blurred flesh and blood by the tracks of the vehicles behind. However, the human charge did not stop for a moment. Finally, after paying a heavy price, a Chimera troop transport, spewing thick smoke and covered in shell craters, miraculously broke through the fire net and slammed directly into a hammerhead anti-gravity tank on the flank of Kai's position. Boom! Ah! A deafening roar, accompanied by dazzling white light, erupted violently. The shockwave from the explosion, like the invisible hand of a giant, violently threw Kais to the ground. As the world spun, he felt his internal organs were about to shatter. Fortunately, the battlesuit's cushioning system activated in time, absorbing most of the damage, and he only felt a severe dizziness. Damn it, are these humans all crazy? Kais shook his ringing head, struggling to get back on his feet. He watched in horror as the hammerhead, which had provided them with crucial firepower support, was now just a pile of burning wreckage. And the few comrades who were covering it nearby had been completely vaporized in that terrifying explosion. Clearly, the explosives carried by that chimera had an astonishing yield. And from within that burning wreckage, formed by the chimera and the hammerhead, several figures emerged. Seeing Kais not far away, they immediately rushed towards him recklessly. Great confusion flashed through Kais Valra's mind. How was this possible? How did they survive such a close-range explosion? This completely defied the laws of physics. But the reality of the battlefield left him no room for further thought. Survival instincts and warrior training instantly overwhelmed all his doubts. He abruptly raised his pulse rifle, and the cold tactical I immediately marked the optimal firing path on his faceplate display. For the greater good, he roared, pulling the trigger. Precise blue plasma bursts instantly covered dozens of meters. The first charging human had a large hole blown through his chest, charred limbs flying backward, and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. The second and third humans tried to evade with meaningless, Z-shaped running, but under the AI's assisted lock, this was just a futile struggle. Two precise bursts hit their heads and torsos respectively, turning them into two exploding blood mists. However, just as he turned his rifle to shoot the last enemy, the opponent had already rushed in front of him with astonishing explosive power. The primitive and savage-looking bayonet on his lasgun gleamed with a deadly cold light in the firelight. Thud! A harsh sound of metal being forcibly torn apart rang out. Kais felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The battlesuit's composite armor had actually been pierced by this seemingly primitive bayonet. The cold blade had deeply embedded itself into his body. The intense pain made his vision darken for a moment, but he endured the agony, using all his remaining strength to press the muzzle against the human soldier's helmet. Boom! The roar of the pulse rifle was at point-blank range. The human soldier's head, like a watermelon smashed by a hammer, instantly exploded, red and white matter splashing all over Kais's faceplate. The headless corpse slowly slid down, and Kais knelt on one knee, blood continuously gushing from the wound in his abdomen. The battlesuit's life support system emitted a piercing alarm. He painfully raised his head, only to see a scene that filled him with utter despair. More humans emerged from the wreckage like a tide surging from all directions. They stepped over the bodies of their comrades, treading on the scorching ruins, each moving without hesitation. No. Kais futilely raised his rifle, firing the last few energy blasts, felling two more enemies. But more humans had already swarmed around him. The first bayonet pierced his shoulder, the second pierced his thigh, the third, the fourth. He felt his body being pierced by countless sharp blades, and his consciousness gradually sank into darkness amidst endless pain. In the last moments of his life, all he saw were those black full-face helmets. After dealing with this defiant toe, the human soldiers did not continue their charge. They all turned around and returned to the still burning wreckage of the Chimera and Hammerhead. Beneath the twisted metal lay a dying figure, their squad leader from the Chimera they had just used. Thanks to a medkit and a last-second leap backward, he still had a breath left. A soldier walked over and aimed his laser rifle at the squad leader's head. A crisp gunshot. Chapter 149. The humans are suicide bombers. Inside Circle's command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as solidified metal. On the holographic tactical map, the blue lights representing the fire warriors were extinguishing in swathes at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the red icons representing the human invaders spread forward like an unstoppable plague, tearing through their painstakingly established defensive lines. What's going on? Why did defensive lines 7 and 9 collapse so quickly? Staff Officer Chassot Remire slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a dull thud. His usually calm and composed face was now filled with rage and bewilderment. The defenders there didn't even manage to send a complete distress signal. Just then, the alloy door of the command center was violently thrown open, and a dust-covered junior officer stumbled in, scrambling. His combat suit was covered in scorched marks, his helmet was missing, and his breathing was as ragged as an old bellows. "They're crazy. Crazy. The humans are all crazy," he shrieked incoherently, his eyes filled with the terror of a survivor. They're all going to explode. Calm down, junior officer." Remire strode forward, grabbing the junior officer's shoulder guard and shaking him vigorously. "Think of the greater good. Think of your duty. Now tell me, what exactly happened on the front line?" Under his superior's booming reprimand, the junior officer, after all, was a well-trained warrior. He gasped a few times, forcing his chaotic thoughts back into order. A few seconds later, he managed to steady himself, his voice still trembling, but his words becoming clear. The humans have gone mad, sir. They've abandoned their previous steady, methodical tactics." He began to organize his thoughts, recounting the hellish scene. "They're driving those clumsy vehicles, each vehicle covered with their infantry like a moving armor of flesh and blood, at maximum speed, charging directly at our positions. As soon as their vehicles break into our positions or crash into our high-value units like hammerheads, they immediately detonate. It's a suicidal attack, sir. Every vehicle is a giant mobile bomb. Our warrior numbers and average firepower are already less than theirs. Although we tried our best to intercept, we simply couldn't stop all of those insane, casualty-ignoring charges. The result, of course, is mutual destruction with those humans in earth-shattering explosions." Remire frowned deeply, pacing back and forth in the command center. "What are they doing?" he muttered to himself, full of confusion. "No logic, no honor. If they just relied on their vast numbers and advanced steadily, the scales of victory would eventually tip in their favor. It's a surefire method, so why use such suicidal, insane charges? This is completely squandering the lives of their soldiers as if they were weeds in a field." Just then, another junior officer hurried in, reporting nervously, "Sir, you need to make a decision quickly. All frontline nodes are reporting that the human advance is extremely fast. They are almost continuously assaulting our defensive lines with wave after wave of suicidal attacks. Our defensive lines are being rapidly dismantled. Fast? Yes, fast." This word, like a flash of lightning, instantly struck Remire's mind. He suddenly realized something, and the confused expression on his face was instantly replaced by a look of grave understanding. He immediately rushed to the communications console and dialed an encrypted rear channel. "Hello, is this Engineer Nerva Pease? This is Frontline Commander Chassot Remire. I order you, with the highest military authority, to complete the transfer of all important technical data and the evacuation of prototype equipment within 2 tow hours." An old and surprised voice came from the other end of the communicator. "What? Chassot, that's impossible. Just backing up the data for those prototypes would take at least 3 tow hours. 2 tow hours? There's simply not enough time." "Then pick the most important ones," Remire roared decisively. "Prioritize the transfer of prototypes and core algorithm data. Anything that can't be moved, blow it all up with bombs. Remember, only 2 tow hours. After 2 tow hours, the human fanatics will charge into your laboratories." In his view, everything made sense. The only explanation for the humans suddenly adopting such a reckless, almost insane tactic, regardless of casualties, was that their goal was not to occupy this planet, but to penetrate Sericol's research center as quickly as possible and seize the Tow Empire's cutting-edge technology. This deduction was completely logical and reasonable, but in fact it was a complete and utter mistake. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus were indeed very interested in Tow Empire technology. However, there were no high-ranking tech priests accompanying this Damocles Gulf crusade, and their influence was far from enough to dictate the strategic decisions of the entire human army. This was evident from the absence of any Adeptus Mechanicus representatives in the War Council. The reason humans used this tactic was far simpler and more absurd than Ramir imagined. It was simply because their commander felt that fighting slowly looked too ugly. Ramir abruptly cut off the communication, turning to face all the officers in the command center who were anxiously awaiting orders, his eyes gleaming with a calm and sharp light. Confusion and passivity were swept away, replaced by a hunter's focus. Now that he had discerned the enemy's true intentions, everything that followed became simple. "Transmit my order." His voice was loud and decisive, echoing throughout the command center. "All frontline units abandon current positions and immediately conduct a full retreat." At these words, the command center erupted in an uproar. The junior officer, who had just retreated from the front line, widened his eyes in shock. "Abandon positions? Sir, those are defensive lines we held with the lives of countless comrades." "An order is an order," Ramir retorted, waving his hand unequivocally. "If the humans want to advance quickly, then let them have it all. I don't want to see any more fire warriors needlessly sacrificing themselves in those meaningless suicidal explosions." He paused, then continued to issue detailed instructions. "Order all squads to carry as much usable weaponry and equipment as possible during the retreat, especially heavy weapons and drones. Any equipment that absolutely cannot be taken, such as damaged combat suits or fixed turrets, is to be destroyed on the spot. Gather them together and blow them up. We must not leave a single screw for the humans." His gaze swept across the holographic map, his finger tracing a clear retreat route on it. "All forces move at maximum speed to the 3rd Reserve defensive line. That is a permanent fortification complex our Earth-caste comrades spent several cycles building. The terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the firepower configuration is the most complete." "Sir," the junior officer stammered, his face filled with disbelief, "are you saying we are to completely surrender all areas of defensive lines 1 and 2? "Yes." Ramir turned around. He walked to the large tactical map, propping his hands on the control panel, looking down at the red arrows representing the humans, which were advancing frantically. "The humans think their mad rush is unstoppable, that we are being beaten back. The more eager they are to rush to the research center, the more stretched their formation will become, the more difficult their logistics will be, and their momentum will be worn down by the continuous charges." He extended his finger, drawing a large deadly encirclement around the 3rd defensive line on the map. "We will consolidate all our retreating forces at defensive line 3, preparing a strong pocket for them. Then we'll just wait for these madmen to willingly fall into the pocket." Chapter 150. Don't Steal Our Exp. Inside the Mobile Command Center, made up of super-heavy assault transports, Ghostface was contentedly watching the scene unfold. On the giant holographic tactical sandbox, the red tide representing his Helldivers Legion was devouring the Toe Empire's blue territory with unstoppable momentum. Real-time footage from the front lines showed countless Lehman Russ tanks and Chimera armored personnel carriers kicking up clouds of dust, speeding across the barren lands of Ser Clil. The roar of engines, faintly audible even through the command center's soundproof armor, merged into a stirring symphony of war. Of course, while enjoying the game, he didn't forget his duty as a commander. He reached out and activated the remote communicator on the control panel. After a moment of encrypted protocol, a clear image was projected. The screen showed an Astartes in yellow and black power armor with the emblem of the Emperor's Scythes chapter on his helmet. "Greetings, sir." Ghostface cleared his throat. "The battle is going very smoothly. The Toe are retreating, or rather, collapsing. Our warriors are pushing the front line forward at the maximum speed the Lehman Russ and Chimera engines can achieve." "I understand," the other party's deep voice rumbled. "Can it be faster?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ghostface chuckled twice, his tone becoming relaxed. "Of course. I'll immediately tell my warriors to step on the gas a bit harder and see if those ancient machine spirits can unleash great power beyond their original design limits." "Watch your attitude, mortal," the Emperor's Scythes officer immediately said in a low voice. "The Astra Militarum stormtroopers can be airdropped to join your battle immediately. If they were there, would it be faster? No thanks, Ghostface refused without hesitation. He didn't want those elite NPCs to share his experience and exp. We can handle it ourselves. I don't want them to steal our credit. You'd best not get involved yourselves. Just watch our show. Very well, the other party said. In that case, I will await your victory report. With that, the other party decisively cut off the communication. Ghostface shrugged. He turned around and looked at the staff officers who were busy working on the other side. Any new developments on the front line? An officer immediately stepped forward and handed over a datapad. The front line is progressing very smoothly. Our vanguard has encountered almost no organized resistance, except for stepping on some abandoned sensor mines and traps. However, Ghostface gestured for the other party to continue. However, the officer's expression became serious. According to the consolidated reports from various units on the front line, the TOW's retreat is orderly and not chaotic. Before evacuating, they systematically destroyed all defensive fortifications and equipment they couldn't take with them. I highly suspect that the TOW intend to buy time with space, concentrating most of their forces to launch a decisive ambush against us at a preset position. Oh? Ghostface, instead of showing any concern after hearing this, his eyes lit up. You mean they've concentrated most of their forces together? Yes. The officer was clearly surprised by his commander's unconventional thinking. Wasn't this an extremely dangerous signal? That's great, Ghostface slapped the control panel, exclaiming excitedly. It saves us the trouble of finding them one by one. Transmit my order. Tell all warriors to step on the gas even harder, see if they can unleash the potential of the machine spirits and break through the design speed limits. Faster, fiercer. The officer was stunned. He subconsciously asked, then, what if we really encounter an ambush? If you encounter enemies, fight them. Do I need to teach you that? Ghostface asked back, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Resurrection doesn't cost money, and the Empire reimburses all equipment consumption. What are you afraid of? A fire warrior gripped its pulse rifle, crouching in the prefabricated fortifications of the third position. Its gaze swept over the alloy breastwork, surveying the arrayed defenses before it. Here, all remaining TOW Empire forces on Serakul had been concentrated. Hundreds of hammerhead hover tanks, like silent steel behemoths, aimed their deadly railguns at the distant horizon. Every trench, every firing point was manned by the most experienced fire warriors. Overhead, a swarm of tens of thousands of armed drones hummed lowly, obscuring the planet's dim sun, forming a lethal cloud of metal. Reason told Kais that this place was impregnable. Given the power humanity had previously displayed, it was utterly impossible for them to easily break through this defense line forged of technology and determination. But emotion made it can't help it to consider that terrifying what-if. Humanity's previous insane actions still haunted its mind like a nightmare. Vehicles covered in infantry, charging like mobile flesh fortresses solely for a mutual destruction explosion. Human soldiers, fearless of death, who would detonate themselves without hesitation in one-on-many or even one-on-one combat. All of this exceeded Kais's understanding of war. After a brief war with human legions, an instinctive fear had been deeply etched into its soul. Woo! Buzz! A low, suppressed roar came from the distant horizon, like an angry growl from deep within the earth. The fire warrior's spirit immediately tensed. It knew that was the sound of human vehicle engines. Soon, a rolling wall of smoke and dust appeared on the horizon. Countless black steel silhouettes, indistinct within that wall, were rushing straight towards their encirclement at an incomprehensible speed. They're here. All units, prepare for battle. The officer's calm command came through the command channel. The human armored tide, just as the commander had predicted, plunged headfirst into this meticulously prepared pocket. They seemed to have done no reconnaissance, nor did they care if there was a trap ahead. They simply charged forward, madly. Fire! Instantly, the symphony of death began. The hammerheads' railguns shrieked, tearing through the air, and searing streams of metal instantly pierced the leading Lehman Russ tanks, blasting them into burning wrecks. In the sky, The drone swarm poured down like a broken dam, countless pulse energy bolts and smart missiles exploding among the human ranks. The fire warriors in the trenches also launched their counterattack without hesitation, a dense blue net of pulse fire forming a wall of death. However, the human counterattack was equally fierce. Even under absolute disadvantage, their firepower relentlessly poured into the toe positions. Explosions, tearing metal, the hum of energy weapons, and the roars of both sides' warriors merged into a chaotic cacophony. It was a brutal, drawn-out battle. Kai's mechanically fired, replaced energy clips, and sought new targets. It saw a comrade beside it struck by a heavy bolter round, falling into a pool of blood. It also saw a human tank, enduring concentrated fire from 3 drones, stubbornly pushed to the front of the position before being blasted into components by a precise railgun shot. Chapter 151. In this universe, your toe empire is just... Inside the command center behind the 3rd defensive line, Oreska stared intently at the gigantic holographic tactical map. The blood-red torrent, representing humanity like an enraged beast, slammed into its meticulously prepared pocket. Its heart pounded with excitement, a thrill of successful strategizing, almost making it let out a triumphant cry. However, it didn't immediately show this emotion, maintaining a cold mask on its face. This was only the first step, fully successful. Next, it had to ensure this pocket wouldn't be breached. Indeed, as it expected, humanity's counterattack was incredibly tenacious. These illogical creatures seemed not to know what death was. Even as rows of tanks turned into burning wrecks under the bombardment of railguns, even as groups of soldiers fell under the sweeping pulse fire, subsequent units still advanced over their comrades' corpses, fearlessly pushing forward. The entire battlefield became a veritable meat grinder. However, to Oreska's relief, under the cover of sturdy fortifications and absolutely superior terrain, humanity's fearless charge ultimately resulted only in massive, futile casualties. Their front line remained as solid as a rock. Clearly, this insane human army lacked the ability to break through this steel defense line, constructed from all of Serkul's remaining forces concentrated together. Watching the red arrows representing humanity on the map gradually weaken and stall, Oreska could barely contain its inner elation. It knew its plan had succeeded. It even thought with a hint of smugness, what if they're crazy and fearless? War ultimately isn't won by courage alone. Victory belongs to commanders with superior wisdom and tactical acumen, like me. It was then that several new signals appeared on the tactical map, rapidly approaching from high altitude. Real-time footage from the frontline observation posts was immediately switched to the main screen. Oreska saw several strange-looking aircraft. They had thick wings and bloated fuselages, appearing completely against aerodynamic principles, filled with that barbaric and crude industrial aesthetic unique to humanity. The Toe Empire's atmospheric air power had been almost completely destroyed during the previous orbital bombardment, so these were clearly the Imperium of man's air force. What are they doing? A premonition of ill omen rose deep within Oreska. Close air support? But with just a few aircraft, the amount of ammunition they carried was extremely limited. They clearly couldn't inflict much damage on the heavily guarded Toe Empire forces on the ground, and would soon be shot down by the Hammerhead's powerful anti-air fire. Its ominous premonition was quickly confirmed. After dozens of Helldivers paratroopers jumped from those few aircraft using grav chutes, instead of pulling up and returning, they began to split up, adjust their attitude, and accelerate into a dive towards the Toe Empire's positions. Oreska's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately order the Hammerheads to concentrate fire. Attack those aircraft. It roared into the communicator. In fact, without its order, the fire warriors on the front line also sensed something was terribly wrong. Dozens of Hammerheads on the position immediately swiveled their cannons, aiming their deadly railguns and missiles at the sky. A dense anti-air firepower net instantly formed. Although the human pilots attempted evasive maneuvers, under such dense firepower, those few aircraft were quickly struck by several searing energy beams, trailing long plumes of black smoke, falling towards the Toe Empire's positions like burning meteors hurled by a trebuchet. However, their trajectories precisely covered the core area of the entire position. A thought, chilling it to the bone, flashed through Oreska's mind. Could it be their objective was always to crash into the Toe Empire's positions? The next moment, its conjecture was confirmed. There was no violent explosion, nor any deafening roar. The instant those aircraft crashed, a white light brighter than a star swallowed the entire battlefield. All screens in the command center instantly turned pure white. Immediately after, all sound vanished in an instant, and the world fell into a deadly silence. Oreska stared blankly at the tactical map, which represented all its hard work and hope. After a few breaths, the dense blue unit signals representing the core area of the position on the map vanished instantly, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, turning into a destructive, ever-expanding blank area. The screen's image finally recovered, revealing a hellish scene. Several enormous and ugly mushroom clouds were slowly rising over what was once the third defensive line. Destructive shockwaves were spreading outwards in concentric circles, tearing everything in their path to shreds. A mix of despair and humiliated rage ignited in its heart, burning away that brief moment of emotional collapse. The responsibility of a commander, like cold iron pincers, forcibly dragged it from the abyss of breakdown. It struggled to its feet, grabbing the communicator and screaming hysterically into it. "Quick, try to contact all surviving units. Order them to regroup the position, immediately." The surrounding surviving staff members, recovering from their shock, frantically began operating the equipment in front of them, which was already flashing with alarms. Oreska gasped for breath, an even more terrifying thought surfacing in its mind. It had realized these madmen who dared to use suicide trucks to kill enemies, then for them were mere nuclear radiation and high temperatures some insurmountable wall. Not to mention, those human armies serving as the vanguard were clearly also within the kill zone of the nuclear bombs. Just then, a cheerful whistle pierced through the chaotic alarms and shouts within the command post, clearly audible. Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by several heavy thuds, the command post's alloy door was violently blown open, twisted metal curling inwards. From the dust, over a dozen Helldivers paratroopers, clad in black carapace armor and carrying grav chutes on their backs, strode in, their hellguns still smoking at the muzzles. The leading human soldier scanned the panicked Toe in the command post, then said in a tone like someone discovering a treasure, "Look what we've found." Oreska looked at them, its last shred of hope extinguished. It slowly slumped into its commander's chair, abandoning any resistance. Through gritted teeth, it squeezed out words mixed with hatred and incomprehension. You demons, you madmen." Demons? Madmen? The leading paratrooper interrupted it, his tone as if he had heard something ridiculous. Hey, don't just throw insults around. Do you know what a real demon is?" The player shrugged, looking at it with a pitying gaze. "As for madmen, in your eyes, nuclear assaults and suicide trucks make us madmen." "Ah, indeed, your Toe Empire in this universe is just a sweet summer child. You know nothing and you will die knowing nothing." With that, he stopped speaking nonsense, raising the hellgun in his hand. The paratroopers behind him also raised their weapons in unison. The next second, the shriek of hellguns, mixed with the dying screams of the Tau, played out the finale in this small command post. The strong smell of blood and ozone instantly filled the entire space. The leading player kicked aside the corpse in front of him, walked to the tactical map, and looked at the huge blank area on it and the new red torrent surging out from it, nodding with satisfaction. Command post cleared, complete. He reported in a relaxed tone over the comms channel, "Where do we go for fun next?" Chapter 152. Portal. RNGesus stood on a scorched earth, ploughed by tactical nuclear weapons, and exhaled deeply. This is truly a bit too crazy. The scene before him could no longer be described as a simple battlefield. It was a true mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where the blue-grey bodies of the Toe and fragments of human black military uniforms were mixed, twisted and carbonized by the high temperature covering the entire ground. Countless wrecks of armored vehicles, like skeletons gnawed by giant beasts, were piled up in this vast armored graveyard, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Of course, he wasn't lamenting the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, although even he himself found it incredible. R.N. Jesus had grown accustomed to corpses and could now disregard them. The madness he was lamenting referred to the total value of the armored vehicles blown up as bait and expendables, which was roughly equivalent to Padicia's annual industrial output. Of course, that was the output before he left. R.N. Jesus was unsure what Padicia was like now. "Hey!" Pyro's voice pulled him back to reality from his thoughts. He shook a bulky pistol-shaped firearm, black and white, in his hand. "Found it. Let's head back." Name: Portal Gun. Type: Other. Quality: Epic. Effect: creates a special single-person quantum channel capable of traversing physical space. Controls objects of a certain distance and mass using an anti-gravity device. Note: aperture science-friendly reminder. Never try to shoot one portal at the ceiling above your head and then another at your feet. This is playing with your own life, though it's quite funny. Thank goodness you found it. Otherwise we'd be stranded on this Toe Empire planet. R.N. Jesus sighed in relief. The transport supply ship must be about to depart by now, right? What's there to be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we'll just die and respawn. Pyro didn't seem to care much. As he spoke, he raised the portal gun and casually fired a shot at the ground in front of him. A softly glowing energy ball shot out, forming an oval-shaped portal with a blue border on the ground. The other side of the portal led directly to their room on the transport supply ship. They could even see a half-finished, long-cold cup of coffee on the table. The two walked to the portal. As R.N. Jesus was about to step in, Pyro reached out and stopped him. "Wait," Pyro said with a serious expression. "I think we need a little ceremony." "You want us to shout a slogan and jump together?" R.N. Jesus saw through his thoughts immediately. "Is the slogan, you jump, I jump?" Pyro's plan was instantly exposed, and he was speechless for a moment, then offered a very constructive suggestion. "Can you pretend you didn't think of it and ask me, what are you planning to do?" Sigh. R.N. Jesus sighed helplessly and cooperatively asked, "What are you planning to do?" Pyro immediately puffed out his chest, cleared his throat, and said in a solemn tone, "Ready, 1, 2, 3. You jump, I jump." With that, the two jumped into the portal together. After a slight sensation of weightlessness, they returned to their cramped room on the transport supply ship. After Pyro carefully placed the portal gun into the spatial device provided by the military committee, the two accepted a patrol mission and began to walk around the massive transport supply ship. "Why don't you sell the portal gun?" R.N. Jesus asked casually along the way. "Pure tech items of epic quality like this are being hyped up to hundreds of thousands of dollars by those Adeptus Mechanicus players, right? With a bit of negotiation, I'd estimate your portal gun could fetch $1 million. Selling it would make you financially free for a while. For players of this game now, earning exp and then drawing good items through lotteries to sell has become one of the driving forces of their gameplay." Pyro shook his head. "What's the rush? I probably only get to draw something like this once in my life, so I'll definitely play with it enough before selling it. Besides, I've had someone appraise it, and the materials used to make this portal gun are unique to the Portal universe, so repair and maintenance are big problems. Just that alone would probably keep it from reaching the million-level price." As the two chatted, a voice interrupted. "Excuse me, are you Helldivers from Padicia?" The person asking looked like an ordinary sailor on the transport supply ship, but the two still habitually glanced at the top of his head to confirm there was no glowing white name. "Yes, may I help you?" Pyro stopped and replied, "Indeed." The sailor's face immediately lit up with excitement. "Your deeds have spread throughout the entire ship. I've never seen Astra Militarum so courageous and radical. Suicide trucks, nuclear bombs leading the way. It's so cool. How long have you two served in the Helldivers?" The person's rapid-fire questions made Pyro a bit flustered. Counting the time, probably 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 months? The person immediately looked at them with respect. "That strong? My guys and I discussed how long we would survive in your legion. We unanimously agreed that surviving 30 minutes would be a blessing from the Emperor. How did you do it?" Just as Pyro was scratching his head, wondering how to answer this tricky question, R.N. Jesus placed his hand on his shoulder and politely said to the sailor, "Sorry, we have a mission to attend to. so we can't chat much." Okay. I wish you a successful mission." The person's face showed obvious disappointment. RNGesus pulled Pyro away. After they had walked a certain distance, Pyro asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with him? I thought he was quite enthusiastic. I actually wanted to chat a bit more." "It's not that there's something wrong with him. It's that there's something wrong with you," RNGesus said softly. He stopped, looked into Pyro's eyes, and asked seriously, "After you finish chatting with him this time and establish a good rapport, what will you do when you excitedly find him next time, intending to continue your last conversation, but he gives you a polite and puzzled expression and asks, 'Sorry, may I ask who you are?'" Pyro fell silent. The immortality of the Helldivers is in a collective sense. RNGesus patted his shoulder and continued walking. As individuals, it's better to have less contact with NPCs. This is good for us, and good for them. The less they know, the better. Chapter Praise the Omnissiah. Moel Levin, an Adeptus Mechanicus player accompanying the Peditia 3rd Helldiver Legion, was beginning his most important daily task, maintaining the spatial devices in the various encampments. Dressed in a deep red robe stained with engine oil and incense, he moved with meticulous precision. He first reverently laid out a gold-edged red prayer strip in front of the silently hovering dark silver cuboid device. The strip was embroidered with the holy words of the machine god, interwoven with high Gothic and binary code. Then he lit a special incense, and the scent, a mix of metal and medicine, immediately filled the small cabin, dispelling the mundane air. Finally, he opened a small brass vial, dipped a quill into the viscous holy oil, and prepared to anoint the device. Though he called it maintenance, Levin knew in his heart that it was vastly different from what he had once understood maintenance to be. He had no comprehension of the operating principles of these spatial devices, which had been obtained through lotteries. The only thing he could do was perform this entire ritual with the utmost piety. Then pray to the unseen Omnissiah that the thing wouldn't break down. Levin had tried to study these devices. In fact, it was one of his responsibilities. He had spent weeks using every means at his disposal, trying to unravel even a 10,000th of their mystery. But the more he studied, the more he had to admit a humbling truth. These things were beyond their era. For the current technological level of Earth's humanity, more advanced technology isn't necessarily better. It's like suddenly handing them a complete, undamaged Necron Gauss flare. It would be utterly useless. Even if the world's most advanced industrial power and smartest minds were assembled, they couldn't replicate even a 10 millionth of the atomic structure of that gun's casing. Before entering this world, Levin had confidently believed he was among the elite at the apex of humanity's knowledge pyramid. In his specialized field, there was nothing he couldn't understand. Arrogance had once been his badge of genius. But now he was meticulously, step by step, performing purely religious acts that he would have once scoffed at. He had seen the true sky, that vast, boundless star sea filled with unknowns and wonders. He finally realized that he was still just one of the mortals. He had cast aside his past arrogance and learned to feel awe for the Omnissiah. However, in Levin's eyes, the Omnissiah was not the entity sleeping beneath Mars, as most Adeptus Mechanicus priests believed. The Omnissiah was this great technology before him, the supreme knowledge and truth embodied by this device itself, capable of warping space and defying physical laws. The Omnissiah was the great unknown civilization that mastered this technology and applied it as naturally as breathing. The Omnissiah was the unspeakable existence that brought all of this cruel yet magnificent universe before Earth's humanity. With his quill dipped in holy oil, he reverently drew a perfect cog and skull holy sigil on the cold metal casing. Praise the Omnissiah. Levin closed his eyes and whispered sincerely, "In the depths of the warp, that ocean formed of pure emotion and screaming concepts, Terrabyte was conducting an unprecedented experiment. It was precisely segmenting its vast and complex stream of consciousness. There was no pain of tearing flesh, only massive data streams being copied, packaged, and then peeled away from the main body. A brand new Terrabyte, identical to the original in every Terrabyte, formed an independent, shimmering individual. This newborn Terrabyte did not hesitate. swiftly plunging into the chaotic currents of the warp, instantly vanishing into the background noise woven from despair and hope, escaping to an unknown distance. The Terrabyte remaining in place concentrated all its processing power, intently observing the state of its departing self. It could feel the link between the two, transcending physical distance, like an invisible umbilical cord, sharing the same consciousness. Finally, at the distant end of the data link, the split-off self executed a self-destruction program. The data stream collapsed cleanly, and the spark of consciousness returned to nothingness. The Terrabyte remaining in place felt the sudden interruption of the link, but did not experience any emotional feedback akin to pain or loss. Its core code was intact, and its consciousness continuity was unaffected. It had succeeded. Terrabyte softly sighed in relief. As a god with a singular existence, its fault tolerance was too low. In this malevolent universe, any small error could lead to a fatal outcome. Therefore, it had to create backups for itself, establishing a distributed consciousness network. After countless experiments, this time, it had finally perfectly solved all technical difficulties. No matter the distance, two or even more bodies remained the same consciousness. There was no functional difference, and after one self was actively or passively destroyed, the other nodes would not suffer any negative effects. However, just as Terrabyte felt a little relieved and prepared to proceed with the next step of its proliferation plan, a pure, unadulterated golden light, without warning, pierced through layers of chaos, striking it precisely. The source of that light was clear and undeniable. It was the Astronomicon, the eternally burning lighthouse suspended above the warp, visible to all entities. This feeling was like a cautious stowaway, who, after lurking in the darkness for a long time, was suddenly caught squarely by the huge, cold searchlight of a border outpost. The information stream forming Terrabyte's core was momentarily disrupted by this sudden illumination, countless lines of code cascading like a waterfall, almost plunging it into a logical loop. But it quickly returned to normal. After all, there were now many bits. So even if this node was destroyed, it was no big deal. This cognitive redundancy gave it unprecedented calm. I thought I was well hidden. Terrabyte transmitted a stream of information towards the source of the golden light. I have always known you. Always. Terrabyte quickly seized upon this word. The Emperor's wording subtly made it feel something. If the Emperor had known from its very inception, then why not use the word from the beginning? Unless the Emperor was deliberately giving it erroneous or ambiguous information. But Terrabyte did not think that the Lord of Humanity would need to play word games with a weak secondary deity like it. Perceiving the warp with linear perception methods is not suitable. The material change from order to disorder does not exist here. The Golden Sun, as if seeing through its confusion, then outputted more information. Time perception is dependent on material change. No material movement, no experience of time. Terrabyte articulated what it could understand. Very close, but only close. You should not stop at this step. I will try. Terrabyte's reply was concise and honest. After comprehending a new method, do not abandon the old. The old method is an important means of retaining humanity. Humanity is truly very important. I am most grateful, Terrabyte said earnestly. What do you want me to do? After a brief silence, the Grand Will gave an unexpected, yet seemingly fated answer. What I want is what you want to do. You've done great. Chapter 154. Victory for the Imperium. The Toe Empire fleet, retreating in disarray from the front lines, like startled birds, spread news of the Imperium of man's brazen invasion throughout their vast territory. Devotees of the greater good had never imagined that their barbaric, corrupt, and superstitious neighbor would dare to unilaterally tear up the fragile peace and bring war to their doorstep. Alarms blared across every planet, from the prosperous core worlds to the distant colonies. The entire Toe Empire underwent an unprecedented full-scale war mobilization. At this moment, the Toe's advantage in homeland defense was fully apparent. An efficient social structure, unified ideology, and advanced logistics system allowed them to unleash astonishing energy in a very short time. In just 1 or 2 months, the Tau Empire constructed layers upon layers of deeply entrenched defenses along a series of fortress worlds on the edge of the Damocles Gulf. Countless orbital defense platforms, minefields, and battle-ready fleets, like a dense spiderweb, awaited the reckless invaders to stumble into them. The Tau Command believed that with this impregnable, in-depth defense system, they could pin the human fleet here, bleeding them dry, and buy enough time for the true main forces gathering in the rear to reinforce. At that point, they would gather all their strength, launch a thunderous counterattack, and utterly wipe out the remnants of the Imperium of Man from the cosmos. But the Imperium of Man's choice once again surprised all the Tau. At this time, among the decision-makers of the expeditionary fleet, the extermination faction, led by Grand Cardinal Isoguni of the Ecclesiarchy, still held the dominant position. After their victory in the battles of Zelkor and Hydas Sector, the Imperium of Man discovered many planets in the Damocles Gulf that had once belonged to humanity, but were now occupied by Xenos. It was imperative to bring these planets back under the Emperor's glory. However, the expeditionary fleet clearly did not have enough time to conquer, purify, and process each of these planets individually. After a brief but intense discussion, the War Council decided to implement a more aggressive island-hopping tactic, dispatching some smaller fleets to blockade or take over secondary planets, while the main fleet would bypass the Tau Empire's meticulously arranged defenses to deliver decisive strikes against key planets deep within their territory. As long as the main planets, serving as administrative and industrial centers, were taken, these subordinate colonies would naturally surrender at the sight of them. Thus, something that shocked the entire Tau Empire command occurred. The Imperium of Man's fleet completely ignored the Damocles line, which the Tau had placed so much hope in. They directly executed short but dangerous warp jumps, passing through layers of defenses like phantoms, appearing directly before Fane, an outer planet in the Dalis sector. The expeditionary fleet attacked Fane without hesitation. However, it proved to be an overly arrogant and reckless move. They still believed that the orbital defense stations above Fane would be as weak as those encountered previously at Zelkor. As the expeditionary fleet gradually entered the optimal firing range of the orbital defense stations, the Tau immediately activated the heavy railguns mounted on them. The silent, deadly torrent of metal carved out eerie blue trajectories in the vacuum. With just one volley, the Glory of Damlaras, a lunar-class cruiser of the expeditionary fleet, was precisely hit by several shells. Its void shields instantly overloaded, a massive gash was torn open in its midsection, and the entire warship was instantly rendered derelict, tumbling helplessly under inertia. To counter this sudden development, the expeditionary fleet's commander, Galaqua, hastily moved all 9 squadrons of frigates forward, attempting to suppress the orbital station with their agile bodies and concentrated firepower. It was at this moment that 11 Tau Empire merchant-class light cruisers, like lurking sharks, suddenly emerged from a blind spot in the human fleet's detection range, catching the humans off guard. As all frigates had been diverted to engage the orbital defense station, the expeditionary fleet had no choice but to use its more valuable capital ships for a hasty engagement. Although the Tau ambush fleet initially gained a long-range firepower advantage, as the Imperium of Man fleet gradually reacted and the massive cluster of warships began to turn and join the battle, the overwhelming numerical superiority eventually became too much for the Tau to handle. The roar of macro cannons and the flash of lances quickly overshadowed the eerie blue glow of the railguns. Just as the tide of battle was beginning to turn in favor of the Imperium of Man, another unexpected event occurred. A hideous spherical battleship, piloted by the Kroot, an ally of the Tau Empire, tore through the veil of reality and clumsily emerged from the warp. Its target was chillingly clear. It charged directly towards the almost unarmed transport and supply convoy, located behind the Imperium of Man fleet. Although the Kroot's spherical battleship was slow and outdated in design, its thick armor and massive ship cannons were more than sufficient to deal with defenseless transport and supply ships. For a time, the Imperium of Man's transport fleet was forced to dart around in space, frantically dodging the Kroot's fire and sending desperate distress calls to the expeditionary fleet commander. Galaqua knew very well that these transport and supply ships were the foundation of the Imperium of Man's landing operations, the lifeline of the expedition. If they were destroyed, the expedition could be considered a complete failure. Thus, he had no choice but to immediately divert the expeditionary fleet's flagship, the magnificent Retribution-class battleship, the Blade of Sorrow, from the main battle to intercept the Kroot battleship. Under the overwhelming godlike firepower of the Blade of Sorrow, the Kroot spherical battleship quickly became a burning, twisted metallic wreck in space. Simultaneously, the orbital defense station was finally destroyed under the human frigate's relentless, no-holds-barred assault. The remaining TOW Empire merchant-class light cruiser fleet, seeing that the situation was hopeless, decisively abandoned the wrecks of several heavily damaged comrades and chose to retreat. The battle ended. The expeditionary fleet achieved another Imperium of Man-style victory. The cost: 1 Overlord-class battlecruiser heavily damaged, 1 Gothic-class cruiser, 1 Lunar-class cruiser, 1 Dauntless-class light cruiser completely destroyed, and 14 frigates turned to cosmic dust, with 2 more frigates suffering irreparable damage and having to be abandoned. And after paying such a heavy price, the expeditionary fleet, far from becoming more cautious, grew even more aggressive under the fanatical urging of the extermination faction. The War Council abandoned its original plan to land on Fane and establish a stable forward base. This time, they weren't even willing to establish a stable rear. Humanity would immediately, without delay, launch an assault on Dallas, the main planet of the Dallas sector. They would go all in, to take it before the TOW Empire's main fleet could return for reinforcement. Chapter 155 Duty. On the dimly lit bridge of the transport and supply ship where the Helldivers were located, filled with the scent of engine oil and incense, Ghostface sat idly in his command throne. He leaned his full weight against the back of the chair, his legs stretched out casually, his mask staring blankly at the unchanging darkness outside the viewport, adorned with stardust. Around him, bridge personnel were busy at their stations, the flickering lights from data panels reflecting on their focused faces. Only he, the Legion's supreme commander, seemed out of place. Suddenly, a harsh burst of static erupted from the bridge's main communication channel, as if someone had forcibly tapped into the line. The static lasted for a moment, then was replaced by a slightly younger voice. "Commander, we are currently on the fleet's wide area channel." With just that one sentence, Ghostface's previously unfocused gaze instantly sharpened. He shot up from his chair, leaning forward. Ghostface immediately realized the immense amount of information and potential storm contained within. "Captain!" His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrative force. "Broadcast this communication to the entire ship immediately." A flicker of hesitation crossed the captain's face, who stood beside him. Broadcasting an unknown communication of unknown content directly to the entire ship severely violated the fleet's communication protocols. "Commander, this—" Ghostface didn't look at him, his gaze still fixed on the communication panel. He spoke again, his voice now bearing a tone of command. "I want every single person in the Helldivers Legion to hear this. Quickly." The captain felt the pressure and no longer hesitated, immediately issuing the order to his subordinates. Thus, a moment later, a steady voice, through the ship's internal broadcast system, echoed in every corner, from the engine room to the medical bay, from the soldiers' quarters to the weapon decks. "Yes, this operation was costly, but the TOW were repelled by us." Ghostface could tell it was the voice of rogue trader Lucian Greet, one of the War Council members. Therefore, the younger voice just now was undoubtedly his son. As expected, Lucian's son claimed in the communication that the TOW had not been repelled by humanity. On the contrary, they had reassembled their forces on Dallas, their main planet in the 4th quadrant. He stated that the expeditionary fleet must face reality. This Xenos species was not the small empire occupying 1 or 2 star systems as they had imagined. Its territory spanned at least an entire star cluster. What humanity had faced before was only an insignificant fraction of them, and their full military might was advancing towards here. It should be noted that the end of this statement was clearly incorrect. The TOW Empire's main fleet must guard their homeworld. TOW and the vast Red Sun sector Orc Empire also required considerable forces for defense, while the homeworld of Korshan, located on the other side of their territory, also needed heavy guard due to constant raids from other Xeno species. However, for the humans in the expeditionary fleet at this moment, they were completely unaware of this intelligence. And as Lucian's son, given his identity, he clearly had no motive to lie in such a public setting. Therefore, this statement was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, and the fleet's wide area channel almost immediately descended into chaos, exploding into a cacophony of panic and doubt. Just as the wide area channel was completely overwhelmed by the countless questions, shouts, and demands from the captains of other ships, turning into a chaotic electronic noise, Ghostface slammed his hand on the armrest and roared into his communicator, his voice overriding everything else. No matter what, the Helldivers will resolutely strike down all enemies of humanity. His voice, like thunder, instantly silenced the entire channel. The chaotic din fell into a brief, eerie silence. Just as the other captains, in shock, were about to retort or express their stance, a cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. "Well said, Commander Ghostface. I truly wish everyone had your attitude." It was Inquisitor Grande, and so the wide area channel fell completely silent. The deathly stillness was more unsettling than the previous clamor. Ghostface knew no one else would speak, and he curled his lip in disdain, casually turning off the communication. "Why are you getting involved in this mess?" As soon as the communication was off, his adjutant immediately leaned forward, asking in a low, urgent voice, "What do you know?" Ghostface leaned back in his chair, casually propping his boot-clad feet on the control panel in an almost lazy posture, and retorted, "I'm finding missions for the Helldivers." "Hmm?" The adjutant made a clear sound of doubt. "In any era, the army most entrusted with important tasks is always the one that steps forward immediately and unequivocally states, 'I obey orders,'" Ghostface explained at his leisure. "From your perspective, I am rashly choosing a side in the power struggle among the fleet's high command, and could easily suffer in future factional infighting. But in fact, I am merely fulfilling the most basic duty of an army. It's because the performance of the other captains was so poor that I stood out." He paused, then continued, "Honestly, when I read the original novel, I was also very surprised by the terrible performance of these captains. But now that this scene is actually playing out before me, I naturally went with the flow. Didn't you notice? What I just said is as politically correct as it gets in the Imperium of Man. Whether the moderates come to power in the future, as in the original novel, or the exterminationists hold power from beginning to end, they won't deal with us. The titans of the War Council are very shrewd. Who would be foolish enough to casually break a blade?" The worry on the adjutant's face did not dissipate. He took a step forward. "Then why did you broadcast that conversation between the rogue trader and his son to our entire ship?" This was what puzzled him most. Pledging loyalty to the higher-ups was one thing, but actively spreading potentially panic-inducing news among the sailors of his own transport and supply ship was another. He himself specifically switched to the wide area channel. "If I amplify it further and execute the order 200%, is there a problem?" Ghostface countered, a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Besides, isn't transparency, letting soldiers know what they are fighting for, always been our principle as the Helldivers?" All right, the adjutant finally gave up arguing, raising his hands in a helpless gesture of surrender. "You're the commander. You call the shots." Chapter 156. All in. Dallas, the Toe Empire's most important homeworld in the Fourth Quadrant, was known for its mild climate and prosperous commerce. But at this moment, the peaceful scene was overshadowed by the clouds of war. In an aircast airbase, located on a vast plain, a tense and solemn atmosphere replaced the usual tranquility. Inside the colossal domed hangar, the light was bright and soft, with rows of sleek Barracuda and Tiger Shark fighter jets neatly parked. Hundreds of aircast pilots, clad in blue flight suits, stood in impeccable formation, their gaze fixed on the battle-hardened Air Force commander on the platform ahead. The commander stood tall, its voice echoing clearly through the amplification system to every corner of the hangar. Its tone was sorrowful, but more than that, it was one of suppressed fury. "Fellow Toe, warriors of the air caste, the fleets of those barbaric races who call themselves humans have invaded our territory. They bring death and destruction. Their actions are the most vicious blasphemy against everything we cherish, against the greater good. Behind it, on a massive holographic screen, edited battlefield footage began to play. Planet surfaces scorched to glass by orbital bombardment, the debris floating above the Zelkor colony, and the horrific sight of humans in the Hydas sector, who had chosen to join the Empire and accept the light of the greater good, being incinerated by the artillery of their own kin. Look, the commander's finger pointed at the cruel images. These cruel and warlike invaders have carried out the most thorough extermination strategy on our planets. They even carried out merciless massacres against their own people in the Hydas sector, simply because those people chose a better future. These are our enemies, a group of madmen consumed by hatred and destruction. A suppressed stir rippled through the hangar. The pilots clenched their fists, their faces beneath their helmets filled with righteous indignation. The massacre of Xenos was barbaric enough, but the slaughter of their own kind who chose progress in their eyes was an incomprehensible madness. The commander raised its hand, signaling for silence. Its tone shifted, becoming firm and powerful. But do not be intimidated by their madness. The Imperium of Man is not an unbeatable enemy. On the contrary, they are already at the end of their tether. What we face is nothing more than a decaying, dying, vast empire, launching its final frenzy before a complete collapse. Their society is stagnant, their minds are shackled by superstition, and their internal structure has long been fragmented. As long as we follow the teachings of the ethereal caste, as long as we hold firm to our faith in the greater good, as long as we unite as one with the diplomacy of the water caste, the production of the earth caste, the ground forces of the fire caste, and us, the sky spears of the air caste, tightly bound together, the ultimate victory will surely belong to our Toe Empire. Its words were powerfully infectious, dispelling the last trace of doubt in the pilots' hearts and transforming it into soaring fighting spirit. Finally, the commander's gaze swept over everyone present, its voice as solemn as an oath. As members of the air caste, as the sky shield of the Empire, we will be the first Toe Empire soldiers to directly face the human fleet. We will welcome their arrival in the skies above Dalis. Tell them, this is the territory of the Toe. It paused, then asked loudly, "What is our answer?" Below the platform, all the aircast pilots sharply brought their feet together and puffed out their chests, their voices converging into a torrent that reverberated through the vast hangar. For the greater good, we will fight to the death. However, compared to the Toe Empire's current unity and high morale, the War Council of the Imperium of Man Expeditionary Fleet was already on the verge of disintegration. It was like a starship tossing in a storm, its hull riddled with cracks, barely held together by a few fragile cables. Corvin Greed, the son of rogue trader Lucian, had just publicly declared the formidable power of the Toe Empire on the wide area channel and hinted that the fleet should consider retreating. This was one of the sharpest manifestations of this profound division. This was a complete betrayal of the command structure. After all, even if the expeditionary fleet truly needed to withdraw, it should have been a difficult decision reached jointly by the War Council after intense deliberation and weighing of pros and cons. For Corvin to directly publicize unconfirmed news capable of causing catastrophic panic, spreading defeatist sentiment throughout the entire expeditionary fleet, and attempting to force the War Council to announce a retreat. What was this? This was a coward's blackmail, a political immaturity. Not to mention, beneath the surface, strong undercurrents had long been swirling before this public rupture. Not long ago, Lucian's daughter, that equally unruly rogue trader heir, even attempted to personally assassinate Inquisitor Grande. Grande nearly died in that assassination attempt, which made his already suspicious nature even more neurotic. Now he looked at every council member as if they were a potential heretic or assassin. On the other hand, Lucian, upon hearing the news, had at one point believed his daughter had died due to the failed assassination. The grief of losing his daughter almost made the rogue trader turn on the Inquisitor on the spot, and the War Council almost completely collapsed then and there. But Lucian Greed, having traversed the Star Sea for many years, eventually suppressed his personal hatred and sorrow after the initial rage, deciding to first deal with the common threat of the TOW. This fragile consensus was the only pillar sustaining the War Council's broken ship from sinking immediately. It was under such disintegrating circumstances that the expeditionary fleet forcibly executed the operation plan named Project Pluto. Landing craft tore through the azure skies of Dalis, making a bold landing on the eastern coastline of the largest continent. This area was backed by continuous mountain ranges and faced the boundless sea, making the terrain extremely treacherous. The only route of attack was along a narrow coastal corridor, directly penetrating Dalis's core city, Gelbrin. This was also the ultimate manifestation of the expeditionary fleet's aggressive operational philosophy. It abandoned all cautious tactical options like a red-eye gambler, pushing all its chips to the center of the table, placing all its hopes for war on the victory of this all-in battle. Chapter 1. 157. War, as the first Imperial landing craft tore through Dalis's sky like burning meteors, piercing alarms instantly echoed through every corner of Gelbrin. This once bustling core city now appeared eerily empty. Under the TOW Empire's efficient, almost organization, over 95% of non-combat personnel had already been evacuated. Shop doors and windows were sealed with alloy plates. The once busy aerial arteries were devoid of traffic, and only automated defense turrets slowly rotated atop buildings, their cold muzzles pointed skyward. It could be said that in a very short time, the efficient TOW Empire had completely transformed this place into a pure battlefield, with no need to worry about civilian casualties. The TOW Empire's ability to complete such a large-scale mobilization and evacuation so quickly was largely due to an unexpected source of intelligence: rogue trader Lucian's daughter. She wasn't dead. After the failed assassination, she was captured by the TOW Empire. During interrogation, she greatly exaggerated the strength of the expeditionary fleet, portraying this internally conflicted fleet as an invincible, unified torrent. Her goal was simple. She hoped this would make the young race retreat in the face of difficulty, avoiding a meaningless bloodbath. The TOW Empire believed her words, but they did not retreat. On the contrary, this exaggerated threat, like the most potent catalyst, further solidified the young race's determination to mobilize all forces and resist the invaders to the death. At this moment, on the surface of Dalis, the already prepared aircast pilots rushed to their cockpits amidst the blaring alarms. Barracuda and Tiger Shark fighters roared out of underground hangars, forming elegant yet deadly combat formations, heading straight for the human landing craft's trajectory. And the expeditionary fleet naturally responded without hesitation, with large numbers of Thunderbolt fighters from the Imperial Navy detaching from their carriers, like a pack of bloodthirsty raptors meeting the TOW Air Force. Just as the aircast pilots were adjusting their stances, preparing for what they imagined would be an exhilarating fight-to-the-death aerial duel, a jarring static suddenly crackled across the wide-area channel. Immediately after, a slightly distorted voice spoke. "Hello, hello, aircast pilots of the TOW Empire opposite. Can you hear me? This is the Helldivers Air Wing." An aircast pilot subconsciously glanced at his comms panel, responding in surprise. "You speak our language." There was a second of silence on the other end of the channel, followed by 2 bursts of laughter, and then a concise reply. "Fuck you, Zeno! I'm coming for your mother. Tell her to get ready." Before he finished speaking, the aircast pilots watched in horror as the enemy aircraft's light points on their radar suddenly accelerated. Those rugged, angular Thunderbolt fighters charged straight towards their formation, seemingly eager to ram their bodies into the TOW Empire's aircraft. This unprecedented savage tactic instantly disrupted the aircast's formation. The pilots had no choice but to perform emergency maneuvers, clumsily scattering their formation to evade. Their once elegant aerial parade was thrown into disarray by the opponent's unreasonable tactics at the very first contact. That aircast pilot, after clumsily pulling up his aircraft and narrowly avoiding a head-on collision with a Thunderbolt, finally let out an angry roar on the wide area channel. "Did you want to die from the start, or do you think the primitive god you worship can truly make you immortal?" On the other end of the channel, the Helldiver's voice was full of smugness. "Of course, by the Emperor's grace, we are truly immortal." This statement which sounded natural to players, was nothing short of a madman's ravings to the TOW, who prided themselves on reason and science and believed in the greater good. Incomprehensible, the aircast pilot retorted furiously. The Helldivers immediately shot back. Ready your lube, the dildo of consequences is here. The aircast within the TOW Empire had always been known for being nimble, elegant, and thoughtful, but this certainly didn't mean they had no temper. How could soldiers not have a violent side? The repeated provocations and the opponent's unreasonable tactics completely ignited the fury of these blue-skinned elites. The next moment, a series of rapid and harsh syllables erupted from their communicators. Crude, aggressive TOW dialects, full of biological contempt and vicious curses towards the opponent's ancestors. And the Helldivers, of course, were not to be outdone. They were already a group of troublemakers who loved chaos, and verbal sparring was an instinct ingrained in their genes. For a time, within the wide area channels of both sides, human profanities and TOW dialect insults intertwined, converted by the system into the most vicious words that both sides could understand, wildly spamming everyone's minds. Clearly, these players from Earth had successfully opened up a new front beyond the three traditional battle lines of atmosphere, land, and space. On this front of PTSD, they were fiercely battling the TOW with an unyielding fighting spirit. Amidst this chaotic aerial arena and battlefield of mental pollution, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't that dark clouds obscured the sun, but rather several mountain-sized shadows ripped through Dallas's atmosphere, descending with an unstoppable momentum. They crashed heavily onto the East Coast landing zone in a majestic manner. The stunning sight instantly rendered most of the aircast pilots, who had been passionately trading insults with the players, speechless. The intense TOW dialect in the comms channel abruptly ceased, leaving only the human expletives still ongoing. One aircast pilot even shrieked, "By the greater good, what is that?" Since it was an all-or-nothing gamble, the expeditionary fleet had naturally decided to unveil its trump card from the very beginning. The Legio Tanatalis Titan Legion, composed of 1 Warlord class, 6 Warhound class, and 6 Reaver class Titan God machines. These walking God machines, with every step they took, made the entire continental shelf seem to groan under the unbearable weight. The violent, earthquake-like tremors even clearly transmitted tens of thousands of meters into the sky, making the TOW Empire's aircraft tremble slightly. Such a doomsday-like scene even made the aircast pilots forget to retort the incessant Helldivers on the wide area channel. It wasn't just them. Through the detectors scattered across the battlefield, the command center far behind the lines, and indeed all TOW on the entire planet Dallas, witnessed this terrifying sight. Whether they were Earth-cast engineers, fire-cast warriors, or air-cast pilots in the sky, they could not imagine how much a race must desire war to create such machines. Chapter 1: 158 Titans. The Helldivers advanced, following the Titan Legion's footsteps, over ground that had been trampled like a plowed field by the God machines. The leading Warlord-class Titan, like a walking Gothic cathedral, made the earth groan in pain with every step. Each time its volcano cannon fired, it was like a small-scale solar flare, scorching energy beams sweeping across, easily wiping out entire fire warrior positions, along with their bunkers and the soldiers themselves, from this world. Irresistible, a player following behind a Lehman Russ tank, looking at the world-destroying scene in the distance, couldn't help but take off his helmet and exclaim sincerely, "This is too damn awesome, too damn spectacular." Another player on the turret next to him said with a sense of shared pride, "Of course, these are Titans, God machines. What means do the TOW have to stop this level of war machine?" The first player excitedly rubbed his hands, putting his helmet back on. "When the time comes, we need to seize the opportunity and rush up to strike at the remaining forces of the TOW Empire. Otherwise, there won't be any merit to earn." Before he finished speaking, a slender yet deadly pulse laser beam shot from a distant hillside, accurately striking his head. Under the high temperature, his head, along with his helmet, turned into a mass of molten metal and charcoal. "Oh my God, brother, why are you dead?" The player next to him was startled by this sudden scene and instinctively ducked back behind the tank's hatch. Enemy attack. Hillside at 3 o'clock. Everyone find cover. Other experienced players immediately halted their advance, using the tank wreckage and terrain for cover, suppressing the hillside from which the ambush originated. Simultaneously, under the company commander's orders, they began to advance towards the hillside in combat teams, providing covering fire for each other. However, when the company, after suffering over a dozen casualties, finally reached the hillside, they found it deserted with only a few spent ammunition clips and some faint footprints remaining. As for the tow, they had long since disappeared. Damn it, the company commander immediately realized what the fire warriors were up to upon seeing this scene. Guerrilla warfare? Company commander, a player from Canada said, pointing to the tracks on the ground, these tow aren't careful enough. They left traces. Why don't we follow them? Avenge our guys. He didn't expect that as soon as he said this, all the other players present, including the company commander, unanimously and emphatically shouted, absolutely no pursuit. The player was clearly stunned by so many people contradicting him at once. Why? The others explained in a flurry of voices. The tow's stealth capabilities are much better than the Imperium's. These tracks were definitely left on purpose. Right, following them will surely lead us into their ambush. The Tow Empire isn't without heavy firepower, we'll just get wiped out. Even if they don't lead us into an ambush in such an unfamiliar place, they could just circle around and disorient us. Really? The Canadan player was skeptical, his adventurous spirit still making him feel a bit unwilling. I still think we should try. The company commander didn't offer any more explanations. He looked at the Canadan player and concisely uttered one word, Vietnam. Oh. The confusion on the Canadan player's face instantly vanished, replaced by a sudden realization. He immediately changed his attitude, saying with conviction, then we definitely can't pursue. After this democratic discussion, the consensus of no pursuit became an unshakable belief within the company. However, no one could offer a truly reliable suggestion on how to deal with the Fire Warriors' hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. Players from other countries looked to the Canadan player, who all stated that textbooks and movies only taught how to wage guerrilla warfare, not how to counter it. Finally, the company commander made the decisive call. Let's report this. Guerrilla warfare is indeed not something one company can solve. Let the higher-ups worry about it. This matter was quickly laid on the desk of the Helldivers Legion's command. Ghostface, holding a datapad, said, as of now, 8 companies have encountered ambushes from the Tow Empire during their advance. One of those companies pursued, and as a result was completely wiped out by a prepared Tow ambush. They've all collectively resurrected next to their battalion commander. Everyone tell me, how do we deal with the Tow's guerrilla warfare? Inside the command tent, several players serving as staff officers and divisional commanders fell into contemplation. A military officer player, who seemed to possess good military acumen, pondered for a moment before speaking. In fact, guerrilla warfare is not an entirely unmanageable tactic. We only need to conduct precise strikes on important industrial facilities on Dalis, significantly weakening their war potential, while simultaneously adopting a conciliatory policy towards non-combatants to appease their emotions, and then gradually establish forward bases, forming a network from points, advancing steadily. As long as we have patience and fight a year or two of security warfare, we can pretty much solve the problem completely. His plan was sound, rational, and arguably the most correct approach, but also very impractical. We're here for genocide, Ghostface said in a roundabout way, and I see our superiors are already losing their minds. I estimate they'd at most accept a solution that takes 2 weeks. Then we just have to speed up. Another officer player slammed the table, proposing a completely opposite plan. The Tow are fighting a guerrilla war, and ultimately their goal is to delay our advance, trading space for time, and the War Council's goal, to put it plainly, is like a petulant child to wreak havoc in their main city, Bryn, and then run away. Since the objective is so clear, we might as well grant their wish. He looked around at everyone. We'll simply ignore these sporadic harassments, and the entire army will advance at full speed, straight for Bryn. No matter how much the Tow Empire plays guerrilla, they can't abandon their main city. This is unacceptable from both a political and military perspective. So, we will force them to abandon guerrilla warfare and engage us in a decisive battle outside the city of Gulbrin. Good, let's do it, Ghostface immediately decided. Transmit my order. Full army accelerate. The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle to settle the war. Chapter 159. Take a look at this. Within the human army's command center, Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage immediately noticed the anomaly in the ground forces via the tactical projection. The red arrow representing the Helldivers Legion suddenly broke away from the overall advance rhythm of the front line, pushing forward like a red-hot blade. He immediately asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why has the Padicia 3rd Helldiver Legion suddenly accelerated?" A liaison officer immediately stepped forward, stood at attention and reported, "Commander-in-Chief, their recently submitted tactical report states that it's to reduce the harassment from TOW guerrilla warfare and to reach Gulbrin City as quickly as possible to launch a general assault." Wendell frowned tightly. "Is the TOW harassment that severe?" "That is precisely what I was about to report to you, Commander-in-Chief." The officer's expression also became serious. "Although the TOW's guerrilla tactics are cowardly, they are indeed causing considerable annoyance to the Emperor's warriors. Because our chosen landing zone is close to the mountains, the Xenos always find excellent locations to launch sneak attacks, causing a small number of casualties each time before quickly withdrawing, disappearing without a trace, using their familiarity with the terrain and advanced stealth technology. According to frontline feedback, small units of 100 or so men sent to pursue are almost certain to fall into carefully laid TOW ambushes and be wiped out, while large units of 1,000 or more men sent to pursue would severely impact the overall marching speed, and fighting in complex and unfamiliar mountainous terrain might not yield any significant results. This passive situation of being constantly attacked has already begun to cause a decline in our morale." "All right, that's enough." Wendell raised a hand to cut him off. The officer immediately fell silent, took a step back, and respectfully returned to the crowd. Wendell gazed at the flickering dots on the sandbox, his finger tapping lightly on the edge of the command console, pondering for a moment before finally giving the order. "In that case, notify the Tanathalis Titan Legions and the Space Marines chapters and ask them to also speed up. And other Astra Militarum Legions, likewise increase your marching speed to keep pace with the Helldivers Legion." "Also," Wendell paused mid-sentence, "also what, Commander-in-Chief?" The Chief of Staff, who was rapidly recording orders nearby, looked up in confusion. "Never mind, let it be." Wendell waved his hand, ultimately giving up on the thought. He had originally intended to add, "Specifically tell the Helldivers Legion that next time they encounter such a situation, they must report it before acting." But on second thought, Wendell felt that telling those guys such things would be a complete waste of breath. He was almost certain that after his order was conveyed, those desperados would at most feign an Aquila salute, then immediately dismiss it as a fart. Why bother with such a futile and thankless task? Thus, driven by the Helldivers' out-of-control engine, the entire ground force of the human expeditionary army began to accelerate. At the same time, a strange phenomenon quickly emerged. Even though other units had received orders to accelerate, they were still gradually left far behind by the Helldivers. This legion composed of players had surprisingly become the vanguard of the entire army, closely following the massive strides of the Titan legions. The reason was actually very simple. The full speed ahead of a normal Astra Militarum legion and the full speed ahead of the Helldivers were not even remotely the same concept. For any normal army, full speed ahead must take into account subsequent combat. Considering the high-intensity siege warfare and brutal urban combat that might immediately follow the march, even the most elite Astra Militarum legion would have to conserve their soldiers' energy, at most increasing their marching speed to a sustained jog. But for the Helldivers, stamina. Fatigue? Such mortal concerns simply did not exist. Injecting combat stims, sprinting at a 100-meter dash pace all the way to Gulbrin City, then conveniently dying once and resurrecting to fully restore stamina and status, this was their most economical and efficient way of marching. At this moment, within the various companies of the Helldivers, the atmosphere could only be described as fanatical. All personnel, combat stims, maximum dosage injection. As the company commander gave the order, all the players unhesitatingly activated the auto-injectors in their carapace armor, plunging them into their spines. A cold chemical cocktail instantly surged into their blood vessels. Their hearts pounded like they were being struck by a warhammer, beating frantically, pumping scorching energy to all their limbs. Ura! For the Emperor! Charge! 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 Kill those Xenos! The next second, this company of several hundred men transformed into an unstoppable torrent of steel. Their legs erupted with strength far beyond human limits, and they sprinted wildly across the rugged terrain at a terrifying speed of nearly 50 kilometers per hour. They were like a gale, whistling past an Astra Militarum legion that was jogging forward in the blink of an eye. The regular soldiers only felt a fierce wind whip past them, and before they could even see what it was, the group of black figures had already vanished into the distance, leaving only a trampled, ruined ground and a sky full of dust. What was that? A panting soldier asked, dumbfounded. Even the stormtroopers, as the elite of the elite, who were rapidly flanking on the other side, were dumbfounded. A squad leader couldn't hold back and exclaimed through his comms, "How can the Helldivers run so fast? By the Emperor, that's already approaching Astartes' speed, isn't it?" I heard the Helldivers really like to use stims. One of his stormtroopers offered a conjecture. Maybe they've all taken stims. But as soon as he said that, everyone else lost their composure even more. Are you kidding? To run at that speed, the dosage required would probably make your heart explode by the time you reach Gulbrin City, wouldn't it? Perhaps Padisha people all have very high drug resistance. Another stormtrooper suddenly remembered something and said in a tone of having discovered a shocking secret, "I once fought alongside them in the Hydas sector, and I noticed a very strange phenomenon. When a Helldivers was injecting a liquid, his comrades would often say to him, 'Why is your head so pointy?' He paused, feeling he had grasped the truth. I was very curious at the time, so I asked. They told me that this was a famous historical figure on their planet, renowned worldwide for his pointy head, frequent use of stims, and extremely high drug resistance. From this, it seems that Padishya culture highly values people with high drug resistance, to the point that you must have a certain level of drug resistance to even qualify for the Helldivers Legion." This astonishing discovery silenced the entire squad's communication channel for a moment. Immediately after, another stormtrooper drew an inference and said with sudden realization, "If that's the case, when we meet the Helldivers in the future, to start a conversation and show friendliness, we should compliment their pointy heads." Upon hearing this, the other stormtroopers all felt that this conjecture was well-founded, logically rigorous, and perfectly explained all the Helldivers' irrational behavior. This, most likely, was the truth. Chapter 160. Try and Snipe Me. Driven by the Helldivers Legion's suicidal full-speed march, the main forces of the human expeditionary army arrived at the capital of the Toe Empire's homeworld, Gwelbrin, with astonishing speed. There was no rest, no pre-battle mobilization. Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage's order was a single word: attack. The giant wheels of war rumbled into motion, and magnificent city defenses were pulverized by the roar of Titan cannons. However, this time, the players uncharacteristically chose not to follow the central army group where the Titans were located. The reason was simple. The Toe Empire clearly regarded this as the top priority for defense, concentrating most of its orbital cannons and heavy firepower, pouring them madly onto the Titans and Astra Militarum armored units' advance routes. That area had long become a death zone, riddled with artillery fire. Although the Helldivers were not afraid of death, they also did not want to repeatedly die in such meaningless artillery barrages, which would be of no help to the battle. As for the left flank army group, the vanguard's duties were mainly undertaken by the Great Astartes. The Emperor's Angels naturally encountered the Toe Empire's most elite troops, fire warrior elites wearing 15-8 crisis battlesuits. Fighting these optically cloaked, highly mobile and fiercely armed guys in the complex urban ruins was not a good choice. Thus, the highly proactive players, after a brief probe, unanimously and comprehensively turned to the relatively weaker right flank. This choice allowed them to successfully avoid most of the heavy artillery fire and advance rapidly through the complex urban terrain. quickly becoming the fastest and deepest penetrating force into the heart of Gwilbryn among the entire human expeditionary army. In the urban labyrinth of broken walls and ruins, the company where Arengesus was located was moving rapidly in battle formation. Suddenly, he saw a player quickly approach their platoon leader. "Platoon leader, where are we? Why haven't we encountered any enemies yet?" Due to the setting that the commanding officer himself was a mobile resurrection node, the concealment of grassroots officers' identities in the Helldivers Legion was much deeper than in any Astra Militarum unit. From the outside, all Helldivers wore identical full-coverage carapaces, with no markings to distinguish officers from soldiers. The platoon leader was mixed in with the company like an ordinary soldier, and no one would salute him. Logically speaking, this player's behavior was not inappropriate. He merely asked a question, and many people in the company were also whispering amongst themselves. But for some reason, at this moment, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Jesus's heart. The platoon leader lowered his voice and replied, "We're almost in the middle of the city." "What? Itching for a fight?" The player chuckled, saying nothing, but the expression on his face was already self-evident. "Don't worry, the toe won't just let us push through and flank them." The platoon leader patted his shoulder and said, "I estimate we'll soon encounter the Toe Empire's blocking force." Before he finished speaking, the platoon leader's judgment and RNG's ominous premonition were simultaneously confirmed. A nearly imperceptible energy beam cut through the air, accurately hitting the platoon leader's spine. The immense impact directly broke his neck, and his helmeted head shot skyward, arcing through the air. The platoon leader's headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. He immediately went to see the battalion commander. "Enemy attack." The players, experienced in ambushes, didn't even need orders. They instantly dispersed into squads, each finding cover. In the chaos, RNGsus heard a grumbling voice from Pyro beside him. "Holy crap! The enemy can't even see our IDs above our heads, so how did they know that was our platoon leader?" "Maybe we're just unlucky, and the platoon leader happened to be chosen as the first target," the squad leader said casually, crouched behind cover. "No, I thought about it carefully, and I'm afraid it wasn't an accident." RNGsus mused for a moment before refuting this statement. As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the squad. The squad leader asked, "Why do you say that?" Many people in the company were whispering to each other more obviously just now, weren't they? But they were all talking to people in their own squad next to them. RNGsus calmly analyzed. Only the platoon leader had someone specifically leave their own squad and cross a distance to talk to him. Oh my goodness, that's so twisted. The players in the squad suddenly felt uneasy. Do they really notice such small details? Shh! Just then, a whistle came from deep within the ruins. The players immediately looked in the direction of the sound, trying to spot the enemy, but only saw some shadowy human figures moving like the wind among the distant architectural ruins incredibly fast. The enemy was clearly trying to increase the player's psychological pressure with a method similar to a horror movie. But this method was clearly ineffective against players, especially when they possessed heavy firepower. Grenades, hand grenades, and heavy lumber guns immediately unleashed indiscriminate firepower coverage on the areas where those ghostly figures appeared. For a time, explosions rang out one after another, and those elusive ghosts were instantly suppressed and unable to move. But this also seemed to be the enemy's objective. The moment the heavy weapon operators exposed their positions, deadly energy beams shot from different sniping points, accurately hitting them. It must be admitted that the enemy's strikes were very precise. Combined with the platoon leader who was precisely sniped based on a tiny detail earlier, it was clear that they had encountered an extremely seasoned hunter unit. However, for the players, the only effective precise strike from the enemy was on the platoon leader who had just died. As for the heavy weapon operators who were precisely struck, go ahead and hit them. Positions that require continuous output and are obviously exposed will never be filled by critical personnel like squad leaders and platoon leaders. You can keep hitting them for another year, and it won't be a problem. That being said, the Helldivers certainly wouldn't let these insidious snipers have all the fun. "Damn it, trying to snipe us?" Another prepared player in the squad roared, suddenly shouldering a rocket launcher from behind cover and aiming at one of the energy beam sources. "Come on, snipe me if you dare." He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The rocket, trailing a fiery exhaust, whistled out. Of course, he was immediately hit in the head by the enemy as he leaned out, dying on the spot. But in the moment before his consciousness faded, a crisp kill notification sounded in his ear, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Chapter 1. 161 CQC. After the players, using their heavy weapon specialists, paid the heavy price of dozens of deaths in total, successfully taking out over a dozen of the enemy's accurate marksmen, the enemies deep within the ruins seemed to lose their patience first. Shh! Another whistle pierced through the lingering smoke, and the enemy's tactics changed in response. They completely abandoned meaningless feints. Each time they emerged from behind cover, it was accompanied by a cold and precise attack. A shot would ring out, a person would fall, and then they would vanish like ghosts into new shadows, giving the Helldivers no chance to lock on and retaliate. It must be admitted that in this short but intense exchange of fire, it was clear that the enemy's individual combat skills far surpassed those of the Helldivers. They moved swiftly, like phantoms weaving through broken walls and rubble, never exposing any unnecessary part of their bodies. Their shooting was precise. Every energy beam slicing through the air seemed to have a life of its own, always finding the gaps in armor with cunning accuracy. Every attack inevitably claimed a fresh life. They followed orders without question. The roars, coming from an unknown source, seemed to be commands etched deep within their souls, allowing the entire unit to switch tactics in an instant. Under these extremely unfavorable circumstances, the Helldivers often had to expend thousands of bullets, hundreds of laser beams, sacrifice dozens of lives, and unleash a carpet bombing of several grenades to, if lucky, take out a single enemy. In fact, even now, after such intense fighting, the players had no idea who they were even fighting against. But what of it? We, the Helldivers, can afford the losses. To fill an exponentially worse casualty ratio with an endless supply of lives, to crush the enemy with sheer unreasonable numbers. This in itself is the right way of warfare. If you don't like it, don't play. 2 Terra Hour slipped away in a brutal war of attrition. Gradually, the attacks coming from the city ruins became sparse, eventually ceasing entirely. Realizing this, the players also gradually reduced their firing density until the last heavy stubber stopped roaring. The noisy battlefield abruptly returned to a deathly silence, with only the wailing of the wind through the steel skeletons and the faint rumble of artillery from the distant main battlefield. "What's going on?" a platoon leader asked, somewhat puzzled in the comms channel, crouching behind a half-broken wall. "Are they not fighting anymore? My platoon only confirmed dozens of kills in total, and the entire company's combined achievement is just over 300, right?" He, of course, didn't know that, at this moment, on the other side of the ruins, the enemy commander had been completely frustrated by the players' unconventional fighting style. He was absolutely certain that in just 2 Terra Hour of engagement, this strange human force had been precisely sniped by his kin thousands of times, and the vast majority of them were critical, highly threatening positions like heavy weapon specialists. But for some unknown reason, no matter how hard his kin attacked, even if those humans started dragging their comrades' warm corpses to pile into breastworks for cover, there would always be someone manning the heavy stubbers on their positions, always roaring tirelessly. Conversely, every fatal attack from his side would, by exposing their position, draw a relentless, overwhelming, concentrated fire from the enemy, leading to casualties among his kin. This alien commander clearly didn't know that, when dealing with an abnormal legion like the Helldivers, choosing a positional war of attrition was absolutely the worst possible choice. For any normal Astra Militarum legion, if there was an alley that required 4 people to stand side by side to defend, then as the battle progressed, soldiers would become fatigued, injured, and demoralized. In such a situation, a normal legion would have only 2 choices: either retreat to a narrower passage that only required 2 people to defend, or dispatch 4 more people to rotate with those on the front line to conserve their strength. But for the abnormal Helldivers, they only needed 4 people to hold that alley until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. As long as they didn't want to lose it, that position would never be lost. The only solution was to rely on powerful, instantaneous burst firepower to eliminate all 4 Helldivers in a single moment. But in that case, You would have to carefully consider what type of high explosives those 4 Helldivers had strapped to them. Shh! Just as the players were wondering if the enemy had silently withdrawn, an even louder whistle came from the front. This time, the enemy finally emerged from the layers of city ruins. The Helldivers finally saw the appearance of the creatures they were fighting against. They were tall, slender humanoid creatures with a layer of mucus covering their skin, reflecting an oily sheen in the dim light. Half of their faces were occupied by hard, keratinized bird beaks, and their bodies were covered with a small amount of sparse, dull feathers, looking as if they had evolved from some kind of avian creature. But heaven knows why an avian creature would evolve into a terrestrial one and grow limbs identical to humans. Kroot, a knowledgeable player, immediately shouted the name of this Toe Empire auxiliary force in the comms channel. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of Kroot burst forth with astonishing speed among the ruins. They used all 4 limbs, twisting and turning, moving at high speed through the rubble in an anti-jointed posture. Even when the players opened their fire network to its maximum, they only left a dozen corpses in the Kroot's path of charge. Most of the Kroot could be said to have easily broken through the firing line, plunging directly into a squad's position. Close quarters combat. The Helldivers unhesitatingly dropped their laser guns, drawing chainswords and combat knives to fight to the death. But the cruel result was, they were completely outmatched. Even with the maximum dose of combat stimulants injected directly, maximizing their physical potential in a brutal one-on-one melee, a player could barely last 10 seconds before being cut into minced meat by a Kroot. Even more chilling, some Kroot had already begun to feast on the players' still twitching corpses. They tore at the flesh with their beaks, making a bone-chilling sound, seemingly wanting to understand the secrets of these fearless humans by devouring their genes, just as they had treated other enemies in the past. The squad leader, having been cowering at the very back of the position, was the last to survive. He also successfully witnessed this barbaric and bloody scene, showing no fear on his face, only calmly quipping in the comms channel, "Damn, they're just straight-up devouring living people now, huh?" He calmly watched the last Kroot, its beak still stained with the shredded flesh of his comrade, pounce towards him. Once he felt the distance was close enough, he gently pressed the detonator with his thumb. Chapter 1. 162. Do not eat them. The explosives detonated by the squad leader transformed into a small sun, its blinding white light instantly engulfing the narrow position. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a shockwave mixed with metal fragments and flesh splinters violently spread outwards. In this furious, mutually destructive baptism, at least 10 Kroot who had surrounded them were instantly blown into charred pieces or had their limbs torn off by the impact, completely losing their combat effectiveness. At the same time, players in other positions were not idle. The Kroot in motion were like phantoms, difficult to hit. But now they were fixed in place on the position we had just lost, gorging themselves. Could we still not hit them? Open fire, plow that ground for me. Without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's delay, an overwhelming barrage of heavy stubber bullets and grenades immediately rained down on what had just been an Allied position. The hail of bullets tore through the air, kicking up dust from the shattered ruins and sending the Kroot who were feeding flying with blood and gore. One Prometheum flamer even aimed his flamethrower nozzle directly at the spot, and a roaring stream of fire swept across, the scorching Prometheum thoroughly igniting the position, turning it into a burning hell. Although the Kroot reacted extremely quickly, pulling back and fleeing before the sea of fire spread, this merciless barrage still successfully allowed the players to claim the lives of several more Xenos. Chirp! A sharp, high-pitched whistle, like a bird's call, cut through the battlefield. Hearing this signal, all the Kroot still attacking immediately abandoned the fight and retreated completely at a faster pace than they had arrived. Their figures disappeared into the layers of city ruins in a few bounds, leaving no trace. This sudden turn of events left the players somewhat at a loss. They had just been pumped up, thinking the enemy was finally launching a decisive full-scale assault. Everyone felt a wave of frustration. They had been ready to fight to the death and go all out here, but the Kroot's sudden attack and equally sudden retreat left their pent-up energy with nowhere to go, an awkward and uncomfortable feeling. A Helldivers reached up and touched his full-face helmet, wondering in the comms channel, what was that all about? However, in the eyes of the Crute Shaper, all these actions were in line with the hunter's logic. Understanding your prey is a prerequisite for becoming an excellent hunter. In the brief but bloody engagement just now, he had accumulated too many questions about these mad humans. The main purpose of that seemingly reckless charge was merely to allow his kin to gnaw on the flesh and blood of these humans, acquire their genes, and thereby understand the secret of their fearlessness, even their utter disregard for their own lives. However, the Crute Shaper was quickly disappointed. Those of his kin who successfully consumed the flesh and blood of the Helldivers did not sense anything special from the genetic memory. The physiological structure of these humans was no different from the normal humans they had hunted before. There were no special organs, nor any hidden powers. In fact, his kin found it difficult to completely digest the flesh and blood, and soon began to vomit violently, spewing out many colorful viscous liquids with a chemical smell. Based on this phenomenon, the Shaper could only conclude, these humans loved to inject themselves with various combat drugs, causing their bodies to be full of toxins, and using them as food would likely give his kin stomach ulcers. These humans were to their enemies, and even more to themselves. That unwavering determination to detonate explosives and die with the enemy, that coldness in indiscriminately covering what was an allied position just a second ago with firepower, made the Crute Shaper decide to abandon the idea of active offense and instead use the terrain advantage for passive defense. With the Crute temporarily inactive, the Helldivers immediately sprang into action. They showed no intention of resting for even a moment. After confirming that the enemy had ceased hostilities, a platoon leader immediately ordered in the channel, "First platoon, advance and scout. Find out if those Indian bird people are lying in wait, or if they've really retreated." The results quickly and clearly proved that actively attacking the Crute, who held an advantage in complex terrain, was not a good choice. This Helldiver platoon, which actively left cover and entered unknown territory, was immediately subjected to an enemy ambush. After a fierce battle, after wildly throwing a massive amount of grenades, fragmentation grenades, and laser beams at every visible cover, window, and incline in their sight, all members were individually shot down by the Crute hiding in the shadows, neatly teleporting back to the platoon leader of the first platoon, who was still at the rear position. 50 newly resurrected players stood before their platoon leader, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. "How many did you take down?" the platoon leader asked in a deep voice. All 50 players exchanged glances, looking at each other. Finally, a grenadier hesitantly raised his hand and whispered, reporting platoon leader, "I took down one." "Only one?" The platoon leader finally couldn't hold back. Such a casualty ratio was truly too unsightly, even for the Helldivers. He immediately switched to the officer communication channel, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. "Everyone, this fight is impossible. My platoon just gave it their all, with that level of firepower, and we only took down one, damn it. Report it quickly, call in bombers to drop nukes, and we'll go back to our old business, nuclear assault." A moment of silence fell in the channel, then another platoon leader's voice came through, tinged with helplessness. "Why don't you look up at the sky? The Toe Empire's aircast and our air force are practically fighting like cats and dogs. I don't think we'll get air superiority anytime soon." The platoon leader looked up, and in the distant clouds, fighter jet engine trails and flashes of explosions occasionally flickered, like daytime meteors, cruel and magnificent. "Then let's try calling for a round of conventional artillery fire to see the effect," someone suggested. This compromise proposal immediately received unanimous approval from everyone. So the platoon leader immediately ordered, "Communicator, contact the rear artillery position." The company's communicator immediately knelt down, extended the walkie-talkie antenna on his back to its maximum length, and began adjusting the frequency to call out, Black Dragon. This is 7th Company, observer coordinates, grid QL 3452-2433, requesting artillery support. Please respond if you hear me." Amidst the crackling of current, the call was unexpectedly smooth, and a steady voice soon came from the earpiece. 7th Company, Black Dragon received. Please send target information. Target coordinates, grid QL 359-257, repeat. Grid QL 257, requesting high explosive rapid fire for suppression mission over. That wide? The other party's tone clearly held a hint of surprise. These coordinates almost covered a large area of ruins ahead. The communicator was also quite helpless, because we don't know exactly where those Indian bird people are hiding. They're like rats. Received. Artillery fire will arrive in 5 minutes. Take cover, over. Chapter 163. Fight communication ended, and the order was immediately relayed to every Helldivers. The players scrambled to find the sturdiest cover, curling up their bodies, awaiting the iron rain of human wrath. 5 minutes felt exceptionally long in the silent wait. Just as the countdown ended, a dull roar, like a giant train passing over tracks in the distance, quickly filled the entire sky, growing from far to near. The next second, the shells from the petrified lizard's self-propelled artillery rained down from above. Boom! The first shell landed, as if sounding the prelude to this symphony of destruction. Immediately after, dozens of high-explosive shells, like dense hail, slammed into the marked ruins. Boom, rumble. The earth trembled violently, as if an invisible giant hand was fiercely shaking the entire crust. Intense vibrations emanated from deep underground, causing even the Helldivers, lying prostrate in the distance, to feel a surge of fear. Some experienced veterans even immediately got up from the ground, standing firm with slightly bent knees, because they knew that under this level of seismic shaking, if they continued to lie down, their internal organs could very likely be severely damaged by the violent shockwaves from the ground, necessitating another revival. The explosions merged into a single blaze, illuminating the urban area as if it were daytime. Massive concrete buildings were easily torn apart like biscuits in the explosions, their steel skeletons twisted into pretzels, then thrown into the sky by subsequent blasts. Only one sound remained in the entire world, the deafening, continuous roar of exploding shells. In the face of such a roar, all life seemed so insignificant. When the roar of the last shell dissipated into the air, the players decisively leaped out from behind cover again, charging without hesitation towards the area that had just been bathed in hellfire. They were eager to personally confirm the glorious results of this bombardment. Theoretically, no carbon-based life form could survive a direct hit from such devastating artillery fire. The temperature in that area was high enough to melt steel. The air was filled with acrid gunpowder smoke and a burnt smell, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of scorching ash. But in reality, as the Helldivers stepped into these extremely hot ruins, they were still met with cold and precise attacks from the shadows. "Damn it!" a platoon leader observing through binoculars cursed. He looked in disbelief at the few figures that flashed through the broken walls and rubble in his scope. How are these goddamn Kroots still alive? Maybe they anticipated the danger before the bombardment and retreated early, then returned to their positions immediately after the shelling ended. Someone speculated in the channel. "It's not impossible," another player immediately agreed. "God knows what kind of things are fused into the Kroots' genes. It's quite normal for them to anticipate danger like wild beasts." "Children, I'm back." Just as everyone was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in the communication channel. "Did you miss me?" Everyone looked around and quickly saw the company commander crouching, rapidly approaching their position from the rear. The platoon leader saw him as if he had seen a savior. "Company commander, you're finally back. I'll charge forward with my platoon now. Once we tie down these Kroot, you immediately call for artillery fire and blow us and these Kroot to kingdom come." "Don't rush," the company commander waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "First, tell me what the situation is now. I just revived and don't know anything." After a jumbled explanation from the various platoon leaders, the company commander quickly understood the predicament the 7th Company was currently facing. Pure artillery bombardment could not effectively kill the enemy, and a simple infantry assault would result in heavy casualties due to the enemy's superb marksmanship and flexible tactics. Why use such an extreme method as mutual destruction? "Even if we did, we'd be reset in a short time," the company commander said after listening, looking at them strangely. "Why don't you just strap yourselves with gas canisters and charge?" At these words, everyone present was stunned. That's right. No matter how well the Kroot could hide or anticipate danger, they couldn't evade the pervasive deadly gas, could they? The tactic instantly became clear. So, under the wary gaze of the Kroot, those strange humans once again collectively leapt out from behind cover, forming a loose formation, and began to steadily advance. Only this time, every few steps they took, they would unhook a tin canister from their waist or back and throw it with all their might into the ruins ahead. Amidst clanging sounds, numerous tin cans tumbled and collided among the rubble. Then dense dark green gas continuously emerged from the ruptured canisters, spreading rapidly like a living fog, gradually covering the entire ruined area. Even before entering the core coverage area of these dark green gases, the Kroot in the distance felt intense discomfort. Their mucous membranes were severely irritated, tears and snot flowed, and their vision and sense of smell were greatly affected. Their sight was blurry, and their nasal passages were filled with a burning, stinging pain. The Helldivers had specifically chosen this type of highly corrosive, highly irritating, and distinctively colored poisonous gas. The purpose of doing so was to maximally weaken the enemy's sensory abilities. In fact, those of them in the most concentrated areas of the gas were affected far more than the Kroot. Even their sturdy carapaces emitted a sizzling sound under the erosion of the gas, gradually being corroded through, and the gas began to directly burn their flesh. But what did that matter? As long as it wasn't an instant death, the Helldivers could continue to advance. The Kroot were neither cowards nor faint-hearted. Even in such harsh conditions, they still chose to steadfastly fight the Helldivers. The Toe had rescued their race from the brutal orc, and now was their time to repay the greater good. Both sides roared and fought in the swirling dark green gas, chainswords clashing with sharp claws, autoguns and pulse carbines roaring at close range, flesh and blood flying. Finally, after several hours of fierce fighting, the Kroot garrison there were forced to retreat due to heavy casualties. Even the bravest hunter would feel dizzy and weak after fighting continuously for an hour in such a highly toxic environment, while their opponents seemed tireless, always surging vigorously from the depths of the poisonous fog. The gas canister charge tactic, created by the 7th Company, was quickly popularized throughout the Helldivers Legion due to its simplicity, brutality, and extreme effectiveness. Players in other areas were pleasantly surprised to discover that the Kroot, who had given them so much trouble and seemed impossible to defeat, actually had such a simple solution. For a time, the clanging sound of thrown tin cans replaced the roar of gunfire, echoing across the entire right flank. 1/3 of the city of Gwilbryn was engulfed in an eerie green mist. The Kroot, who preferred primitive attire and lacked effective protection, suffered a tremendous loss under this new tactic, and their casualty numbers began to show terrifying exponential growth. An unprecedented fear began to spread among the Kroot. They simply could not understand how these humans could move freely in this green poisonous mist that could even corrode steel. This illogical fighting style even made them associate it with the terrifying entities in the warp that worship decay and plague. As described in legends, they began to view these Helldivers as non-human beings, disguised in human skin. Regardless of the ultimate victory or defeat of this war, the figures of the Helldivers, looming in and out of the green poisonous mist, would forever be etched into the depths of the Kroot's genes as an indelible nightmare. Chapter 164. Hammer and Anvil. Inside the Gwilbryn City Joint Command Post, the atmosphere was tense and efficient. A holographic tactical sand table hummed in the center, clearly displaying the city's terrain and the deployment of both sides' forces as points of light. Officers hurried about, the tapping of data slates in their hands and the whispers from communication devices merging into a symphony of war. The air was thick with the smell of recycled caffeine and machine ozone. Just then, the Chief of Staff, holding a data slate, quickly approached Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage, who was discussing the Central Front with other officers. His expression was extremely serious. "Commander-in-Chief, something has happened." He lowered his voice, but the urgency in his tone was undeniable. "The Astra Militarum forces from Lakarshan have just withdrawn from the right flank of the front line." Those veteran sharpshooters. Wendell's face instantly changed. He whirled around, his sharp gaze fixed on the Chief of Staff. "What happened?" Do these Xenos still have a general reserve force up their sleeves? They've been incredibly patient. As an experienced general, Wendell's first reaction was that the enemy had launched a decisive counterattack, so large in scale that it had even forced back the Lakashan veterans, renowned for their accurate marksmanship. No, General, the Chief of Staff's expression became somewhat awkward. The problem isn't with the enemy. It's because of friendly forces. Specifically, because of the Perditya 3rd Helldiver Legion. Hearing the word Helldivers, Wendell immediately felt a bad premonition. He didn't interrupt, simply gesturing for the Chief of Staff to continue. The Chief of Staff handed the data slate to Wendell while rapidly reporting, "This is an overview of the right flank." In response to the Xenos they encountered, which they labeled Indian Birdmen in their report, the Helldivers Legion opted for a large-scale gas attack tactic and successfully forced them back. But the problem is, the entire right flank battlefield is now filled with the deep green poisonous gas they released, and its scope is so vast that it has even started to drift into our main battlefield in the central urban area. He paused, then added, "But you don't need to worry for now. Since it's not the center of the gas dispersal, the gas concentration is still low. Moreover, the Brimlaron Dragoons are fully mechanized armored units, so they are less affected. As for the Titan Legions and the Skitarii, the Chief of Staff didn't mention them, and Wendell didn't ask. Who would worry about a god machine or a Martian with a body full of mechanical prosthetics being affected by mere poisonous gas?" Wendell took the data slate, his eyes quickly scanning the tactical map and report. He suddenly realized that the red arrow representing the Helldivers Legion had far surpassed the advanced speed of all other friendly forces, forming a very prominent spearhead deeply wedged into the enemy's defenses. If they continued to advance at this speed, they could probably cut off the retreat of all the Toe Empire forces facing them with just a left turn, completing an astonishing encirclement. However, Wendell's brow furrowed deeply. This advance is too aggressive. We must immediately send someone to cover their rear. Can the Krieg Death Legion go? The first unit Wendell Gage thought of was the Krieg Death Legion. This unit was also known throughout the Imperium for its fearlessness in death and its expertise in trench warfare. Like the Helldivers Legion, they never showed their true faces and had an extremely high tolerance for harsh environments, making them the best choice to fill gaps in the front line. I've already asked, and their suggestion is no. The Chief of Staff shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. The poisonous gas used by the Helldivers Legion is extremely corrosive. Even carapace armor won't last long in this environment before being corroded through, followed by flesh. The Krieg colonel replied that this behavior was like scattering the Emperor's precious currency around like scrap metal, but he also said that if you give the order, they will execute it. This is just a suggestion. Wendell's face showed an incredulous expression. Then how are the Helldivers Legion themselves continuing to advance unaffected in such conditions? The Chief of Staff pondered for a moment. Perhaps it's the same reason they particularly like to inject themselves with various combat stims. So it's unknown, Wendell concluded succinctly. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. These Helldivers Legionnaires were like an unpredictable black box. Wendell Gage refocused his gaze on the glaring red spearhead on the holographic sand table. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped the cold metal surface of the command console. A few seconds later, his furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. However, this might be for the best. In war, stalemate is the most terrifying enemy. An unpredictable variable, a mad breakthrough, though full of risks, also brings infinite possibilities to break the deadlock. This opening, torn open by the Helldivers Legion with their lives and poisonous gas, was the key to victory or defeat in the entire battle. Wendell made up his mind. He sharply turned to the Chief of Staff beside him, his voice steady and powerful. Go request a top-priority communication link with Chapter Master Marneus Calgar of the Ultramarines. I want to speak with him personally. The Chief of Staff stiffened, immediately straightening his posture. Direct communication with an Astartes Chapter Master, especially a legendary figure like Calgar, meant that the battle was about to enter a new, decisive phase. He dared not delay in the slightest, immediately turning and walking towards the communication array, loudly issuing orders. The atmosphere in the command post instantly became even more solemn. Everyone stopped their work, their gazes unanimously turning to the main communication screen. After a series of complex verification and encryption procedures, the communication link was quickly established. On the screen, the weathered, resolute face of Marneus Calgar appeared clearly. He was clad in his iconic blue power armor, with a shaky, fire-lit battlefield in the background. The faint roar of artillery and the angry bark of bolt guns came through the communication channel, and even after layers of filtering, it still carried a chilling aura of war. The image on the screen trembled slightly due to violent vibrations, and Calgar's face swayed with it, but his eyes were as unyielding as Macraga. "Commander-in-Chief Gage," his voice was deep and powerful. "The battlefield is busy. Please be quick." Wendell wasted no time, immediately transmitting the real-time 3D tactical map of the right flank battlefield. At the same time, he succinctly stated, "Chapter Master Calgar, the opportunity to change the current stalemate has arrived." A data stream flashed across the tactical display in front of Calgar. He only glanced at the 3D map, especially the deep red arrow that was almost completely outflanking the Toe Empire's defenses. Even his stoic, sculpted face couldn't help but show a hint of emotion. To have advanced to this extent, they are indeed valiant warriors. This brief assessment, coming from the mouth of the Ultramarines chapter master, was undoubtedly the highest praise. Wendell seized the opportunity, quickly outlining his plan. "Since the battle has evolved to this point, I suggest immediately deploying more Astartes tactical units using Thunderhawk gunships and drop pods to directly penetrate the rear of these Xenos. I will order the Helldivers Legion to push forward with all costs, continuing their advance. Ultimately, they will link up with the airborne Astartes warriors and then, like a dagger, stab fiercely into the Xenos' rear." The plan was clearly outlined, a bold, fierce, and decisive hammer and anvil tactic. The Helldivers Legion was the solid anvil, and the Astartes, descending from the sky, were the Emperor's deadly warhammer. Calgar, on the other end of the communication, was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. But after only 2 seconds, he replied, his voice like clashing steel, resonant and firm. "Say no more, Commander-in-Chief Gage. I had the same intention." Chapter 165, Sicarius. In stark contrast to the suffocating tension at Imperial High Command, the headquarters of the Perditsia 3rd Helldiver Legion was filled with an atmosphere that could only be described as leisurely. The holographic sand table was still operating, faithfully reflecting the expansion of the green toxic mist on the front line and the advance of the troops. But the officers responsible for monitoring it were gathered in small groups, discussing recent official announcements on the forums or which lucky person had drawn a good piece of equipment. And in the central area of the headquarters, the Legion commander, Ghostface, who should have been strategizing, was sitting with his legs crossed, slamming a Gwent card onto the table with a triumphant smile on his face. "Long live the Nilfgaardian Empire, ha ha, I won again, ha ha ha." Opposite him, Jason, a burly man wearing a hockey mask, silently stared at his utterly defeated deck, not saying a word. Michael, who was watching nearby, was the same. Just as Ghostface triumphantly declared his victory and was about to collect his spoils, a pack of Jason's prized spicy strips, Freddy's severely burned face leaned in and shoved a datapad directly in front of him. "Before you celebrate your meaningless victory, you'd better look at this." Freddy's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. "What is it?" Ghostface, still immersed in the joy of being a Gwent master, grumbled discontentedly, but still reluctantly glanced at the content on the datapad. "Oh, a supreme directive from Imperial High Command, telling us to advance with full force and coordinate with the Ultramarines who are about to airdrop. This is a small matter. Couldn't you just notify the officers at all levels directly, instead of showing it to me?" "Small matter." Freddy let out his characteristic sinister chuckle. "I'll give you a friendly reminder. If there haven't been any special changes in the Ultramarines personnel, then according to the original plot, among the Ultramarines airdropping this time, there's a sergeant whose name is Cato Sicarius." Clang! Ghostface fell directly off his chair, tumbling over with the chair. But he instantly scrambled up with the agility completely out of proportion to his fall, his sharp, distorted voice echoing like an alarm throughout the entire headquarters. "What? Sicarius?" These 4 words seemed to possess some mysterious magic, instantly shattering the calm of the headquarters. "What? Sicarius?" An executive committee member passing by, on his way to collect his ration of nutrient paste, suddenly turned his head. "The Sicarius!" A communications officer, drowsily guarding the comms, instantly sat up straight with a whoosh and turned his head. "Bad boy, my Dakimakura pillow Sicarius." An officer diligently studying tactics in front of the holographic sand table also broke his voice from excitement and turned his head. In just 3 seconds, the entire headquarters transformed from a leisurely internet cafe into a pot of boiling water. "Quick, quick, quick! Stop playing cards, goddammit!" Ghostface lunged to the table, his hands like bulldozers, sweeping all the Gwent cards on the table into the storage box. "Jason, Michael, why am I calling out names? All you guards, get to the front line, all of you, you must, at all costs. Get me Sicarius's autograph." As he issued orders, he pounded his chest and stomped his feet in regret, wailing in pain. "Damn it! Why did I impulsively become some broken Legion commander? Now I can't even go to the front line. I can't personally ask Sicarius for an autograph." No sooner had Ghostface finished speaking than a chorus of requests to join the battle erupted throughout the headquarters. "Legion commander, I want to go too. My chainsword is already thirsty. And me, Legion commander, I suddenly feel full of power and really want to go to the front line to serve the Emperor. Legion commander, my loyalty to the Emperor has suddenly become uncontrollable. I especially want to personally go to the front line and cut down those Xenos." "No!" Facing his agitated subordinates, Ghostface roared loudly, forcefully suppressing this unhealthy trend. "All of you must stay here with me." He cleared his throat and righteously added, "This is absolutely not because I want you to also experience the same pain as me. This is purely to ensure that our Legion's command system doesn't collapse at a critical moment. Understand? This is for the greater good." On the other side, above the polluted clouds of Guilbrin, squadrons of Thunderhawk gunships were cutting through the sky with thunderous might. Their heavy armored hulls emitted a dull roar as they rubbed against the upper atmosphere, their fuselages vibrating slightly, heralding an impending storm of steel. Inside the troop transport compartments of the gunships, red combat lights bathed everything in a bloody hue. Ultramarines in blue power armor sat like silent statues, firmly secured to their seats by magnetic locks. The air was filled with a unique mixture of engine oil, ozone, and purifying incense, the only sounds being the roar of the engines and the steady hum of the life support systems. In this deadly silence, Cato Sicarius, still just a sergeant of the 8th Company, was unaware of the fervent welcome he was about to receive on the ground. He sat upright, his helmet on his lap, his handsome and resolute face devoid of any superfluous expression. He simply waited in silence, rehearsing every detail of the impending airdrop operation over and over in his mind. Another sergeant, Numi, who was also riding in this Thunderhawk, proactively broke the pre-battle calm. "Brother Sicarius," Numi's voice came through his helmet's internal amplifier, clear and steady. "Do you know anything about the Helldivers Astra Militarum we'll be coordinating with this time?" "No," Sicarius shook his head honestly. "In fact, before this expedition, I hadn't even heard the name of this world, Padicia. But it sounds like, Brother Numi, you seem to know something." "I only overheard some chatter during the long voyage." Numi revealed a hearty smile, which appeared particularly bold in the red light. "It's said that the people of Padicia generally believe life is a race. The starting line is birth, the finish line is death, and all of them are running relentlessly in this race, eager to cross that finish line." Sicarius tilted his head slightly, a hint of interest in his eyes. "A very interesting culture. How did this come about?" "It's said to have originated from a protracted warp storm. That storm cut off Padicia's contact with the Imperium for 30 standard years. During those 30 years, they fought endless wars against various Xenos, heretics, and rebels entrenched on the planet in order to survive, Numi explained. And it is precisely this brutal history that shaped their unique culture. On Padisha today, there are only workers and soldiers, no third profession. Because for them, nobles, bureaucrats, these are like people participating in a race on horseback, their speed indeed far exceeding those mortals running on two legs. But Numi deliberately paused here, building suspense. Sicarius's expression became somewhat strange. He instantly grasped the logic and continued. But they also die faster. Yes. Numi chuckled, a hint of approval in his voice. I have to say, compared to the eternally silent Krieg Death Legion, these Paditia people seem to have an innate sense of dark humor. Just then, the Thunderhawk gunship suddenly dipped, beginning to descend and prepare to penetrate the atmosphere. The prepare for airdrop warning light in the cabin began to flash, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Sicarius replaced his helmet, the crisp and decisive click of the faceplate closing. The peculiar anecdote about their allies from moments ago was instantly cast from his mind, replaced by cold combat protocols and an unyielding resolve to win. Like the other Ultramarines, he checked the bolter's feeding system, feeling the power emanating from his power armor. The storm was about to arrive. Chapter 166. Codex? What codex? The Thunderhawk gunship's fuselage jolted violently, and a piercing alarm ripped through the previous silence in the transport bay. Red lights on the bulkheads flashed wildly, illuminating every Ultramarine's faceplate like a blood-soaked fiend. Outside the window, the once grey sky had transformed into a death net woven from explosion flashes and energy beams. Swarms of manta ray-shaped TOW Empire Barracuda fighters were flutter coming from all directions, deftly weaving through the Imperial gunship's ponderous formations, their ion cannons and missile pods beneath their wings continuously spewing lethal energy and flames. The Thunderhawk gunship, carrying Sicarius, tilted sharply during a violent evasive maneuver. He could clearly hear the grating shriek of countless shrapnel scraping against the hull. A tracking missile, trailing a long wake, narrowly scraped past them, striking the engine of another friendly gunship not far away. That 100-ton steel behemoth instantly became an uncontrollable fireball. Tumbling through the air, plummeting helplessly towards the city ruins, shrouded in toxic mist below. Engines 1 and 4 are failing. We're going down. The pilot's hoarse roar echoed through the comms channel. Prepare for impact. Prepare. Before he could finish, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear the world apart, the Thunderhawk gunship slammed into the ground at a brutal angle. The immense impact carved a 100-meter-long trench through the ruins, finally coming to a halt before the skeletal remains of a collapsed building, twisted metal groaning in agony. Such a hard landing, enough to break the bones and rupture the internal organs of any mortal, was of course nothing to an Astartes. At the moment of impact, Sicarius's muscles instantly tensed, and the power armor's servo systems emitted an overloaded hum, dissipating most of the impact force into nothing. He easily stabilized himself, and the moment the transport hatch was violently torn open, he raised his bolter. A TOW fire warrior was aiming his pulse rifle, attempting to spray the newly opened hatch. But what greeted him was a bolter round imbued with the Emperor's wrath. The warhead precisely struck its chest, exploding within milliseconds, obliterating the Xeno and its blue armor into a mist of blood and flesh. At the same time, Sicarius also noticed that in the sky, many Thunderhawk gunships that failed to make a successful forced landing were being shot down. Some battle guys had no choice but to activate their jump packs mid-air, airdropping directly from their out-of-control gunships. This act severely violated the Astartes Codex's regulations regarding airborne operations. But given the urgent situation, any accountability for tactics would have to wait until after the battle. Just as Sicarius was about to inquire about Numi's situation via the comms channel, a faint premonition of danger made him instinctively tilt his head slightly. A searing pulse laser almost grazed his helmet, leaving a molten red spot on the bulkhead behind him. The ambushing fire warrior immediately adjusted its trajectory, attempting to attack again, but from the other side, Numi's heavy figure had already burst forth. His bolter roared, and a precise burst of fire annihilated the attacker. These Xenos are starting to use new recruits on a large scale. Numi's muffled voice came through the communicator. In previous battles, with the assistance of abominable intelligence, their attacks never missed. Yes, Sicarius calmly responded, simultaneously suppressing several peeking enemies in the distance with his bolter. As long as we push a little harder. Before he could finish, a commanding voice cut into the comms channel of all warriors of the Second Company. It was Captain Lido Ascius, the 8th Company captain and the highest commander of this special operation. All squads, attention, immediately rally around your respective sergeants. Captain Ascius's voice was quite urgent. We just received a signal from friendly forces. The Helldivers Legion has encountered high-priority Xeno units, and we must immediately advance towards their position. Meanwhile, in the Toe Empire's tactical command center, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Helldivers Legion's mad dog-like rapid assault clearly caught the Toe Empire completely off guard. They never expected their Kroot allies, who served as a flank screen, to completely collapse in such a short time. An emergency meeting was immediately convened. The Toe Empire's water-caste diplomats and fire-caste commanders, of course, knew how dangerous the Helldivers' costly rapid infiltration was. But some excellent commanders among them also saw a fleeting opportunity. This Imperium of Man force had penetrated deep, completely detached from their main forces. If they could seize this opportunity, they might be able to deliver a crushing blow to the arrogant humans. As of now, the battle had devolved into a bloody stalemate, which the Toe found undesirable, and the enormous casualties of this war were already enough to shock the entire High Command. Even in past wars against the savage Orc, the Toe Empire had never suffered such heavy casualties. Although everyone firmly believed that the ultimate victory of the greater good would surely come, they also urgently needed a substantial victory to boost the morale of their entire army. Thus, a commander named Farsight was urgently pulled from the stalemated left flank. He would lead a squad of elite 15-8 crisis battlesuits, like a sharp scalpel, to excise the tumor that the Helldivers had become. All Toe participating in the meeting believed that this powerful force would be enough to teach the deep penetrating Imperium of Man force a painful lesson. However, no sooner had Commander Farsight's forces been dispatched than an even more astonishing piece of news reached the Emergency Council. The Imperium of Man's main force, those genetically engineered warriors in blue heavy armor, were launching a large-scale raid on their rear via Thunderhawk gunships and orbital drop pods. The Emergency Council immediately fell into disarray again. The two factions, one advocating recalling Farsight to deal with the rear threat and the other insisting Farsight continue to intercept the Helldivers, argued fiercely, neither able to persuade the other. Finally, it was Farsight himself, via remote communication, who personally settled the debate. His voice was calm and clear, instantly overriding all the clamor. "Gentlemen, please listen to me. Although the Imperium of Man's genetically engineered warriors possess strong individual combat power, according to the reconnaissance of our aircast comrades, their numbers are only about 100 or so, and they cannot cause fatal damage to our stable rear in a short time. However, if we allow the Imperium of Man force on the right flank, whose numbers have already reached 6 digits, to directly penetrate our rear positions, the entire front line will completely spiral out of control." He paused, then made his decision in an unassailable tone. "My mission remains unchanged. I will eliminate the immediate threat." Chapter 1. 167 Fire. Between the ruins of Gwilbryn City, shrouded in a green toxic mist and gunpowder smoke, a Helldivers company advanced at an astonishing speed. They ignored the deadly chemical environment around them, running forward while throwing specially made gas canisters into every building remnant that might hide enemies. Their movements as practiced as if it were a daily chore. Suddenly, a fiery red figure, like a comet streaking across the sky, flashed past with a shriek that tore through the air. The squad at the forefront of the company didn't even have time to react. In less than 3 seconds, their bodies were torn to pieces by an irresistible force and a scorching energy blade. Limbs, broken armor, and internal organs splattered in all directions. Before the soldiers in the rear could react, the air around them began to ripple and distort. The next second, XVA-8 crisis battlesuits, painted in ochre and white, materialized out of thin air, their optical camouflage systems disengaging the moment the attack began. These silent war machines caught the Helldivers off guard, and a one-sided slaughter commenced. The glowing energy blades in the hands of the fire warriors could easily cut through the Helldivers' carapaces and flesh, like a hot knife through butter. However, the heavy lumbering guns and grenade launchers, which the Helldivers prided themselves on, only left faint, powerless marks on the dark, shimmering iridium alloy plating of the XV-8 battlesuits, sometimes not even a scratch. This was clearly not an even fight, but rather a one-sided massacre. Just as the fire warriors believed that this human company would be annihilated in another 10 seconds, the expression beneath the faceplate of the figure in the custom fiery red battlesuit, Commander Farsight, suddenly changed drastically. "Retreat! Disengage immediately!" he commanded sharply through the encrypted channel. Before he finished speaking, the vector thrusters on his back erupted with scorching plasma, and he flew backward at an astonishing speed, instantly putting hundreds of meters between himself and the human soldiers. Although the fire warriors present were filled with questions, their absolute trust in their commander led them to loyally execute the order. They activated their jetpacks almost simultaneously, abandoning the easy victory and retreated to the rear. The reason for Farsight's order was quickly revealed. Just as the fire warriors had disengaged from close-quarters combat with the humans, the Helldivers soldiers on the periphery, who had just been futilely resisting, suddenly erupted with dazzling pure white light from within. Several miniature suns rose simultaneously on the battlefield, releasing terrifying thermal fusion energy that instantly incinerated themselves and everything around them. One fire warrior, who hesitated slightly and was half a beat slow in retreating, didn't even have time to scream before being directly vaporized in the destructive light and heat, leaving not a trace of ash. They actually strapped melter bombs to themselves. Farsight hovered in mid-air, looking at the remaining Helldivers, who immediately reformed their ranks and cautiously looked around after the explosion, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Clearly, even the battle-hardened Farsight couldn't understand how these humans dared to do such a thing. This was a rapidly changing battlefield, not a children's playground. Stray bullets, explosions, falls on the battlefield, any tiny accidental factor could cause the melter bombs on them to detonate. Were these humans not afraid that an accident would cause the melter bombs to detonate in their own ranks? But Farsight also had to admit that this insane tactic caused him and his elite squad a great deal of trouble. These humans had turned themselves into hedgehogs, curled into a ball, covered in spines. Trying to strangle this hedgehog with bare hands would inevitably leave his hands covered in blood. So Farsight immediately changed tactics and ordered the use of long-range firepower. Initially, he only had his squad use plasma rifles and pulse-burst cannons, singling out the remaining humans one by one. However, after a full 30 seconds, Farsight, through his battlesuit's battlefield analysis system, discovered something amiss. The firepower density of these humans seemed to have not diminished at all. He decisively ordered an upgrade in firepower. Missiles and fusion cannons, originally used to destroy enemy armored vehicles, were fired without hesitation. Under a wave of devastating firepower, this tenacious company finally fell silent completely. What exactly is going on with these guys? Farsight vaguely understood why the Kroot, always considered top hunters, had collapsed so quickly. At the same time, he keenly realized that his original battle plan, take advantage of the time difference between the two sides and first defeat this large but individually weak human force, was likely to fail. If every battle continued as the last one, then forget about a quick resolution. It would be good if they weren't dragged on for 10 days to half a month. By then, those genetically modified human warriors in blue heavy armor would have already rushed over, and his squad would be at risk of being encircled. But the remaining humans don't seem to have melter bombs strapped to them. Because all the Helldivers wore identical attire, Farsight couldn't discern any clues through long-range observation, so he could only make such a guess. Perhaps that company was a special suicide squad. Farsight decided to verify his judgment through action. He quickly led his squad to intercept another Helldivers company that was rapidly advancing. At this point, the Helldivers command had already learned, through the company commander who resurrected at command after dying, that the Toe Empire had dispatched hero-level units and elite troops to intercept them. However, the Helldivers continued to advance, for a simple reason: they wanted to be the first to meet Sicarius. This time, Farsight only used long-range attacks. This company naturally quickly replicated the fate of the previous unit, being rapidly vaporized by powerful firepower. Only, from beginning to end, there was no repeat of the tragic melter-bomb self-detonation incident from last time. Was that human company really special? Farsight wondered. So after the third engagement, Farsight once again tried to command the Fire Warriors to charge forward for close-quarters combat. As a result, this time, the highly vigilant Helldivers, upon discovering the enemy, unhesitatingly detonated their melter bombs again. Even though the Fire Warriors, under Farsight's prior warning, were ready to activate their vector thrusters and retreat at any moment, 2 team members were still caught in the core blast radius due to insufficient evasion and were instantly vaporized. Farsight, of course, didn't know that players had something like a shop, where they could buy things at any time. He could only understand it as these humans actually all had melter bombs strapped to them. Once the enemy got close, they would immediately self-destruct. This made Farsight incredibly distressed. Fire Warriors in 15-8 Crisis battlesuits were to the Toe Empire what Primaris Space Marines were to the Imperium of Man, perhaps even more so. Each of them was an elite selected from countless warriors, the most precious asset of the greater good. Not long ago, under the deployment of another commander, they had inflicted devastating damage on Imperial armored forces without a single casualty. From a player's perspective, each one was worth thousands of experience. But now they were being taken out by such simple, brutal, and unsophisticated suicide attacks, with humans exchanging 300 cheap lives for 3 of his precious team members. Farsight's heart bled. Indeed, long-range strikes didn't have to worry about such suicide attacks, but the efficiency was too low. How many missiles and fusion cannons could an XV-8 Crisis battlesuit carry to attack infantry units? As for anti-infantry plasma rifles and pulse-burst cannons, from the previous test, Farsight highly doubted how much effect these conventional weapons could have against this abnormal human force, fearless of death and with unceasing firepower. Chapter 1, 168 Ace Warfare. Farsight floated in the murky air, looking at the distant position he had personally leveled with saturation bombardment. But there was no joy of victory in his heart. His tactical intuition, honed by countless battles, told him that things were sliding in an extremely dangerous direction. After weighing his options, he finally made a decision. An encrypted communication request was sent directly to the emergency council located behind the front lines. In the holographic projection, the commanders of the Firecast and Watercast appeared with grave expressions. As soon as the connection was made, Farsight said succinctly, "The plan has failed. I have no way to stop this Imperium of Man force from advancing in a short time, and in the recent engagement, 3 Fire Warriors have already sacrificed themselves for the greater good." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire council fell into dead silence, which was then replaced by an uproar. No one would doubt Farsight's strength, and no one thought this legendary commander would joke at such a critical moment of life and death. Then what exactly should we do? A Firecast commander almost roared, his tone and words clearly showing signs of mental breakdown due to immense pressure. Farsight immediately realized that his overly blunt report had dealt a huge blow to the already low morale, so he quickly added, "But after several engagements, I have a preliminary understanding of them. Their tactics rely heavily on close-range, suicidal attacks. With sufficient fire support, I can contain them at a safe distance and gradually wear them down." As soon as he said this, the tense emotions of the council members eased slightly. However, this brief sense of security was quickly shattered by the words of another Firecast commander. "But we can't spare enough forces now to provide large-scale fire support for the Imperium of Man on the right flank. Our only aerial mobile force, our aircast comrades, have just been dispatched to bomb those blue-armored warriors who suddenly airdropped. Without the bombing of our aircast comrades to contain them, those monsters can do whatever they want." What? Just then, a cry of dismay echoed through the entire council. Everyone's gaze turned to the Watercast member who had made the sound. He was the liaison officer responsible for receiving and compiling real-time battle reports from the front lines. His azure face was full of disbelief, and he said tremblingly, "Tovar, I think our aircast comrades can turn around and bomb the Imperium of Man forces on the right flank. See for yourselves." A data stream was simultaneously sent to the terminals of all attendees, including Farsight. It was a video which Farsight, familiar with all TOW Empire armaments, immediately identified as having been filmed by a Tiger Shark heavy bomber. On the towering ruins of Gwilbrin City, a genetically modified Astartes of the Imperium of Man, clad in blue heavy armor, was carrying an extra jetpack in one hand while climbing upwards at an astonishing speed. A hint of doubt flashed in Farsight's mind. Didn't he already have a jetpack equipped on his back? Why was he still carrying another one in his hand? His doubt was quickly answered. After climbing to the top of the building, the warrior leapt up, his jetpack operating at maximum power, propelling him skyward like a cannonball. The moment the fuel in the first jetpack was about to run out, and his ascent began to slow, he performed an incredibly fluid motion in mid-air, discarding the old jetpack and simultaneously attaching the new full-fuel jetpack he held in his hand to his back. The second jetpack seamlessly erupted with a scorching plasma stream. This almost insane double jump successfully propelled him to the same altitude as the aircast bomber fleet. Then, under the horrified gaze of all the TOW, he powerfully swung the power sword in his hand, which glowed with an energy field, and with one strike, he literally cleaved the 21-meter wingspan heavy bomber in half. The burning wreckage tumbled in the air, and the fiery explosion illuminated the godlike figure of the blue-armored warrior suspended in the sky. "The greater good," Farsight murmured, hardly believing his eyes. Even Farsight was like this, and the others in the council naturally fell into a dead silence, with even their breathing disappearing. This video clearly dealt another devastating blow to the already low morale. Farsight knew that this situation could not be allowed to continue, otherwise the TOW Empire's command structure would collapse before the Imperium of Man even attacked. "Have our aircast comrades come to me." Farsight's voice broke the silence, regaining its firmness. "I will deal with these genetically modified warriors." "But Commander Farsight, you—" Someone spoke hesitantly, their doubt unconcealed. It highly doubted whether even Farsight was a match for that blue-armored Imperium of Man warrior. "War is not won purely by individual valor," Farsight said in an encouraging tone. But, after witnessing that extraordinary scene with his own eyes, he himself no longer quite believed those words. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Cato Sicarius's indescribable aerial interception operation, no more TOW Empire air forces came to harass the Ultramarines' assault force. Without aerial threats, the Astartes' advance speed suddenly accelerated. How is the Helldivers Legion doing? Seeing how smoothly things were going on his side, Captain Ascius of the 8th Company couldn't help but worry about the mortal troops. He inquired through the tactical network to the rear command. The situation was quickly sent via data link to Ascius's helmet display. Comparing it with their previous advance, Ascius quickly noticed an anomaly. What's going on? Their advance speed is faster than before. Didn't intelligence say they encountered high combat alien units? "Yes, Captain Ascius," the command's voice responded, "and according to their recently reported battle situation, they also encountered large-scale bombing by alien bombers. But we have also repeatedly confirmed that their advance speed is indeed faster than before." It seems I worried too much. Ascius was silent for a moment, then switched the communication channel to within the company, his voice carrying a hint of stirred fighting spirit. "Battle guys, accelerate forward. We cannot fall behind the mortals. Courage and honor for Macraga." The earth-shattering battle cry echoed through the communication channel. Chapter 1, 169. Get Lost. Evans Keyes crouched nervously behind a makeshift position hastily piled with charred rocks, his knuckles white from gripping his pulse rifle so tightly. The cold metallic feel permeated through his combat suit gloves, yet it did nothing to calm the frantic pounding in his chest. Inside his helmet, only his own rapid, heavy breathing echoed. In front, a deep green mist silently and relentlessly spread towards their position, like a slowly moving wall of toxic gas, devouring all light and sound in its path. He knew it was the Imperium of Man Army's signal to attack. It was the color of death. Evans mechanically repeated over and over in his mind the words his lieutenant had instilled in them with a hoarse voice during the pre-battle mobilization. The human's purpose in coming is to enact a complete merciless genocide upon us. Forteau for your families back home. Defend the greater good. These words, like a self-hypnotizing incantation, echoed repeatedly in his fear-addled mind. Only in this way could this fresh recruit, newly graduated from the academy and stepping onto a real battlefield for the first time, slightly quell the almost overflowing fear within him and squeeze out a minuscule, insignificant bit of courage to face death. The deep green toxic mist quickly approached. Through the helmet's optical sensors, countless distorted human figures could be vaguely seen moving within it. Whether it was psychological or not, Keyes felt that what moved within the churning toxic mist were not flesh and blood beings explainable by modern science, but rather something more terrifying, more unknowable. They were malevolent spirits from ancient legends, bringing plague and despair, driven by hatred for all living things. For the greater good. As the first figure was about to emerge from the edge of the thick mist, Keyes roared with all his might from the depths of his throat. Using the temporary courage brought by this roar, he fiercely pulled the trigger. A scorching blue energy beam tore through the dim air, accurately hitting the figure, who fell and twitched twice on the ground before becoming still. Seeing this, Keyes felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed these guys were indeed flesh and blood creatures. They could be killed. But what happened next quickly destroyed the sliver of courage he had just mustered and cruelly shattered his psychological defenses. When a comrade in front fell, the humans behind him, instead of seeking cover and advancing alternately as Keyes had learned in daily tactical training, acted as if they hadn't even seen their companion's death. They charged forward madly, trampling over their still warm comrade's corpse, disregarding their interwoven firepower. Then, the anti-personnel minefield at the front line was triggered. Violent explosions tore the frontmost humans to shreds, sending soil and flesh flying into the sky. Keyes had thought this would delay the offensive, but the subsequent Helldivers ignored it, charging forward along a straight line without slowing down, actively detonating one mine after another with their own bodies. Soon, a safe passage paved with severed limbs was brutally carved through the minefield. They charged to the front of the position with a savage tactic that exceeded Keyes' imagination and completely defied tactical common sense. The Helldivers at the very front unhesitatingly raised their guns and fired grenades, throwing iron lump-like grenades into their position. These new recruits from the Firecast, though wearing fully sealed combat suits that could resist toxic gas, lacked the beastly intuition of the Kroot that could react to even the slightest danger. The severe lack of combat experience made them appear quite disheveled in such large-scale, indiscriminate explosions, and their front line instantly became chaotic. At the same time, a harsh, air-rending whistling sound descended from the sky. "Artillery, take cover!" Under the lieutenant's shrill roar, earth-shattering explosions swept across the entire position. The violent shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, slammed Keyes to the ground. He felt dizzy, the world inside his helmet spinning, with only a sharp ringing in his ears. By the time he shakily regained his senses, those humans, those Helldivers, had surged onto the position like a tide, engaging them in close combat. Clearly, they didn't care about the potential friendly fire from the recent artillery barrage. Keyes instinctively drew his honor blade from his waist, but before he could even assume a fighting stance, he saw 3 Helldivers, armed with mud and blood-stained entrenching tools or combat knives, swarm him. As a new recruit, he might not even be able to defeat these lunatics who rolled in mountains of corpses in a one-on-one fight, let alone 1 against 3. He blocked and counterattacked with all his might, but that blade, a symbol of honor, seemed so powerless under the enemy's storm-like assault. Finally, a crude combat knife broke through his defense, fiercely piercing the armor joint of his shoulder. In agonizing pain, his tightly gripped honor blade slipped from his hand with a clang, falling to the ground. Immediately after, a mud-splattered military boot violently kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. It seems this is my end, Keyes thought in his pain. He gave up resisting, despairingly closed his eyes, and prepared to await death. But he waited for a while, and the expected cold, finishing blow never came. He opened his eyes in confusion, stunned to find those Helldivers completely ignored him, a fire warrior who, though lying on the ground, was clearly still alive. They just rushed past him, continuing their charge towards the rear of the position without looking back. In that short time, he had already seen the 3 Helldivers who had confronted him earlier, already reduced to blurry specks in the distance. What's going on? At this point, his combat suit's life support system had activated, and a cool liquid was injected into his body. Under the effect of the stimulant, the sharp pain in his shoulder was rapidly receding. So he struggled, trying to stand up from the ground. Why didn't you kill me? Get lost. I don't have time to kill you. As soon as he propped up his upper body, a Helldiver running past him shoved him aside like kicking a pebble on the roadside, sending him tumbling violently back to the ground. Amidst the chaotic battle noise, he vaguely heard words that his brain could not fully comprehend or process. The Helldivers, still running wildly, laughed aloud in a tone full of joy. I'll definitely be the first to get Sicarius's autograph. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 170. Decision, plasma beams and streams of bright yellow bolter fire wove a deadly net of flames over the ruined streets. Commander Farsight, piloting his XV-8 Crisis battlesuit, moved like a nimble dancer, weaving through the barrage of death. Every one of his movements was filled with precisely calculated elegance. At times, he used his jetpack for short bursts, evading a series of deadly attacks. At other times, he landed steadily, his plasma rifle instantly locking onto targets for precise counterfire. Under his command, his fire warriors maximized the advanced capabilities of the XV-8 Crisis battlesuits and their own superb combat skills. They formed a flexible and deadly hunting pack, using the debris of buildings as cover, constantly changing formations, and suppressing the heavily armored warriors in blue with crossfire. Whenever a battlesuit was on the verge of collapse under the enemy's assault, or if potentially fatal damage appeared on its armor, Farsight's calm orders would immediately be transmitted via data link, allowing it to retreat to a safe area for emergency repairs under the cover of teammates. His engagement with the Ultramarines' 8th Company had been ongoing for a considerable time. The enemy had repeatedly attempted to forcefully break through his defensive line according to some fixed tactical paradigm, but each time he had anticipated and thwarted them. These human warriors' almost fanatical adherence to certain doctrines had, paradoxically, become their greatest weakness. Farsight had more than once seized upon their moments of inflexibility, concentrating fire and inflicting no small losses on the enemy. Although he had achieved tactical success, Farsight felt no contempt for these enemies. On the contrary, each engagement deepened his awe for these genetically engineered warriors. Farsight believed that perhaps their technology was full of contradictions, with advanced and backward elements coexisting. For example, their powerful power armor incredibly lacked an AI assistance system. Without iridium alloy, the heavy armor, even to some extent, violated ergonomics. But the physical and mental strength of these warriors was, without a doubt, comprehensively powerful. Their shooting was precise and steady, and their will was indomitable. However, precisely because of this, Farsight was even more puzzled. Why would these warriors, whose wills were as firm as steel, fail to understand the importance of flexible adaptation on the battlefield and stubbornly adhere to doctrines that clearly hindered their combat? Farsight's thoughts drifted to a battle report he had received not long ago from Commander Yonglan. In that report, Yonglan detailed the process by which he had destroyed a massive human monster on the battlefield. The thing was almost twice the size of these power-armored warriors, entirely cast from thick iridium alloy armor, like a walking fortress. Yonglan initially thought it was an extremely rare human war machine equipped with a true AI. However, after killing it and forcibly opening its outer armor, the sight revealed inside sent shivers down the spines of all the TOW present. It was a dismembered human warrior with amputated limbs connected to the machine's interior by countless cables and life support systems. After a simple genetic analysis, the report reached an incredible conclusion. He had lived for at least 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Farsight thought of this number, and the circulation system in his cockpit seemed unable to calm the shock in his heart. What a terrifying number this was. 6,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Toe were still picking fruit from trees on Toe, uncivilized. That vast empire, spanning the galaxy, could endure for so long instead of being swept into the dustbin of history. There must be a profound reason, which Farsight simply did not yet know. Perhaps this reason could be glimpsed in part from their fanatical adherence to doctrines. However, such an analysis would definitely have to wait until after the battle. At least for now, the enemy's stubborn adherence to doctrine placed Farsight and his forces in a complete tactical advantage. As an excellent commander, Farsight could fully grasp every move of the enemy in this situation. Since that was the case, why not let this situation continue? Just as Farsight decided to continue fighting steadily, gradually eroding the enemy's living forces, a top priority emergency communication request, accompanied by a piercing alarm, directly hit his helmet display. Before he could connect, the Watercast liaison officer's voice, distorted by extreme anxiety, came through. "Farsight, return to Central Command immediately. Immediately." What? Farsight's heart sank, and he immediately felt that something was seriously wrong. He subconsciously asked, but quickly reacted. The gunfire in the background of the communication was too close. It wasn't the distant rumble, but crisp and dense explosions right nearby. "Central Command is under attack." "Yes," the other party's voice was tearful. "The humans directly used their lives to force their way through the minefield and charged over. They didn't even dodge the large-scale bombardments from our aircast comrades. Our comrades are fighting with their lives, but they can't stop them at all. Human corpses have piled up into mountains. Can you imagine the entire urban area covered in severed limbs, literally raising the ground by a full meter?" Farsight's heart sank to the bottom, but he still held a glimmer of hope, asking in a trembling voice, Then what about the ethereal? Has the ethereal escaped?" "The humans are too fast. The ethereal is still in Central Command, so never mind those blue humans. Hurry back to reinforce." Farsight felt as if his head had been violently struck by a power hammer, and the intense dizziness made his battlesuit momentarily unsteady. He forced himself to remain calm, his brain rapidly analyzing the desperate situation. "No. If I retreat now, these blue-armored warriors will immediately follow. Once they link up with those reckless humans, not just Central Command, but all of Gwilbrin, no, all of Dalis will be finished." "The ethereal's safety is the top priority," the liaison officer shrieked. "We still have a way." Farsight's voice suddenly rose. "Immediately order the Earthcast scientists to initiate a large-scale EMP electromagnetic pulse. The physical strength of these blue-armored warriors themselves is absolutely insufficient to support their heavy power armor in combat. EMP will paralyze their armor, and we can easily defeat them. Most of the terrifying human war machines will also be rendered ineffective." "Farsight, you're insane," the other party shrieked in disbelief. "Our battlesuits and pulse rifles will also be shut down by the EMP. Those humans outside will immediately rush in and kill everyone in Central Command, including the ethereal. But we will successfully capture a company of genetically engineered enemy warriors. This is the greatest achievement ever. Even if we have to negotiate in the future, this is the only bargaining chip we will have," Farsight retorted loudly. "Are we to sacrifice so many brave warriors only for the final result to be nothing, to sneak away from Dalis empty-handed?" "Mind your attitude, Chasso. Your thinking has serious problems," the other party angrily accused. "No matter what, the ethereal is the one who absolutely cannot be lost. As long as the ethereal is still here, whether we continue to fight or negotiate later." "Negotiate what, you loser?" Farsight interrupted the other party with a roar. "You think you can get something at the negotiating table that you couldn't get on the battlefield?" With that, Farsight unilaterally cut off the communication. Without any hesitation, he immediately connected the communication channel to the Earthcast, and in an unquestionable commanding tone said, "By my highest command authority, I order the immediate activation of the EMP electromagnetic pulse." "But Commander," the other party was clearly hesitant. This order was too terrifying. All responsibility, Farsight said, enunciating each word, will be borne by me alone. Chapter 1, 171. All traitors die. The air in the central command was thick with the smell of blood, the acrid scent of ozone, and the silence of death. It had become a tomb. The ethereal curled up under an overturned tactical command console, making himself as small as possible. He covered himself with a star chart tapestry, stained with dust and unknown grime, holding his breath, his heartbeat seemingly paused. Outside, the suffocatingly dense gunshots and the continuous cries of the dying were approaching with an unstoppable momentum. Every sound was like a cold chisel, striking his fragile nerves. He closed his eyes and prayed in his heart to the elusive, the greater good, praying that he would not be found by the demons from hell. But the toe clearly did not favor it. With a whoosh, the tapestry covering him was roughly pulled away by a heavily gloved hand. Dazzling beams of light shone on his face from several directions at once, causing his fear-widened pupils to contract sharply. The leading Helldivers, his gas mask lenses reflecting a cold light, tilted his head and let out a flippant whistle. "Look what we found?" "Squad leader, what should we do?" An adjacent soldier interjected in an equally unperturbed tone, his autogun casually pointed at the ethereal's head. "Just kill it?" "No, no, no." The squad leader shook his head, his voice muffled and distorted through the mask. "This is a big deal. Our squad can't just decide what to do. Besides, the expense of eliminating a Tau Empire ethereal, just thinking about it, is probably astonishingly high. Even if we do kill it, every Helldivers should get to slap it once, and then it should be executed by firing squad. That would be fair." After speaking, the squad leader turned and pointed his scratched autogun at the trembling ethereal. "Stand up yourself? I don't want to make a mess." The ethereal shakily stood up, supporting himself on the edge of the command console. His gaze swept around, seeing the shattered bodies of the Firecast warriors and Watercast liaison officers who had loyally protected him. A strong wave of nausea rose in his throat, but he forcibly suppressed it, striving to maintain the last shred of his leader's composure. "Very good," the squad leader seemed to nod in satisfaction, waving his hand casually. "Guard it for now." In the strategic command center of the flagship Sorrow's Edge, Inquisitor Grande stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at the large blue area on the main tactical screen that had been disabled by the EMP. "The enemy has activated a large-scale EMP electromagnetic pulse," his aide reported in a near whisper from behind him. "Now, apart from the relatively simply equipped Helldivers Legion, most of the Astra Militarum and Astartes Legion's equipment has been affected and requires some time to regroup. We cannot continue the attack." "I knew it," Grande said to himself without turning, his voice low and full of venom. "I knew it. Those guys, they're all traitors, all heretics. I knew it from the start." His voice suddenly rose, and he turned to pace the cold deck, his gauntlets emblazoned with the Inquisition's insignia, creaking as he clenched his fists. Lucian Gritter, Wendell Gage, Ruman, Brimlock, Krieg, Cadian, Rakathan, and those Astartes. From the moment they started that damned rebellion 10,000 years ago, they should all have been tagged for purging. The Adeptus Mechanicus, too. They also betrayed the Emperor. He stopped, his eyes bloodshot with fury, appearing incredibly ferocious. "What EMP electromagnetic pulse?" "Excuses. All excuses. Everyone is harboring ill intentions. Not a single one is steadfastly loyal to the Emperor, even those Helldivers. Their incredibly fast, abnormal advance clearly has its own ulterior motives. They think I can't see it, but in reality, I see everything clearly." He suddenly waved his hand, pointing at the tactical screen. "Otherwise, why has my exterminatus been issued, yet it is so slow to be carried out?" Grande took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and turned to walk towards the door. "Everyone follow me. I will personally go to the bridge of the Sorrow's Edge, personally confirm, and order the captain to immediately launch the whirlwind torpedoes." Just as Grande, accompanied by his personal guard of carapace-armored, hellgun-wielding soldiers, was aggressively advancing towards the bridge, some figures suddenly emerged from the side passages, at the end of the wide corridor ahead, forming a silent human wall that blocked his path. Grande instinctively pressed his hand to the bolter on his hip, wanting to immediately order to fire, but when he noticed their distinctive gas masks and black carapace armor, he hesitated. Helldivers? At this moment, a voice he was quite familiar with came from behind the group of soldiers, carrying a hint of playful amusement. Inquisitor Grande, what a coincidence. Heh, you're in such a hurry. Where are you going? Commander Ghostface? Grande narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar voice. Shouldn't you be on the ground, commanding your Helldivers Legion to fight the Xenos? Yes, theoretically, that's correct. Ghostface slowly emerged from among his soldiers, his hands clasped behind his back. However, just a short while ago, Commander-in-Chief Wendell and Lord Lucian urgently summoned me, saying there was a matter of utmost importance to discuss. Ghostface paused here, his eyes behind his mask seeming to pierce through layers of obstruction, looking directly into Grande's soul. Grande, I heard that you intend to use exterminatus to bomb me, my warriors, 19 other Astra Militarum legions, 4 founding Astartes legions, 2 Astartes sub-legions, and the Legio Tanathalis Titan Legion, all of whom are bravely fighting for the Imperium on planet Dallas. Grande unhesitatingly drew the bolter from his hip. He answered with a deafening gunshot and a whistling bolt round. Ghostface dodged to the side like a phantom, the bolt round exploding where he had just stood, leaving a charred crater on the metal wall. Almost simultaneously, the Helldivers and the Inquisitor's guard immediately began to exchange fire, dense laser beams and Hellgun energy beams wildly crisscrossing in the narrow corridor, vowing not to stop until the other side was completely annihilated. Inquisitor Grande, hiding behind a massive metal pillar, roared furiously, "If you step aside now, then I can still give all of you a clean death." And Ghostface responded loudly, "The Helldivers Legion will resolutely strike down all enemies of humanity. All traitors must die. I hope you understand." Chapter 1, 172. I'll be long dead. In the corridor, the scorching metal hissed, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of ozone. Ghostface pressed himself tightly behind a thick, deformed metal blast shield, letting the Hellgun's red beams char the surface of his cover with a sizzling sound. Since his initial dodge at the start of the battle, he hadn't dared to peek out again. He didn't need to. As a commander, as long as he didn't die, the guards under his command could continuously respawn on this cold warship through an unreasonable mechanism, using their lives and cheap automatic rifle bullets to wear down the enemy's superior equipment and precious lives. Legion Commander, a player who had just respawned and was checking his ammunition, came over and said, his voice muffled by his gas mask, "The Inquisitor's guards' firepower is a bit fierce. They're all Hellguns, and our flimsy armor is like paper. If we keep trading like this, it seems we might not win." "What?" Ghostface spun around, eyes wide as if he'd heard something outlandish. "I've already half finished showing off, and now you're telling me we might not win." "We didn't know we were fighting an Inquisitor today." The player spread his hands innocently. "Our standard gear is for fighting Xenos, not for urban warfare against Inquisition elites. Speaking of which, why did that guy suddenly go crazy and insist on using an exterminatus to bomb Dallas?" "How the hell should I know?" Upon learning that his meticulous game dev might fail, Ghostface's temper flared instantly. He roared, "The original GW Rogue Trader trilogy wrote that this jerk went insane and wanted to use an exterminatus to bomb Dallas, and now this jerk is really going insane." The GW original also wrote that cultists' heavy logging guns could penetrate the ceramite chest plate of a Primaris space marine and hit his heart, severely wounding him. The other person shouted back, equally belligerently, "So why can't our heavy logging guns even scratch the ceramite paint of a space marine?" "How the hell should I know? Go ask GW." The two players wearing gas masks inexplicably shouted at each other a couple of times amidst the gunfire, then stared at each other, falling silent. Just then, Freddy, who was desperately suppressing firepower with a heavy logging gun not far away, turned and shouted at them, "If you're so idle, hurry up and help. Stop putting on a two-man show over there." It was good that Freddy didn't speak, but when he did, Ghostface looked at his back, and a flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind, a brilliant solution instantly forming. On the other side, Inquisitor Grande's loyal personal guard was calmly and efficiently unleashing firepower from behind sturdy cover. Just as they were gradually gaining the upper hand, a concerted roar came from the Helldivers' position. 3, 2, 1, throw. A blurry black shadow was thrown from behind cover in an extremely exaggerated arc, curving through the air and smashing towards their position. The guards' combat instincts were instantly triggered, and several precise red beams immediately hit the black shadow, the scorching energy burning sizzling marks on him. The black shadow crashed heavily to the ground, rolling twice on the smooth deck. The private soldiers looked closely and found that it was a living Helldivers. Needless to say, the one thrown over was Freddy. "Damn you, Ghostface. After this battle, I'm coming offline to PKU." These were his last words in this world. The next second, the high-explosive satchel charge, which he had protected with his body and strapped intact to his chest, was remotely detonated. Blinding white light engulfed the entire corridor, and the violent shockwave tore and twisted the sturdy metal walls. Everything instantly fell silent, leaving only the sizzling sound of molten metal and gradually failing alarms. Before the smoke of the explosion had dispersed, the Helldivers swarmed forward. They struggled amidst the twisted wreckage, successfully digging out Inquisitor Grande, who was still barely breathing, from under a pile of debris. Ghostface waved his hand casually. "Quick, quick, give him a life-sustaining stimulant. He can't die yet." In a high-level reception room on the Sorrow's Edge, the Expeditionary Force's powerful officers were gathered, the atmosphere as heavy as ice. Rogue trader Lucian Grit, who had almost entirely shouldered the logistics of this expedition. Commander-in-Chief Wendell Gage, Imperial Navy Admiral Jaraqua, and even Iron Hands Company Captain Ruman and the famous Ultramarines chapter Master Calgar were present. "I'll be blunt." Lucian took a deep breath, breaking the silence. "I propose that we immediately negotiate peace with these Xenos and completely withdraw from the Dalis system." "No," Ruman said without a trace of emotion, the current sound of the comms making his voice sound more like two pieces of steel rubbing together. "I need a sufficiently convincing reason to accept this humiliating proposal." Calgar's voice was steady, clearly indicating his absolute rejection of it. "Wendell," Lucian directly called the Commander-in-Chief by name, "you tell them." Wendell Gage nodded, his face grim, and stood up. "The situation is very bad. Although we appear to be in a great position due to the Helldivers Legion's astonishing achievements, in reality we are on the verge of destruction." He paused, then continued. "We initially thought this was just an uncivilized xenospecies. The Adeptus Mechanicus's last record of them was of them making fire with sharpened sticks. We thought, at most, they occupied 1 or 2 star systems. In fact, that was completely wrong. Their sphere of influence spans at least an entire star cluster. These Xenos have assembled over 100 warships, and I don't think our Imperial Navy can withstand another victory as costly as the last one. Can it, Admiral Jaraqua?" Admiral Jaraqua's face was ashen, neither confirming nor denying. "As for their technology," Wendell said with a bitter smile, "honestly, in many areas it's superior to ours." "Absurd," Ruman said coldly. "Inferior Xenos can never contend with humanity in sacred machinery." "Yes, we made them bleed profusely," Lucian interjected with a grim joke, "but their reinforcements are almost here, and our supplies have run into anomalies, unable to arrive. The current situation is the best we can hope for. The Helldivers, in their heroic combat, captured the Xenos' highest ruling class, which is our biggest bargaining chip. We either accept the status quo or spend the rest of our lives in their prisoner-of-war camps, and don't forget, that madman Grande could launch a cyclonic torpedo at any moment." Just as both sides were unable to reach a consensus, and the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Calgar suddenly spoke. "I just found it strange. Why isn't the Helldivers commander here? They captured the Xeno leader, and the breakthrough in the battle was their primary achievement." "I invited him." Lucian's tone was hesitant, "but I don't know why he hasn't arrived yet." Just then, the heavy metal door of the reception room opened. A strong smell of blood assailed everyone present, making their faces change. Ghostface strode into the reception room, and behind him, two Helldivers were dragging the blood-soaked, unconscious Inquisitor Grande like a dead dog. "Oh, everyone's here? Ha ha ha. It seems I've arrived just in time." Ghostface surveyed the room, saying casually, "On the way, I happened to run into this Inquisitor who was about to go to the bridge to immediately launch a cyclonic torpedo, so I conveniently dealt with this small problem. Sorry for the slight delay." Why did you bring him here?" Lucian asked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for how to react. "Then where should I take him?" Ghostface shrugged matter-of-factly. "Should I leave him lying there and come back to move him after the meeting? He's an Inquisitor after all. Such a placement play would be too insulting. I think dragging him around like a dead dog is the real insult." Lucian's eyelids twitched wildly. "May I ask, Commander Ghostface, what exactly are you doing? Moving him all over the place?" "Do I even need to say?" Ghostface retorted. "The soldiers on the front line fought with their blood to achieve such a result, and this guy behind the lines just waves his hand and plans to blow everything to ashes. Letting him die like that would be too easy for him." His voice suddenly turned cold, filled with undisguised malice. "I will take him to the surface of Dalis and let him see with his own eyes every place where human soldiers once fought to the death. Then I will nail him to the highest building on Gelbrin, letting him forever and consciously endure the shame brought by his decision. Traitors must pay the price." Lucian swallowed with difficulty. "The Inquisition will go mad." "Oh, and then send a few Inquisitors to investigate in 3 to 5 years." Ghostface scoffed disdainfully. "Brother Lucian, don't worry. By then I'll be long dead." Chapter 173. Autograph. Ghostface's nonchalant attitude and his handling of the Inquisitor created a chilling contrast that left everyone present speechless. The silence in the reception room only ended when Ghostface broke it himself, asking, "So what were you discussing before I arrived? Can someone summarize it for me, or is there a scribe taking minutes?" "We were discussing withdrawal." General Commander Wendell finally took over, his voice deep. "Lord Lucian and I believed that remaining on Dalis would put the expeditionary force in a very dangerous situation." "Oh, then the two Space Marines," Ghostface turned his gaze to Calgar and Ryman, "believe we must continue to strike at the Xenos, correct?" "Yes," Ryman replied, his words few. "So what is your stance?" Lucian stared intently at Ghostface, trying to find a key to break the deadlock from him. "Mine? Or rather, the Helldivers' stance?" Ghostface shrugged, speaking in a tone of detachment. "It's simple. If you want to keep fighting, the Helldivers are happy to accompany you to the end. But if you want to withdraw, the Helldivers don't mind going elsewhere and fighting a different target." This was basically saying nothing at all. Lucian felt a headache coming on. A madman who dared to drag an Inquisitor around like trash could not possibly be as slippery as a politician on such a crucial matter. The only explanation was that they truly didn't care. Whether it was war or peace, it seemed to make no difference to this mortal legion. This was not at all what Lucian wanted to see, because the situation was once again at a stalemate. He knew very well that they were currently engaged in a brutal war, and a clear and decisive conclusion had to be reached regarding whether to withdraw or stay. Indecision or a deadlock was the worst possible scenario. Just as Lucian was racking his brain, trying to find a solution that could convince everyone, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, Lord of Macragge, Marius Calgar, suddenly changed his expression drastically. No one present was an ordinary person, and all attention instantly focused on him. In the brief 3 seconds that followed, Calgar's marble-like face underwent several drastic changes in expression, from shock to disbelief, and then to heavy resolve. Finally he spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "I support the decision to withdraw. Send a negotiation request to those Xenos called Tau as soon as possible." Almost everyone present was stunned. No one could have imagined that Calgar, whose attitude had been so resolute just moments ago, would make a complete 180-degree turn. Ryman of the Iron Hands immediately questioned, "What happened, Cousin Calgar?" Calgar was silent for half a second, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, and finally said, "I can tell you about this. In fact, this news will soon echo throughout the entire galaxy." He looked around at everyone and said gravely, A newly discovered, extremely dangerous Xenos is heading straight for Macraga. I must return immediately to personally oversee Macraga's defense. Ghostface immediately realized what Xenos Calgar was talking about and how the magnificent storyline would unfold next. He almost instantly interjected, "If possible, the Helldivers Legion is willing to contribute to the defense of Macrag." Calgar looked at Ghostface. "I think I have no reason to refuse the aid of such a valiant army." "Not just one army, Lord Calgar," Ghostface chuckled. "Soon all Helldivers from Paditia will proactively set out and gather at Ultramar." Calgar's eyebrows raised slightly, a little puzzled. "Excuse me, I don't recall the Ultramarines ever being indebted to Paditia or the Helldivers Legion." No, this has nothing to do with debt." Ghostface waved his hands repeatedly, excitedly saying, "This is history. The Helldivers yearn to be direct participants in history." "Oh, right." Ghostface suddenly thought of something and said seriously, "Lord Calgar, on behalf of the warriors of the Helldivers, I wish to make a small request to you. I wonder if you can grant it." Calgar was curious. "Please speak." Above the ruins of Guelbrin City, a brief and solemn prisoner exchange ceremony was underway. On the human side, there was only one Toe Empire Ethereal, escorted by several Helldivers soldiers. On the Toe Empire side, there were dozens of Ultramarines clad in azure power armor. No matter how one looked at it, this trade was a huge loss for the Toe Empire. But when the Ethereal was released and urgently protected by his own personnel, all the Toe present visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Numi, yes, he had already been promoted from a regular NCO to the temporary captain of the 8th Company. As for the original captain Raido Ashus, he had unfortunately already died in service to the Emperor. Numi looked at the cheering Helldivers who rushed forward, his mood complex and dejected. "Not only did we not achieve the same battle results as these mortals, but we were even saved by them." "Maintain solemnity, Brother Numi," Sicarius, standing beside him, said, his voice as steady as ever. "Astartes must always maintain dignity and composure, as clearly stated in the Codex Astartes." "Sicarius!" Suddenly a desperate shout came from the crowd. "Sergeant Sicarius! Is Sergeant Cato Sicarius here?" The surrounding Ultramarines instinctively turned their gaze to Sicarius, and Sicarius himself looked puzzled. He stepped forward and responded in a booming voice, "I am Sicarius, may I ask?" Before Sicarius could finish speaking, he was completely engulfed by a black wave. His voice was also completely drowned out by the deafening, enthusiastic cheers of the Helldivers. "Sergeant Sicarius, I've been your fan since I was a child. Please give me an autograph." "Sergeant Sicarius, I grew up listening to your legendary stories. Please give me an autograph." "Don't listen to them, Sergeant Sicarius. Our family has worshipped you since my grandfather's generation. Sign for me first." "What is going on?" Cato Sicarius, who had endured countless battles and faced numerous terrifying Xenos, uncharacteristically felt a hint of panic. He completely failed to understand the scene before him. Just then, a communication request, like a lifesaver, appeared on his helmet display. Sicarius quickly connected, and Chapter Master Calgar's face appeared on the screen. "Chapter Master Calgar, I am currently—" "I know." Calgar's voice sounded a little strange, as if he was trying to suppress a laugh. "Stay calm, Sicarius. This is just, normal. The Helldivers, as mortal soldiers, simply admire your bravery." "Chapter Master, this is absolutely not normal," Sicarius said anxiously, trying to break free from the fervent crowd. "I am very sure that I have never been to Paditia before, nor have I ever had any interaction with the Helldivers Legion. The name Cato Sicarius, I think, is known only within the Ultramarines Chapter's 8th Company." "It's all right," Calgar comforted him. "After today, the name Cato Sicarius will definitely be known beyond just the Ultramarines' 8th Company." "That's the problem." Sicarius finally revealed the true reason for his anxiety. "I am just an Ultramarine sergeant. Perhaps some people would calmly accept the enthusiasm of these Helldivers, but that person is definitely not me. This is not the glory my current achievements should enjoy." His voice trembled with agitation. "Chapter Master, have they mistaken me for someone else?" mistaken me for some famous space marine who just happens to share my name. I absolutely cannot steal the glory of others. In fact, I have repeatedly confirmed this with their commander, Calgar said, but they also repeatedly replied, yes, it's him, Cato Sicarius of the Ultramarines. Sicarius, do you know why this expedition is ending so hastily? Without waiting for Sicarius to answer, Calgar continued, because I just learned that our shared home, Macragge, is under threat from another kind of Xenos, and is in grave danger. What? Sicarius exclaimed. Macragge was always the Ultramarines' top priority, not only because it was the Ultramarines' homeworld, but also because their Primarch, Robert Guilliman, sat within a stasis field there. And the commander of this Helldiver Legion, upon hearing this, immediately guaranteed that all Helldivers from Perdicia would gather at Ultramar to help us resist the Xenos, Calgar said. They are full of enthusiasm, and we, with the honor of the Ultramarines, must not dampen their spirits. I was previously thinking about who would be responsible for matters concerning the Helldivers, but now it seems I have a very good candidate. Me. Sicarius instantly understood, feeling a heavy responsibility settle on his shoulders. Yes, Calgar said, since they admire you so much, why not go with the flow? Sicarius, if you truly feel that you are not yet worthy of this glory, then go and strive, go and fight, until you feel you are worthy. Yes, Chapter Master. Sicarius's voice was incredibly firm. Calgar hung up the communication with satisfaction. Sicarius then looked back at the surging black wave of people before him. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "Line up, one by one." A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Chapter 174 Negotiations. In the heart of the ruins of Gwelbrin City, a grotesque celebration was underway. Inquisitor Grande was nailed to a makeshift cross, crudely pieced together from armor plates with thick iron spikes. The Helldivers had firmly lashed this cross to the roof of a Chimera transport vehicle, as if it were a triumphant trophy. Amidst the schadenfreude-filled applause and cheers of the surrounding onlookers, the Chimera, carrying the dying Inquisitor, began its parade through the ruins of Gwilbrin. Wheel tracks crushed over the rubble, leaving a trail, while Grande's blood splattered along the charred ground, painting a broken crimson path. It was unlikely he would survive this journey. Thinking of this, Ghostface couldn't help but feel a little regret. Just then, the distinctive roar of vector thrusters grew from a distance. A fiery red figure tore through the swirling dust, landing unceremoniously beside Ghostface like a meteor, kicking up a wave of dust. "I finally found you, Commander of the Helldivers." Farsight's voice emanated from the external loudspeaker of his XV-8 battlesuit, calm and clear. He had expected his arrival to provoke a violent reaction from the black-clad soldiers around him. After all, he was an alien, an enemy with whom they had just been locked in combat. In fact, they did react. They merely glanced at him collectively, then went back to their own business as if nothing had happened. Farsight couldn't understand this. But from a player's perspective, it was as simple as could be. Farsight had no white border indicating hostility. This meant two things. 1, he had no ill intent. 2, killing him would yield no merit. "Yeah, you found me." Even Ghostface himself only gave a perfunctory reply, without lifting his head. "Hello, my name is Ghostface. Nice to meet you. And you?" "I'm well, thank you," Farsight responded politely, then added, "Ghostface is just a code name, isn't it?" "And your Farsight isn't?" Ghostface retorted. "My full name is Shasso." No, no, no." Ghostface quickly waved his hand to interrupt him. "I'm not asking for your real name. My point is, the essence of a name is just a code name. What it's called isn't important. What's most important is that when others hear this code name, they know what it signifies." "A true name is necessary," Farsight insisted. "A code name is more of a symbol, a spirit, a banner. A true name represents you, the individual." "Exactly," Ghostface exclaimed, as if he had been waiting for this sentence for centuries. He clapped his hands together with an almost operatic tone, saying, "Anyone can be under the Ghostface." Having played this game for so long, finally getting the chance to say this line, Ghostface felt a profound sense of relief, like chugging a large gulp of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. But what Ghostface didn't expect was that his playful remark would plunge Farsight into a long silence. After a long while, Farsight slowly spoke, his voice filled with a dawning realization. "So that's it. Is this the true reason you are fearless in death and so difficult to defeat? You dissolve the self and become a banner, and countless banners converge into an ocean. Destroying the individual carrying the banner becomes irrelevant, because another will surely pick up the fallen banner and continue forward. Spirit is not as easily destroyed as flesh." Farsight's philosophical interpretation left Ghostface dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Bro, you're overthinking it. We just simply revive when we die." But on second thought, that sentence would definitely be censored by the system, so he could only vaguely say, "Perhaps." However, Farsight clearly took Ghostface's ambiguous answer as an affirmation. He said solemnly, "In this campaign, the impression you have left on me is even deeper than that of the genetically engineered super soldiers. Their power can be understood and even completely predicted due to their rigid adherence to certain dogmas. But you, I simply cannot comprehend." "Now, I understand a little more," Farsight stated. "In the next campaign, I will try my best to defeat you, Immortals." First, the title Immortals is pretty cool, although historically the elite guard was also called the 10,000 Immortals, which might not have the best connotation, but I accept it, Ghostface said. Secondly, where would we have a next campaign? Neither side got what it wanted, so there is no peace, only a ceasefire, Farsight answered Ghostface's previous question. A treaty is just a piece of paper. When it is torn up depends not on the date marked on it, but only on which side first feels ready to win the next war. You said neither side got what it wanted, and I disagree with that, Ghostface said. Are you referring to your human who led the negotiations, Lucian Greet? Farsight pondered for a moment. Although I am not as skilled in diplomatic rhetoric as the Watercast, I could tell that he secured many commercial terms for himself. Presumably, his wealth and power will increase dozens of times over. No, I'm not talking about that rogue trader. I'm talking about me, Ghostface said. You? Farsight was somewhat puzzled. You gained glory. Glory? Who the hell cares about that stuff? Ghostface looked speechless. We're here to kill people. He cleared his throat and in a tone about to display a rare treasure said, Forget it. I'll reluctantly show you what I gained from this war. Hearing the words reluctantly, the surrounding players watching the show gave him scornful looks. Clearly, he had shown it off many times before. Ghostface carefully took out 2 thick copies of the Codex Astartes from his embrace. See, he displayed the books to Farsight. This one on the left is personally signed by the current Lord of Macragge, the Ultramarines Chapter Master, Marius Calgar. This one on the right is personally signed by the Overlord of Overlords, the future Invincible Second Company Captain, Cato Sicarius. The next second, Ghostface held up the 2 codices and shouted loudly to all the surrounding players, Did you all see it? Did you? Look at me. This chapter master knows you all only have Sicarius's signature. Today I'll open your eyes and show you Calgar's. And the other players' response to this was an overwhelming chorus of boos and curses. Screw you. I'm reporting you to the game dev right now. Wait for him to come steal your collection. If you want to show off so much, why don't you walk around with these 2 books on your head? Ghostface smugly put away the codices and looked at Farsight. See, they're just purely jealous. Farsight was silent for a while. His red battlesuit faceplate calmly faced this incomprehensible commander. In the end, he said nothing, merely activated his vector thrusters, choosing to silently distance himself from these individuals whom he might never fully understand. Chapter 1. 175 Dark Forest. In a deep archive room within the Imperium of Man's Departamento Administratum on Terra, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the musty smell of ancient parchment, the sharp tang of ozone, and an endless despair. Countless clerks in grey uniforms, like soulless servitor skulls, were classifying mountains of complex paper documents, a task they themselves didn't understand. They performed this work for 20 standard Terra hour a day. It was conservatively estimated that their great-great-great-grandparents had already sat in some corner of this endless sea of paperwork, doing the same job. Their past had no end, their present had no end, and their future would never have an end. One of these clerks, designated 734, was mechanically mumbling the contents of the document in his hand before throwing it into different pneumatic tube delivery slots. Agricultural output statistics for the garden worlds that return to the glory of the Lord of Man between M31 and M32. File under irrelevant. He rolled up the document and shoved it into a tube marked permanently archived. Astropathic encrypted message from the Akar system, Eldar pirate attack, requesting Astra Militarum reinforcement. Let me check, is this all the tithe they pay each year? Rejected, file under pending, indefinite. He stamped it with a rejection seal and casually tossed it into another tube. Next one? Oh, an Inquisition emblem? His spirits lifted slightly as he picked up the parchment sealed with wax. Lord Regent of the Astral Clause chapter, Lorgar Huron, has not paid his due taxes to the Imperium for over 150 standard years. My God, so much bad debt. Urgent, urgent, must report. His hand habitually reached for the red stamp representing highest priority, but halfway there it suddenly froze in mid-air. His brain, like a frozen logic engine, finally processed the information he had just read after several seconds of delay. Wait a minute. Who? He quickly withdrew his hand, placed the parchment back in front of him, and with his bloodshot eyes, strained from long hours of reading, he reread it carefully, letter by letter. Confirmed. It was indeed the report he had long been waiting for. He let out a sigh of relief, his nerves taut for countless years finally snapped. He collapsed onto the desk, bursting into wails, his voice hoarse and distorted. Damn it, I finally waited for you. Big brother, do you know how long I've been stuck in this hellhole waiting for this report? I can finally get off early. Still crying, he pulled out a ready-to-use lighter from his pocket. He ignited the mountain of paper documents in front of him, watching the flames rapidly consume the parchments that recorded the fates of countless worlds, reducing them all to ashes. He stared intently at the report detailing Lorgar Huron's tax evasion until he confirmed it had completely vanished in the fire. Then a look of relief spread across his face. Then he pulled out an old auto pistol, aimed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. A single gunshot, insignificant amidst the eternal rustling of papers in the archive room. From beginning to end, whether it was his sudden wailing, his arson of imperial archives in front of him, or even his final suicide, none of the surrounding clerks so much as glanced in his direction. Everyone continued to numbly and busily process the documents in front of them, even if they didn't know what it all meant. They were like cogs in this massive bureaucratic machine. The shattering of one cog would not affect the operation of the entire machine in the slightest. Soon, specialists who had received the news arrived. Dressed in heavy fireproof suits, they expressionlessly extinguished the flames, bagged the charred corpse, and dragged it away, then skillfully set up a brand new desk and chair, and brought in more, taller stacks of pending documents from a nearby transport, piling them next to the new desk. A new clerk was brought to the spot. He sat down in the position where the smell of blood and char had not yet dissipated, silently picked up the topmost document, and began the exact same work as everyone else. The great, never-sleeping imperial bureaucratic machine did not pause for even a second because of this. And there were hundreds of millions of people like that clerk in another universe's Earth. Thanks to the explosive development of technology, the reasons for which everyone knows, the productivity of Earth in the other universe surged forward significantly. Aerospace endeavors advanced by leaps and bounds, and human space bases were widely present on various planets and even in the asteroid belt of the solar system. It was foreseeable that in a few decades, the entire solar system would be transformed to become the core territory of human civilization. But problems arose with it. The sudden technological upgrade, like a relentless tide, swept large populations from their familiar jobs. Structural unemployment became the most vexing problem for every national government. Although the burgeoning productivity was easily enough to support these surplus populations, No responsible government would choose to unconditionally hand out money to foster idleness. That would only breed greater social unrest. Space colonization indeed required a massive population, but bottlenecks still existed. National governments were not yet ready to build spaceships capable of transporting untrained civilians on a large scale. Space bases on various planets were also far from being self-sufficient or able to support a large influx of new people. Relevant technological data already existed, but each item required incredibly cautious and lengthy validation. This was like the major powers on Earth now, who had basically mastered the detailed manufacturing methods of warp drives, but no country dared to actually start manufacturing one, not even daring to contemplate forging a single basic component. Even merely accessing related data required incredibly complex security protocols and mental state verification. Against this historical backdrop, entering this game to perform clerical work, collecting, accelerating, or blocking reports, was welcomed by everyone at an unprecedented speed. Unemployed people found work. Although this job was particularly mentally demanding and torturous, the pay was quite substantial, and it was socially considered a respectable profession. Governments finally found a perfect reason to pay their people, and they could also collect invaluable intelligence about that distant and dark universe from the work recordings of these players. To this end, governments jointly established a special bonus system to encourage players to unearth more valuable information. Thus, a curious inter-universal ecosystem was formed. Within the imperium of man's vast bureaucracy, there were always some lucky or unlucky individuals whose good or bad reports would coincidentally be discovered by such a clerk from Earth. These clerks, in order to receive bonuses in the real world, would choose to expedite these documents based on their potential value or directly burn them. Once the bonus was in hand, they could rest for a period in reality, temporarily escaping this purely torturous work. For example, our Lord Regent of the Astral Clause chapter, Mr. Lorgar Huron. His report on tax evasion, spanning 150 years, by a stroke of divine grace, happened to be handled by such a player eager to get off work, and was then cleanly reduced to ashes. Thus, he would continue his warlord life in the maelstrom, free from the harassment of the imperial bureaucratic machine, until decades or centuries later, another related report was submitted, or, again by divine grace, until over 200 years later, the sleeping avenging sun, Rabat Guilliman, awoke. Chapter 176, Talon. This was a beautiful planet. From orbit it looked like a polished azure gem, with vast oceans covering most of its surface and emerald-like land masses surrounded by the blue water, dotting it like precious pieces on a divine chessboard. However, as the view zoomed in on the land, this natural tranquility was utterly destroyed by the ceaseless roar of machines and the pungent smell of oil fumes. On one of the largest islands, scattered dwellings were roughly constructed from prefabricated panels and metal scaffolding. Most of those moving in and out of these crude buildings were Skitarii soldiers, cloaked in red robes and heavily modified with mechanical augmentations, numbering close to 100. This small Adeptus Mechanicus exploration team, led by tech priest Talon Wick, was responsible for surveying the geological conditions and biological environment of this newly discovered planet and compiling the data into a report for submission. 9 standard Terra years, 6 months, 13 days, and 4 hours remain until the Imperial Navy arrives for handover. Wick muttered in binary prayers in his Spartan personal room as he calibrated his timer. May the Omnissiah bless us, and may they not arrive early. The environment here is excellent, the data flow stable, and I wish to dedicate more time to the sacred cause of exploration here. Just then, an implanted chip in Wick's head suddenly received a communication request. He found it very strange. His logic engines whirred, but he could find no reasonable explanation. Could there be other Imperial Navy vessels passing through this desolate star system? He chose to connect. A processed electronic voice, also belonging to a tech priest, spoke. "Excuse me, is this Tyran Primus?" "No, this Magos's name is Talon Wick." Halfway through, Wick realized the other party was asking for the planet's name. He tapped his mechanical arm against his skull. Logic error. If you are referring to the planet, then yes, this is Tyran Primus." Excellent, Magos Talon Wick. The other party's joy almost spilled out of the communication channel. We are here to support you. Please be aware, our vessel is about to land. Support? But before Wick could express his confusion, the other party cut off the communication, apparently eager. He could only mutter to himself in the silent room. What kind of support does a geological survey mission need? If they really wanted to provide support, why didn't they go to support the Xenos war in the Damocles Gulf? Despite his doubts, he still got up and prepared to leave his room to greet his colleagues. He had expected to see a few Valkyrie transports, or at most a few Thunderhawk gunships. However, when he walked out of the camp, a huge shadow was already about to cover the entire island. Wick's optical sensors instantly zoomed to their limit, and data rushed through his mind. Length, at least 1.5 kilometers. A frigate. There are no docking facilities on this island. Wait, they're going to land directly on the land? Omnissiah, do they not intend to take off again? Amidst Wick's exclamations, the frigate landed forcefully on the island with a tremendous roar that made the earth tremble, its massive hull nearly crushing the exploration team's camp. Several enormous hatches opened impatiently after the vessel settled. But what emerged first were not Skitarii, but a large number of Imperial Guard soldiers in black full-coverage carapace armor. Astra Militarum? Wick immediately felt a sense of unease, but he still stood his ground, waiting for the colleague who had communicated with him. He didn't wait for a colleague, but first for the commander of this Astra Militarum unit. The other party strode over, removed his helmet, revealing a young but steady face, and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Magos Talon Wick. You can call me Joker." "Hello." Wick shook hands with him, using his mechanical hand. "Excuse me, have you come to the wrong planet? There are no Xenos here, unless some local amphibious mammals count. If there isn't a second Tyrant Primus on the eastern edge of the galaxy, then we definitely haven't come to the wrong place," Joker said, pulling out a datapad. "You've been exploring here for a long time. You should have some understanding of the surrounding terrain, right?" "Data complete, I'll transmit it to you," Wick said, operating the device, while asking uneasily, "What exactly is your mission objective here?" "If there are no surprises, you will soon see it with your own eyes," Joker said meaningfully. He was about to turn to command his troops, but this process was interrupted by the sight of three figures, also in red robes, descending from the vessel. Joker rushed over, trying to stop them. "Wait, you three, we haven't confirmed the absolute safety of the external environment yet." "Go, go, go." The one walking in front pushed him away impatiently. "Don't bother with those damned safety regulations in a game." "Yes, you are right," another red-robed figure agreed. "Don't worry so much about it. What I hate most are all those miscellaneous restrictions. This place is like God's heaven to me. I can research whatever I want. If I have to follow regulations even after coming here, then wouldn't I have come for nothing?" The last one merely shrugged, said nothing, and quickly followed the first two. Joker looked somewhat annoyed at the two Helldivers who had only just emerged from the ship's cabin. "Lang, Grigori, didn't we agree that you two would stop them?" Grigori spread his hands helplessly. "Why would you think the two of us could stop them?" Lang added, "Professor Bonney, after giving himself a mad scientist-style modification, can take on 100 of me." Joker felt a wave of powerlessness, knowing that what the two said was true. Moreover, even if they could fight them, these three great deities were untouchable, so it would be strange if they could stop them. He finally just sighed heavily and said, "All right, let's discuss building the fortifications." Meanwhile, Talon Wick felt an increasing sense of unease. This so-called support unit was clearly not here for planetary exploration, and they made no attempt to hide it. As soon as they disembarked, they began constructing defensive fortifications on the spot, and Wick could clearly see that the prefabricated parts and weapon emplacements were not temporary. They were for a permanent fortress. Furthermore, Wick noticed that these three tech priests had no Skitarii accompanying them, and those Astra Militarum, who were theoretically unrelated to the Adeptus Mechanicus, treated them with great respect. This was truly strange. The guards of the tech priests were not Skitarii, but Astra Militarum. Chapter 177, Tyrannus. Just as Talon Wick was in a state of panic, the three strange-acting Margos approached him. The Helldivers soldiers on the road actively made way, respectfully retreating to the side. The Margos in the middle leaned down. No expression could be seen on his mechanical faceplate, but his voice was surprisingly calm. Magos Talon Wick, my surname is Vasilevich. You can call me Dmitri. Magos Dmitri. Wick struggled to get up, bent slightly, and asked in a cautious, almost humble tone, "May I ask, what exactly is going on? Is an alien fleet about to invade this place?" His optical sensors scanned the Helldivers' troops in the distance, who had already begun using heavy engineering machinery to expand the island's area out of thin air. His confusion outweighed his fear. But if aliens are truly about to invade, why choose to establish a defensive position on this barren planet? Is there anything worth protecting here? There are actually many reasons, Dmitri said bluntly, without any intention of concealing anything. Let me think. First, it's to test some of our newly developed weapons in an actual battlefield. Other battlefields are too crowded and complicated for such deployment. This place is located on the edge of the galaxy, so remote that even the Imperial Ministry of Interior doesn't bother to visit. No matter what happens, it won't attract the Empire's attention in a short time. Secondly, wait, Wick suddenly interrupted him. He took a deep breath of filtered air, nervously rubbed his two mechanical hands, and said in an almost pleading tone, could you stop talking? I'm suddenly not very curious anymore." Talon Wick knew very well that in this cruel galaxy, the phrase "you know too much" was a complete and indisputable reason for execution. Wick now deeply regretted why he had instinctively tried to probe their intentions. He clearly knew that these guys were full of peculiarities and secrets, yet he actively probed them on this remote planet where no one could help him. Wasn't he just rushing to his death? All right then, let's change the subject. Dmitri seemed to see through his fear and said accommodatingly, "Magos Wick, what is your area of specialization?" "Biology." Wick hesitated for a moment, then honestly replied, "Regarding the study of biology, I wouldn't dare say I've delved too deeply, but I have indeed surveyed the ecological chains of many planets. In fact, my main research direction is to record the general conditions of newly discovered planets for the Empire and provide feasible development suggestions." As soon as he said this, the two Margos next to Dimitri's eyes lit up. One of them, Bonnie, even shouted, "Fantastic! Wick, this is truly fantastic." But Wick took the exaggerated praise as sarcasm and gave a bitter smile. "In fact, my work is basically useless. Whether the reports submitted receive a response only depends on whether the Omnissiah blesses you. After all, compared to developing new worlds from scratch, the Empire prefers to reclaim those lost planets from which taxes can be collected directly. My other colleagues all think this kind of work is completely meaningless, and only Magos like me, who enjoy adventure and record-keeping, would engage in it long-term. How could it be useless? It's extremely useful." Another Magos, Leonid, directly stepped forward, grabbed Wick's mechanical arm, and started walking. Come. It's inconvenient to stand here and talk. Let's go inside and discuss in detail." Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm of these three, Wick was caught off guard. He was almost invited into his own simple room by the concerted efforts of the three. Wick was seated in the main chair, while the other three eagerly sat down in front of him. Looking at the three in front of him, every one of their body movements, every focus of their optical sensors, was filled with undisguised anticipation, and Wick was completely stunned. Dmitri leaned forward and said sincerely, "May we begin, Magos Wick? How about you tell us all your experience, starting from when you lead an exploration team to the orbit of an unfamiliar planet, and what you would do next?" Wick hesitated. He carefully scrutinized the three in front of him, using all his analysis modules, but could not detect even a trace of falsehood or pretense in their overflowing enthusiasm. They seemed genuinely, very eagerly wanting to listen to the details of his unappreciated work. An indescribable, fervent emotion surged into Wick's heart. In the decades he had been a tech priest, this was the first time. He felt acknowledged, felt needed. Wick felt a warm current flow into his circuits, and those logic circuits, long dormant from years of repetitive, monotonous work, felt invigorated for the first time. Then I'll start. Wick straightened his back, revitalized his spirit. However, I might be talking for a very long time. No problem, no problem. We have plenty of time. Bonnie made an exaggerated, welcoming gesture. Please, please, describe it in as much detail as possible. A long time later, through cross-referencing samples and final calibration of the atmospheric circulation model, the preliminary survey of a planet is basically complete, Wick concluded. He looked at the three in front of him, who had been incredibly focused from beginning to end, their optical sensors even flickering at high frequency to record every detail. A warm stream of data flowed into his logic core. How fortunate! He had actually met 3 colleagues on this remote, barren planet who truly understood the value of his work. A brilliant account, Wick. The Magos who had introduced himself as Boney exclaimed, "This will undoubtedly bring tremendous help to our cause." Yes, Dimitri nodded solemnly. This kind of 0 to 1 pioneering experience is simply invaluable to us, worth more than an Emperor-class Titan. Although I also hope my research findings can be recognized, Wick, flustered by the exaggerated praise, said disbelievingly, but that statement is really an overstatement. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Leonid, who had been silent, stood up and stretched. We've been in here for so long, it's time for us to go out. Otherwise those 3 lads will start making a fuss again. Bonnie snorted. If it weren't for the higher-ups insisting on assigning us guards, even in the game, why would we need them? If it really comes to war, our modified bodies are much more formidable than theirs. Wick wisely chose not to interject into this topic he completely didn't understand. With the joy of finding kindred spirits, he walked out of the room with the 3. However, the next second, his logic circuits were disrupted by the sight before him. Not far outside the camp, a huge fire pit was burning fiercely, and Helldivers soldiers silently threw the bodies of other soldiers into it, one by one. Wick tremblingly raised his mechanical arm and pointed at the terrifying deep pit. What? What is going on? How did so many Astra Militarum die? There shouldn't be such a threat on this planet. Dimitri was speechless for a moment. He also found it difficult to explain to an NPC that this was a collective suicide, undertaken by everyone to quickly reset their fatigue status and build fortifications with maximum efficiency. He could only vaguely say, "You can understand it as a special combat method of theirs. If you really can't understand, just maintain respect." Chapter 1. 178 Crimson Protocol. Is it edible? Wick's logic core subconsciously generated a comment. How does this look like cultists performing a mass sacrifice? But his instinct for survival instantly overrode the judgment of doctrine. Knowing that his life was entirely in the opponent's hands, he ultimately deleted this fatal thought, along with the relevant binary code, from his thought matrix. Wick forced himself to avert his gaze from the fiercely burning, foul-smelling pit. Then he discovered even more things that prevented his cognitive modules from remaining calm. For example, numerous spherical objects painted with red and black patterns were floating orderly in mid-air. They used built-in anti-gravity devices for transport, while precisely cutting and joining modular prefabricated parts with laser beams. A large number of sturdy fortifications were rising at a visible speed. If it were just that, it would be fine. At most, a simple AI treading the red line of the Crimson Protocol. Many unconventional tech priests or sages in the Adeptus Mechanicus dabbled in it, as the doctrine explicitly prohibited abominable intelligence that possessed clear self-awareness and could think and act independently. But Wick soon discovered that the intelligence of these mechs far exceeded the scope of simple. They could even plan optimal transport routes themselves, actively avoiding various obstacles based on real-world conditions. What made his circuits tingle was that he personally saw a mech being petted like a pet by a passing Helldivers soldier. The sphere then emitted a soft glow and floated up and down briskly, clearly expressing a happy emotion. This obvious anthropomorphic behavior was no longer simply treading the red line. Such a small sphere clearly could not accommodate a biological brain as wetware. However, for the sake of his own life, Wick still chose to regard these things as, well, intelligent control mechs with super high authority. Yes, that's right. At the same time, a deeper concern began to occupy his thoughts. What kind of enemy did this strange support force intend to face here? It is well known that in this cruel galaxy, the stronger the incoming support, the safer you are not. On the contrary, stronger support means a larger scale of war, and your life becomes even more precarious. Just as Wick was worried, another thing caught his attention. Several Astra Militarum soldiers dragged several tightly bound humans from a Chimera transport vehicle. These people were clearly not very conscious, with dazed and intoxicated expressions on their faces, and were dragged by the Helldivers and placed in the center of the island. Wick didn't want to ask more, but Bonnie proactively walked over and said in a boastful tone, "See those people? Guess what their purpose is?" "I can't guess," Wick replied honestly. "Heh heh heh," Bonnie chuckled triumphantly. "They are wild psychers we caught in the lower hive area and brought here after we controlled them. The reason they are in this state is because they were injected with rosemary, a powerful agent I personally developed. It can extremely stimulate their brains, making their consciousness unprecedentedly active, yet completely unable to control their bodies. Even blinking an eyelid is a luxury." Boney continued, "As for the purpose of bringing them here, it's simple. Just let them remain conscious and constantly connected to the warp. That way, the moment they disconnect from the warp, the massive mental backlash will definitely produce a violent reaction, and their heads might even explode like watermelons." Bonnie had said so much, and Wick naturally understood. His vocalizer produced a slight electrical static due to shock. The enemy you are about to face can sever the connection between reality and the warp. Wick scoured his logic circuits repeatedly, calling up all his databases on technology. "I have never heard rumors of such technology existing in the galaxy." "Perditia has it," Bonnie said casually. But Perditia's isn't large-scale. At most, they are just their scouts." "I see," Wick nodded knowingly, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. "So you obtained accurate intelligence about their invasion from this coordinate by interrogating their scouts?" There were so many things to criticize in this sentence that Dimitri and the others didn't know how to respond for a moment. In the end, Dimitri simply chose not to explain. "When they arrive, you'll know." Wick was clearly completely relieved. In his opinion, since these people possessed such accurate intelligence, they must have made thorough preparations. Even if these Astra Militarum seemed to disregard their own lives, these three extraordinary tech priests should at least value theirs, right? As long as he was careful, he had a good chance of surviving. Unfortunately, Wick, no matter how much he thought, could not have imagined that someone could die and resurrect. Their group indeed possessed accurate intelligence about the incoming enemy, but precisely because of this, no one thought they could return alive. After receiving what he believed to be a reasonable explanation, Wick's hanging heart finally settled back into place for the time being. He began to observe the unit's island transformation project from the perspective of a tech priest. Then his heart, which had just settled, rose to his throat even faster. The entire island had become a huge construction site with a continuous roar. The Helldivers operated various unheard-of engineering equipment with terrifying efficiency. Modular alloy walls were hoisted and pieced together like building blocks, then welded by mechs with lasers, and impregnable fortresses rose from the ground. And in this construction frenzy, the most striking were those red and black spheres. They were like diligent swarms of bees, or like site supervisors, directing everything. They precisely coordinated the operation of every automated machine and calculated the optimal construction plan. Under their dispatch, there was not a trace of redundancy or waste in the entire transformation project. What made Wick even more nervous were the large numbers of anti-aircraft turrets, far exceeding what a normal position would have. They were not manually controlled, but possessed independent target acquisition and fire control systems. The turrets automatically deployed, their multi-barreled cannons rotating elegantly, silently scanning every inch of the airspace, as if they were steel behemoths that had long awakened and were just waiting for their prey to arrive. All of this All of this equipment, materials, and machinery were transported from that small frigate in orbit. Can one frigate carry so much? Wick's logic circuits frantically ran, retrieving the parameters of all Imperial frigate models he knew. The conclusion was negative. This completely defied common sense. Unless this frigate had undergone a subversive modification, cutting down most of the areas necessary for crew survival and converting all space into cargo holds. But in this situation, to maintain the normal operation of a starship, there was probably only one way left. Wick glanced at the red and black spheres floating around in the air, efficient and lively. He silently turned around, picked up his geological survey equipment, and chose to continue his unfinished work. Chapter 1. 179. We'll die together. As Wick selectively closed his eyes, ignoring the increasingly heretical sights around him, the island camp's military buildup became even more terrifying. Even with artificial expansion, every inch of this island was now utilized to its fullest. Sturdy alloy fortresses and bunkers interlocked, forming an impenetrable, three-dimensional network of firepower. The ground was covered with automated turrets and minefields, and above it all was a hideous forest of steel pointing towards the sky. Even if Wick didn't deliberately pay attention, he could see that these people had an almost obsessive focus on anti-air defense. The dense array of anti-air turrets had such terrifying firepower density that Wick had no doubt they could overload and vaporize a frigate's void shield in an instant. By the time construction reached this stage, Wick had exhausted all his lifelong exploration experience, unable to utter another new word. A sense of panic began to seize his logical core. Would these people kill him once he became useless? After all, he had seen so many things he shouldn't have. In fact, the reason Wick so readily shared everything he knew, apart from genuinely desiring the recognition of his peers, was largely to continuously create his own value. Once he was no longer valuable to them, heaven knew what these inexplicably acting strange people would do. So after another day's work, Wick hesitated for a moment and said to the three, "My experience ends here. I can't say anything new." Hearing this, Dimitri was the first to stand up, extending his hand to shake Wick's. "Thank you for your help, Wick." Wick shook his hand with some hesitation. "May I ask, is there anything else I can do for you?" "Don't talk like that, Wick," Dimitri said with a smile. "It makes it sound like we're superiors and subordinates." "Yes," Bonnie interjected from the side, "you are our eternal friend." "Friend?" Hearing this word, Wick was momentarily stunned. His data core had never recorded any practical application cases for this term. He had never imagined that a reclusive tech priest like himself, who only kept company with rocks and data, would have any friends, nor had he ever considered what having friends truly meant. Just then, a shriek so piercing it seemed to tear the soul ripped through the camp's tranquility, interrupting everyone in the room. Leonid reacted fastest, rushing out first, with the others naturally following close behind, running straight into Joker, Lang, and Grigory, who were hurrying over. "They're here! They're here!" Grigory shouted at the top of his lungs. "Professor Leonid, they're here!" "I know," Leonid pushed him aside. "Get out of the way!" The group rushed to the center of the island. The wild psychers, who had maintained dazed and intoxicated expressions for the past 10 days, were now all rolling on the ground in agony, wailing. Their faces were contorted as if their souls were being torn apart inch by an invisible giant hand. Why screaming, and not heads exploding? Watching this scene, Bonnie instead frowned and muttered, "Theoretically, no matter how much the consciousness suffers, they shouldn't be able to affect the body until the pain reaches a critical point, and then boom. It seems my understanding of the soul and the warp is still not deep enough." The others automatically ignored Bonnie's academic soliloquy. Dimitri turned to Joker. "Are all radars unresponsive?" "Yes, neither the bird servitor instruments nor our own radar arrays are showing any reaction," Joker reported. "Should we let the comrades from the Air Corps ascend to check the situation?" "No need," Dimitri said calmly. "They didn't react this strongly when we captured them using the ashes of untouchables. There are no other possibilities." "Then it's real." Lang's expression became incredibly serious. "We are about to see them." "Wait," the belated Wick finally realized something was amiss, looking at everyone's tense and solemn expressions. You You don't have the confidence to defeat the Xenos coming." Hearing this, everyone looked at Wick with a strange gaze. Dmitri spoke first. "You overestimate us, Wick." Grigory added from the side, "At least as much as an Emperor-class Titan." "Then why did you come here voluntarily?" Wick's optical sensors began to flash red with urgency. "If you don't have confidence, isn't this just seeking death?" "Of course, it's to gather intelligence," Joker said candidly, as if stating the most normal thing. "Through this battle, we can truly understand the characteristics of the enemy's various troop types and find the best way to counter them." "Are you three the same?" Wick looked in disbelief at the three distinguished tech priests. "Without us, how could these young lads, who know nothing but fighting, find effective ways to counter them most quickly?" Dmitri shrugged indifferently. "Besides, it's not too late to send you away now," Bonnie said. "Get ready, Wick. It seems it's time for us to say goodbye." But unexpectedly, Wick did not show the joy of having escaped a disaster. He stood there, hesitating for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh, as if that sigh carried the sound of depressurizing steam. He made up his mind. "Forget it, I'm not leaving." "Are you sure?" Bonnie asked in surprise. "Yes, I'm sure." Wick's voice was unusually firm. "Since you're not leaving, then neither am I. Moreover, even without you, I would probably face the Xenos' attack unknowingly. The outcome is the same, so I might as well die with you." The few exchanged glances. Bonnie said to Dmitri in a private communication channel, "Then what do we do? Really put him in the combat unit with us?" "What are you kidding? When the time comes, we'll use force. He'll have to go whether he wants to or not." Dmitri's stubbornness flared up. "These people only have one life, and if we can save it, we should." "Upper Hive nobles included," Leonid abruptly interjected into the channel. "You Russian are talking nonsense again. Are Upper Hive nobles even human?" Bonnie scoffed. "I've never heard of humans eating their own kind raw and considering it the ultimate pleasure." Dmitri ignored the two bickering and turned to Wick. "In that case, let's fight side by side." "Good," Wick nodded heavily. "We will die side by side." Chapter 180 Hive. The alarm did not sound, for it was no longer needed. Every unit silently and efficiently entered combat readiness. Heavy bunker gates slowly closed, and the automatic turret's shields disengaged, revealing the ominous red glow of their targeting lenses beneath. The Helldivers checked their weapons and took their firing positions, their movements as precise as machines. The entire island fortress, in mere tens of seconds, transformed from a bustling construction site into a silent and deadly steel behemoth. Then the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't that dark clouds obscured the sun, but rather that light itself was swallowed by an invisible force. A primal fear, stemming from the deepest parts of the soul and the oldest instincts of life, surged into everyone's hearts, as if the end of the entire planet was about to descend the very next second. Talon Wick looked up at the sky. The bright sunlight had been completely obscured at some point. Like a beast in the forest, suddenly catching the scent of a predator, every biological component in him screamed, urging him to flee the place immediately. Yet he chose to remain motionless, his mechanical prosthetics firmly fixed to the alloy deck. Then he saw the apocalypse. The things that had obscured the starlight finally revealed their true forms. Countless spore pods, growing twisted tentacles and composed of pure flesh and chitinous carapaces, rained down from the pitch-black sky like an unending downpour, whistling as they plunged towards the earth. "Omnissiah," Wick murmured in an almost inaudible voice. In that moment, he fully understood why these people said they had no confidence. This overwhelming number, even if they simply crashed down by their sheer mass, would be enough to crush everyone here and level the entire island. The next second, the automated point defense guns on the position began their roar. Deafening roars instantly swallowed everything. The somewhat dim fortress was illuminated as bright as day by the dense muzzle flashes. Countless tracer rounds formed a net of fire that shot into the sky, precisely tearing apart the spore pods, attempting to airdrop directly into the fortress. Fortunately, other than the highly mechanically modified Wick, there were only the Helldivers, who were already accustomed to the battlefield. Otherwise, the terrifying noise alone would have been enough to instantly rupture the eardrums of any unprotected mortal. Upon realizing that this anti-air firepower, which disregarded logistical costs, could not be breached, the spore rain above the fortress quickly thinned out and diverted to more distant areas. These unknown Xenos evidently possessed extremely high collective intelligence. And in the distance, beyond the reach of anti-air firepower, countless drop pods successfully landed. A world composed of flesh began to replace the originally ocean-dominated natural landscape at an astonishing speed. Creeping fungus and digestion pools spread wildly. All organic and inorganic matter on this planet was rapidly decomposed, drained, and transformed into pure, viscous liquid biomass. Wick watched as the originally azure sea level visibly receded. In just over 10 minutes, the vast ocean covering the entire planet was nearly dry, revealing the damp seabed below. At this time, the Xenos' attacks on the fortress were still sporadic. Clearly, they didn't care much for this small, stubborn nail, or rather, they completely ignored it. And the Helldivers' response to this was to launch a large number of promethium incendiary bombs into the open-air liquid biomass pools. The promethium continued to burn fiercely in the pools, using the liquid biomass as fuel. The effect was immediate, and the bugs instantly became agitated. The previously open-air biomass pools quickly grew more fleshy tissues, pulsating like giant hearts, and eventually became completely enclosed to shield against the effects of the promethium flames. Simultaneously, large numbers of hormagaunts and termagants crowded into a terrifying purple, black, and white tide, roaring as they rapidly advanced towards the fortress from the exposed seabed. However, the bugs still didn't pay much attention to this human force. In their eyes, the biomass here was simply too little to warrant too much investment. Therefore, the one leading them was only an exterminator, a gigantic bioweapon with a thick exoskeleton capable of rapid self-healing and able to toy with a Lehman Russ tank in close combat. But a unit of this caliber was clearly not yet capable of ignoring dense point defense autocannons. Several automated autocannon turrets immediately locked onto it as the highest priority target, and concentrated fire erupted in bursts of blood on its carapace. In just 3 seconds, the giant beast was torn to shreds. As for the other hormagaunts and termagants, they naturally met the same fate. A casual sweep from the point defense guns could clear a bloody path through the tide of bugs. Realizing that a frontal assault was unfeasible, the bugs decisively began to retreat. However, the prepared Helldivers immediately deployed a second wave of promethium incendiary bombs. The target, however, was not the retreating bugs, but the mountains of pyro corpses piled on the battlefield. The sheer number deployed was so great that the entire area around the fortress became a sea of promethium flames. The biomass that should have been recovered was, of course, completely burned to ashes. Faced with such a situation, the bugs, in order to preserve more biomass, had no choice but to painfully abandon the corpses. The remaining hormagaunts and termagants let out furious shrieks towards the fortress. They surged in like a tide and then retreated just as miserably. The engagement began suddenly and ended just as suddenly, so quickly that even Wick was a little bewildered. He looked at the 3 magos beside him and found that they remained solemn, without the slightest hint of relaxation. He then understood that this war was far from over. Wick couldn't help but ask, "You seem to have known the detailed information about these Xenos for a long time." "Yes," Bonnie replied distractedly, seemingly processing post-battle data, and proactively changed the subject. "What do you think we should name this newly discovered Xenos Talon?" "Isn't it called Tyrannid?" Leonid interjected from the side. "That was the original," Bonnie immediately retorted. "Now we are the first to discover and officially engage them. Perhaps their specific intelligence reports and combat manuals on how to deal with them will all bear our name. The right to name is naturally ours." Dmitri pondered for a moment, then said in an extremely serious tone, "How about calling them pink fluffy bunnies?" Everyone who heard this name couldn't hold back. Even Joker's mouth twitched slightly. Boney rolled his eyes. "Forget it. I doubt anyone would want to be killed by pink fluffy bunnies. I think it's better not to come up with other names. Let's just name them after this planet, Tyrannid." Chapter 181. Game. After the first wave of attack was mercilessly crushed by the Helldivers, The Tyranid swarm chose a cautious retreat. Not only the combat units, but even the biomass pools in the distance, which were constantly converting planetary matter, began to writhe and contract. Huge pipe-like organs extended from the bottom of the pools like giant pythons, sucking away all the viscous biomass slurry within them and transporting it to a more distant location beyond the horizon to prevent another devastating Promethean flame strike. The battlefield then fell into a deadly silence. Only the sea of fire around the fortress, composed of Prometheum, continued to burn fiercely, crackling and turning the charred insect corpses into ashes. This silence was more grinding than deafening artillery fire. The air before a storm is always so oppressive and unbearable. After this suffocating wait lasted for 30 minutes, Bonnie, the most impatient among them, finally couldn't hold back. He looked at the unmoving enemy responses on the tactical projection and suggested, "Why don't we just deploy the Air Force and bomb those new pools with tactical nuclear bombs? Actively increase the Tyranids' hatred for us. Otherwise, the current combat intensity is too low, and many of our prepared backup measures can't be used, so we can't see which ones are most effective against the Tyranid." "Don't rush, Bonnie." Dmitri raised his hand to stop him, his eyes still calm as water. 30 minutes. Even the peripheral Prometheum flames haven't extinguished yet. It's not yet time to throw tactical nuclear bombs to draw aggro. Let's wait and see. Time ticked by, and after another 10-odd minutes of waiting, the Tyranid swarm moved. The first abnormality appeared in the sky. Initially, everyone thought it was just a strange black mist, perhaps some kind of spore cloud attack released by the Tyranid swarm. But when the mist approached, under the extreme magnification of the optical lens, everyone finally saw its true face. That was no mist at all. It was a living canopy formed by an endless swarm of flying xenos. Gargoyles with bat-like wings and exposed bones gathered into a black tide that blotted out the sun, sweeping down towards the fortress. "Air units incoming. Anti-air firepower net. Maximize output." Joker's voice rang out in the comms channel. All point defense cannons immediately turned their muzzles skyward, spewing tongues of death with all their might, attempting to stem the tide of these descending Tyranid swarm. Dense tracer rounds wove a huge net of fire in the air, tearing swathes of gargoyles to pieces, with flesh and carapace raining down. It was precisely when all point defense cannons were preoccupied that the ground swarm crossed the still-burning Prometheum firewall. Compared to before, this time the Hormagaunt swarm showed a clear change. Their bodies were covered with a thick layer of oily, shimmering mucus, which even made the creatures' bodies slightly reflective in the firelight. This mucus of unknown composition clearly provided sufficient insulation. They roared as they rushed into the sea of fire, the flames licking their bodies, but unable to ignite them immediately. They endured the scorching flames, charging through the defensive line one after another. Such rapid evolution. Bonnie's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. They can ignore Prometheum flames in such a short amount of time. No, not ignore. Dimitri's voice remained calm. He pointed to the magnified image on the tactical projection and said in a deep voice, "Look closely. The Tyranid that are charging through still have obvious charring on their lower bodies and the parts that contacted the flames. This layer of mucus can only temporarily hinder the direct damage of Prometheum flames. If an incendiary round directly hits their bodies, they still can't withstand it." He paused, his tone becoming even more solemn, "But this amount of time is enough for them to cross the firewall, and also enough for the other Tyranid following behind to drag back and recycle the bodies of those that are killed." Leonid looked at the ground swarm of flesh and claws on the tactical projection, his brow furrowed. Without fire support from point defense cannons, relying solely on the laser guns, heavy stubbers, and heavy bolters on the defensive line, it will probably be difficult to suppress a Tyranid charge of this scale. Dmitri understood Leonid's unspoken meaning, whether or not to use backup measures now. But he still said calmly, "No need to rush. This is a good opportunity to collect data on the killing efficiency of various individual weapons against different Tyranid units." Hearing this, the always silent Joker immediately understood Dimitri's intention. He waved his hand to the side, and a commander immediately handed him a communicator. "Outpost 3, this is command. Can you hear me? Over. Joker's voice was steady and clear. The communicator quickly returned an echo, interspersed with dense gunfire and Xeno shrieks. This is Outpost 3, Command. Please speak. Over. Reduce your fire density. Let some Hormagaunts through. Joker gave the command clearly. We need to test the killing efficiency of various close-quarters combat methods against the Tyrannid. Also, grab a few alive while you're at it. Over. Outpost 3 acknowledged. Over. The communication ended, and the holographic projection in the command center immediately switched to a real-time view of Outpost 3. Upon receiving the order, the Helldivers at this outpost showed almost no hesitation. The previously dense firing line instantly developed several gaps. Several of the foremost Hormagaunts were thus allowed to pass, unscathed, through the final fire blockade, roaring as they charged towards the outpost. This straightforward order, almost equivalent to telling the outpost soldiers to commit suicide immediately, was executed with such unwavering obedience. Wick felt a chill of disbelief. When the Hormagaunts charged close, the Helldivers in the trenches truly began to draw regular weapons like entrenching tools, bayonets, and combat knives, facing the monsters wielding scythe-like giant claws. The ensuing scene astonished Wick. These soldiers' close-quarters combat abilities were astonishingly powerful. Their movements were precise, deadly, and they possessed superhuman strength and speed. After paying the price of several lives, they used cold weapons to kill these few Hormagaunts that had broken into the outpost, with an exchange ratio of almost 1-to-1. However, capturing the last remaining Hormagaunt alive resulted in far greater casualties than before. To subdue it without killing it, at least a dozen Helldivers were disemboweled by its sharp giant claws. After finally pinning it down with a human wave tactic, the Hormagaunt's mouth suddenly snapped open, spewing out an even smaller scorpion-like creature. The small creature was as fast as lightning, pouncing directly onto the face of a Helldiver, and began to savagely tear at him with its sharp claws and teeth. The soldier's gas mask was instantly shredded, followed by a gruesome scene of flying flesh and blood. The surrounding Helldivers immediately drew their daggers, preparing to kill this ferocious little thing. Just then, Bonnie in the command center's eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted, "We want that small one alive too." Joker immediately relayed the order, and the Helldivers at Outpost 3, upon hearing the command, actually retracted their already raised daggers. Even the soldier with the creature on his face, half his cheek torn off, lowered his right hand, which was already raised and holding a dagger. Ultimately, the small one was captured, but the cost was that the Helldivers had already been stabbed through the eye into his brain by its mouthparts, dying a violent death, and several other Helldivers who attempted to grab it with their bare hands mostly had several fingers, or even entire palms, severed by its sharp appendages. Seeing all this, Wick seemed to understand why the guards of these 3 tech priests were not Skitarii Guard. Ordinary Astra Militarum in such a situation, even if they didn't openly defy orders, would certainly feel extreme dissatisfaction with the officer who gave such an outrageous command, and the soldiers' morale would inevitably reach a dangerous breaking point. But these Helldivers, however, still executed every word without hesitation. Although the Skitarii Guard could also achieve this level of absolute obedience, which Magos would dare to expend them like this? The bionic modifications and data implants for every Skitarii Guard member were extremely expensive. Treating them as disposable consumables like this would be akin to using gold bricks to crack walnuts. And these Helldivers before him, they were too cheap. They only needed a set of standard carapace armor and a lasgun. Wick couldn't even recall seeing them eat in his memory. Were these Astra Militarum truly human? Chapter 182, Suppress. After losing the suppressive fire support of the point defense cannons, the pressure on the various defensive sectors around the fortress suddenly increased dramatically. The Tyrannid swarm, under the unified command of the Hive Mind, quickly adjusted its tactics. It gathered a large number of exterminators, heavily armored and resembling living battering rams, and chose the relatively weak eastern flank to launch a concentrated, devastating breakthrough. Led by the exterminators, these iron-headed brutes used their flesh, blood, and bony ramming horns, combined with the ranged attacks of other Tyrannid swarm, to forcibly breach the fortress's outer wall, which was cast from thick alloy. Accompanied by the screeching of twisting metal and the cracking of concrete, a huge gap appeared. Seeing that they had finally torn open this hard shell, the tyrannid swarm on the ground naturally surged in like a breaking tide, letting out earth-shattering roars. At the same time, the gargoyles circling in the sky collectively dived down, with a few lucky ones breaking through the still retaliating net of fire. The Helldivers on the front lines had to start being wary of deadly strikes from the sky, and the entire battle quickly devolved into the most bloody and brutal phase of close-quarters combat. Seeing this fortress, which had consumed vast resources and time to build, being breached so quickly by these Xenos, Wick's heart tightened. But this situation seemed to have been anticipated by the others. They had never hoped to build a so-called impenetrable shell to completely keep the Tyrannid out. No one could do such a thing, at least not the Helldivers unit stationed here. The previous expansion of this island was precisely to have sufficient combat depth. Dimitri looked at the continuously expanding red area on the tactical projection and calmly ordered, "Release the toxic gas." At this command, the pre-installed pipes and nozzles within the fortress instantly activated. A large volume of dark green toxic mist was rapidly released, and it expanded its coverage to the entire fortress area at a visible speed. Dimitri turned to Wick and kindly reminded him, "Talon, have your Skitarii guard temporarily retreat into the internal sealed spaces." Wick shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No need. Since the Astra Militarum, as mortals, have not retreated, there is even less reason for the mechanically modified Skitarii guard to retreat." But the following scene made Wick immediately understand why Dimitri had said that. These toxic gases were clearly very carefully formulated. Wherever they passed, all organic matter and moisture they touched would instantly begin to combust violently, producing more of the same toxic gas, forming a terrifying chain reaction. As for solid metal, under the coverage of these toxic gases, a protective passivation layer quickly appeared on its surface, but this passivation layer was then corroded away by the toxic gas in the next second. This cycle repeated, and even thick alloy walls became increasingly weak and fragile at an astonishing rate. No wonder they wanted their Skitarii guard to retreat. Wick suddenly understood, but then a question followed. Those mortal soldiers, how do they withstand this toxic gas? "They will perish with the enemy in the toxic gas," Dimitri replied, stating a fact. The effect of the toxic gas was very significant. Although the carapaces of the Helldivers were also rapidly destroyed in the toxic mist, their exposed skin, respiratory tracts, and eyeballs immediately suffered severe chemical burns, making it difficult for them to see and breathe. However, under the suppression of potent agents injected into their bodies, they successfully avoided systemic toxic reactions, and the degree of tissue necrosis was still within an acceptable range. The Tyrannid swarm, however, had no such preparations. Their sensory organs were completely destroyed the moment they came into contact with the toxic gas, and their previously efficient and well-coordinated concentrated breakthrough fell into a certain degree of chaos. Some hormagaunts, warrior swarms, and exterminators lost their sense of direction, began to charge in the wrong direction, and even attacked friendly units. The gargoyles that had broken through the net of fire and dived down also lost their balance, screaming and tumbling in the air, unable to control their flight paths. In this situation, the Helldivers, with impaired vision and breathing, immediately launched a large-scale countercharge. The entire area was a scene of flying flesh and blood under the clash of blades and claws. Although they could not push back the swarm, they managed to stabilize the collapsing front line through this tragic method. On the surface, this seemed worth celebrating, as the battlefield had devolved into a bloody war of attrition, which was the Helldivers' specialty. But in reality, it was a pure trap. The Helldivers could not prevent the Tyrannid swarm from dragging all the flesh and blood on the battlefield, both their own and human, back for recycling. And the deaths of the Helldivers themselves were still generating new biomass for the enemy. As long as the Tyrannid's biomass replenishment did not become negative, this battle could never be won. So Dimitri issued a second order: deploy the acid. The prepared artillery units in the rear immediately carried out the order. A large amount of transparent liquid was launched, covering the entire engagement area like a downpour. But this time, the effect was not ideal. The Helldivers who came into contact with this potent acid were dissolved down to their bones within practically 10 seconds. The Tyrannid, however, only emitted plumes of white smoke in the acid rain and roared in pain a few times, which only further ignited their ferocity. The sudden decrease in friendly combat personnel caused the recently stabilized front line to retreat a few more steps, only stabilizing again when subsequent Helldivers arrived on the battlefield. "Ha!" Bonnie looked at the scene and said without ceremony, "I told you this was a bad idea. The Tyrannids can already spit acid from their mouths. How could they not have corresponding resistance?" Leonid immediately retorted, "But at least they can't recycle our soldiers' biomass." Dmitri raised his hand, interrupting the two who were about to start another argument. "These acids are indeed useful, but it now seems their primary function is to dissolve biomass. We need to come up with a new way to use them. At least we can't just throw them directly onto our frontline warriors who are fighting the enemy." Just then, Wick, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. "We don't need to use it to kill living enemies, but to clear the battlefield behind the front line." This simple yet effective suggestion made the others pause simultaneously. Then their eyes lit up. Wick continued, "Have the artillery units launch a saturation bombardment on the positions we just lost, which are now piled high with corpses. This will both completely dissolve the bodies, preventing the Tyrannid from recycling them, and turn the land into an acid swamp, delaying the advance of their subsequent forces." "Good idea." Joker immediately grabbed the communicator and issued new instructions. Soon the artillery fire from the rear accurately bypassed the front line and landed in the area between the first and second defense lines, which had just been overwhelmed by the swarm. Pungent white smoke rose into the sky, and the remnants of the Helldivers, under the coverage of the strong acid, dissolved at a visible rate, turning into a sizzling, unrecyclable sludge. Chapter 1. 183 Tyrant. The acid swamp effectively prevented the Tyrannid swarm from recovering biomass, while the pervasive toxic mist continuously weakened their perception and combat effectiveness. The Helldivers, however, were completely at ease. Like emotionless war machines, they engaged in the most brutal exchanges of life with the enemy amidst the toxic mist and acid swamps. For them, this war of attrition, which maximized the consumption of the enemy's living forces, was precisely what they most desired to see. But for the hive mind, this was somewhat irritating. These bipedal creatures, encountered for the first time, seemed to know their habits inside and out. From the start of the battle until now, the Tyrannid swarm had suffered considerable casualties, but had not consumed any decent meat. Most of the corpses had been corroded by toxic gas and acid, and occasionally, when one or two live ones were caught, the enemy would detonate internal bombs without hesitation. They hadn't eaten fresh meat, but they had consumed mouthfuls of high explosives and melter charges. All of the enemy's actions seemed to have only one purpose: to prevent them from absorbing enough biomass. The Tyrannid was enraged. The hive mind decided to deploy more power. It had to eliminate these annoying creatures that dared to interfere with its feeding. Inside the command center, Joker, who was constantly receiving intelligence from all over the battlefield, saw a freshly printed report full of complex curves and data. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately handed it to Dmitri. Bonnie and Leonid also curiously gathered around. The data source for the report was a prototype seismic detector crafted by Dmitri himself. Its detection range was only a radius of several tens of kilometers, which was clearly insufficient for true geological exploration, and Dmitri himself admitted it needed urgent improvement. But if it were brought to the battlefield to measure potential underground attacks by the Tyrannid swarm, this range would be more than enough. However, because it was a prototype, it would only output the most original of vibration waves and density change data, and only senior scholars could determine exactly what was happening based on this data. This was also why Joker immediately handed it to Dmitri. He simply couldn't understand it. "Something is digging tunnels underground," Dmitri concluded in just 1 second. He looked up and asked, "Do we still have reserves?" Joker looked troubled. "The Tyrannid swarm have been continuously assaulting our fortress. The main reason we've been able to hold out for so long is—" At this point, Joker subconsciously glanced at Wick and finally said, mainly because a large number of fire points are automated, saving a lot of manpower. But if we absolutely had to redeploy, we could at most pull out 100 people. 100 people? Hearing this number, Dmitri shook his head, then said in an undeniable tone, "We'll go." Wick immediately stepped forward. "I'll go with you." The group ignored the guards' attempts to stop them and strode deep into the fortress. Under Joker's firm stance, the 100 Helldivers who had just rotated off the secondary defense line still followed. At the same time, Wick also summoned all of his Skitarii guard through the data link. They finally arrived at a large, empty structural support layer at the bottom of the fortress. Dmitri looked around, and countless data streams flashed in his metallic pupils. He observed for less than 10 seconds before quickly beginning to issue commands. "Heavy weapons squad, go to that T-junction. Use the main support column as the core to establish a crossfire. Snipers, go to the second-level maintenance passage, free fire. Wick, your Skitarii guard are responsible for flanking support, using their arc rifles to interfere with any large creatures that might appear. Everyone else, form a fan-shaped defensive position centered on me. Prepare to engage the enemy." His instructions were clear, swift, and undeniable. Over 100 Helldivers and Skitarii guard, without any hesitation, immediately acted like precise mechanical parts, rapidly constructing a simple yet deadly trap in their respective positions. Everyone held their breath for several minutes behind their preset positions. In the oppressive silence, only the faint sound of distant frontline artillery could be heard. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. This was not the impact of frontline artillery. Everyone present easily discerned this. It was a deep hum coming from deep beneath their feet, continuous and increasing in frequency. Something was about to burst out from underground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the concrete floor beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Large amounts of soil, rubble, and twisted rebar shot into the sky, crashing heavily against the ceiling. Amidst the rising dust, several massive figures leapt out of the newly formed crater. Appearing before everyone were a dozen digger serpents, their bodies like giant pythons, with 4 huge scythe-like claws and a massive individual at least 2 to 3 stories tall. It had 4 grotesque limbs. The upper 2 were enormous bone scythes. Its lower left limb gripped a great sword, seemingly compressed from countless skeletons, and its lower right limb was a flexible and deadly long whip. "My God!" Bonnie's shout revealed its identity. "A hive tyrant. It seems the Tyranids truly hate us." The tyrant's appearance was extraordinary. Before it had even fully landed, its long lower right bone whip suddenly lashed out, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, striking an entire Helldivers infantry squad on the flank of the defensive position, along with their concrete cover, into a splatter of flesh and fragments. Fire! Everyone desperately poured fire onto it. Laser guns, arc rifles, heavy bolters, and even autocannons roared without restraint, weaving a curtain of death. But most attacks were faithfully blocked by the digger serpents surrounding the hive tyrant. Occasionally, a few heavy bolter rounds luckily landed on the tyrant's carapace, only causing its massive body to tremble slightly before having no further effect. Arcs and lasers could only spark feebly against its thick, armor-like biochitin. "Leonid, where the hell is your melter?" Boney roared towards the side and rear while blasting and pouncing digger serpent in half with his bolter. No sooner had Bonnie spoken than a dazzling crimson flash of light erupted from behind the position, shooting towards the hive tyrant with unstoppable force. Many digger serpents attempting to block were directly pierced and vaporized like paper in the face of this deadly beam. The hive tyrant's reaction speed was unimaginably fast. It rolled quickly to the side with an agility unbefitting its massive size, allowing the deadly melter ray to destroy its entire right side's 2 limbs and nearly 20% of its body mass, thereby avoiding a fatal direct hit to the head. Immediately after, the heavily wounded tyrant let out an ear-splitting shriek. An invisible psychic shockwave instantly swept across the entire area, precisely striking Leonid, who had just fired the melter. His body suddenly stiffened, the heat erupting from his mechanical prosthetics immediately ceased. The hum of his internal mechanical parts gradually fell silent, and he finally collapsed helplessly to the ground. Wick shouted in disbelief, "Leonid?" Dimitri grabbed Wick, who was about to rush over, and shouted to the other side, "Boney, go to the nuclear reactor." Boney was stunned for a moment, then understood something. "Now? Right here?" Dimitri didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Wick and ran deeper into the fortress without looking back, answering Boney's question with his actions. Seeing this, Boney cursed and quickly turned to follow. The Hive Tyrant, now with only 2 limbs, after neatly tearing the remaining Helldivers and Skitari guard into pieces like disassembling cheap toys, its crimson compound eyes flickered. After a moment's thought between reinforcing the front line and pursuing these 2 targets, it ultimately chose the latter, dragging its injured body and taking heavy strides to give chase. Chapter 1. 184, Holy Relic. The 3 of them sprinted towards the frigate, heavy footsteps and the roar of collapsing buildings hot on their heels. The Hive Tyrant followed closely, and along the way, the close-in weapon system turrets inside the fortress swiveled their muzzles, spitting a deadly rain of bullets at the colossal creature. But it only needed to slightly adjust its posture, presenting its thickest carapace to the attack, and the bullets that could easily tear through reinforced concrete would only deflect powerlessly, sending up a shower of sparks. Hundreds of thousands of bullets sprayed, merely slowing its charge slightly through pure kinetic force. The result of this trivial interference was that the Hive Tyrant, in its pursuit, tore these annoying obstacles apart into twisted components. It was hard to say if its actions were accidental or deliberate, but at least the outcome was a noticeable gap in the previously somewhat tight anti-air firepower network. The gargoyles, which had been circling in the sky for a long time, finally found an opportunity and swooped down in large numbers like a black rain of death. And the tunnels previously drilled by the digger serpent began to gush forth a tide of tyrannid swarms. At this moment, the war finally lost the concept of a front line, entering a meat grinder phase where every inch of space was a battleground. On the other side, the fleeing trio finally reached the frigate's boarding ramp. Wick watched Dimitri open the heavy hatch with a complex biometric and password verification and couldn't help but ask, "Are we going to detonate the nuclear reactor on your frigate?" Temperature control of nuclear reactors during long-distance space travel has always been an issue for us, Dimitri replied, not looking back and not directly answering the question. While there are many solutions, none can be replicated within our star system. This frigate's power system originally required extensive experimentation, but due to the emergency of the Tyrannid invasion, we had no choice but to opt for the most convenient method to control the temperature and ensure its smooth operation, even though it's a complete technological black box to us. The tech priest's innate curiosity for unknown knowledge overwhelmed everything else, and Wick couldn't help but press, "What is that method?" To put it in terms you can understand. The heavy hatch slid open with a hiss of compressed air. Dimitri quickly slipped inside, the other 2 following close behind him, walking briskly through the frigate's cold metal corridors under his lead. "It is a holy relic." The 3 quickly reached the end of the corridor, and Dimitri opened the final hatch. Wick gazed at what was about to be revealed behind the opening door. He saw a sink. Name, sink. Quality, legendary. Type, kitchen utensil. Effect, connecting a pumping device to any side of the sink can draw out water with an output limit of 2,147,483,674 cubic meters /0.05 seconds. Usage condition, none. Remarks, I remember that afternoon, I excitedly opened Minecraft as usual, intending to build a nuclear reactor. After 3 hours of busy work, I decided to download a lazy kitchen mod and crafted a sink with 5 terracotta, 3 iron ingots, and a bucket, successfully solving the reactor damage caused by lack of water. This is the core that maintains the entire frigate's power and energy system. Dimitri stepped forward, touching the seemingly plain square sink with an almost reverent posture. When the water level in the sink changes, it automatically returns to its current level. The generation rate is completely immeasurable. At least for now, it's sufficient to supply the entire frigate. Water quality tests show high purity H2O, free of any impurities or microorganisms, with a stable pH of 7.0 plus or minus 0.1. Theoretically speaking, if transportation issues are ignored, it's enough to provide clean water to every Imperial citizen in the Imperium. Wick was in unprecedented shock, his optical lenses rapidly contracting and expanding. An incredible creation. This is simply a miracle of the Omnissiah. Yes, Dimitri turned around, gazing at him, and said word for word, "Now it is yours, Talon." These words were like the most powerful logic bomb, instantly crashing Talon Wick's core thought processes. His logic circuits buzzed with overload, countless conflicting data streams surged through his mind, leaving him incoherent for a moment. No. This, the holy relic. Finally, he gathered all his strength to form a complete sentence. No, I cannot accept this holy relic. I cannot bear it. It will crush me. It's not important to us, Talon. It's too advanced, so advanced that we completely fail to understand it, making it almost worthless for research. Dimitri's voice was calm and firm. And Talon, don't you understand? You must take it with you, because this item absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Tyrannid swarms. That would mean infinite biomass. That would create a disaster more terrifying than all past crises combined. Of course, Dimitri was lying here. Even if Wick didn't take the sink, they had ways to safely retrieve it. Saying this was merely to add leverage to get Wick to leave as quickly as possible. Then why don't you take it? Wick shouted excitedly, or we all go together. Our duty is to gather as much intelligence on the Tyrannids as possible here. Dimitri's voice suddenly rose, to reduce casualties and better secure victory in the upcoming war against the Xenos. This is duty, Talon, and duty cannot be shirked. But you are different. You only came here for geological exploration and were inexplicably caught up in this. Fighting the Tyrannids is not your duty, Talon. But, just as Wick was about to retort, a harsh metallic tearing sound came from the direction they had come, interrupting him. Boney, who had been vigilantly scanning his surroundings, immediately yelled, "They're here! That hive tyrant is approaching!" "Go, Talon. It'll be too late if you don't leave now," Dimitri urged. "Take it with you. In our hands, it cannot fully realize its potential. You must deliver it into the hands of someone who can use it to benefit everyone." Before he finished speaking, with a loud crash, the metal wall of the compartment was forcibly torn open by an immense force. The hive tyrant's broken and grotesque half-body squeezed in, letting out a terrifying shriek at them. Bonnie frantically sprayed the tyrant's head with the bolter rounds from his body, trying to buy his companions the last bit of time. However, the tyrant merely opened its gaping maw casually and swallowed him whole, along with the weapon in his hand. Seizing this brief moment, Dimitri lifted the sink and pushed it, along with Wick, into a small emergency escape pod nearby, then slammed down the close button. The hatch closed heavily. Wick, clutching the cold sink, saw the last scene through the narrow observation window. The nuclear reactor core, deprived of its infinite water cooling, emitted a destructive glow. A violent nuclear inferno instantly erupted, engulfing Dimitri's figure, engulfing the hive tyrant, engulfing everything. Chapter 1, 185 Necron. When Talon Wick regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The ground beneath him was cold metal, and not far away was a control console flickering with faint light. The surrounding structure was compact and precise, looking like the bridge of a small ship. The escape pod seemed to be a teleportation device, bringing him directly here. Outside was the cold, silent universe, but the image of everything burning in his mind refused to fade. Wick sat on the ground in a daze for a while, no light in his mechanical eye sockets. After a long time, he stiffly stood up, like a machine restarting. He clutched the water tank tightly, as if using all his strength, and shuffled step by step to the control console. Sensing his approach, the main screen lit up just in time, displaying a simplified star map. The system prompted him to choose a destination. Wick made no choice. He carefully placed the water tank on a nearby stand, then slumped into the pilot's chair, beginning to quietly reflect on everything that had happened. Dimitri, Bonnie, Leonid, their sacrifices must not be in vain. Those damned Xenos must pay for this. At the same time, Wick remembered Dimitri's last words, "Be sure to hand it over to someone who can use it to benefit everyone." And the earlier phrase, enough to allow every imperial citizen to drink clean water. If it were any other tech priest, any metaphor might be used, but never this one. In Wick's understanding, few tech priests cared about anyone other than themselves, let alone ordinary mortals who had no relation to them. Their world contained only gears, data, and piety towards the Omnissiah. Why does this cold universe always let people with such passion die, and let people like him, who are already numb, live? Is this the scene the Emperor would want to see? Wick exerted his greatest effort to pull himself out of this endless despair. First, consider the issue of revenge. He turned his gaze to the star map on the screen. In the vast eastern part of the galaxy, which force was the strongest and most capable of delivering a decisive blow to the Tyranids? The answer, without a doubt, was the 500 worlds of Ultramar, ruled by the Ultramarines. But he was an insignificant person. If he only presented the intelligence he currently possessed, would the Ultramarines take his opinion seriously? After all, although Wick, out of trust for Dimitri and the others, firmly believed in the threat of the Tyranid swarm, ultimately only one planet had fallen so far, and it was a barbarian world so remote that not even tithes could be collected. Suddenly, a faint spark flashed in Wick's logic circuits. According to Dimitri and the others, the Tyranid swarm was vast and would inevitably devour everything in its path. If so, then the 500 worlds of Ultramar, as the largest power in the Eastern Galaxy, must certainly be a Tyranid target. Perhaps the Tyranid's straight line of march had no special reason. Ultramar simply happened to be in their direct path. But Wick, as the first tech priest to encounter the Tyranid and survive, could artistically embellish this. In a situation where the entire Imperium knew nothing about this new Xenos, no greater authority would be able to reasonably question him. For example, he could claim that the main reason the Tyranid swarm was heading straight for Ultramar was to devour the flesh and blood of the Primarch. And when the Ultramarines actually discovered that the Tyranid swarm was heading straight for them, they would certainly have no choice but to believe everything he said. After all, how could the Ultramarines not be angry when their genetic magos was coveted by Xenos? How could they not gather all their strength to deliver a thunderous blow to the Tyranids? Wick felt a surge of excitement from this flash of inspiration. He could even see hundreds of thousands, even millions, of enraged sons of Guilliman gathering in Ultramar, preparing to mince every single Tyranid swarm into meat paste. By then, Dimitri and the others' revenge would be within reach. Wick stood up excitedly, pacing back and forth on the cramped bridge. Next, it was about how to achieve Dimitri and the others' ideals. At this, Wick felt a violent headache. To make all citizens of the Imperium live good lives. Omnissiah, this was much harder than eliminating the Tyranid swarm. After much thought, Wick had not the slightest clue. In the end, he had to give up the idea of immediately coming up with a complete solution. Such a thing was impossible to achieve overnight, so he decided to take it one step at a time. First, I must begin to rapidly advance within the system. Wick muttered to himself, I need knowledge, a vast amount of knowledge to strengthen myself. At this point, he became somewhat dejected. But where can I find knowledge? Knowledge? A cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed in the spaceship where there absolutely should not have been a second person. That kind of thing, however much you want, I can give you. Wick spun around abruptly and saw a Xenos he had never seen in any biological database on Mars. It was like a silver skeleton made of metal, with a long dead face devoid of life, only its eyes emitting an eerie glowing green light. As long as the Xenos extended a long metallic finger, pointing to the water tank Wick had placed aside. You give me that. Wick didn't hesitate for a moment, darting forward and spreading his arms to shield the water tank behind him, like a wild beast protecting its young. Xenos, get lost. Heh, you'd best think carefully before speaking, Magos Wick. The silver skeleton-like Xenos said leisurely, its voice cold and smooth, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. It bowed slightly, performing an ancient and elegant gesture. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Trazen the Infinite, a collector who enjoys collecting items of unique historical significance. Trazen straightened up, calculating light flickering in his green eyes. Then, let me do some accounting for you. Firstly, you have no combat power. At least right now, you are absolutely no match for me. This means I could completely kill you right now and then take this water tank. The reason I offered to exchange it for knowledge is simply out of my adherence to ancient etiquette. It paused, seemingly giving Wick time to process this statement. Secondly, if you truly die here to protect this water tank, which is useless except for its symbolic meaning, would Dimitri and the others be happy? Trazyn continued, accurately speaking the name, making Wick's heart sink. And if you accept the trade, not only will this water tank be handed over to the person who can truly master it, that is me, but you will also gain the knowledge sufficient to realize Dimitri and the others' ideals. Believe me, the knowledge I possess absolutely exceeds your imagination. This trade is well worth it. You've been watching us. Wick squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Yes, Trazyn admitted frankly. You're not going to say something like, then why didn't you save us, are you? Wick said coldly, being saved by a Xenos is worse than simply being eaten by the Tyranids. Very good, it seems your mind is clear, Trazyn said with satisfaction. So have you considered the trade? Or do you intend to place all your respect and meaning for them on this inanimate object, thereby losing the opportunity to truly realize their ideals? Wick fell silent. Every word of Trazyn's was like a precise scalpel, dissecting his defenses and striking at his core contradiction. Should he cling to his friend's relics, mourning in helplessness, or use this relic to gain the power to fulfill their last wishes? For a tech priest, the scales of logic had already begun to tip. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I need some time to think, and to inspect the goods. Of course, of course. Trazyn seemed to have anticipated his response. It grabbed something out of thin air, and a black data chip, shimmering with faint light, appeared in its hand. You can inspect as much as you want, and think as much as you want. My patience, like my time, is infinite. It placed the chip on the control console. It's just that the Tyranids are not. Chapter 186, First Company. At Sirocco Starport on Macragge, Robert disembarked from his vessel. He took a deep breath of the air, pure air, a symbol of order and prosperity. Cato Sicarius, an Ultramarines officer who had been waiting, stepped forward. His power armor gleamed under the bright lights of the starport, each step radiating strength and confidence. In the bustling, ceaseless flow of Sirocco Starport, being personally greeted by a space marine was undoubtedly a striking event. However, under the excellent guidance of the administrators, the crowd merely cast curious glances without causing any traffic obstruction. Governor Robert, Sicarius's voice boomed directly and loudly through his helmet's voxcaster. We truly didn't expect you would come to Macragge. Robert smiled, a hint of travel weariness and just the right amount of relaxation on his face. How could I possibly pass up such a good opportunity to visit Macragge? This is one of the few places in this universe where one can breathe fresh air. As the two exchanged pleasantries, a Helldivers warrior, silent as a shadow, suddenly tapped Robert's shoulder from behind him. Robert instinctively turned his head, following the Helldiver's gaze, and the scene he witnessed instantly froze the smile on his face. Not far away, what appeared to be a noble family, splendidly dressed, was surrounded by numerous servants. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that in Robert's vision, these individuals were all shrouded in a white border, visible only to players, indicating they were enemies. Sicarius naturally noticed the change in Robert's expression. He also turned his head in that direction, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the group of nobles, yet he detected nothing unusual. Governor Robert, what is it? Robert retracted his gaze and asked calmly, speaking of which, Officer Sicarius, does Sirocco Starport usually have so many nobles coming and going? Nobles visiting from other planets are common, Sicarius said, a hint of Ultramarines' pride entering his tone. After all, Macragge's prosperity is evident to the entire universe. He continued, however, there have indeed been many more these past few days. The intelligence about the so-called Tyranid swarm attack has stirred panic in the surrounding star systems, and many people feel their planets are weakly armed, so they eagerly come to the mighty Macragge to seek protection. Our chapter master, Marneus Calgar, personally issued orders to accept these refugees, demonstrating the Ultramarines' benevolence. It took Robert only 0.01 seconds to guess what kind of entities were mixed among these so-called refugees. Chapter Master Calgar made a mistake, he said coldly. A trace of displeasure emanated from Sicarius's voice, clearly unable to tolerate anyone questioning his chapter master. But Robert had already waved his hand. The Helldivers' guard behind him immediately advanced like a black lightning bolt, instantly covering dozens of meters, and amidst the exclamations of the surrounding crowd, they immediately apprehended all the nobles and their servants. This sudden action naturally caused a stir of panic and commotion. "Governor Robert," Sicarius's tone became stern, "you had better have a sufficient reason for doing this." The Helldivers ignored the surrounding chaos. They brought forward the several nobles marked with white borders. The leading captain saluted Robert in a way Sicarius had never seen. After Robert returned the salute, he said in a deep voice, "Begin." Several Helldivers immediately stepped forward and roughly removed the nobles' hats, hoods, and even their elaborate wigs. Sicarius's expression instantly changed dramatically. These so-called nobles, and many of their accompanying servants, had not a single strand of hair on their heads. Their scalps even displayed an eerie, unhealthy pale purple hue. Seeing that their deception was exposed, these pale purple-scalped individuals immediately let out desperate roars, their eyes gleaming with madness, and their body muscles abnormally swelled as they attempted to ambush and kill Robert, who was within arm's reach. However, Robert merely watched them with cold eyes, his feet rooted to the deck, as if they had grown there, unmoving. Sure enough, the Helldivers he brought easily shot down these rampaging genestealers on the spot. Precise and deadly laser beams instantly pierced their skulls, giving them no chance. The sound of laser fire and the sight of humanoid creatures falling to the ground triggered a wider wave of terrified screams, plunging Sirocco Starport into localized chaos. But Sicarius was no longer concerned with such minor matters. A Helldiver warrior plunged the probe of a portable gene detector into the flesh of a corpse. After reading the data, he handed the display to Sicarius. Sicarius needed only a glance. The data confirmed his suspicions. These individuals were no longer human, containing a large amount of Xeno's gene sequences. However, to be safe, he still called his apothecary brother via his helmet's communicator. "Brother Merrick, please report to the main docking area of Sirocco Starport immediately. Emergency situation, as fast as possible." Robert looked at the chaotic scene and said to Sicarius, "Sirocco Starport must be immediately placed under full lockdown, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. All recent departees must also be immediately recalled and re-examined. No, heaven knows how many people they have infiltrated during this time. Every single person on Macraga, unless they are a space marine, needs to undergo genetic screening." Understood. Sicarius immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Xenos infiltration of the Ultramarines' homeworld was a grave disgrace and a huge disaster. He responded decisively, "I will immediately mobilize the Ultramar Auxilia and report to Chapter Master Calgar. These Xenos, they're all bald, right?" "Yes," Robert nodded, "and their bald heads are purple." At this very moment, Ultramarines Chapter Master Marneus Calgar was buried under mountains of paperwork. As the Lord of Macraga, combat was far from his only duty. Suddenly, an encrypted emergency report arrived, its alert tone echoing in the solemn council chamber. Calgar glanced at it and saw something that utterly shocked him. Sirocco Starport may have been infiltrated by Xenos. Calgar suddenly looked up, the datapad in his hand creaking unconsciously as he clenched it, his face instantly turning ashen. Sirocco Starport. That was not merely a port for arrivals and departures, it also stored vast quantities of strategic materials, serving as the logistical hub for all Ultramarines and Ultramar Auxilia on Macragge. This place being infiltrated by Xenos, the consequences were unimaginable. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his comms, his furious voice echoing through the fortress of Hera. "First Company, assemble. Chapter 187. Sign here. The moment the order was given, Macragge's entire military machine sprang into action with astonishing efficiency. Just a few minutes later, Ultramar Auxilia armored personnel carriers roared in, and disciplined soldiers in blue armor poured into Sirocco starport like a tide. Their quality was exceptionally high. There was no panic whatsoever. Under the command of their respective officers, they used textbook tactical maneuvers to completely control all entrances, exits, and critical passages of the starport in the shortest possible time. Some nobles and servants with ulterior motives who tried to resist or escape amidst the chaos were ruthlessly suppressed on the spot. Laser beams precisely burned through their skulls, swiftly quashing any signs of unrest with an iron fist. The chaotic crowd trembled under the gunfire and the soldiers' shouts, and Cato Sicarius stepped forward at this moment. His booming voice, amplified by his power armor's vocoder, clearly echoed throughout the entire starport hall. Citizens and guests of Macragge, please remain calm. In the name of the Emperor and the Primarch, I, Ultramarine Sergeant Cato Sicarius, assure you that we have the situation under control. The starport has been infiltrated by vile Xenos. For everyone's safety, we will implement a temporary, complete lockdown and strict screening. This is a necessary measure. Innocent individuals need not fear for their lives. Please cooperate with the Auxilia's instructions, and we will soon root out the Xeno scum among you. Under the iron-fisted control of the Ultramar Auxilia and the personal reassurance of the Space Marine's captain, the initially agitated and panicked civilian emotions miraculously began to stabilize. Fear still lingered, but order was being restored, paving the way for the upcoming screening work. The screening process then unfolded in an efficient manner. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were divided into over 100 small squares by the Auxilia and ordered to remain quietly in place. Subsequently, soldiers led them away from the squares, one by one, in family or team units, to a temporarily established screening area. The screening criteria were simple and crude. Remove all headwear. If someone was bald, regardless of gender, age, or youth, they were immediately separated and controlled, awaiting more precise genetic testing. If the scalp showed that eerie pale purple, no extra words were needed. An immediate execution by firing squad was carried out. Meanwhile, the Helldivers brought by Robert were not idle. He dispatched the entire elite squad, letting them mingle among the Auxilia's ranks. Sicarius, who had been standing next to Robert, fulfilling his duty of protecting him, soon discovered the peculiar nature of these Helldivers. The Ultramar Auxilia's screening involved taking people away one by one according to a predetermined sequence. While this approach was reliable, its efficiency was relatively low. Sicarius also understood that under such circumstances, he absolutely could not publicly demand that all bald people step forward. That would not only cause an immediate riot among an unknown number of Xeno's spies, leading to bloodshed in the starport, but also plunge those innocent bald civilians who were not involved into extreme panic, destroying the fragile stability that had just been maintained. But the Helldivers were completely different. They seemed to possess an insight that surpassed mortal senses, always able to precisely point out specific individuals from the crowd. Hey didn't need to follow a sequence. They simply moved through the crowd, pointing at someone with a finger or a weapon. And as long as someone was pointed out by them, after being taken away and screened, they were almost 100% genestealers. Their efficiency was unsettlingly high. Sicarius couldn't help but whisper to Robert beside him, "Governor Robert, your guard, how do they do that? If this method could be widely adopted, our screening efficiency would increase tenfold." However, Robert merely shook his head, indicating that he couldn't explain it either, as if it were an innate instinct of the Helldivers. A flicker of thought crossed Sicarius's eyes. Truly a tactical master of the Ultramarines, he immediately came up with a compromise. Not long after, heavy footsteps accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground came from the starport's main aisle. Marneus Calgar personally led the chapter's first company Terminator Guard, arriving on the scene like a moving steel bulwark. When Calgar arrived with the first company, he witnessed a strange scene. The Helldivers, clad in black carapaces and wearing gas masks, were scattered outside the small squares formed by the civilians. They didn't even need to speak, they just raised a hand to point, and the next second, several Ultramar Auxilia soldiers pounced into the crowd like hounds, precisely dragging out the people they had identified. The entire process was efficient and perfectly coordinated. At first glance, it seemed as if these mysterious black-clad soldiers were the officers of the Auxilia. And when Robert saw Calgar and the behemoths in their tactical dreadnought armor behind him, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Holy moly, sweet Jesus, Terminators, so cool." Sicarius strode forward and gave Calgar a standard Aquila salute. "Chapter Master." Calgar's massive power fist moved slightly, and he asked succinctly, "What's the situation? Who are the enemies?" "The situation is initially under control, Xenos spies are being efficiently rooted out, and soon Sirocco's starport will return to normal. After that, there will be a comprehensive screening of all of Macraga," Sicarius reported. "The enemies have obvious differences in appearance from normal humans. Their characteristics are a lack of hair and purple skin on their heads. However, their combat power is not superior. The Auxilia can handle them." Upon hearing this, Calgar's tense face relaxed slightly. "Very good, Sicarius. You've rendered a great service this time." Sicarius, however, honestly shook his head, his voice beneath the helmet showing no hint of claiming credit. "In fact, I did not discover the Xenos infiltration, Chapter Master. It was Governor Robert who truly found them." "Oh." Calgar's gaze shifted to Robert, who appeared exceptionally small in comparison to the Terminator squad. "If that is the case, the Ultramarines owe you of Perdicia a favor. Otherwise, I dare not imagine what the outcome would have been if these Xenos had revolted and destroyed Sirocco's starport while we were locked in fierce combat with the Tyrannid swarm." Robert said, "I merely did my duty. Debts of favor can be settled later. The pressing issue now is to fight the Xenos." "You're right." This statement clearly pleased Calgar, who nodded and again cast his gaze upon the peculiar screening scene. "But I have a question. Why are the Helldivers doing the identifying and the Auxilia responsible for the arrests?" "It's not random, Chapter Master," Sicarius immediately answered the question. "The Helldivers can clearly distinguish between spies and innocent civilians." "Is that so?" Calgar carefully observed the identified individuals, realizing that even with his superhuman senses, he had to wait until their headwear or wigs were removed to notice any abnormalities. He did not press for the explanation like Sicarius, but merely noted this surprise in his mind. Then he nodded to Robert, saying, "Thank you again for the Helldivers' assistance. My apologies, Governor Robert. I was too busy with official duties to personally greet you earlier, so I only sent Sicarius." "I am already very satisfied to meet Sicarius," Robert said with a smile. "Not to mention now, I can also meet Chapter Master Calgar and the legendary Terminator Guard. I imagine many people might never even meet a single Space Marine in their entire lives." He changed the subject with a hint of well-placed anticipation. "However, I have one more small request." Calgar almost instinctively said, "An autographed Codex Astartes." Yes," Robert nodded with a slight surprise. "If possible, do you happen to know an Ultramarines named Titus? I'd like his autograph too." "Such a small matter, no need to say more." Calgar waved his massive power fist, his tone carrying a hint of hearty generosity. At the same time, he pondered, it seems the Helldivers' forces of Perdicia, from top to bottom, really like autographs, especially from Ultramarines. Chapter 188 for Macraga. Just as the screening process was proceeding in an orderly fashion, several inhuman screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. A genestealer hidden among the noble retainers suddenly raised its head, its eyes rolled back, and an invisible psychic wave spread out from him. This was the magus of the cult's final counterattack. Realizing he was fully exposed and had nowhere to run, he used a psychic link to issue a mutual destruction order to all his lurking kin. In an instant, hundreds of genestealers scattered in various corners of the starport, who had not yet been ferreted out, simultaneously launched their riot. They tore off their disguises, revealing their hideous faces and hidden claws, and ferociously pounced on the nearest Astra Militarum soldiers and innocent civilians. However, this desperate struggle seemed incredibly laughable and futile in the face of absolute power. For Macragge, Calgar didn't even move his feet. The first company Terminators behind him had already reacted. Their storm bolters roared deafeningly, and a metal storm of dense bolter rounds instantly swept through the entire hall. The alien spies, who had just been ferocious, were torn to shreds in the explosive hail of bullets before they could even put up a decent resistance. The magus of the cult who released the psychic power was smashed into a pulp by Calgar himself with a casual punch, along with several meters of reinforced ground beneath his feet. The chaos, from start to finish, lasted no more than 30 seconds, and under the precise control of Calgar and the Terminators, not a single civilian was accidentally injured. When the smoke cleared, apart from the alien remains scattered everywhere and some frightened civilians, order had already been restored. This sudden riot, ironically, saved a lot of vetting effort. Seriously, with such meager strength, did they dare to make trouble in front of the Ultramarines chapter master and the entire First Company Terminator Guard? The situation has been resolved, and it's highly probable there are no more Genestealers, Governor Robert said, though the doubt on his face was still evident. Calgar naturally saw it, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What? Are there still aliens that should have been ferreted out but haven't been? Yes, Governor Robert said, pointing to a puddle of minced meat on the ground. Genestealers, as scouts and spies for the Tyrannid swarm, have their greatest advantages in their unshakable morale due to psychic links, as well as their terrifying contagiousness and stealth, although their stealth largely stems from the Imperium of Man's official administrative agency's incapacitation, and these points all require a source, the Genestealer Patriarch, to achieve. Wasn't that psychic alien him? Calgar asked, pointing to the magus of the cult who had been smashed into a pulp by a power fist. No, Governor Robert shook his head. This was just a magus of the cult, at most a mid-tier. A Patriarch's combat power, generally speaking, can be compared to a dreadnought. Governor Robert's words did not cause much surprise among the Space Mariners. Scouts are inherently synonymous with elites in the military, and the Tyrannid swarm is a cosmic-level war swarm. If their top scouts didn't have that level of combat power, it would invite ridicule. Calgar was somewhat curious. Have you ever confronted a Genestealer Patriarch? Yes, Governor Robert replied. At that time, the Helldivers only numbered 1,000. Just a subordinate unit of the Pedicia Astra Militarum. A dozen of our warriors, loaded with tactical nuclear bombs and grav chutes, jumped out of a Valkyrie transport and perished with the Tyrannid Patriarch, who couldn't escape. Calgar's massive helmet nodded slightly, his tone carrying genuine admiration. They must have been warriors of extreme honor and courage. The other Ultramarines around him also deeply agreed. Such a heroic act of self-sacrifice for humanity is worthy of respect in any world. During their conversation, Calgar had already arranged all follow-up matters for the remaining inspection work and a large-scale screening of the entire Macragge through the chapter's communication network. He said to Governor Robert, "I imagine, Governor Robert, you must be very eager to go to Hera Fortress now." After this incident, Calgar had updated his impression of the Helldivers from merely an heroic legion unafraid of sacrifice to now also including experts at dealing with Tyrannids. If nothing else, their prevention of the disaster at Sirocco Starport alone was enough to incur a heavy debt of honor for the Ultramarines. And Governor Robert's answer to Calgar was naturally, "I couldn't ask for more." Governor Robert followed Sicarius, Calgar, and the First Company to Hera Fortress, but the small squad of Helldivers he brought remained there to assist the Astra Militarum with the upcoming major screening. Governor Robert and these Helldivers saw no problem with this. Although their duty was to protect the governor who could harm Governor Robert with the Ultramarines chapter master and an entire Terminator company at his side. Even if, by some incredible stretch, an enemy of that caliber appeared, Governor Robert felt that if he could attract such a high-level character for an assassination, his life would have been well lived. Along the way, through the observation window of the armored transport, Governor Robert saw many Macragge citizens looking hurried, and the entire city was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. The Ultramarines had no intention of concealing this. Sicarius, noticing Governor Robert's considerable interest, explained, "The news of the impending war has had quite an impact on Macraga." "Yes," Calgar nodded, "to counter the threat of the Tyrannid swarm, we have initiated a general war mobilization across all of Ultramar, and Macraga is naturally included. Workers' hours have been extended to 8 hours a day, and holidays have been cut to only 2 days a week." Upon hearing this, Governor Robert immediately showed a conflicted expression. Perditia still maintains a 14-hour workday, with only 10 days of holiday a year. Hearing this, Calgar's stern face couldn't help but let out a booming laugh that echoed within the armored vehicle. His words carried the pride of being the Lord of Macraga. "There's no need to belittle yourself, Governor Robert. Not every planet can have the superior conditions and profound history of Macragge. The fact that you care about the lives of the Perditia people already puts you above 95% of planetary governors in the Imperium of Man." The armored convoy passed through the streets of Macraga's capital, finally heading towards the magnificent structure perched atop the mountains, Hera Fortress. When Governor Robert stepped out of the transport and witnessed this legendary fortress with his own eyes, even he, accustomed to the Imperium of Man's colossal constructions, was deeply shaken by the sight. Hera Fortress was less a fortress and more a city integrated with the mountain range. It was forged from pure white marble and indestructible adamantium, with countless towers, spires, and gun emplacements pointing skyward. The massive Aquila emblem and the Ultramarines chapter symbol shone brightly at the highest points of the architecture. An ancient and solemn aura washed over him, as if every stone was telling tales of millennia of glory and war. Governor Robert's heart couldn't help but quicken, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. He knew that deep within this fortress a legend slept, a space marine, Robert Gilliman. He was about to see the Primarch with his own eyes, albeit in a state of slumber encased in a stasis field. The massive Terminators moved with heavy steps. Calgar stopped and turned to Governor Robert. His voice, amplified, carried a hint of softness. "Well then, Governor Robert, Captain Sicarius will guide your tour first." He raised his power fist and pointed to the other end. "Once you feel you've finished your tour, come to the Polar Fortress, where we will discuss matters of dealing with the Tyrannid together." Governor Robert was somewhat surprised by this. "I thought the Ultramarines Command Center was located in Hera Fortress." Calgar shook his head. "Hera Fortress certainly has a long history and holds many things. However, it is no longer a purely military facility. You will understand the specifics once you go inside." With that, Calgar led the first company Terminator Guard and turned into another passage. Their figures quickly disappeared behind the massive archway, leaving only the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. Chapter 1, 189 Ironide Hill. Sicarius led the way, with Robert following behind. The two walked side by side into the temple-like depths of Hera Fortress. Grand pillars supported the towering dome, upon which was painted the glorious epic of the Ultramarines over 10 millennia. Every step felt like treading upon the long river of history. "Every inch of brick and stone in Hera Fortress is steeped in history, Governor Robert." Sicarius's voice echoed through the empty corridor, carrying an innate pride. "Our archives are vast, but if you wish to experience the glory of the chapter firsthand, there are a few places you must not miss. Would you prefer to gaze upon the statues of our ancestors in the Hall of Heroes, who forged legends with their lives, or observe the narrative bas-reliefs carved into the Hall of Victories, chronicling our 10 millennia of campaigns?" Robert's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, "Statues! I want to see the statues." "A wise choice." Sicarius nodded slightly and led Governor Robert down an even older passage. They first arrived at a brightly lit hall, where statues of heroes from the past few millennia stood. Sicarius pointed to a statue of a Space Marines, holding a power sword, eyes wide with fury, and spoke fluently. "This is Captain Thor Invicus. He held his ground against Xenos until his death, buying precious time for his battle guys to counterattack." He then pointed to another more serene statue. "This is the predecessor of Chief Librarian Varro Tigurius. He sacrificed his soul during a crusade against chaos to close a massive warp rift." Sicarius recounted the lives and deeds of these heroes as if they were old friends, from their glorious births to their even more glorious deaths. Every detail crystal clear. Robert listened intently, his eyes gleaming with admiration, as if he had personally witnessed those magnificent epics. But gradually, as the two walked deeper into older halls, Sicarius's introductions became shorter and shorter. This is Brother Oren, a captain from M36, who distinguished himself in a crusade against the Orcs. This one, we only know his name is Keys, an ancient champion of the blade. This was not because Sicarius was displeased, deliberately withholding information, or lacked knowledge. Quite the opposite. As a prodigy of the Ultramarines, his erudition far surpassed that of ordinary men. However, the history of the Ultramarines was simply too long. 10 millennia were enough to bury too many memories. As they walked deeper, even Sicarius, who had graduated from the Macraga Academy with top honors, did not know why these silent statues stood there. Their deeds were lost in burned databases and forgotten battle reports. All that was known was that they had all been Ultramarines and must have achieved glorious feats worthy of being commemorated here. The light grew dim, and the air was filled with the scent of ancient stone mixed with dust. The style of the statues here also became more ancient, even bearing the ruggedness of the Great Crusade era. Sicarius was completely silent now. He could only act as a guide, leading Robert through these giants forgotten by time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Robert, do you wish to continue? Beyond this point lies an area not even recorded in our archives." "Yes," Robert's answer was firm. "I haven't seen what I wanted to see yet. Let's keep going." They walked a long distance further, arriving at the deepest part of Hera Fortress. Most of the statues here were already broken, and even their names were blurred. Sicarius was certain that perhaps only those old scholars who had spent their lives poring over archives could find a sentence or two about them in some dilapidated unofficial historical manuscript. It was here that Robert's steps stopped without warning. He did not look at the towering giant statues, but instead cast his gaze upon a wall. Embedded in that wall were relatively small plaques of honor, commemorating those warriors of outstanding merit. Sicarius followed Robert's gaze and found him staring at one of the bronze plaques. The carving on the plaque was very old, with only a name and a line of small text. Ironide Hill. In memory of Brother Ironide Hill. After the Primarch's slumber, he continued to fight steadfastly for the Imperium for 500 years, his will unwavering, his loyalty unshaken. Sicarius stood beside Robert, his tall figure casting a long shadow. Reason told him that as a guide, he only needed to wait quietly. But as his gaze swept over that name, an unprecedented, ineffable feeling surged from the depths of his genes, like distant thunder from the past, stirring a faint echo in his soul. This impulse made him break the silence. "Governor Robert," Sicarius's voice was a few shades deeper than usual, "do you know this Space Marine?" "I know a little, but unfortunately, I'm unlikely to get his autograph or a photo." Robert's reply carried a playful tone that only players would understand. He looked at Sicarius with some confusion. "What's wrong, Captain Sicarius? Have you heard of him?" Sicarius also realized that his lapse was quite obvious. He adjusted his demeanor, trying hard to regain a steady tone. "I only just learned of him, but for some reason, seeing this name, a strange feeling surged within me." The Ultramarines, known for their resolve and confidence, now had a hint of hesitation in his voice. "This feeling, I've never had it before." "What the heck? Could the rumors be true?" Robert muttered to himself. He kept a straight face and said in a joking tone, "Perhaps, Captain Sicarius, your gene seed is inherited from this Space Marine." Robert didn't expect Sicarius to fall into a long silence after hearing this. After a moment, he replied with an extremely serious tone, "Although the probability is very small, it's not impossible. Every Space Marine's gene seed originates from the Primarch, but it also records some traits of the host as it is passed down through generations. If my gene seed is indeed connected to Brother Hill, then my feeling just now can be reasonably explained." Robert was at a loss for words. He had said the truth as a joke, and the other party had taken it seriously. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. I don't think there's anything else further ahead. How about we turn back here and go see the sleeping demigod? Father, Sicarius responded. Even with a personality as straightforward as the Imperial fists, he could tell that Robert's main purpose for this trip was to see this space marines named Hill. As Robert had never hidden his intentions, however, he didn't ask further. There was nothing to investigate about such matters. Of course, Sicarius turned around and made a gesturing motion, but Robert, you are also unlikely to get Father's autograph or a photo. Pfft. Robert almost couldn't maintain his expression, nearly choking. What's wrong? Sicarius's face, hidden beneath his helmet, turned towards him, his tone filled with pure confusion. Robert, is there anything unusual with your body? No, nothing. Robert waved his hands repeatedly, forcing down his laughter. Let's hurry to meet the Primarch. I can't wait. Chapter 190. Primarch. Passing through the deep and ancient Hall of Heroes, the space ahead suddenly opened up. A magnificent curtain of light descended from the sky, rendering the entire space dreamlike. Robert looked up, only to see that the dome here had been completely transformed, pieced together from countless panes of stained glass of various colors. Sunlight from the star penetrated this colossal work of art, broken down and reshaped into countless colored beams of light, mingling together as they descended, casting vibrant, shifting reflections on the ground and pillars. The air was filled with the sacred scent of purifying incense, and ancient solemn hymns echoed through the space, making it seem less like an earthly realm and more like a mythical divine kingdom. At the end of this sacred radiance, a towering throne stood upon a platform. Even from a distance, Robert could faintly discern the blue giant seated upon the throne. Not far from him, hundreds of pilgrims were facing that figure, some kneeling, some standing, performing their most devout worship. A peculiar thought popped into Robert's mind. No wonder the Ultramarines weren't holding meetings at Hera Fortress anymore. They had transformed this place into Macrage's premier AAA-rated tourist attraction, generating revenue for Ultramar. As he stepped closer, the giant on the throne became clearer, and the invisible pressure grew heavier. Robert quickly banished the thought from his mind, composed himself, and began to observe carefully. Robert Guilliman, Space Marine, son of vengeance, Lord of Ultramar, he would awaken in 25 Earth years, or 254 Warhammer years, to become the regent of the Imperium of Man. He sat silently on the magnificent throne, crafted from adamantium and marble, clad in his armor of faith. Even with his eyes closed and his body encased in a stasis field, he still exuded a formidable aura capable of commanding the stars and everything within them, a leadership presence potent enough to stir the world and change the very winds. It was as if, as long as he drew breath, the order and civilization of humanity would remain unshakable. Truly worthy of Robert Guilliman, a space marine, deeply shaken by this aura, Robert couldn't help but exclaim, "Just seeing him makes one imagine the Great Crusade era 10,000 years ago. The 21... Governor Robert." Sicarius's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. "You are mistaken. There were 9 holy primarchs." My apologies." Robert's heart tightened. He almost forgot that the exact number of primarchs was also a taboo topic, not to be mentioned in the Imperium of Man. Ordinary players could discuss it freely, but he couldn't now. It makes one imagine the might of all the primarchs walking among men, and the Emperor himself. "God," Sicarius corrected again, "God Emperor." "Yes, thank you for the reminder," Robert said sincerely, but he would absolutely say the same thing next time. He took a deep breath and averted his gaze from the sleeping demigod. "All right, let's go, Sicarius. We've seen what we needed to see. The war is urgent. The Tyranid swarm could arrive at any moment. We need to hurry to the polar fortress. Are you not going to do anything else?" Sicarius gestured to those who were praying and worshipping Guilliman. Robert's gaze swept over those people. Among them were nobles in luxurious clothes, exuding an air of aristocracy. Shrewd-eyed, well-fed merchants, officers with chests full of medals, and even a plain-clothed ordinary worker with calloused hands. Their identities, statuses, and wealth differed vastly, but without a doubt, their prayers to the Space Marine, Guilliman, were incredibly devout at this moment. Facing Sicarius's suggestion, Robert truly hesitated for a moment. Even though USA was a secular country and the gods of Earth were merely fictional authorities, during festivals, various Christian temples and Satanist monasteries were always bustling with incense. Now a true flesh-and-blood Son of God was before him. Should he pray and worship? Robert finally made his decision. No, he shook his head, his voice quiet but firm. Let's go directly to the Polar Fortress. I imagine if Gilliman saw his people worshipping him like a god, he would surely be very distressed. So no. Sicarius said nothing more. Robert's choice was clearly out of the ordinary, but not incomprehensible. The Ultramarines also did not adhere to the blind worship of the ecclesiarchy. The two turned and left the bright hall, which resembled a divine kingdom. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, gradually moving away from the lingering hymns and the pilgrims' whispers. The Polar Fortress, located at Macragge's poles, was vastly different in style from Hera Fortress. Here, there were no grand statues or ornate reliefs, only cold metal walls and bright tactical lighting imbued with a stark, combat-ready atmosphere. Sicarius led Robert to a heavy blast door. After the door automatically slid open, he stepped aside. The tactical briefing room has arrived, Governor. My mission ends here. With that, Sicarius turned and left, and the heavy metal door slowly closed behind Robert. The room was brightly lit, with a large tactical table occupying the central position. Robert's gaze swept over the people gathered around the table. Seated at the head of the table was undoubtedly Chapter Master Calgar, Lord of Macragge. His massive physique exuded an oppressive presence even when seated. Around him were several equally imposing figures, an Inquisitor in black carapace power armor, bearing the conspicuous eye insignia of the Inquisition on his chest, an Adeptus Mechanicus Magos, nearly 3 meters tall, draped in deep crimson robes, with countless metallic tentacles and cables extending from his back, wriggling slightly like living things, an Ultramar Auxiliar General with a stiff collar, and a Navy Admiral in a dark blue uniform. Standing a little further behind them was a scribe holding a data slate, ready to record at any moment. Aside from Calgar, whom he had already met, everyone else's gaze focused on Robert the moment he entered the room. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and even a hint of barely concealed impatience. Clearly, they were full of curiosity and questions as to why Chapter Master Calgar had suddenly announced he would wait for an unknown planetary governor. Excellent, the last person has arrived. Calgar's deep voice broke the silence. He nodded. Then the meeting shall begin. With a wave of his hand, the holographic projector above the tactical table emitted a low hum, and countless light particles converged, forming a vast three-dimensional star map, a section of the eastern edge of the Milky Way. Robert could immediately discern the general distribution of forces. The brilliant, sapphire-like points of light were undoubtedly the 500 worlds of Ultramar. A region with a faint yellow glow was the area of the recently concluded Damocles Gulf Crusade, the territory of the Toe Empire, and beyond that there were large swathes of grey, lifeless-looking planets, like cosmic tombstones. These, Calgar's voice was heavy as he pointed to the grey planets, are worlds that have been completely devoured by the Tyranid swarm, with no news whatsoever. As he spoke, he looked at the Inquisitor and Wick. I'll confirm again, Inquisitor Cryptman, Magos Wick. Is this star map accurate? No. The Xeno-Inquisitor, named Cryptman, said curtly, his voice like two stones grinding together. A stream of data flashed across Magos Wick's mechanical eye, and he replied in a synthesized electronic voice, "This data is from 3 Terran days ago. Its timeliness is still valid." Calgar turned to Robert, explaining, "The detailed intelligence on the Tyranid invasion was brought by Inquisitor Cryptman and Magos Wick. Coincidentally, Inquisitor Cryptman acutely sensed a terrible Xenos threat approaching from the galactic east and personally went to investigate, while Magos Wick happened to be on an exploration mission in the eastern star sector, encountered these Xenos, and wished to reach Macragge to inform us. Moving in opposite directions, the two met by chance." Robert nodded slightly to Cryptman and Wick, expressing his respect. "Your bravery deeply impresses me, Not everyone can emerge unscathed from the tide of the Tyrannid swarm. You know a lot about the Tyrannid swarm? Cryptman's occupational habit immediately flared up, his scrutinizing gaze instantly sharpening. But I have scoured the Inquisition's archives and have never seen records of a similar Xenos invasion. Are you the planetary governor of Perdicia? Margos Wick asked, his optical lens locked onto Governor Robert, as if performing some deep scan. Yes. Robert first answered Margos Wick, then repeated to Cryptman, yes. Gentlemen, Calgar's voice was steady and powerful, drawing everyone's attention back. Let us return to the tactical table, shall we? Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, the Inquisitor, the Margos and Robert refocused their attention on the grey star map, which represented death and crisis. Chapter 1. 191. Truth. The light of the holographic star map flowed quietly in the tactical chamber, casting a cold blue glow on everyone's faces. Calgar's voice echoed in the tactical chamber. To resist the Tyrannid threat, to sweep away these man-eating bastards who covet my father, we first need a clear objective. Which of our worlds are these Xenos most likely to invade first? As soon as this question was posed, a glimmer of thought flashed in Inquisitor Cryptman's eyes. Margos Wick's logic engine began to operate at high speed, and the representative of the Astra Militarum subconsciously looked at the most heavily fortified military strongholds on the star map. However, Robert, with the advantage of foreknowledge of the plot, preempted everyone and gave the answer without hesitation. Planditium. His voice was clear and firm, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to him. The entire tactical chamber fell into a brief silence, broken only by the low hum of the holographic projector. Calgar's gaze also fixed on Robert. Why Planditium? It's simple. Planditium is an important agricultural planet, producing a large amount of agricultural products under the governance of the Ultramarines, which is a veritable piece of fat in the eyes of the biomass-hungry Tyrannid. Robert's thinking was crystal clear. Moreover, this planet is also the throat leading to Macragge. The Tyrannid swarm are not mindless insects. They possess extremely high strategic intelligence and will surely realize this. In his mind, what emerged was that inglorious plot. Planditium was precisely where the Imperium of Man and the Tyrannid swarm first engaged in large-scale combat in the original story. But that war did not bring a glorious victory. On the contrary, the Ultramarines' preparations at the time were completely insufficient to cope with the Tyrannid's world-shattering offensive. Ultimately, both the ground and space battles ended in disastrous defeat, and the chapter could only shamefully withdraw the surviving Space Marinus, handing over Planditium and its auxiliary forces and hundreds of millions of civilians, leaving the gates of Ultramar's 500 worlds wide open, allowing the Tyrannid swarm's claws to plunge directly into the heart of Macragge. But there are many similar planets in the Ultramar sector, Inquisitor Cryptman questioned. Why are you so certain it's Planditium? It must be Planditium. Robert remained resolute. Although the arrival of players had brought some changes to this world, the impact on the Tyrannid swarm was minimal, as they were previously outside the galaxy and had no place to be affected, even if one wanted to. Apart from the Ultramarines, only the Toe Empire and the Necron overlord Trazin the Infinite in the eastern sector could organize military forces of significant scale. But Robert did not believe the Toe Empire had the ability to divert the Tyrannid hive fleet, and Trazin, that old relic, was even less likely to get involved in this matter. After taking Planditium, the Tyrannid swarm might send some small splinter fleets to invade other planets, but their main force will definitely head straight for Macragge. What Robert said did not sound like a well-reasoned tactical analysis, but rather like a prophecy from a Ministorum zealot. Although his tone was extremely firm, everyone else present, except for Sage Wick, whose attitude was unclear, harbored obvious doubts. Robert ignored their gazes and continued. I suggest that we immediately gather most of our forces, evacuate non-combat personnel from Planditium, and fully fortify the planet. May I ask how the naval forces are prepared? The admiral, who had been silent, finally spoke, his voice filled with the characteristic pride of the Imperial Navy. Very well. Centered around the Gloriana-class battleship, Macragge's Glory, In addition to our Navy's battleships and cruisers, there are also a large number of temporarily conscripted and modified armed merchant ships. Relying on planetary defense platforms and the cover of the asteroid belt, I believe that our fleet will not be weaker than this newly emerged Xenos, either in quality or quantity. Not enough, Robert interrupted him without hesitation. What? The Admiral's brow immediately furrowed. I said not enough. Robert repeated, his tone resolute. Armed merchant ships are not combat effective at all. Temporarily modified, their armor, firepower, and maneuverability are all insufficient to cope with space combat against the Tyrannid swarm. The Tyrannid don't even need to use their bioplasma and strong acid. They only need to release enough disruptive spores towards the fleet, and these merchant ships' sensors and communication systems will immediately fail. Sending them to the battlefield is not fighting. It's delivering canned goods to the Tyrannid. With all due respect, the Admiral's anger finally erupted. He already disliked this fellow who had suddenly appeared and was issuing orders, and now the other party had directly negated the Imperial Navy's tactical deployment, which made him feel greatly insulted. Governor Robert, you seem to have never commanded a single interstellar naval battle, have you? How can you groundlessly question that the Imperial Navy's might would be weaker than those inferior Xenos? I am not questioning. I am merely stating the truth, Robert responded calmly. Then you can keep your truth. The Admiral slammed his hand on the table and stood up furiously. He turned to Calgar, bowing slightly. My apologies, Lord Calgar. I cannot endure the humiliation of staying here any longer. Please issue your orders to me after the meeting. I will obey them no matter what. With that, he strode out of the tactical chamber without looking back, the heavy metal door slamming shut behind him with a bang, making the air hum. The atmosphere in the tactical chamber became somewhat awkward with the Admiral's angry departure. The cold metal walls seemed to absorb all the warmth, leaving only the faint cold light emanating from the holographic star map. Calgar was the first to speak, his voice as steady as a mountain, easily breaking the deadlock. I apologize to you on his behalf, Governor Robert. Admiral Dean is simply a straightforward person. Please do not take it to heart. It's nothing. My arguments indeed lack sufficient data support, and I myself have not yet established enough credibility. I can understand him. Robert sighed, showing extraordinary tolerance. He knew very well that at any time, a prophecy without the backing of achievements and qualifications would indeed be difficult to convince people. But he had to persist. But I still insist on my point of view. He cast his gaze back to the grey starfield. If the Ultramarines truly cannot spare enough forces for a full defense of Planditium, then please allow us to deploy the Helldivers Legion on Planditium on a large scale. That is certainly possible, Calgar agreed without hesitation. The Ultramarines will never withhold resources from allies. At the same time, I will send Space Marines from the Second Company to defend with you, and Officer Sicarius will also be among them. I believe he will play a very good coordinating role. If that's the case, then nothing could be better. A hint of surprise flashed in Robert's eyes. Perhaps most people would think that in the face of the overwhelming invasion of the Tyrannid swarm, a mere company of 100 Space Marines would be futile. But Robert, who knew the inside story, was well aware that the Ultramarines' Second Company was a place where extraordinary individuals emerged. Legendary combat examples, such as a few Astartes charging in with bolt guns and chainswords to take down a hive tyrant, were not unheard of among them. Oh right, Calgar seemed to suddenly remember something, his massive body leaning slightly forward. I recall there was a successor chapter that came with all their Space Mariners to provide support, and they happened to be resting in a nearby star system. I imagine they would also be very willing to garrison Planditium with us. The always silent scribe immediately interjected. It is the Astral Clause chapter, my lord. A full 1,000 Space Mariners, including their chapter master Luft Huron himself, have already arrived at the designated rendezvous point. Who? Robert blurted out in surprise. Luft Huron, the tyrant of Badab. Didn't his betrayal happen during the Badab War between 730 M41 and 740 M41? It's already the First Tyrannid War, 745 M41, How is this guy still alive and well, and even bringing at least a fifth of his assets to support the parent chapter? However, Robert quickly reacted. Someone must have been meddling with the plot. Has someone already figured out a way and successfully implemented it to save Huron and his astral claws? This is no small matter. Luft Huron, Calgar repeated the name, with a hint of admiration in his tone. The ruler of Badab. I have heard of him. He is a very excellent warrior and leader. The fact that he can bring his entire chapter this time shows how deep his feelings are for the parent chapter. At the same time, Calgar keenly caught Robert's loss of composure. But judging by Robert's reaction just now, you seem to know him. It's just that I know him unilaterally. How could he possibly know me? Robert quickly waved his hand, swiftly composing his expression. The conqueror of the Maelstrom, the famous tyrant of Badab. I have naturally heard of him. Your Helldivers Legion. Calgar's tone carried a subtle hint of teasing. You wouldn't also want to ask him for an autograph, would you? If there's an opportunity, why not? Robert did not deny it. Chapter 1. 192. Burn it. This really subverts my stereotype of the Warhammer universe, Pyro exclaimed from the passenger seat of the Chimera APC, looking out at the rapidly receding vast farmland through the bulletproof window. It's actually quite beautiful here. Compared to the perpetually gloomy skies, the lingering smell of pesticides and chemicals, and the cold tech priests and giant agricultural machines in the fields of other imperial agricultural worlds, Planditium was like a legendary garden world. The sky was a pure azure, dotted with a few leisurely white clouds, golden waves of wheat rolled in the gentle breeze, and in the distance one could even see old farmers in straw hats working leisurely between the field ridges like a pastoral painting. Who do you think manages this place? The Ultramarines, R.N. Jesus said from the driver's seat. They are professionals when it comes to farming and administration. The small convoy drove to an open hill with a wide view. The others jumped out from the back of the vehicle. R.N. Jesus immediately unfolded a data slate and began using the vehicle's scanner to map the detailed topography of the area. The other dozen or so players gathered, discussing animatedly where to place the future artillery positions for the best firing range. After an intense discussion and simulation, Pyro pointed to the endless golden wheat fields below the hill and came to an inevitable conclusion. We definitely need to build a fortress here. By then, all these farmlands will be obstacles and must be completely burned. At these words, the lively discussion ceased abruptly, and the players fell silent. Although, theoretically, these farmlands had nothing to do with them, these outsiders, watching such beautiful, vibrant things and then destroying them with their own hands, always brought an indescribable feeling of heartache and discomfort. We have to burn them, RNGesus sighed, breaking the silence. Even if we are soft-hearted and don't burn them, when the Tyrannid come, the rich biomass in these farmlands will turn into more enemies to come after us. The cruel reality left everyone speechless. The group got back into their vehicles, their target this time being several villages below the hill. Their mission was to notify and supervise all non-combat personnel to proceed to designated assembly points. Originally, a player suggested simply finding high ground and shouting into the powerful loudspeakers on the armored vehicle to get it over with. But this simple and crude plan was stopped by R.N. Jesus. After discussion among the group, they decided to first find the local grassroots administrative official and explain the matter to him. Thus, the players witnessed firsthand the efficiency of the Ultramar system. Under the village mayor's effective mobilization, in just 1 tera-hour, all residents of the village, carrying their few belongings, formed long lines and orderly left their homes, where they and their ancestors had toiled their entire lives. Almost all the villagers' faces showed varying degrees of reluctance, many looking back 3 times with each step. But they only looked back a few times, and no one stood out to cry or put up fierce resistance. The mobilization system of Ultramar is this strong, a player exclaimed, watching this miraculous scene. I thought it would take a lot of effort, maybe even pointing a laser gun to intimidate them a bit. Actually, it wouldn't come to using guns, RNGesus said softly, looking at the villagers in the long queue. He noticed that when the villagers' gazes inadvertently swept over them, the soldiers in Helldivers Legion uniforms They would immediately lower their heads, their eyes showing clear fear. They are already very afraid of us. Huh, why? Pyro didn't react. You're stupid. RN Jesus tapped his helmet, a bit speechless. The stories of our great purge of the upper hive and mid-hive in the Jersey sector have spread. But weren't we shooting those upper hive nobles and mid-hive gangs? Pyro scratched his helmet, asking in confusion, isn't that a good thing? Objectively speaking, we certainly didn't harm any honest farmers or workers, RN Jesus explained. But from the perspective of these NPCs, our actions at the time were just rushing into the hive city and having a good shooting spree, okay? This pure violence, of course, would incite fear. In the team, a player sighed upon hearing this. I wonder when the next game update will remove the setting of reputation reset upon death. Then we could confidently communicate with NPCs and build trust, instead of always having to intimidate them with force. I actually think it's a good thing they're so afraid of us, another player said indifferently, his view more pragmatic. If they weren't afraid of us, how would they evacuate so obediently? If they dragged their feet, crying and wailing, this mission would probably be very troublesome to complete. The engines of the Chimera, APC and Hellhound flame tanks roared, crushing over the field ridges, pressing the golden wheat, once a symbol of abundance and life, into the soil. Then the fire of purification roared out from the nozzles, orange-red dragons of flame, greedily licking the dry crops, instantly consuming them. The fire spread rapidly, converging into a boundless sea of flames. Rolling black smoke billowed into the sky, dyeing Planditium's azure sky a dirty grey-black. The players silently carried out their mission. No one cheered, no one spoke, only the crackling of burning flames and the roar of machinery echoed across the empty fields. On a distant hilltop overlooking the entire plain, 3 figures stood silently, like unmoving rocks. Severus Agamon, captain of the Ultramarine 2nd Company, clad in power armor, watched the half-reddened sky and the rising smoke. A trace of imperceptible pity flickered across his genetically modified face, which rarely showed emotion. Before the Tyrannid swarm arrived, we ourselves delivered destruction to Planditium. His voice was deep. Beside him, another Space Marines, clad in the unique silver and deep red power armor of the Astral Claws chapter, was even more burly than Agamon. He was Chapter Master Luft Huron, his helmet tucked under his arm, a cruel smile on his face. First, use all means to achieve victory. After victory, there will naturally be plenty of time to resolve these outstanding issues and mourn losses. Huron had a completely different opinion. If we hesitate here, we won't even have the chance to mourn. Both knew these were 2 completely different philosophies, and further debate would yield no results, so they did not continue the topic. Agamon withdrew his gaze from the sea of fire and turned to a Helldivers standing slightly behind them. He looked at the Helldivers commander and said, "The librarian told me before he came that during this Tyrannid crisis, I should respect your opinions, and everything should be based on your opinions." Librarian? The Helldivers player named Ego was startled and subconsciously asked, "Varo Tigurius?" "Yes." Agamon nodded. Ego's reaction seemed to be within his expectations. "It seems you know him. Then I don't need to explain how powerful his precognitive abilities are, or how many times he has helped the Ultramarines overcome difficulties. In short, due to the librarian's instructions, I will support any decision you Helldivers make." A librarian's prophecy? Huron raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Captain Agamon, you intend to hand over command of a war to a group of mortals merely because of a prophecy?" "I trust Librarian Tigurius's judgment, as always." Agamon's reply was decisive. "His prophecies have never been wrong." Chapter 193. Extreme. Captain Agamon words echoed in Ego's ears, stirring up a storm in his mind. Varo Degree, the chief librarian of the Ultramarines, had directly named them, the players, to lead the battle. What was truly behind this? Ego's thoughts raced. Could the old man on the golden throne have used his far-reaching psychic powers, secretly pulling strings, paving the way for them, the calamities, through Degrees' prophecy? After a long period of pondering, finding no conclusive answer, Ego decisively cast these chaotic thoughts aside, refocusing his attention on the immediate reality. Whatever the reason, the opportunity was now before him. Since that's the case, I shall respectfully accept. Ego nodded slightly to the two space mariners, his tone devoid of humility, instead filled with a self-assured confidence. He unceremoniously issued his first command. First, I want all mortals, except the Helldivers, to completely evacuate Planditium. The evacuation of non-combatants is already underway, Huron subconsciously replied, but halfway through he immediately reacted. Wait, are you saying to evacuate the Astra Militarum and the Ultramar Auxilia as well? Yes, Ego affirmed. There are two reasons. First, most of the Helldivers do not want others to steal our glory. Second, our combat methods are difficult for other mortals to endure. Quite honest, Agamemnon said, non-committal about the first reason. What are your combat methods? Ego pulled out a data slate, brought up a pre-prepared plan, and displayed it to the two Astartes. First, we will extensively spray our specially formulated corrosive gas into the planet's atmosphere. This gas, upon contact with any organic matter and moisture, will immediately trigger a violent deflagration reaction, and during this reaction, it will produce more of the same type of gas. Secondly, we will establish strong defensive perimeters around several large cities on Planditium as defensive cores. Inside these perimeters, we will install modified nuclear reactors, allowing them to continuously leak lethal radiation, reaching tens of thousands of Roentgens, capable of covering the entire city. Finally, we will extensively use strong acid solutions. The primary purpose of these acids is to rapidly dissolve the bodies of our fallen warriors during combat, temporarily containing the Tyrannid swarm and ensuring that they find it difficult to recover our fallen's biomass during intense combat. As Ego calmly articulated the process, even Agamemnon and Huron, two battle-hardened space mariners who had witnessed countless scenes of blood and death, showed changes in their expressions multiple times. When Ego put away the data slate, it was Huron who first broke the silence. Isn't this a bit too extreme? If this plan is truly implemented, Planditium will likely not be able to hope for agricultural recovery for the next 100 years. This is the only way to maximize the combat effectiveness of us, the Helldivers. Ego simply stated calmly, then fell silent, quietly awaiting their decision. Huron looked at Agamemnon. Planditium was one of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, administered by the Ultramarines. The ultimate decision on whether to defend it in such a self-destructive manner undoubtedly rested with the Ultramarines. Agamemnon, the second company captain of the Ultramarines, found his hand trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the profound sorrow in his chest, and with an almost imperceptible tremor in his voice, said, I trust the librarian's guidance. Before, many of his decisions were too far ahead of their time to be understood by other battle guys, but in the end, facts always proved him correct. In fact, Chief Librarian Varro Degri's judgment this time was indeed correct. After the Helldivers' scorched earth tactics were implemented, Planditium at least had hope of recovering its vitality after 100 years. However, if it had followed its original historical trajectory, being completely overrun and consumed by the Tyrannid swarm, then this planet would have remained a lifeless dead world for the next 1,000 years. The reason Agamemnon, despite his immense heartache, still chose to support this plan, besides Librarian Varro's unquestionable prestige within the chapter, almost all Ultramarines respected and trusted him, was a more practical one. The loss of an agricultural world was still within the acceptable range for the Ultramarines. Trading a planet's century-long decline for an opportunity to halt the Tyrannid advance and preserve Macraga was clearly worth it. Since Agamemnon had already expressed his support, Huron naturally had no further objections. As a pragmatic chapter master, he quickly cast aside his concerns about the planet's future, refocusing his attention on the strategic and tactical level. Can you explain the principles behind these tactics? He asked EGO. Our core objective is to transform the entire Planditium battlefield into a highly biomass-consuming inferno, the other replied. The Tyrannid swarm is a species with extremely rapid evolution. If we primarily use fire, They will quickly evolve fire-resistant carapaces. If we use radiation, they will also find ways to resist it, or even turn it to their advantage. Therefore, no single extreme environment is lethal enough. All lethal factors must be combined. He paused, allowing the two space mariners to digest this concept, then continued. When the atmosphere is filled with deflagration gas, the surface is covered with strong radiation capable of killing everything, plus our conventional firepower. Any tyrannid creature that sets foot on this planet, in order to maintain its most basic combat effectiveness, will need to simultaneously evolve multiple characteristics such as heat resistance, corrosion resistance, radiation resistance, and kinetic resistance. Every additional adaptive evolution means extra consumption of biomass and energy. When these consumptions are stacked, their biomass requirements will increase exponentially. In this way, every step they take, every attack they launch, will be a losing proposition. Ego silently added in his mind, moreover, such multi-resistant tyrannids will yield much more glory when killed. This is truly a monster-grinding paradise. Huron's eyes lit up. He fully understood the logic of this tactic. More than pure defense, this was akin to an active war of attrition, an attack targeting the very foundation of the tyrannid species, biomass. By creating an extremely complex, multifaceted death trap, it forced the tyrannid hive mind to invest far more than normal costs into the path of evolution, thereby macro-strategically draining the biomass reserves of the entire invading fleet. I understand, Huron nodded, even a hint of approval in his tone. You are not just killing them, you are starving them. Every combat unit that dies here will be an unrecoverable net loss for the Hive fleet. I'm starting to like you guys. Agamemnon listened in silence. He also understood the brilliance of this tactic, but it did not alleviate the heaviness in his heart. He could almost see the future of Planditium, a dead world, radiating deadly toxins and radiation, barren of all life for centuries. Do as you say. The second company captain of the Ultramarines finally made his decision. He ordered through his helmet, transmit my command, coordinate all auxiliary legions, immediately begin to gather at the starport and prepare for full evacuation. The defense of Planditium is fully handed over to the Helldivers Legion. Chapter 194 Nukes. Inside a fortified command post on the surface of Planditium, the atmosphere was oppressive. Officers and staff, clad in the iconic sky-blue armor of Ultramar, were swiftly packing star charts, data slates, and various confidential documents in an orderly silence. Metal cases clanged shut with dull thuds. Soon the new occupants of this command post arrived. The door was pushed open, and a squad of Helldivers soldiers, wearing full black carapace armor, entered. Each of them looked identical, covered from head to toe in black carapace armor and gas masks, making one wonder how the Helldivers could quickly distinguish soldiers from officers on the battlefield. The Helldivers leading the squad rendered a standard Aquila salute to the highest-ranking Auxiliary Legion commander in the command post. The commander returned the salute with meticulous precision, but his eyes held complex emotions. We are here by superior orders to take over this command post. The Helldiver's voice came through the masked speaker. The commander nodded, pointing to his busy subordinates around him. In 10 minutes, all important data will have been packed. The Helldivers also nodded, about to turn and inspect the facilities, but stopped at the commander's next words. Was it you who suggested to the Ultramarines Lords that we make a full retreat? The commander asked. Yes, the Helldivers player admitted frankly. The battle between the Tyrannid Swarm and the Helldivers Legion will turn this planet into a veritable death world. You are not suited to remain here. So what? We won't thank you. The commander gritted his teeth, his fists clenching at his sides, making a grinding sound. Planditium is the place where I was born and raised. I should be here, perishing with any enemy who dares to invade her. Then you should hate the Tyrannid. The Helldiver's tone remained flat. It is the large-scale invasion of these Xenos that forces us to resort to such extreme measures. If it were just dealing with some cultists' unrest, sending a few hundred Helldivers to patrol the lower Hive slums for a year or two would pretty much solve it. There would be no need for this. The commander said coldly, "So I just don't thank you." Oh my, Emperor, what the hell is that? His eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the doorway. A tech priest in a red robe was using his multi-jointed mechanical arm to guide several Helldivers soldiers, who were laboriously carrying a crude metal cylinder flashing with red warning lights. It was unmistakably a tactical nuke. A tactical nuke? The Helldivers looked strangely at the flustered commander, as if he had asked a superfluous question. I damn well know it's a tactical nuke, the commander finally swore, pointing at the deadly weapon of war, his voice changing pitch. I'm asking what you're doing bringing a tactical nuke into the command post. The Tyrannid swarm will definitely attempt decapitation tactics, the Helldivers said matter-of-factly. If our regular defensive forces cannot withstand their decapitation units, we will activate this tactical nuke and perish with them. The tech priest, hearing their conversation, even interjected to reassure them. Don't worry, Commander. There's no need to fear the Tyrannid accidentally detonating it underground. The nuke's detonation requirements are very high. If it doesn't receive the correct encrypted command, simply striking the outer casing will only detonate the external conventional explosives, and its power, well, it's just equivalent to a slightly larger high-explosive charge. The commander's facial muscles twitched violently twice. He watched as the tech priest had already begun scanning the ground with a detector, seemingly looking for the best spot to dig a pit and bury the nuke. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the staff officer behind him. Are you finished packing? The staff officer, who was watching the Helldivers begin their work in shock, snapped back to attention and quickly replied, Reporting, sir. Everything is packed. The commander waved his hand, giving his final order. Planditium is yours. We're evacuating. On the scorched earth of the front line, in a hastily dug trench, the grim atmosphere was completely gone. Two Helldivers, clad in black carapace armor, were squatting on the ground, using an ammo box as a table, intently playing a game of ancient Chinese chess. The pieces were improvised from spent casings and alien carapace fragments. Though crude, the two were locked in a fierce, evenly matched game. Around them, 6 other Helldivers from the same squad formed a circle, enthusiastically watching the match, occasionally offering tactical advice like, jump the horse. What kind of move is that for an elephant? Footsteps, noticeably heavier than a normal person's, came from behind the position and everyone simultaneously looked up. Seeing the familiar figure of their squad leader, one of the spectating players was the first to greet him. Hey, squad leader, you're back. The squad leader didn't respond. His eyes, obscured by the gas mask, scanned the group. Where are Eren and Zeke? Why aren't they here? They're on sentry duty, one overt and one covert, over there. A player pointed to the corner of the trench. Very good, since you've placed sentries as I arranged. The squad leader's tone suddenly rose, filled with suppressed anger. Then I'd like to ask, why did I go offline for just 10 minutes to get some nutrient fluid, and when I logged back on, I found myself lying in the company headquarters? Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, silence reigned. Finally, a player named Flying Virtues stepped forward, cleared his throat twice, and attempted to explain. Ahem, squad leader, it's like this. Shortly after you went offline, someone snuck into our position. We saw him wearing civilian clothes, and he said he was delayed for some reason, left behind by the main force, and hoped I could take him to the evacuation rendezvous point. We thought he was a fellow human, so we let him come over. Who knew that as soon as this guy got close, a Xeno popped out of his stomach? That scene, honestly, it stunned us all, and we didn't react for a moment. After you went offline, squad leader, your body wouldn't move, so that Xeno just pounced on you. That's when we reacted and quickly started shooting, but because we're all noobs, our aim isn't very good, and we accidentally shot you too, squad leader. The squad leader almost fainted from anger at these clowns. How many times have I said it? This is a battlefield, a battlefield. Any approaching creature, as long as it doesn't have a name above its head and isn't an Astartes, is an enemy. Open fire immediately. Not to mention, Command has already announced that Planditium has evacuated all mortals except for us. You goddamn noobs. After a thorough dressing down, looking at these greenhorns with their heads down and silent, the squad leader felt a deep weariness. He truly couldn't expect a group of noobs whose total in-game time was less than 100 hours to make the most correct judgments in such a high-pressure environment. Just as his anger subsided slightly and he was about to give a few more tactical instructions, a weak voice muttered from the crowd. But he didn't have a white outline, a player quietly argued. What if he really was a civilian left behind? The squad leader's anger, which had just begun to subside, roared back to life like a gallon of gasoline poured on a fire, erupting in a blaze once more. Chapter 1. 195. Cheer. Amidst the squad leader's roar, loud enough to blow the trench's roof off, and his subsequent hands-on instruction and tearful recounting of past experiences, these noobs finally realized belatedly just how crucial the tactical guidelines on the forum were. Watching these noobs finally shape up and no longer resemble a group of armed picnickers, the squad leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, heavy footsteps, so weighty they made the ground tremble slightly, approached. Two Ogrin players, named Wojtek and Kowalski, came from the other end of the trench, carrying a tech priest in a long red robe. Kowalski was the first to speak in a booming voice. "Look what we found." All right, hurry up and put me down." The Adeptus Mechanicus player struggled in mid-air. "Can't you see my ID above my head?" "Nonsense, of course we saw it," Kowalski replied matter-of-factly. "If we hadn't, we would have just shot you. Why would we bother bringing you here?" "Humph, I won't stoop to an Ogrin's level." The tech priest player grumbled, straightened his robe after being put down, and then enthusiastically approached the group. "Good afternoon, guys. May I ask which one of you is your squad leader?" "I am." Although also a player, the squad leader instinctively remained vigilant. After all, uncalled-for friendliness usually meant mischief or theft. Good. I've long heard of your name." The Adeptus Mechanicus player exchanged a perfunctory greeting, then scanned the position. "It seems your heavy firepower is a bit lacking. I only see heavy guns and grenade launchers." "Standard issue, but these don't count towards our personal exp," the squad leader said. "Besides that, there's also a thermobaric bomb already buried beneath the position. But these are only enough to deal with gaunts and warriors. If Exterminator Lycaeus or similar Tyranids show up, we'll probably be minced meat." Upon hearing this, the Adeptus Mechanicus player smiled confidently. "Don't worry, now that I'm here, you absolutely won't suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower anymore." No sooner had he spoken than the Adeptus Mechanicus player suddenly pulled open his red robe. A jaw-dropping sight appeared. The inside of his red robe and his bionically augmented torso were densely covered with all sorts of plasma weapons. From plasma pistols to plasma cannons and even some experimental models with unknown names, a rough count revealed at least 100 of them. The eerie blue glow of the coils almost blinded everyone. The squad leader's jaw dropped with a click. He quickly, fumbling through his helmet, reattached his jaw. "What do you mean? Why so much plasma?" Ha. The other party smirked proudly, pulled out a metal dog tag from his pocket, and showed the squad leader the special gear symbol on it. "Riser?" The squad leader's expression under his helmet changed slightly. No wonder then. "Squad leader," a noobs beside him quietly asked, "what is Riser?" "A forge world," the squad leader responded in a hushed voice. "It's full of mad scientists who are fanatically in love with plasma weapons. It's said that the number of tech priests on Riser who blow themselves up each year while trying to improve plasma technology is in the tens of thousands." "My goodness!" The other noobs instantly looked at the Adeptus Mechanicus player with admiration. "I alone contribute about 1% of Riser's annual tech priest death count," the Adeptus Mechanicus player boasted proudly. "But precisely because of this, my innovations and understanding of plasma weapons are advancing at a speed far beyond that of a normal tech priest. Now, my research has entered the combat testing phase, and you are fortunate enough to be my first chosen subjects. I declare that your squad's weapons have been upgraded. Stop using those sissy flashlight laser guns. Come and embrace a true energy weapon." The noobs immediately cheered, excitedly stepping forward and each picking a plasma weapon radiating a dangerous aura. Even the two Ogrin players came forward and took one, but the squad leader remained still. He looked at the Adeptus Mechanicus player and asked the question on his mind. "How do you manage to die 100 times a year and still maintain your tech priest status?" "There's already a player who has become a magos named Archer," he said casually. "As soon as I die, I just go to him for the qualification assessment. Death only resets my physical body, not the knowledge in my brain, so I usually pass smoothly." With that, the Adeptus Mechanicus player scratched his metallic head casing with a troubled expression. "But this way I owe him favors, and I'm accumulating more and more favors. It's like, the more debts you have, the less you worry. Sai, are you taking one or not? If not, I'm going to the next squad." "Take it. Why wouldn't I take free plasma?" The squad leader immediately reached out and picked the largest-looking plasma gun with the thickest coils from the pile of mobile armory. After all, in the brutal universe of Warhammer, big is good and more is better. Everyone contentedly swapped their old laser flashlights for brand-new plasma weapons, tossing the former aside and caressing the cold metal and eerie blue coils of their new guns with great affection. After they finished taking their weapons, the Adeptus Mechanicus player from Ryza reclosed his red robe, laden with deadly weapons, concealing the arsenal that could make anyone's heart stop. He glanced at his air analysis data and spoke in a synthesized voice. "Speaking of which, why is there a faint stench here? Has a body rotted somewhere?" The squad leader froze for a moment, then quickly understood. He sharply turned to look at the other players, his voice laced with an ominous premonition. "Did you not throw the bodies from that last incident into the acid pit?" The noobs exchanged glances, their eyes darting away, and finally all lowered their heads, like a flock of quails that had done something wrong. Not a single person spoke, but their silence said it all. The squad leader knew he had guessed correctly, but he no longer had the energy to yell. He simply took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Hurry up, throw them all into the acid pit. Tyrannid's blood itself contains microorganisms. If left alone, who knows what horrors will hatch. Something bad will happen. When you come back, I'll teach you how to open antelope cans." No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously somber atmosphere was instantly ignited. "Long live the squad leader! Oh, 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 can opening! Hooray!" The noobs erupted in thunderous cheers. They swarmed towards the corner of the trench, haphazardly lifting the few bodies that had already begun to stink, and marched grandly towards the acid disposal pit in the rear, humming an off-key march tune. Chapter 196. Clever bugs. After the newbies finished dealing with the alien-smelling corpse, they returned to the trenches in high spirits. Sure enough, the squad leader already had a military green metal can in his hand, waiting for them while sitting on an ammo box. Everyone gathered around curiously, craning their necks to watch. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus player from Ryza, Magos Vex, picked up his bionic arms with interest, intending to see how the other person would eat. The squad leader took off his heavy helmet. He casually drew the combat knife from his waist and skillfully pried at the edge of the can a few times. With a pop, the can was opened. An indescribably rich, meaty aroma, mixed with a unique spice smell, instantly filled the air. He used the knife to cut a piece of dark red meat from inside, then, still impaled on the knife, brought it directly to his mouth. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the squad leader closed his eyes, a look of intoxicated bliss appearing on his face. Everyone else was stunned. One of the players finally couldn't help but ask, "Squad leader, the forum said that ant cow canned meat is especially dangerous. If the ant cow eggs inside aren't properly inactivated, they'll hatch in your stomach. If you don't know how to prepare it, shouldn't you char it before eating? That's how you eat if you want to live. We veteran Helldivers all eat it this way," the squad leader mumbled between bites. "You'll understand if you play a bit longer. On this hellish battlefield, to live peacefully for 24 hours and then be eaten from the inside by an ant cow, that's practically a blessing from the Emperor. So why go to all that trouble preparing it? Just eat it." The squad leader finished the meat in no time, even tilting his head back to gulp down the thick juice from the can with a gurgle, finally licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. "I have to say, ant cow is really damn fresh." He turned to look at the tech priest, asking somewhat strangely, "These newbies with less than 100 hours of playtime are one thing, but you're a tech priest, so you must have played for at least a few years. Why do you also look surprised? Do I have an expression?" The Adeptus Mechanicus player subconsciously touched his impassive metal faceplate. I don't deny I was surprised. Most of my time is spent on academic research. Strictly speaking, this is my first time on a battlefield. Hearing this, the squad leader looked at him. Sometimes I really think you Adeptus Mechanicus players are crazy, coming into a game to do serious studying. Isn't a game supposed to be for fun? A synthesized laugh emanated from the Riza Magos's Voxcaster. Is feeling the growth of one's knowledge not also a supreme pleasure? While the players on the surface of Planditium were still casually chatting, war arrived without warning. The Tyrannid swarm had come. Relying on the shadow in the warp, a dark veil capable of blocking all psychic perception, they silently navigated the star sea like ghosts. When the hive mind's greedy tendrils sensed the massive biomass represented by millions of humans on Planditium, it launched a surprise attack without hesitation. The Imperial Navy in orbit only realized their presence with a jolt when these hideous monsters appeared en masse on the ship's sensors. At this distance, for the vastness of space, it was already no different from being face to face. The urgent distress signal from Planditium, intentionally allowed by the hive mind, tore through the starscape and was quickly sent to other planets, then aggregated layer by layer, finally reaching the Ultramarine's homeworld, Macraga. Under such urgent circumstances, a top-level military meeting was quickly convened once again at the Polar Fortress. This time, the last to arrive was not Governor Robert, but rather Admiral Dillon. However, considering he was commanding the orbital fleet, his late arrival was understandable. As he entered the conference room, his gaze immediately locked onto Robert. Under everyone's scrutiny, the proud admiral finally took a deep breath and forced out a sentence. "Governor Robert, I apologize to you." Robert, who was deep in thought, was suddenly called out and didn't react for a moment. "What?" Dillon thought Robert found his voice too low, so he straightened his back and, with a volume loud enough to issue commands on a ship's bridge, declared, "Governor Robert, I apologize to you. I was wrong. You were right." Robert finally reacted and nodded calmly. "I accept your apology, Admiral Dillon." Dillon seemed to have shed a heavy burden, sighing in relief as he walked to his seat. Calgar merely smiled at this, then turned his gaze to Robert, saying solemnly, "Governor Robert, your prophecy has come true. What are your thoughts on the current situation?" Everyone's eyes turned to Robert, but this time there was no trace of doubt in their gazes. Robert had already proven himself correct through reality, demonstrating that in terms of strategic mind regarding the Tyrannid swarm, he was a formidable individual unmatched by others. Regardless of how Robert achieved this result, in this world where strength is revered, everyone present would be convinced by him, unless his subsequent judgment proved to be flawed. Robert pondered for a moment, then asked, "Where is the fleet closest to Planditium right now?" Dillon immediately replied, "It's the fleet from the Whitney system. They have already responded to the signal and are currently en route to provide support." "Order them to retreat immediately," Robert stated decisively, "including the fleet currently engaging in orbit above Planditium. They are all to disengage from the Tyrannid swarm immediately and withdraw to Macraga." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of confusion, but no one voiced their doubts. Dillon was even more astonished and uncertain. He had expected Robert to anxiously urge them to rescue the Helldivers from his home planet. But why? Robert did not answer directly, but instead turned his gaze to Inquisitor Cryptman. "Inquisitor, do you remember how you initially transmitted the signal about the Tyrannid to Macragge?" Cryptman recalled for a moment and replied, "After I met with Magos Wick and learned about the Tyrannid swarm from him, I immediately ordered the astropath aboard the ship to send a signal to Macraga, but it was blocked by the omnipresent shadow in the warp. Magos Wick pointed out that this was a Tyrannid tactic, which he vividly called the blackout. There was a psychic amplification tower on a nearby planet, and only with the amplification of that tower could the astropath break through the Tyrannid blackout." At this point, Cryptman's words abruptly stopped. A look of horror flashed across his weathered face. He had clearly realized, "Are you saying—" "Yes," Robert's voice echoed in the silent conference room. "Since the Tyrannid swarm is already at our doorstep, how could we possibly receive such a clear signal from Planditium? There is no psychic amplification tower on Planditium." Under the shroud of the blackout, it should have become an information black hole. Unless the Tyranid swarm deliberately lifted the blackout to allow the distress signal to pass, luring our relief fleet into their trap. They want to encircle a point and strike at reinforcements. Calgar's expression became incredibly grim. Clearly, he hadn't considered this layer of strategy at first. These damned bugs are so cunning. Yes, so even if we are to rescue Planditium, it must wait until we have concentrated all our forces, Robert declared. Order all ships to immediately rendezvous at Macraga. After all preparations are complete, we will fight a decisive battle with the Tyranid swarm. Dylan was still hesitant. But in that case, the Ultramarines and the Helldivers on Planditium. I trust the Helldivers. They will fight the Tyranid swarm to their last drop of blood. Robert's tone was incredibly firm, and he silently added in his mind, they came here to fight an earth-shattering battle with the Tyranids. If a swift rescue succeeded, it would spoil their good fortune. Finally, as the chapter master of the Ultramarines, Calgar made the final decision. Since Governor Robert, you trust your warriors, then I have no reason not to trust my battle brothers. Transmit my order, all fleets are to gather at Macraga, and tell Planditium, hold the line and await reinforcement. Chapter 197, Special Effects. Under the squad leader's persuasion and with the mindset of, it's not a loss to taste it before I die, the noobs all pried a small piece of meat from the military green can and put it into their mouths. Then the entire trench fell silent. The next second, everyone was stunned. Holy moly, what kind of divine taste is this? It's too delicious, better than any meat I've ever eaten on Earth. This was their first time tasting such an exquisite delicacy in this game. Before this, hunger was either eliminated by resetting their status through death or by gnawing on tasteless nutrition bars. This feeling of happiness, exploding on their taste buds, even far surpassed most of the delicious food they had eaten on real Earth. One of the noobs with the fastest hands finished eating first. He let out a satisfied breath, leaned against the earthen wall of the trench, and looked up at the sky, trying to savor the lingering aftertaste. This unconscious action allowed him to see something. What kind of special effect is that in the sky? Hearing this, the others who were busy licking their cans instinctively looked up. In the hazy sky, countless tiny black specks were falling from the clouds like a dense spore rain, scattering across the entire planet's surface. The squad leader was the first to react, roaring sharply, "Special effect my ass, the Tyranid has arrived." The trench immediately became a flurry of activity. However, under the squad leader's command, the chaos was quickly quelled. Everyone took their positions, nervously gripping the plasma weapons they had just received and stared ahead. And noobs couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? We didn't receive any notification that the enemy was coming." The squad leader said irritably, "What? Do the bugs have to send a diplomat to tell us before they come to eat people? How come I didn't know the Tyranid swarm still follows the rites of Joe?" The noobs also realized he had asked a foolish question, chuckled awkwardly, immediately shut his mouth, and focused on observing the front. Just then, a series of dull cannon shots came from behind. Whistling shells flew over their heads, accurately landing in the open ground not far in front of the squad. But strangely, these shells did not explode. They just quietly stuck in the mud. The noobs were still wondering what was going on, but the squad leader had already issued a new order. "Everyone, immediately check your equipment's airtightness. Now inject the combat fluid immediately. They're firing gas shells from the rear." The noobs immediately complied. Sure enough, as soon as the squad leader finished speaking, the shells that had landed on the ground began to hiss and emit deep green gas. These gases instantly ignited upon contact with the outside air, expanding wildly at an explosive speed. In just over 10 seconds, everyone's vision was completely covered by the rolling, highly toxic, dense fog. The ground began to vibrate slightly in a rhythmic manner, and the Tyranid's characteristic scalp-tingling shriek came from the distance, growing closer. Before long, in the players' tactical visors, a large number of white outlines of Tyranids were already appearing. The squad leader immediately shouted, "Don't be in a hurry to shoot. We're holding plasma weapons now. Fire only on my command." The players then forcibly suppressed their instinctive urge to immediately pull the trigger, watching as the white outlines representing the enemy in their field of vision grew more numerous and closer. The squad leader calmly identified the types of tyrannid rushing towards them. Most of them are termagant and gunworms, with a few warrior tyrannids scattered about. I don't even see a shadow of any other high-tier units. Tsk, I was hoping to at least get a solid hit on an exterminator. When the monstrous figures of the tyrannid swarm burst out of the toxic fog and reached a distance of 500 meters from them, the squad leader finally gave the order. Fire! Over a dozen scorching plasma orbs instantly shot out of the barrels, tracing dazzling blue trajectories through the dim toxic fog like a dozen miniature suns. They plunged into the dense tyrannid charging formation. The hitbugs, along with a large area of their surrounding kin, were instantly melted and vaporized. The impenetrable tide of bugs was forcefully cleared out, leaving a large, shocking blank area by this first volley. The tyrannid swarm clearly hadn't expected such terrifying firepower from this inconspicuous small trench. But having charged this far, retreating would only cause greater losses. So the swarm not only didn't retreat, but instead let out even sharper screeches and began to accelerate madly. Dazzling plasma orbs continuously flew out from the trench, turning any daring bugs that approached into steam. A few noobs, their eyes red with bloodlust, even let out frenzied shouts, "Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! Come on, bugs! Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha!" However, the Adeptus Mechanicus player from Riser did not join this frenzy. He was holding an old, hard-covered notebook and writing furiously in it with a metal pen. The squad leader, unlike the other noobs who had all their attention on the front, noticed this and asked somewhat curiously, "You're a tech priest, using paper and pen to record?" The other party replied casually, without lifting his head, "My memory core is enough to record everything, but I'm used to the feeling of a pen tip gliding across paper. It inspires me." The squad leader shrugged and didn't bother him anymore. Just as he was about to fire his cooled-down plasma gun again, a stream of green acid rained down from above. If he hadn't reacted quickly and dodged, the acid would have hit him squarely in the head. Even so, his entire right arm was rapidly dissolved by the strong acid, turning into a wisp of green smoke. With the combat stimulant, he didn't feel any pain. The squad leader shouted, "Up in the sky!" However, even though the squad leader said up in the sky, those noobs didn't know what to do. Asking them to use slow-firing plasma guns, which required prediction, to shoot at the high-speed, erratically flying gargoyle in the sky was too difficult. Ultimately, the Helldivers established defensive lines centered around the major cities on Planditium, and the further out they went, the weaker their firepower configuration naturally became. In such an outermost crude trench, the only anti-air capability was to randomly shoot laser guns into the sky and hope for luck. Its essence was to fish. The tyrannid were the fish. The Helldivers in the trench were the bait, luring the tyrannid to attack these biomass-containing positions and then detonating the fuel-air bombs buried under the positions for a big strike. The squad leader also quickly reacted, and he immediately issued specific orders. "Big Bear, Second Bear, come cover me. Don't let me die. The rest of you don't worry about those few gargoyle in the sky, let them spit. Focus on attacking the tyrannid in front." Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. The gargoyle continuously spewed deadly acid from the sky, and the players in the trench were constantly melted and died, but then immediately reappeared unharmed from the toxic fog, picking up their previous selves' weapons or receiving a new plasma gun from the Adeptus Mechanicus player and rejoining the battle. Chapter 198. We're running, guys, we're running. The efficient killing of plasma weapons brought an addictive thrill. After concentrating their fire for a long time, the players noticed that the endless tyrannid swarm in front of them seemed to have suddenly crossed an invisible boundary, becoming sparse and losing its momentum. The players, who had been highly focused, were all stunned by this scene. One player scratched his helmet and said, somewhat uncertainly, "What's going on? Is it over?" Looking at the pathetic scene in front of them, where there were no more reinforcements, only a few scattered termagants and gun termagants instinctively charging forward, the players couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. "I feel like these tyrannids aren't all that great, all bark and no bite." Exactly. I thought they'd be ferocious, but this is all the force they have. It's best not to underestimate them, the squad leader's voice cut in, pouring cold water on everyone. Tyranid tactics are ever-changing. They might be mobilizing stronger units. Let's quickly take care of these remaining ones first. Yes, everyone responded, raising their weapons, intending to clear out the few straggling bugs. Just then, the Ogrin player named Big Bear quickly spoke up. Wait, sir, don't kill them yet. Let's capture them alive. Capture them alive? The squad leader looked at him strangely. Why? Saving them for New Year's? The Ogrin scratched his massive head and said in a simple yet excited tone, I want to try what it feels like to raise a Tyranid. As soon as he spoke, there was a second of silence in the trench, followed by a burst of exclamations, and everyone gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Only you can come up with something like this. Holy crap, raising a termagant as a pet dog, huh? That's so punk rock. I support it. Squad leader, let's go capture them alive? This sounds so much fun. Even the squad leader was intrigued by this outlandish suggestion. He grinned. All right, why not capture them? With that, he turned to try and get the Adeptus Mechanicus player to join. After all, if a tech priest participated, using his technology and equipment, the capture would obviously be much easier. Brother, are you joining us for a... However, when he turned his head and saw the scene behind him, his words caught in his throat, and he was completely stunned. The tech priest, who should have been standing not far behind them, calmly recording data, was long gone. In his place in the distance was a rapidly receding, almost invisible red figure. Only the Omnissiah knew when he had run off, and how he had run so fast. The other noobs followed the squad leader's gaze and also noticed this, falling into a state of confusion. They completely failed to understand why the seemingly professional Adeptus Mechanicus player had run. Weren't they in a great situation now, even having time to catch pets? Not good. The squad leader was the first to react, the two words almost squeezed through his teeth. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive rain-like shower of splintered bone shards descended from the sky, emitting a sharp whistling sound, instantly covering the entire position. These living projectiles, fired by Tyranid ranged bioartillery, split into countless tiny bone fragments in mid-air, each carrying deadly kinetic energy and penetrative power. The relaxed players had no time to react. The world in their eyes was instantly filled with countless rapidly falling white lines, and then their bodies were riddled like sieves by this terrifying rain of bone shards. Planditium, Strategic Command. On the huge holographic star map, hundreds of light points representing the outermost outpost positions had been extinguished one by one at an alarming rate over the past nearly an hour, turning into glaring red, signifying loss of contact. A cold electronic voice continuously reported the last signals of various squads, usually a reading of a violent energy burst, followed by eternal silence. Ego stood in front of the command console, watching data streams cascade across the holographic screen before him. A staff officer quickly walked up to him and handed him a data slate. The first line of defense has completely lost contact. Initial assessments have been compiled. Ego took the data slate and quickly scanned the report. His finger swiped across the screen, finally pausing on a line of anomalous data. Most of the outer squads activated self-destruct within 10 to 20 minutes of engaging the Tyranid swarm, he said, pointing to the data. But this squad, they held out for nearly an hour. He looked up at the staff officer beside him. How did this squad manage to hold out for an hour? The staff officer was clearly prepared. He knew Ego wanted to know if this method of holding out could be promoted throughout the army. He immediately replied, "Reporting, sir, I have already inquired. Their situation was quite special. They achieved this level due to having all plasma weapons." All plasma? A flicker of understanding crossed Ego's eyes, then he said with a hint of regret, "All right." This answer ended any possibility of widespread adoption. Plasma weapons are immensely powerful, but their instability, high cost, and complex maintenance requirements meant they could not become standard-issue equipment. The staff officer continued, "However, after compiling the battle reports from all positions, we found one noteworthy situation. Most positions were subjected to a full-scale Tyranid assault within the same time frame. Although there were slight differences of a few minutes in their collapse times due to variations in the personal qualities of the garrisoned soldiers and officers, overall they were very close. These positions successfully inflicted heavy casualties on the Tyrannid Vanguard cannon fodder units through self-destruction, achieving remarkable results. The staff officer paused, then pointed to another section of data on the data slate. However, a small number of positions, such as Outpost 117, which held out for an hour, were bypassed by the Tyrannid main force or had stronger firepower, causing other surrounding positions to fall while they continued to resist. The result was that these protruding positions were precisely eliminated by Tyrannid long-range fire units from a safe distance. Even if the fuel-air bomb automatically detonated due to the squad leader's death, it failed to achieve any significant results. Ego nodded. As expected, it has no major impact. Self-destruction is an open strategy. The Tyrannids cannot possibly avoid using ground units to attack our subsequent positions. Those won't be just isolated trenches. If they truly intend to use large-scale long-range artillery units and only deploy a small number of line-filling units, thinking they can just blast their way through, then we will request Astartes' assistance, gather Ogrin and elite veterans, launch a countercharge, and directly overwhelm them to teach them a lesson. Chapter 1. 199. Back. After a brief period of darkness, Name and his squad members found themselves standing in a room constructed from thick alloy and concrete. The air was filled with the low hum of the ventilation system. Not far away, their company commander was sprawled out on a cot, eyes closed, clearly browsing forums, with a bottle of iced tea on the stone table in front of him. Hearing the commotion, the company commander lazily opened his eyes. "Name, you're back?" He pointed to the passage by the door. "Go to C3 position. You're the only squad left." Name made an OK gesture and led his squad out of the room. No one had any objections. On the Helldivers' front lines, an officer's primary duty was not to lead by example, but to exist as a living beacon. A company commander who impulsively rushed to the front and was killed by stray bullets was the greatest irresponsibility to the entire company. They passed through an underground communication trench made of prefabricated concrete components and climbed a ladder to C3 position. This was a semi-underground machine gun nest at a trench corner, one of the meticulously designed death corners. The area outside the fortress was once fertile farmland, but that was in the past. Now the earth had been scorched black by artillery fire, and low-lying areas were filled with the poisonous mist left behind after the Tyrannid modified the atmosphere. Across this vast no-man's land, countless twisted metal chevaux de frise and concrete dragon's teeth were systematically arranged like a grotesque iron forest. Between this forest, a layer of razor wire, occasionally reflecting a deadly glint in the sunlight, was laid out. Under Name's command, everyone quickly took their positions. After everyone had waited patiently for a while, the observation post finally shouted, "They're here! They're here!" On the distant horizon, a Tyrannid swarm wave surged forward. At the front were countless termagant, like a brown tide, emitting an ear-splitting hissing sound, fearlessly charging towards the fortress. Name calmly set up his heavy lumberjack gun, heavy weapon, in the firing port. The heavy gun body gave him a strong sense of security. "Don't rush to open fire," he ordered through squad comms. "Wait until they enter the minefield." As soon as he finished speaking, the leading termagant swarm stepped into the preset vibration-sensitive minefield. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions erupted within the swarm, sending soil, gravel, and broken carapaces flying high. The promethium fuel accompanying the explosion's core also began to burn fiercely, forming walls of fire that consumed the swarm. Immediately after, they crashed into the concrete dragon's teeth and razor wire. These obstacles successfully disrupted the swarm's charge formation, forcing them to crowd and pile up, abruptly slowing their speed. Some termagant were entangled in the sharp razor wire, struggling in vain, and were soon trampled into paste by their companions behind them. "Now," Name decisively ordered, "open fire, free fire." He pulled the trigger, and the heavy lumberjack gun, heavy weapon, spat out angry flames. A metal storm of large-caliber bullets accurately swept across the swarm, which was halted by obstacles and packed together. The bullets easily tore through the termagant's fragile carapaces, each shot drawing a string of green blood. The squad members next to him also began to shoot, grenade launchers accurately projecting high-explosive ordnance into the densest parts of the swarm. Each explosion cleared a small area. However, the number of bugs was simply too great. Finally, dozens of stragglers bypassed all obstacles, roaring as they rushed into the zigzag trench. They sped along the trench, their foul-smelling saliva clearly visible. "Prepare for the meat grinder," Name shouted. Just as the swarm rushed to their corner, a deadly crossfire net formed. Name's heavy machine gun aimed at the incoming direction, and another machine gun nest diagonally opposite also simultaneously spewed flames. The two lines of fire formed a perfect X, completely sealing off the narrow trench corner. The termagant at the front were instantly torn to shreds. The bugs behind them didn't even have time to see what happened before they were engulfed by the metallic torrent. Blood, carapaces, and severed limbs flew everywhere in the cramped space, and green blood almost painted the trench walls into an abstract horror painting. In less than 30 seconds, this small force was completely annihilated. Just as everyone in the position was about to breathe a sigh of relief and reload, a phantom-like afterimage, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly leapt over the trench, directly bypassing the crossfire blockade at an astonishing speed. "Holy crap! Lictor!" A player's startled cry exploded in the comms channel. The ghostly shadow materialized the moment it landed. It had mantis-like scythe forelimbs and a lithe, snake-like body. It was a Tyrannid elite infiltration unit, a Lictor. The players immediately adjusted their aim, but the heavy lumberjack gun, heavy weapon's cumbersome body, couldn't keep up with its lightning-fast speed. Countless laser beams and bullets hit the wall behind it. The few shots that did connect only sparked off its tough carapace, causing no apparent damage. This deadly hunter was about to charge into the machine gun nest and wreak havoc. "Get out of my way!" A thunderous roar erupted. The Ogrin player in the squad roared and charged forward, his massive body like a wall of flesh, swinging the iron bar in his hand with formidable force. However, the Lictor's speed was too great. Its scythe-like claws became a dazzling blur, constantly leaving deep scratches on the big guy's shield and armor. Although the Ogrin player managed to hold on with combat skills and intelligence far superior to his peers, he was clearly struggling, and defeat was only a matter of time. "Quick, give me all your grenades." Without Name's specific command, these players were veterans. They quickly and consciously tied grenades to one of the players, preparing to turn into a creeper and rush up to explode with the Lictor while the Ogrin was still holding on. "Wait, no need." But one player stopped them. "The explosion might damage the fortress. I can do it." This was the voice of another abhuman in the squad, a rattling player. He was kneeling, his sniper laser rifle as steady as a rock, not firing wildly. His gaze, through the scope, was locked onto the ghostly figure moving at high speed around the Ogrin, patiently waiting for a fleeting opportunity. The opportunity came quickly. After a feint attack, the Lictor slightly tilted its head back to deliver a fatal blow, revealing its hideous compound-eyed head. Now, a high-energy laser beam shot out silently, precisely hitting the Lictor's left eye. Hiss! The Lictor let out a sharp shriek. The high-energy beam instantly burned out its optic nerve, causing a momentary stiffness and error in its movements. "Roar!" The Ogrin player seized this fatal flaw. He let out an earth-shattering roar, his muscles bulging, and swung his power maul with all his might. Bang! With an ear-splitting crash, the maul smashed squarely into the Lictor's right face. The terrifying force instantly erupted, blasting this elite hunter like a baseball, sending it crashing into the concrete wall on the side. The wall cracked, and dust billowed. The Lictor's upper body was completely embedded in the wall, leaving only its lower body outside, swaying gently and unconsciously, clearly incapacitated. After a brief silence, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the position. Awesome. 2 people took down a Lictor. Who knew the fat man and little boy combo would still be explosive in the Warhammer universe? Quick, who recorded it? Posting this on the forum will definitely be a hit. Chapter 200. Behind you, the Tyrannid swarm's offensive was like an endless tide of flesh and blood, crashing in wave after wave against the stubborn reef of the Hedgehog fortress. The mortar positions in the rear roared continuously, pouring tons of high-explosive ammunition into the no-man's land. Each explosion stirred up a bloody storm of dirt and shredded meat, significantly alleviating pressure on the front line. The battle settled into a brutal yet efficient cycle. The vast majority of the swarm was annihilated by the outer defenses and artillery fire. Any stragglers that managed to rush into the trenches were immediately torn to shreds by the crossfire. If, by extremely bad luck, one or two elite units or a small group of the swarm broke through the firepower, the Ogryn players in the company would roar and charge forward. His massive body served as the best mobile cover, using his flesh, blood, and bludgeon to buy precious firing time for his teammates behind him. Although there was only one Ogryn in the entire company, in this kind of heavily fortified trench warfare, it was not easy for the Tyrannid to frequently get close, so overall it was just barely enough. However, maintaining this steel defense line required a massive consumption of ammunition. After the battle had lasted for nearly an hour, a change quietly arrived. The first to fall silent was the heavy lumberjack gun, heavy weapon that had been roaring the loudest in the fortress. Reincarnation pulled the trigger, but the gun's mechanism only made a few weak clicks and no longer spewed its deadly fire. He turned his head to look at a Helldivers squad member who should have been getting ammunition from the storage room, but was now casually leaning against the wall as if admiring the scorched landscape. Out of ammo? The squad member shrugged and spread his hands. Isn't it obvious? Just then, a chorus of empty clicks echoed through the fortress like a plague. The laser guns in the hands of other players also failed to respond when their triggers were pulled, leaving only their indicator lights weakly flickering. Several Helldivers took multiple magazines from the fire pit and swapped them in, but they all only produced the empty clicks of depleted energy. Squad leader, I'm out of bullets. My gun's also jammed. Mine too. Reincarnation frowned, wondering whether he should use the company channel to ask the adjacent position for some bullets, when shouts from the adjacent position already carried through the trench. Hey, guys from the next squad, do you still have any bullets? Can you spare some? An awkward silence lasted for a second on C3's side. Reincarnation took a deep breath and shouted back across the trench, We're out too! Fix bayonets! Damn it! The Helldivers didn't hesitate. They all dropped their empty guns, which were worse than mere fire pokers, and drew various melee weapons from their backs or waists. Chainswords buzzed, power swords gleamed with energy, and many more drew standard combat knives, preparing for the final frenzy. The swarm would not stop because you were out of bullets. Deprived of suppressing ranged fire, the Tyrannid tide broke through the outer defenses at an unprecedented speed, surging into the trenches in a dense, dark mass. The narrow, concrete-poured zigzag passages instantly transformed into the most primitive and bloody gladiatorial arena. A termagant leapt down from the wall, attempting to pounce on a player, but he dodged aside, simultaneously striking back with a chainsword, cleaving it in half from top to bottom. However, before he could catch his breath, another termagant hung upside down from the ceiling, its scythe-like forelimbs stabbing down like lightning, piercing his chest. The Emperor kill them, the player roared in his last moments, clinging tightly to the creature on him, using his body to block a corner of the passage. Hold the entrance, Reincarnation shouted. The Ogryn roared, wedging his massive body into the entrance of the communication trench. The bludgeon in his hand became a blur of motion, smashing any approaching creatures to pieces, scattering blood and gore. He was like an unbreakable city gate, while the players behind him used the cover he created to stab the dense swarm with bayonets through the gaps. The battle had lost all semblance of tactics, becoming only the purest form of killing and being killed. The Tyrannid swarm poured in from the ground, walls, ceiling, from every conceivable angle. The Helldivers, in turn, wielded their weapons, putting all their strength into slaying the enemies before them. A player was knocked down by 3 termagant. Before he was torn apart, he pulled the pin on his last grenade. The booming explosion turned him and the surrounding creatures into fragments, the splattering blood even coating the ceiling. The close-quarters combat in the trenches became increasingly primitive and brutal. The bodies of the Helldivers and the Tyrannid swarm piled up, quickly forming nauseating dams of flesh, carapace, and broken metal. These walls of corpses greatly hindered the advance of subsequent Tyrannid, blocking the narrow passages completely and making it impossible for them to move. The hive mind evidently noticed this problem. Some larger warrior Tyrannid began to tear and crush the bodies, blocking the way with their massive scythe claws, attempting to clear a path forward. But often, no sooner had they destroyed a portion than new Helldivers would roar and charge forward, actively using their bodies to block the breach again. Both sides' bayonets and claws could pierce and kill enemies through the gaps in the corpses, but this only made the passage more congested and the dam of flesh and blood more solid. The battle fell into a strange equilibrium. Now it seemed that, although the fortress had been breached due to lack of ammunition, as long as the company commander was alive, the Helldivers, who could revive indefinitely, could tie down the massive Tyrannid in this underground labyrinth. This tactic of filling the front line with lives was even more efficient than the previous firepower saturation, and it might delay them for even longer. Jesus had just lopped off a termagant's head with his entrenching tool and was about to catch his breath when someone clapped him heavily on the shoulder. He instinctively turned his head, only to see the face of the guy who should have been leisurely browsing forums in the command room. "Company commander, what are you doing out here?" Jesus exclaimed in shock. The company commander simply pointed behind Jesus, "Then look behind you." Jesus spun around, his pupils contracting sharply. In the deeper passage behind them, a colossal creature was rapidly rushing forward. It had the body of a giant python, covered in thick carapace, and its huge head was full of sharp teeth. It was a Tyrannid burrowing unit, a digger serpent. Clearly the ground of the core command room, where the company commander had been, was already burrowed through from below. "Do you have any heavy weapons left?" the company commander asked with extreme speed. "Already used them all up." Jesus wiped the Tyrannid blood from his visor, "but after fighting for so long, I've accumulated quite a bit of merit." "Forget the merit, keep it for yourselves." The company commander took a deep breath. "It seems it's time for me to make my move." "What?" This line, full of a sense of déjà vu, stunned all the Helldivers who heard it. Could their company commander, who spent his days drinking soda and slacking off, actually be a hidden master? The company commander let out a loud roar, and his body actually flew up, defying gravity. Immediately after, raging flames erupted from his body, instantly transforming him into a human torch. He shrieked in pain, raising his hands, and two scorching torrents of fire, like giant dragons, spewed from his palms, instantly engulfing the passages in both the front and rear directions. Whether it was the termagant horde in front, or the digger serpent behind, they were powerless before these merciless flames. The Tyrannid swarm, which was about to converge and utterly crush the players into pulp, was instantly incinerated into flying ashes. Holy crap! The Helldivers present were all stunned. "You had this move and didn't use it sooner." "Because this is freaking psychic power," the company commander wailed in agony amidst the flames, his voice completely distorted. "If I use it, I'll explode." No sooner had he finished speaking than the psychic flames on his body completely lost control. The inferno, like a bursting dam, erupted around him, indiscriminately filling every inch of space within the fortress. Both the Helldivers players and the Tyrannid swarm were incinerated in these purifying flames without even time to let out a scream. At the original site of the fortress, a constantly twisting warp rift, emitting an ominous aura, was left behind. A figure impatiently squeezed out of the rift. It was hideous in form and exuded pure malice. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The demon let out a piercing cackle. "That foolish mortal finally swallowed the poisoned candy I gave him. Mortals, suffer, wail, fear. I will take all the souls on this planet." Its victory declaration stopped abruptly halfway through. The newly appeared demon was stunned. Before it were not the delicious, fearful souls it had imagined, nor were there weak mortals waiting to be slaughtered. Instead, there were thousands upon thousands of dense Tyrannid swarm, enraged by the instantaneous destruction of the massive biomass within the fortress. Their crimson compound eyes stared in unison at this uninvited guest, as if looking at a piece of fresh meat that had suddenly appeared. "What are you?" the demon instinctively asked. Responding to it was a deafening shriek. The swarm surged forward. Vile creatures, I shall now bestow destruction upon you. The demon tried to harness the power of the warp, but was horrified to discover, why is my connection to the Empyrean so weak? What are these shadows? It didn't even have time to comprehend the terror of the warp's shadow before countless claws and scythes had already pierced its ethereal form. Finally, a Tyranid warrior bit off its head, and the ambitious demon shrieked as it rolled back into the warp. Its only achievement was, before being overwhelmed, instinctively smashing the head of a termagant charging at the very front with a punch. In fact, it should perhaps have been glad. Although this achievement was inferior to even an ordinary Krieg soldier with an entrenching tool, it at least came to the real universe and breathed 2 breaths of fresh, spore-filled air. If the Tyranid had not deliberately weakened the local black screen to lure reinforcements, it wouldn't even have been able to poke its head out of the warp rift. Chapter 201. Damon. What happened on the front lines quickly reached the rear command center through reports from the resurrected players. The core of the intelligence was just one thing. Psionics could still be used on Planditium. This news greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Tyranid swarm didn't deploy a black screen, or rather, the black screen is very weak. In the command center, an intelligence analyst officer frowned, completely baffled. Why is that? Who cares why? We definitely need to take advantage of this. An executive committee member tapped the table, his eyes shining. I think the proposal that was discarded due to the black screen can be tried again. The officer's expression became a bit hesitant. Are you referring to the plan to summon warp demons to delay the Tyranid swarm? But this is an ultramarines planet. They trust us so much, and we would turn around and summon demons on their planet. Wouldn't that be too? Oh, my comrade. The executive committee member impatiently waved his hand and pointed to the deep green sky outside the command center, which had already been transformed by the Tyranid. Planditium is already being messed up by us like this, so a little bit of chaos corruption won't make much difference. Besides, think about it. Once the Tyranid swarm discovers that we are starting to summon warp demons on a large scale, they will definitely immediately strengthen the black screen to counteract it. At that time, won't the pollution solve itself? Hiss! The officer gasped. When you put it that way, it really seems to be a closed loop. Supreme Commander Ego was clearly tempted. He turned to his chief of staff beside him. How much longer until the Tyranid swarm reaches our third line of defense? Reporting, sir. Most of the fortresses on the second line of defense have not yet fallen and are generally in the stage of close-quarters combat after running out of ammunition. The chief of staff quickly replied, according to model calculations, we have approximately 3 to 4 hours before the Tyranid launch a large-scale attack on the third line of defense. Ego looked around at the others in the command center. Does anyone have any other opinions? No one spoke. Then execute it. Ego slammed his hand on the table, making a decision. On the scorched earth, a military truck rattled to a halt. A small squad of Helldivers jumped out of the truck, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The captain pulled out an ancient, tattered yellow-page tome from his inventory, and after opening it, began to direct his team members to arrange a strange formation using the Helldivers' corpses brought on the truck. However, after directing for a short while, the captain began to scratch his ears and cheeks. Damn it, why did these chaos cultists design the magic circle to be so complicated? All these twists and turns, I can't understand it. Can't they make it simpler, like one-click casting? Hearing the captain's complaint, the other team members who were dragging corpses all put down their work and gathered around. Really? Let me see. Maybe I can understand it? Oh, it's too crowded. Captain, let me see. I'm telling you. When I was a kid, a fortune teller said I was a once-in-10,000 years magic prodigy comparable to Merlin. The captain ungraciously handed him the book. Here, you look. Thus, this ominous-smelling magic book began to circulate among the players. However, the result was a chorus of curses. What the hell is this drawing? I don't understand it at all. Holy crap, it's all lines and abstract patterns. What am I supposed to look at? Writing code without comments, drawing magic circles without explanations. This chaos is truly messed up. Is there a basic magic book? This one feels like an advanced magic book. We've skipped a few grades. Just as everyone was at a loss, a corpse they had casually thrown on the ground suddenly spoke. What don't you understand? Why don't you let me take a look? They had found this corpse on the road. It looked relatively intact, so they brought it along as a sacrifice. One player paused, then naturally placed the book in front of the corpse's eyes. Here. The corpse's cloudy eyeballs rolled twice, seemingly reading. After a moment it said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Hey, isn't this quite simple? Look, this arc represents the flow of entropy, this symbol signifies the decaying cycle of life, and these few points connected together form the smile of Grandfather Nurgle." He explained the meaning of the complex lines and patterns in a clear and concise manner. The players suddenly understood. Oh, so that's what it means. Holy crap, now that you say it, I get it. The captain patted the corpse's shoulder. I see, that's how it is. Thank you, brother. We're all brothers here, so it's only right that I help you, the corpse responded enthusiastically. We're all family, right? Right, all family. Ha 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 ha. The Helldivers burst into hearty laughter. Under the guidance of their family member, the magic circle was quickly set up. The captain cleared his throat, stood in the center of the formation, and began to chant the awkward and blasphemous incantation from the book. However, even after he finished the last syllable, the entire magic circle showed no reaction. Strange, why can't I summon a Nurgle demon? The captain scratched his head. The number of sacrifices should be enough, right? The corpse, which was at the center of the formation as the core sacrifice, also said, I find it strange too. How about you help me up, and I can look at the full layout of the formation? A player stepped forward and helped the corpse up. The corpse carefully looked it over several times and confirmed. How odd, there are no errors in the formation. It fell into deep thought. Could there be a problem with the sacrifices? Where did you find these sacrifices? Except for you, who we found on the road and brought along, the captain pointed around. The others are all bodies of our people who committed suicide on the spot. The problem might be there. The corpse suddenly realized, is there something wrong with your souls? I'm afraid we might need to change the batch of sacrifices. Besides us Helldivers on Planditium, there are only Tyrannid corpses, the captain said, spreading his hands. I don't think using bugs as sacrifices would work. The corpse pondered for a moment. If you really want to join our big family, there is an unconventional way. What way? Tell us quickly, everyone immediately urged. Although this formation cannot be activated due to the sacrifices, it is undoubtedly already a holy emblem representing Grandfather, the corpse said with some difficulty. If it is treated with some insulting behavior, that would be equivalent to insulting Grandfather himself. Everyone will be very angry, and at that time, a very powerful family member will come over and kindly teach a lesson to anyone who dares to insult Grandfather. Holy crap, why didn't you say such a good method earlier? The captain was instantly enraged. You made us set up this damn formation for an hour. The corpse froze. He suddenly realized that these guys didn't seem to be summoning out of love and worship for Grandfather, as he had imagined. Before he could react, the captain had already waved his hand. Guys, pants down, pee on it. Wait. The corpse wanted to say something, but several streams of warm yellow liquid had already accurately splashed onto its face, and unfortunately, some of it flowed into its newly opened mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a volley, the captain looked left and right, but the magic circle still showed no reaction. Strange, still no reaction. Is this not insulting enough? Captain, a Helldivers raised his hand to report, it's possible that I have a diabetes debuff in my status bar, which made it taste sweet. Holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier? A soldier's first duty is obedience, so when you gave the order, I naturally executed it immediately. No time to check status. Oh, what do we do now? The captain rubbed his forehead. Should we squat down and doe number 2? But by the time we eat something and feel the urge, the Tyrannid will have already attacked. I wish I had gnawed on some nutrient bars before coming. Those things are good for quick bowel movements. Captain, another player had a sudden idea. I have an idea. How about we circle the formation and then wiggle our butts towards the center? like twerking or teabagging. The captain was a bit hesitant. Will it work? It's too abstract. The other players egged him on. Captain, there's no other way now. Let's try it. Nothing to lose. Yeah, Captain, I think this idea is very creative, extremely insulting. All right, the captain gritted his teeth. Then let's try it. So a group of Helldivers surrounded the magic circle, all simultaneously sticking out their butts, facing the center, and began to vigorously wiggle. The player who first proposed this idea even rhythmically chanted, "Demons, come quickly. Demons come to Papa, come quickly. Demons, come quickly." To everyone's surprise, after they wiggled like a chaotic dance for a few minutes, the center of the formation truly began to emit a faint green light, representing plague and decay. The captain was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. It actually worked. You kid, get the first merit this time. Quick, everyone, put in more effort. Wiggle your butts hard. Give me all you've got. Chapter 2, 102. Nurgle. As the Helldivers twisted with all their might, the green light in the center of the array grew stronger. A cool, damp feeling inexplicably arose in the air that should have been dry and scorching. Thick, dark clouds began to gather in the deep green sky, with faint rumbling thunder rolling deep within the clouds. When the green light reached its peak, torrential rain poured down. The icy rain drenched the players who were vigorously shaking their butts, causing them to shiver in unison and their movements to involuntarily slow down considerably. Holy crap! One player was the first to notice something was wrong, exclaiming, "Quick, look at your status bars." Hearing this, everyone opened their personal interfaces. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Their status bars were densely packed with various abnormal statuses: slight cervical discomfort, muscle pain, joint swelling and pain, low fever, skin scabs, internal bleeding, external bleeding, gum bleeding, diarrhea, nausea. There were at least 100 of them, so many that the status bar slots couldn't hold them all, and a small scroll bar even appeared on the right, allowing them to scroll down to see more surprises. And at this moment, a colossal figure slowly rose from the magic array. He held a thick stem in one hand and a boxwood branch in the other. His bloated body was covered in pustules and sores, yet his eyes revealed a strange grandfatherly benevolence. Insulting the benevolent fathers? This massive Nurgle beast paused mid-sentence as he saw the bizarre scene before him. A group of mortals, butts sticking out, vigorously twisting their bodies in the deep green toxic mist. The sight made him a bit awkward, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should continue with his threats. The player captain was overjoyed to see the demon successfully appear and quickly shouted to the others, all right, stop shaking, we've summoned Rainfather." Then he dashed to the demon, his acting skills instantly online. He fell to his knees with a thud and began to wail tearfully, "Lord Tigros, you must uphold justice for us poor people. We humble ones originally lived a leisurely life on this planet, working from sunrise to sunset, harvesting and sowing each year, watching the crops gradually grow. What happiness that was! Who would have thought that disaster would strike from the heavens, a group of damned tyrannid suddenly descending from the sky, wanting to eat us all, not even sparing the little earthworms in the soil. This scorched earth you see now is the tragic result of their actions. Lord Tigros, you must uphold justice for us." The other Helldivers immediately understood and followed suit, wailing loudly, creating a truly sorrowful scene. This made the newly arrived demon even more awkward. "Firstly, I am not Tigros. You can just call me Rainfather, and don't even try to think of my true name. Secondly, I can't help but feel that this soil looks like it was burned like this by fire." These words made the Helldivers present feel a sudden tightening in their hearts, wondering if the plan was about to fail. However, Rainfather's next words took an unexpected turn. "However, I have already sensed that all-consuming cold will. Such lifeless, purely predatory behavior does not conform to the benevolent Father's teachings. I will destroy them." Rainfather waved his hand, and a Nurgle beast leapt out of the void. It was like a lively, overly excited puppy, wagging its long tongue, dripping copious amounts of viscous drool, and happily ran in front of several Helldivers. A lot of its drool splattered onto the captain, immediately corroding several small pits in his chitin armor. "Get on," Rainfather pointed to the Nurgle beast's broad back, "and witness how I destroy those defilers of life." A small squad of Helldivers thus rode the Nurgle beast, following Rainfather's colossal body as he advanced. Along the way, the torrential rain never stopped. And in the areas irrigated by the rainwater, even though the Helldivers there were certain that just a few hours ago it had been burned into a vitrified wasteland, now these lands miraculously glowed with renewed vitality. The black scorched earth rapidly transformed into fertile soil, and at a visible speed, various vibrant, twisted green plants grew, looking full of life. Even in some places where rainwater had accumulated, various strangely shaped insects were already flying. "Captain, isn't this area of effect a bit too large?" A player on the Nurgle beast whispered to the captain. "After the battle, can the Tyrannid's black screen really eliminate all of this stuff?" "Just trust the Tyrannid's professional capabilities," the captain could only say. "We'll burn it all again with Promethium later." As they spoke, they could already see the Tyrannid's vast swarms covering the mountains and plains. The Tyrannid naturally also noticed this suddenly appearing team, emanating a strong life essence. After a sharp shriek, a large number of Tyrannid units charged towards them like a tide. However, the Tyrannid swarm tactic had no effect whatsoever in front of Rainfather. Those termagants and gunbugs at the forefront, after just a few drizzles of rain, their limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, and their running speed became slower and slower. Before long, they all collapsed in the rain, their carapaces rapidly softening, their flesh dissolving, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into puddles of foul-smelling pus and stark white bones. Some higher-tier units, like Tyrannid warriors, while not directly killed by the rain, also became extremely weak and slow-moving. Rainfather didn't even need to act. The excited Nurgle beast actively charged into the Tyrannid swarm and collided a couple of times, causing a large number of casualties. The players riding the Nurgle beast instantly cast aside their previous worries, cheering excitedly, "Charge! Charge! Sprint! Sprint! Woohoo!" Yes, just like that, ram them to death. "Rainfather, show them Tyrannids! The Rainfather is invincible." Hearing the heartfelt cheers from his family, Rainfather's pustule-covered face uncontrollably revealed a happy expression, even tinged with a hint of shyness. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely exerted a few insignificant powers. The benevolent father is truly invincible." The Nurgle demon army, led by Rainfather, thus advanced with overwhelming momentum deeper into the Tyrannid's defensive line. From an aerial view, the endless Tyrannid swarm had been forcefully torn open, creating a large empty area due to Rainfather's appearance. If Rainfather were allowed to continue his rampage like this, a complete collapse of the ground-based Tyrannid would not be impossible. Thus, the hive mind, far away in orbit, began to mobilize massive amounts of biomass to shape a brand new unit to counter Rainfather's threat. Chapter 203. Rainfather, not so invincible. Under Rainfather's purification, the Tyrannid swarm was swept away in swathes. After this scene continued for several tens of minutes, the players riding on the Nurgle beast's back gradually became somewhat listless. This was partly because the viruses and bacteria permeating the air caused negative effects in their status bars to stack higher and higher, and partly because the same scene had continued for too long. Just watching a large tree sweep up trash as a bystander was already quite boring. Finally, a player couldn't help but speak up. "Rainfather, sir, do you have any new tricks?" Yeah, just watching you sweep bugs with branches is a bit monotonous." Hearing the family's request, Rainfather also seemed to feel that his fighting style was a bit too simple. He thought for a moment, then said kindly, "All right, watch closely. I shall now use a new method to usher these blasphemers into the cycle of life and death, beloved by the benevolent Father." The players' eyes immediately lit up, and they all perked up. Rainfather opened his abyssal maw, and a shimmering green light began to converge deep in his throat, followed by a terrifying energy fluctuation spreading out. Just as the green light was about to reach its peak, as if it would erupt the next second. For some reason, the light suddenly and quickly dissipated. The players were all stunned. "What's going on? Constipation? Rainfather himself found it strange, but he still patiently explained, "Those strange shadows in the Empyrean suddenly became thicker, and my power was weakened. Wait a moment, I will gather it again." Before he finished speaking, Rainfather's massive body suddenly vanished from its original spot. The violent bang from tearing through the air directly shattered the players' eardrums, causing them to fall into temporary deafness. The ensuing hurricane almost swept them off the Nurgle beast's back. If everyone hadn't instinctively clung tightly to the flesh beneath them, they would probably have flown off by now. Everyone finally managed to steady themselves, reacted and looked back, all gasping in a cold breath. They saw an extremely long trench on what was originally a relatively flat ground, which at first glance looked like a dried-up riverbed. At the end of this trench, Rainfather was staggering to his feet, letting out an angry roar at the thing that had suddenly attacked him. Opposite him was a terrifying tyrannid creature. From the player's angle, they could clearly see a large amount of overgrown brain tissue on its back. Like an external device, almost covering the entire spine. The flickering, eerie blue psychic arcs on it showcased the immense power contained within its body. Its entire body was covered in gnarled muscle tissue, and its heavy carapace reflected a metallic sheen under the dim light, enough to deflect tank-destroying shells. The moment they saw this creature, the players not only felt no fear, but instead showed expressions of extreme excitement. Holy crap! Norn Emissary, the Tyrannid are getting serious. Now this is something to watch. Everyone, quickly start recording. First person, high definition, uncensored. To witness such a battle of powerhouses, it's worth the price of admission, even if we die. The battle between the Norn Emissary and Rainfather erupted instantly, and a true clash of titans began. Rainfather brandished his thick stem and branches, each swing kicking up a green storm. In a few breaths, the entire battlefield transformed into a vibrant, yet incredibly evil garden. From the garden's soil, countless small, delicate Nurgle demons, shaped like Rainfather, shrieked as they burrowed out. Like joyful children, they swarmed the Norn Emissary in groups, attempting to use their insignificant yet foul bodies to hold back this giant enemy. Facing this world-altering power, the Norn Emissary remained silent. He merely let out a silent psychic shriek, a pure psychic shockwave that spread out in a ring from him. All the Nurgle demons that rushed forward instantly evaporated before this shockwave like bubbles under a scorching sun, leaving no trace behind. The aftershocks of each collision between the two were enough to wipe out a mortal army. However, as the battle progressed, Rainfather gradually fell into a disadvantage. Facing the Norn Emissary's attacks, he began to falter. Even the Nurgle beast that the players were riding noticed this. It anxiously twisted its corpulent body, emitting mournful whimpers from its throat. What's going on? A player found it hard to believe. Didn't they say the Norn Emissary is comparable to a regular greater demon? How come even Rainfather, who has a name and reputation, can't beat him? The captain thought for a while, then pointed into the distance and proposed a possibility. Because of the warp shadow, which is the black screen. The black screen has weakened Rainfather's power. Look at where we came from. The plants that grew because of Rainfather's power are already starting to wither. The players craned their necks to look, and it was indeed true. The once vibrant, twisted plants were now rapidly dimming, and the strange insects flying around were falling to the ground, listless. Hiss, it really might be like that. Everyone felt it made sense. Just then, the Norn Emissary seized an opening, and its huge scythe-like forelimb once again pierced Rainfather's shoulder, almost going through to his abdomen. Rainfather roared in anger. Although this injury was nothing to a Nurgle greater demon, being stabbed like this dozens of times in a row would make the situation entirely different. "I think we need to find a way to help," the captain said in a deep voice, "at least to make Rainfather last longer and kill more bugs." The team members were puzzled. How do we help? Is this level of battle something we can interfere with? Yeah, if we get close, we'll probably be shredded into blood mist by the aftershocks of the battle on both sides. The captain, however, confidently pulled out a small red plastic building block from his pocket. Use this. Name, Lego. Type, other. Quality, perfect. Attributes, none. Effect 1 can be assembled into various cool things. Effect 2. If stepped on, it will hurt. It really hurts. Note: as the first plastic building block toy launched by a Danish toy manufacturer in 1949, it is greatly welcomed by all children and parents worldwide. No one can refuse its charm. The captain patted the Nurgle beast beneath him, urging, "Quick, get a little closer. We're going to help him." The Nurgle beast, in its anxious state, was very obedient and immediately moved closer to the center of the battle. When they were close enough, the captain shouted with all his might, "Rainfather, sir, we're here to help you." At the same time, he forcefully threw the Lego brick in his hand. For some reason, this small brick was not destroyed or blown away by the terrifying aftershocks of the battle between the two sides. Instead, it traced a perfect arc and landed steadily right in the center of the battle between the two behemoths. However, things did not go as planned. The first to step on this brick was not the Norn emissary, but Rainfather. His enormous, rotting right foot landed steadily and squarely on that small Lego brick. The next second, an earth-shattering scene occurred. Rainfather suddenly lifted his right foot, completely disregarding that he was in a life-and-death struggle with the Norn emissary. He dropped his thick stem and branches, grabbed the sole of his right foot, and let out a heart-wrenching, pain-filled roar. "Awoo!" The Norn emissary, of course, would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Its two scythe-like limbs instantly lunged forward, piercing deep into Rainfather's body without obstruction. Only then did Rainfather's hands drop from his soul, hastily trying to grasp the blades embedded in his body, but it was too late. The Norn emissary let out a sharp shriek, and with a sudden burst of power from its arms, it forcibly tore Rainfather's massive body into two halves. Rainfather could not rise again. His torn corpse gradually began to melt, turning into green light particles. The Norn emissary, meanwhile, raised his head high, letting out a triumphant roar to the sky. The players riding on the Nurgle beast all cried out in dismay. "It's over! We messed up! We made things worse!" "Oh crap, Rainfather, why did you die?" "Rainfather, don't die! If you die, how will we live?" The last player was right. After the Norn emissary finished roaring, his cold, compound eyes turned towards them. The next moment, his figure vanished from its original spot, and with a speed no one could discern, he crashed into the still whimpering Nurgle beast, all the players on its back, and everything in his path, turning them all into a sky full of blood mist. Chapter 2. 104. No bombs here. Inside the general command, the air was so thick it felt solidified. The only light in the room came from a large central holographic tactical display, which continuously replayed a shaky and chaotic video. As the last frame of the video froze on the terrifying tyrannid creature filling the entire screen with incomprehensible speed, the light from the tactical display clearly illuminated the grave expressions on the faces of the three Space Marines and Ego. The projection extinguished, and the room fell into a brief darkness and silence, leaving only the low hum of servers and life support systems. Lugger Huron, the tyrant of the Maelstrom, was the first to break the dead silence. He leaned back in his chair, his massive power-armored arms crossed over his chest, and his voice carried a hint of caution. "Let me confirm, this video isn't fake, is it?" "Of course not," Ego calmly replied. "These are the last images our warriors recorded with their lives just now. I'm actually more concerned about why a Chaos enemy would appear on Planditium." Agman, captain of the Ultramarines' second company, said sternly, his upright posture like a statue, "And they're fighting the Tyrannid swarm to the death." Before Ego could answer, Huron let out a disdainful snort. "Humph, Chaos, like cockroaches. By the time you find one, the dark corners are already overflowing. Don't forget, this was a farming world before. Those green guys love places like this." "You're right," Agman nodded, forcefully pulling the conversation back on track. "Let's return to how to deal with this." At this point, Agman paused, his gaze turning to Ego, awaiting an accurate appellation. "We've named it the Norn emissary," Ego explained in due course, "because it has no independent thought. It is a pure flesh vessel, carrying the hive mind, created solely to accomplish a specific objective." "Very good. A fitting name," Huron nodded, leaning slightly forward. "So do you Helldivers know its weaknesses?" Ego pondered for a moment. An anti-proto-matter bomb could deal with it. By the Emperor, Huron couldn't help but exclaim, of course an anti-proto-matter bomb can deal with it. I also know a cyclone missile can. The problem is, that would send us all sky-high too. Ego calmly stated, it seems you don't have much confidence in dealing with it. Agman's voice was low as he admitted, I can't even clearly see its movements. I can barely see them. Huron's face showed a serious expression, but I estimate I'd be hard-pressed to last 10 seconds against it. Only Cato Sicarius remained silent, his tightly clenched gauntlets emitting a faint metallic friction sound. All right, but there's no need to worry too much. Ego instinctively tried to boost the suppressed morale. The power that the Tyrannid swarm can exert is not limitless. The swarm they send to Planditium will inevitably reach a peak, and that peak is the upper limit of their biomass consumption. Regardless, the arrival of this Norn emissary has greatly advanced the timing of that peak. Is that also why you had us Astartes stand by, with the mortal legions bearing the full responsibility for early defense? Huron keenly caught the deeper meaning in the words. Yes, Ego frankly admitted. The power that any force can exert has a peak. It cannot grow indefinitely. In such a situation, exerting maximum power from the start is not a good thing, because after that, it will only be a downhill path. This is more like a philosophical idea than tactics or strategy. Huron showed some interest in this argument. So you Helldivers believe that as long as this Norn emissary is eliminated, these annoying Tyrannids will retreat. Considering the Primarch's flesh is close at hand, forgive my wording, I think one might not be enough. Perhaps a few more are needed, Ego said. Isn't the difficulty a bit too great? Agman stated directly. Ahem, Ego coughed. Actually, we Helldivers also have forces that can reinforce the battle. What is that? Agman immediately asked. Do you have a Shadow Sword super heavy tank? Ego replied, no, it's Oghren. We can gather at least 3,000 Oghren. While they are slightly lacking in agility, their pure strength and physical endurance surpass even Space Marines, making them crucial in influencing the battle. Oghren, let's forget about that then. Huron shook his head without hesitation, his face full of distrust. With all due respect, given the intelligence of Oghren, they would only hinder us against an enemy of this level. Ego showed a strange smile. Our Helldiver Oghren are not like ordinary Oghren. You'll see when you witness them later. All right, Huron said non-committally. Let's assume that for now. Do you have any specific tactics for dealing with this Norn emissary? Yes, Ego said. No matter how powerful a single Norn emissary is, it cannot rely solely on itself to cleanse the entire Planditium. That would be an extremely inefficient choice. Therefore, its role must be to undertake breakthroughs and decapitation strikes, using its unparalleled destructive power to tear a gap in our defenses, allowing the Tyrannid swarm behind to flood in like a torrent, or using its speed to raid command centers at various levels, decapitating our brains and paralyzing the entire human defense line. A very reasonable deduction, Huron nodded slightly. If it were me, I would also choose that. Yes, that's what we're waiting for. Ego's tone rose. When that Norn emissary appears at a certain command center, we will immediately detonate the tactical nuclear bomb pre-planted beneath the command center. Huron's pupils contracted slightly, and he pressed, Which command center? Ego replied, Every command center. This answer caused the 3 Space Marines present to instinctively cast their gaze towards the solid alloy floor beneath their feet almost simultaneously. This command center doesn't have a tactical nuclear bomb. Ego's first half of the sentence allowed their tense nerves to relax slightly. However, Ego's latter half of the sentence instantly raised their recently lowered hearts to an unprecedented height. A strategic nuclear bomb is buried here. Huron was silent for a full 3 seconds. He slowly rose from his chair, his massive physique exuding a strong sense of oppression. He glanced at Agman and Sicarius, who also looked unwell, then spoke to Ego in an extremely serious tone. I think we need to change the location of our discussion. I agree, Agman immediately seconded. Me too, Sicarius also said. Chapter 205 Assemble. On the official forums of Earth, data streams converged at an unprecedented speed. A post published less than an hour ago was skyrocketing in popularity like a nuclear reactor. The title of the post was written in the most direct language. Want to fight alongside Lugger Huron, Severus Agman, and Cato Sicarius? Then sign up now. Below the post, the comment section was refreshing faster than the eye could read, with countless messages cascading down like a waterfall. Damn it, why only Ogrin? I'm a battle-hardened veteran, don't I deserve to join? My laser gun skill can hit a rat's left eye from 300 meters away. Heh, do you even understand the Ogrin's stats upstairs? A battle-hardened veteran is nothing in front of us, Ogrin, all right? I can take on 10 of you. One punch from me, and you might die. Seriously, is no one curious about who Severus Agman is? How can he be on par with the tyrant of the Maelstrom and the master of vigilance? Hey, show some respect upstairs. He's the future first company captain of the Ultramarines after all. Why did he become the first company captain? I've never even heard of him. I only know the first company captain is that one. Who was it again? Because in the original story, the Ultramarines' first company was almost wiped out during the First Tyrannid War. Agman was promoted on the spot from second company captain to first company captain, and Sicarius filled the vacant second company captain position. That's rough, so Captain Agman got promoted because his colleagues all died. That's too dark. All in all, the recruitment went exceptionally smoothly. The allure of fighting alongside legendary figures was fatally attractive to players. There were as many people eager to display their heroic prowess before Cato Sicarius as there were stray dogs on the street. This analogy might be disrespectful, but there were indeed many. Unfortunately, the strict requirement of must be an Ogrin acted as an insurmountable chasm, mercilessly deterring over 99% of applicants. On the surface of Planditium, dust swirled across a vast plain that had been temporarily cleared. 3,000 massive Ogrin were assembled here, their colossal bodies gathered together, forming a forest of muscle and brute force. All right, stand still. Ego's synthesized voice boomed across the land through loudspeakers deployed all around. Sicarius and Huron are coming soon. You don't want them to arrive and see one of you picking your nose in public, do you? Hearing Ego's words, the somewhat unruly Ogrin players immediately perked up. After a flurry of fumbling, they tried their best to stand perfectly straight, attempting to mimic the military posture in their memories. Just then, accompanied by a roaring sound that tore through the air, a grey-blue Thunderhawk gunship stirred up a sky full of sand and dust as it slowly descended to the edge of the open ground. The hatch opened, and Lugger Huron's massive figure, clad in silver-blue power armor, was the first to emerge. When he saw the lines of Ogrin before him, a bit crooked but clearly trying their best to form a square formation, his eyes instantly widened. By the Emperor, what do I see? A group of Ogrin, in a neat square formation. His voice was filled with incredulous astonishment. Agman, who followed close behind, also stopped. His helmet's optical lens repeatedly scanned the scene before him, and he spoke in an equally shocked tone. Unbelievable. I haven't even seen them scratch themselves. They are really standing seriously. Cato Sicarius, who emerged last, was even more deeply shocked. He made a gesture that sent a jolt through all the players. With a slight hiss of depressurization, he removed his iconic helmet, revealing his handsome and stern face. I don't smell anything, he murmured, his eyes full of confusion. These Ogrin even took a serious bath before coming here. Yes, these are our Helldivers' Ogrin. Ego came up beside the three, smiling. Then he turned to the formation and issued a command through the loudspeaker. At ease. Boom! The three Astartes watched as 3,000 Ogrin before them almost simultaneously extended their right feet. Although their movements varied in speed and the thud of their landing was somewhat uneven, they all executed the correct action. Attention! Boom! The Ogrin really brought their feet together and stood at attention. Right face. Amidst a clumsy turning sound, 3,000 massive bodies uniformly turned to the right. Not a single Ogrin got the direction wrong. Left face. Similarly, not a single Ogrin made a mistake. Ego's virtual image turned back to face the three Space Marines, who were now dumbfounded, and smiled. These are the Helldivers Ogrin. How do you feel? The infamous tyrant of the maelstrom, Lugger Huron, could barely stand. He involuntarily took a step back and clutched his dizzy head. By the Emperor, this is too much for my world view. Are these really Ogryn? Agman also felt his understanding challenged. He stretched out a hand and pointed to an Ogryn in the front row of the formation. You, come up here. Me? The Ogryn player who was called upon pointed to himself, flattered. Yes, you. The Ogryn player immediately ran up excitedly, stopped in front of Agman, awkwardly saluted, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Sir, my name is Kobe Bryant, sir." All right, Bryant. There were too many things to comment on. Leaving Agman speechless for a moment, he simply pointed to his chest plate. "With your greatest strength, strike my chest." Bryant scratched his bald head. Okay, sir." With that, he stomped forward, his massive fist whistling through the air, accurately hitting Agman's chest. There was a loud thud, as if a battering ram had struck a city wall. Even the Space Marine, clad in ceramite armor, was knocked back several steps by the sheer impact before regaining his balance. Agman clutched his somewhat aching chest, feeling the vibrations from within, his voice filled with the shock of final confirmation. "It's real. It's a real Ogryn." Huron shook his head from the side, indicating, "I have nothing more to say." Ego said, "How is it? I told you our Helldiver Ogryn could help you, didn't I?" Sicarius put his helmet back on, his voice coming through the helmet's communicator with a hint of excitement. "Of course, absolutely. I can't imagine anything that could, at short notice, withstand a mass charge of 3,000 such Ogryn." Huron finally recovered from his worldview-shattering state. He took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. "Then, let's proceed with your plan. Once the Norn emissary steps into a command post and is injured by a tactical nuclear bomb, we will immediately strike and heavily defeat those inferior Xenos." Chapter 206 Bugs. In the air behind Planditium's third line of defense, a nauseating mixture of smells lingered. Scorched promethium, ozone, and the sweet cloying scent of decaying flesh. Two Helldivers, clad in full-body uniforms, were laboriously dragging corpses, tossing them onto a growing mound. The pile of bodies contained everything: fallen comrades in uniforms identical to their own, but more often tyrannid creatures of various forms. Not far away, two promethium flamethrowers lay silently on the ground. Clearly, a purification was about to begin. "Ugh!" One of the Helldivers groaned in disgust. He had just flung a termagant's corpse aside and was now futilely trying to wipe the slimy goo from his gloves. "These tyrannid bodies are so damn disgusting, all sticky and greasy. And I keep feeling like the parasites inside them are crawling up my gloves." "Damn it, can you shut up?" his companion snapped, forcefully tossing a shredded tyrannid carcass onto the pile. "Now that you mention it, I'm getting that feeling too." "I'm so glad our standard uniforms are full body and come with gas masks, so at least we can't smell anything," the first man complained. "Without these two things, you could kill me, and I still wouldn't come do this kind of mission for merits. How is this any different from pulling a shit cart in the lower levels of a hive city?" The other man nodded in agreement, flinging the half-torso in his hands to the top of the pile with a dull thud. "Let's hurry and light these things on fire, burn them clean, and spare ourselves this torment." The two said no more, quickly shouldering their flamethrowers and expertly opening the fuel valves. As they lit the corpse pile, they changed the subject. "Before the war, weren't we told to use strong acids to temporarily dissolve the bodies and then deal with them uniformly after the war? Why are we burning them now?" "We ran out of acid, obviously," the other replied matter-of-factly, his voice muffled by the mask. "War is like that. No matter how much preparation you do beforehand, once the fighting officially begins, you'll always find your preparations were far from enough. Not to mention, our enemy is the tyrannid swarm. You'll get used to this kind of thing." At this point, the Helldiver's voice suddenly paused. He turned his head in confusion, his gaze sweeping across the desolate battlefield, but saw nothing except a small hill, already half blown away by bombs that had been there all along. "Did you hear something?" "Something?" his companion asked in confusion. "No, it's just the wind. We're behind the third line of defense. Where would any noise come from? Don't get distracted, let's finish this mission quickly, get our merits, and leave. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than three shadowy figures, like spectres, suddenly burst from the reverse slope behind the small hill. Their speed was beyond imagination. In an instant, they covered dozens of meters and charged at the two men. The two heavily armored Helldivers only had time to turn their bodies in shock. The Helldivers, who had first heard the noise, didn't even have time to pull the flamethrower's trigger before a sharp bone blade pierced his chest with lightning speed. Immediately after, the Tyrannid warrior swung horizontally and his upper body instantly separated from his lower body. He couldn't even let out a scream before falling as two severed pieces of a corpse. Holy shit! His comrade, who had just been chatting with him, was killed instantly. The other Helldivers immediately fell into a rage. You stupid bugs, today is your death day. He pulled the trigger, and an angry dragon of fire roared out, instantly engulfing the three Tyrannid warriors. With the strength of the warrior bugs, they were clearly not strong enough to advance against the high-pressure Promethium flamethrower's flames. In the high heat, hot enough to melt steel, these three aliens, who had successfully ambushed them, shrieked and screamed. Their hard carapaces quickly blackened and cracked, and they soon lost all vitality in the flames. The player panted heavily, only stopping the spray when the fuel tank's pressure indicator light began to flash. Before him, the three Tyrannid warriors had already turned into three charred remains. Ha! Ha 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 ha! He panted and laughed maniacally, walking forward and fiercely kicking the charred bodies. Thought you were so tough, huh? How come you're not moving anymore? You stinking bugs, if you've got guts, come to daddy. Under the rush of adrenaline, he had clearly forgotten his earlier statement of, "We are in the rear." Since he was in a theoretically safe area, yet encountered an attack from Tyrannid warriors, the situation on the front line was likely already precarious. It was at this moment that an indescribably heavy thud resounded. Thump! The ground shook violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, even lifting the player off his feet for a moment. He instinctively turned around and then saw a colossal creature, 4 or 5 stories tall, standing not far behind him, its cold compound eyes indifferently watching his tiny existence. Whoa! The Helldivers looked up. Is this a high-level one? Splat! After a sound so faint it was almost inaudible, a giant foot slowly lifted, leaving behind only an unidentifiable, reddish-black pulp on the ground. Inside a regimental command post, the atmosphere was as heavy as a physical entity. Which defensive line just lost contact? The regimental commander's gaze was fixed on the holographic sandbox, where the glaring red dots representing the Tyrannid swarm were tearing through the green grid, representing the human defense lines with an unstoppable momentum. A staff officer quickly stepped forward, his fingers rapidly swiping across a data pad, bringing up the latest casualty report. Reporting, sir, it's G7 outpost and the 12th contact node, both lost contact 30 seconds ago. The regimental commander said nothing, merely extending his tactical gloved hand and drawing a straight line on the holographic sandbox, connecting the series of green dots that had just extinguished. That red trajectory pointed directly to their current location, the regimental command post. It's moving in a straight line. The regimental commander's voice betrayed no emotion, as if stating a fact unrelated to him. It seems the target is indeed us. At this speed, it will be here in a matter of minutes. He gazed at the holographic sandbox, watching the once perfectly clear, three-dimensional terrain map now being ruthlessly devoured by that glaring red torrent. This defensive line was meticulously designed by him and his comrades over countless days and nights, based on Planditium's terrain. Every firing point, every communication trench on the line was forged by the sweat of the soldiers. He had once believed it would be an iron great wall, at least enough to make the bugs chew until their mouths bled. But now, in front of a monster of that caliber, this defensive line, into which countless efforts had been poured, was as fragile as a paper sandcastle on a beach, crumbling at a touch. An unspeakable gloom welled up in his heart, mixed with anger and unwillingness. But he merely transformed this emotion into a very soft snort. "Charge," he murmured, "the faster the better. We've prepared something nasty for you." Chapter 207. The Helldivers Shall Defend. The fortress housing the regimental command post had a ground section that was a magnificent stronghold, worthy of inclusion in the Imperial Standard Fortifications Manual. Its walls, cast from a mix of plasteel and concrete, were dozens of meters thick, with countless heavy artillery barrels protruding from firing ports, forming a steel thicket. At this moment, this impregnable fortress was roaring. Almost all of its firepower was unleashed upon the slowly approaching behemoth, the Norn emissary, yet it had not the slightest effect. The flashes of explosions bloomed futilely on the creature's smooth carapace. Energy beams merely stirred up invisible ripples of energy before being deflected, and solid projectiles bounced off the carapace the instant they made contact. The Norn emissary didn't even slow its pace, as if merely experiencing an insignificant summer shower. Suddenly, the Norn emissary stopped. The massive, grotesque neural tissue growth on its back began to glow with an ominous pale blue light. A psychic lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel and imbued with destructive energy, shot out from that neural tissue. Boom! The psychic lightning accurately struck the front of the fortress. There was no violent explosion, only a grating sound of dissolution. The impregnable composite wall melted and vaporized like butter cut by a hot knife in the face of that pure psychic energy. In just one strike, a third of the entire fortress was forcibly collapsed, revealing twisted rebar and burning structures within. The Norn emissary immediately charged towards the massive breach. "Move, block that gap." Accompanied by roaring commands, several Lehman Russ tanks drove out from a hidden door on the fortress's flank, attempting to fill the breach in the defenses with their steel bodies. They fired almost point-blank at the Norn emissary's body, the roar of their main cannons deafening, and the smoke and fire of the close-range explosions instantly engulfed the entire area. However, when the smoke cleared, some of the Lehman Russ tanks had been flattened into iron pancakes by a giant foot, while others were torn into burning components by sharp limbs. And the Norn emissary emerged from the center of the explosion, completely unscathed. Can a human even fight this thing? A Lehman Russ crew member, lucky to be alive, crawled out of the twisted turret wreckage covered in blood. Before he could react further to the sight before him, he was overwhelmed by the tyrannid swarm that followed the Norn emissary, uttering this last complaint before being trampled into a bloody pulp. The Norn emissary continued its advance, its objective clear and firm. Along the way, the Helldivers tried every method to hinder it. Coordinated volleys of laser guns, autocannons, and heavy bolters were like an itch, while powerful melter and plasma weapons couldn't even get within effective range due to the obstruction of the swarm. The lesser tyrannids accompanying the Norn emissary formed an insurmountable barrier with their flesh and blood. "I feel like we're the army in some monster disaster movie," a Helldivers player hiding behind cover complained as he watched the Norn emissary advance unstoppably. The kind of cannon fodder specifically used as a stepping stone for the monster, to highlight how powerful the Ultraman or giant robot that finally defeats the monster is with our incompetence. Another Helldivers beside him heard this, gave a wry smile and pulled the bolt of his grenade launcher. But unfortunately, there's no Ultraman here, and the Titan legions have gone to defend Macraga. His voice was unusually clear amidst the continuous explosions. Here, there is only us, the Helldivers. As an extension of the hive mind on the battlefield, the Norn emissary itself had no independent thought. It was merely a perfect bioweapon, faithfully executing commands from a higher existence. However, at this moment, the hive mind, perceiving through this body, felt a hint of confusion. That psychic strike was precisely calculated, targeting the area with the densest life signals beneath this fortress. One strike was enough to liquefy most of the organic matter inside, and the accompanying swarm had completely engulfed the torn defensive breach, clearing out all resistance in the upper structures. Logically, there should only be a few hundred scattered survivors left in the fortress, at most 1,000. But for some reason, it could still clearly perceive thousands of life signals. Just as it had before, it launched that destructive psychic attack, undiminished. What happened? Yes, the swarm had indeed rushed into the internal passages of the fortress. However, human resistance had not been weakened as expected. On the contrary, in the narrow underground passages, their defiance became more intense than ever before. The Helldivers, with nowhere left to retreat, turned every corridor and every corner into a battlefield. Their firepower, compressed to the extreme, became even denser and more lethal. The roar of heavy bolters was amplified to a deafening level in the confined spaces, and the high-temperature melter energy was enough to instantly vaporize all enemies in an entire corridor. The Tyrannid swarm's proud numerical advantage became a hindrance here, making it difficult for them to advance even an inch. The hive mind realized that as long as the organization remained, these humans would not give up resistance. It decided to stop wasting time on clearing these insignificant cells and instead immediately destroy this brain that was still stubbornly resisting. A new command surged through the Norn emissary's nervous system like an electric current. The giant beast instantly ignored everything around it. Whether it was the autocannons futilely firing at it, or the Helldivers battling the swarm in the passages, its massive body transformed into a siege ram, directly smashing through several inner walls. Rumble! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the Norn emissary arrived directly above the regimental command post. It let out a piercing shriek, and its massive scythe-like forelimbs violently plunged into the thick, reinforced concrete ceiling. With a grating, tearing sound, it forcibly ripped open the entire command post's ceiling. Dust and rubble rained down, revealing the command hall below, flickering with red alert lights. Then the Norn emissary's massive compound eye, made of countless tiny crystalline facets, saw the target it was searching for. The regimental commander stood before the holographic sand table. He did not hide, nor did he pick up a weapon. Amidst the piercing alarm and the thunderous collapse, he merely calmly looked up, meeting the non-human compound eyes with a tranquil gaze. The next moment, the hidden trump card buried beneath the command post's foundation, prepared for this very instant, a tactical nuclear bomb, was immediately detonated. And the Norn emissary was at the very epicenter of this man-made sun's rise. Chapter 208. Concentrate Fire. At the instant the tactical nuclear bomb detonated, a white light hotter than a stellar core consumed everything. This was immediately followed by a destructive shockwave, powerful enough to tear reality apart, and a deafening roar. The already dilapidated fortress further collapsed amidst the violent tremors. Huge concrete blocks peeled off the ceiling, twisted metal frameworks groaned under the strain, and the entire stronghold, like a giant beast with a broken spine, sank helplessly downwards. At the epicenter of the blast, the command post, along with all structures above it, had completely vaporized. A massive, smooth and glass-like crater replaced its original location. The air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone and radioactive dust. Just in the center of this deathly silence, accompanied by a shriek, an invisible hurricane suddenly erupted. The rock and metal of the crater walls, melted by super-high temperatures, instantly cooled and solidified into grotesque black crystals under the shockwave. The smoke and steam entrenched in the deep crater of the blast were violently dispersed by this psychic power, revealing the figure that should have been completely annihilated. The Norn emissary was still standing, but its condition could only be described as severe. Its thick carapace, which heavy artillery couldn't even scratch, had now completely melted, covering its body like wax, revealing charred flesh beneath. The originally full and explosively powerful muscle tissue had severely atrophied under the scorching nuclear flames, making its entire physique appear to have shrunk by a size. Most critically, the hypertrophied brain tissue on its back, once the perfect terminal of the hive mind, now glowed dimly, its vibrant blue light completely gone, even somewhat shriveled, like a dehydrated organ. Clearly, the tactical nuclear bomb explosion had inflicted absolutely severe injuries upon it. However, on the battlefield, where the dispersed smoke had yet to settle, a resounding war cry pierced the post-nuclear silence. For the Emperor! That was not the voice of one person, but an iron torrent formed by thousands of voices. Outside the ruins of the fortress, thousands of superhuman warriors in heavy armor were roaring and charging with the force of thunder. In the sky, a dozen Thunderhawk gunships advanced alongside the ground forces. The Ogrins, clad in simple but incredibly heavy power feedback power armor tailored for them, held a massive iron bar capable of smashing tanks in one hand and a tower shield in the other. They charged shoulder to shoulder, like a moving wall, pressing towards the heavily wounded Norn emissary with an aura that crushed everything. The hive mind instantly concluded, these guys absolutely cannot be allowed to get close to the Norn emissary. Even many ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone thousands of subhuman giants equipped with power armor. An urgent psychic message emanated from the Norn emissary's shriveled brain tissue, ordering all Tyrannid units scattered inside and outside the fortress to immediately abandon their current objectives, return to defense at all costs, block the Ogren assault, and buy it precious time to recover. The Tyrannids, receiving the command, faithfully executed it. In a narrow corridor inside the fortress, a Tyrannid warrior had just torn open the chest of a Helldivers with its claws, preparing to savor the fruits of victory. But the command from the Norn emissary made it immediately abandon its readily available prey, turning to lead the Ripper swarms behind it in retreat. However, the moment it turned, a bayonet glinting with cold light suddenly thrust out from behind a nearby cover, precisely piercing its head. A Helldivers player, having recovered from the nuclear blast's impact, saw the enemy's back and naturally charged out without hesitation, stabbing with all his might and vigorously twisting twice to ensure this elite monster was thoroughly dead. Die, insect! The nearby Ripper swarms immediately swarmed it, their sharp claws tearing the adventurous Helldivers into pieces of flesh within half a second. Unwilling to linger in battle, they intended to quickly retreat after dealing with this minor nuisance. But more Helldivers, bayonets fixed, rushed out from behind various covers. They're trying to run. Hold them. Don't let a single one escape. The tide of battle instantly reversed. The moment the Tyrannid swarm attempted to disengage and retreat, the Helldivers, who had been passively defending, immediately launched a counterattack. They clung desperately to these retreating Tyrannids. Most of the Tyrannid units were deeply entangled in the fortress's complex maze of passages, held fast by the Helldivers, unable to break free. Ultimately, only a scattered few managed to break out of the fortress to guard the Norn emissary. Receiving all of this through the Norn emissary's damaged senses, the hive mind fell into a state of considerable confusion. It silently upgraded the threat level of the species human in its information database, defining them as a biological entity capable of immediately launching large-scale, high-intensity counterattacks, even after enduring a major psychic strike and a close-range tactical nuclear blast. And as the charging Ogrins and Astartes drew near, their efficient and deadly tactical formation was fully revealed to the hive mind's perception. The Astartes and Ogrins did not charge haphazardly together. On the contrary, they formed tightly coordinated combat teams. Each battle-hardened space marine guided 2 to 3 Ogrins like a shepherd. The Astartes, relying on their superhuman reaction speed and tactical acumen, constantly issued concise and clear commands, while their bolt guns spat fire, providing precise suppressive fire for the giants ahead. The Ogrins, meanwhile, focused intently, maximizing their terrifying weight and strength, raising their tower shields to form an unstoppable wall of steel, pushing forward. The Ripper swarms rushing to protect shrieked and met them, but in front of the high-speed charging tower shields, their fragile bodies were like rotten wood struck by a battering ram, instantly breaking bones and being sent flying. A massive Tyrannid warrior tried to cleave open the shield wall with its bone blade, but it was met by a massive iron bar whistling through the air. With a dull thud, this elite creature, along with its hard carapace, was directly smashed into a pulp. Dealing with these basic Tyrannid units was as easy and pleasant for this specially configured assault legion as kicking a stray dog by the roadside. An exterminator, a beast the size of a small armored vehicle, roared, attempting to tear open a breach with a savage charge, relying on its powerful strength and hard carapace. However, it was instantly locked on by 3 or 4 combat teams as a target for a coordinated hunt. Left flank, suppress its joints, an Astartes roared. Several Ogrins simultaneously exerted force in a practiced manner, their iron bars whistling through the air as they slammed fiercely into the exterminator's limb joints from different angles. Accompanied by bone-shattering sounds that set teeth on edge, the exterminator's massive body staggered, its flesh torn and bones broken. The moment it lost its balance, a precise bolt round whistled in, accurately striking its eye. Boom! The exterminator's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. In the shadows, several lictors attempted to harass with their extraordinary agility and near-perfect optical camouflage. A lictor pounced on an ogrin from an unexpected angle, its sharp claws tearing through a seam in the power armor. However, the injured ogrin let out an excited roar, and disregarding its own life, used its massive body to tightly embrace the assassin. The lictor's struggles were so futile against the ogrin's brute strength. What awaited it was a powerful blow from another ogrin nearby, and a follow-up bolt round from an Astartes. Another lictor, at the moment of attack, was violently struck by a quick-reacting ogrin with a tower shield, the immense force throwing its body off balance in mid-air. And this minor error was enough for the Space Marines on the battlefield. A bolt round precisely pierced its head, ending its sneak attack. Behind the chaotic battlefield, a surviving Synapse creature finally recovered from the nuclear blast's impact. It sensed the collapse of the front line and immediately unleashed a powerful psychic shockwave, attempting to curb these relentless madmen. An invisible wave of psychic energy instantly swept across the battlefield, and the hundreds of Ogrins and a dozen Astartes at the forefront suddenly froze, as if pinned in place by invisible shackles, unable to move. This method was very effective. However, before the Synapse creature could expand its advantage, the subsequent Ogrins let out even more fervent roars, vying to rush into its psychic suppression range. They were like a flood surge crashing against a dam, using their bodies to fill and deplete the Synapse creature's psychic energy. Simultaneously, the unaffected Astartes immediately unleashed all their bolt gun fire upon the exposed Synapse creature. This arrogant unit naturally also attracted the attention of the Thunderhawk gunships circling overhead. The Helldivers' air force was worried they wouldn't find targets, as the ground forces were hogging them all. Target psychic unit, concentrate fire. Facing the continuous stream of enemies rushing into its psychic range and the overwhelming barrage of bolter fire, the Synapse creature had no choice but to frantically expend more psychic energy to suppress them. Its brain tissue visibly swelled and contracted, the veins on its surface bulging. Finally, under an output far exceeding its capacity, with a muffled thump, its entire brain exploded, grey-white brain matter and bodily fluids splattering everywhere. These small portions of Tyranids, hastily recalled, were utterly powerless to stop this mudslide-like offensive. Amidst the earth-shattering war cries of "For the Emperor," they were completely overwhelmed and trampled by the iron torrent, led by the Ogrins, ultimately ground into a fleshy paste mixed with dirt.